First of two key inflation prints this week coming through here, 0.1% for the July month-over-month PPI, a little bit lower than the consensus 0.2% reading that was expected there. Core PPI month-over-month dead flat versus a slight uptick that was expected, 2.4% on the headline number there year over year versus 2.7. The forecast actually 3 on that, but consensus 2.7 comes in definitely lower than expected. So more data pointing towards the possibility, pretty much a lock at this point, that we'll get this first rate cut from the Fed coming through in September. Remember, the big one coming up tomorrow morning, CPI, this time tomorrow morning, expected to be 3.3% versus 3.2% on the prior print. So overall, the market, back to the upside on that this morning again. Downside for PPI, we'll see how CPI comes through. This morning, we were just keeping an eye on both Starbucks and CMG, Chipotle. A little bit of theft going on. Starbucks stealing Chipotle's CEO this morning. So pretty crazy movement for both of those. Opposite directions, obviously. I mean, there's a lot to talk about here. Home Depot with earnings out pre-market. Initial move downside. We're basically right back up. It's even trying to get back to positive territory, possibly. Call for HD coming up at 8:30 this morning. But first of the retailers to come out this week.
Yeah, Brendo, it was a tough look for Home Depot, but as you mentioned, moving up here, look, they exceeded their quarterly earnings and revenue expectations, but net income continued to decrease 7 consecutive quarters in a row now with negative comparable sales. They lowered their full year forecast as well. Consumers are adopting a deferential mindset, whatever that is, basically putting off bigger purchases.
Yeah, here's the big one this morning, though. Starbucks absolutely ripping right now. 13.3% goes 76 up to 86 in a hurry. Yeah, the CEO of Chipotle, Brian Niccol, headed over to Starbucks. I didn't even know that was a thing, but apparently it is. That you can just walk in the door and say, you are now working for Starbucks. So huge move for Starbucks. If we flip over to CMG, downside in about the same extent here, 8.6% for Chipotle, all the way down to $50. So wild on both ends of the scale here. Coming off that split for CMG, some opportunities today.
Yeah, and he hasn't been in the job that long, the outgoing CEO, Brendo. March 2023, Adair checking that. I guess, it's a year and a half almost of trials here, and it's been a tough year and a half, obviously, for Starbucks as they dealt with activism. Now, consumer spending a little bit down. We'll have to get more information about this.
Just watching DJT as well. I saw a few people mentioning that this morning. Downside off that interview with Elon for Trump last night on X. That was a bit of a mess. Technical issues, or some people are saying there was some sort of interference or potential interference with that interview. But we're trying to get back higher right now, back to 24, 25. But 2.5% negative, guys, for DJT to start things off as well. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I can't see how that, Trump goes back onto Twitter, gets 1 million followers added immediately, and then even with the delay, I don't know how many millions of people were watching it, but I don't really see how that's good for Truth Social, which isn't really making money anyways. But the bigger story, of course, is the Starbucks and Chipotle, and the good thing about it is Chipotle did the reverse split, so that's pretty tradable here today, just in time. On that light number for inflation, Nvidia just popped $1.50. Apple made a bit of a decent move here. I mean, the futures got to 18.8 overnight highs. So you are seeing, and we'll get to some of the movers individually, but you are seeing a big bounce here in several names. Nvidia had a strong day yesterday, up 3% already again here today. So it looks like we're going a little bit of the continuation that we saw. Remember how the market's been, though. You get those bounces early, and then we get to the middle of the day, slow it down, and then it's like this light glide in the afternoon. We'll see if that pattern holds, but wow, what a move by Starbucks and Chipotle. Just glad that Chipotle's $50, which might make it pretty tradable today. This could open up SSR, which for a name like CMG, obviously going to be rare. Could be down 10% at the open and trying to hold on to something here. Maybe this $50 level, we'll see. It's pretty thin though.
Yeah, great. Finally. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. We actually talked about this live on the show yesterday. And I was saying to Sharif, when we came in here and I was talking about how I bought Starbucks, I bought Nike, all these names. We even talked about this with Raider Trader. Everybody that comes on the show, I talk about Starbucks with. And that was a great buy. I just checked my account. We're long at 74 and change, and there it goes to the upside. This is what it needed. It needed a new change. I mean, I mentioned this, different deals has to come up on the app. They have to change something. McDonald's is going to the cheaper menu. Now they're going to go and see what can happen with Brian Nichols. I mean, this guy has literally changed. I mean, Chipotle, come on. I mean, that stock, again, how many millionaires has that minted? He started that from the bottom. We'll see what he could do with this huge name here now, Starbucks. I think this is an absolute huge win for them. And yeah, right up to the 200 period. I was just looking to think about selling some now just because of this huge move. I mean, you're long down here. You get this pop right back to the 200 period moving average. I think this is probably an area where you want to look to sell something. We talked about that on Roblox. We talked about that on, a lot of these stocks. We talked about it the other way with DraftKings going the other way. And right here, I just think this could be a spot. So, if you woke up today to this news, I think it goes higher. But for now, with the market uncertainty and in trying to raise some capital, this could probably be an area. So we'll watch out for this 88 spot right now for Starbucks. But yeah, man, awesome trade. Anybody on that one? And then the number one idea on the sticky note is already going, and it's Nvidia. And that's we talked about this yesterday. I said this is a name that we're going to have to get long today. And, we came back yesterday. We did, look, yesterday was a banger day. We talked about that with the Shopify short and the TQ short at the end of the day. But Nvidia yesterday up 4 and a bit percentage and is not stopping at all. So, I mean, there it goes, man. Completely ripping up again, another 3.5%. Wow, we're excited. We're ready to go here today. Glad to be back. Second day back. Wow, 113. It's going to break 113, and Nvidia and Intel's at 1950. Okay, Bitcoin 59, ETH 26. So things are going well around here. How about you guys over on the desk?
Good. Fantastic, actually, this morning. By the way, there's also a Google event today for anyone who is paying attention. Today is the 13th. The highly leaked, as they always do, Pixel 9 will be presented today in this Made by Google event coming up. I think it's 12:30. It starts this afternoon. Or maybe it's 12 o'clock. I'll double check, but just be aware it's coming up this afternoon. It'll probably be a non-event. Google does this every single time they launch something. They leak everything about it before it even happens. So, I mean, it's all on the internet already.
Yeah, I'm looking right at it here, Brendo. So there's a lot being discussed here. The fold is really what's getting my attention, Brendo. And I talking about that off camera. It's going to be thinner, so it's going to fit in your pocket a little bit better. It's going to be the Pixel 9 Fold. There's watches that are coming out, new headsets, new camera designs as well. So a lot of details to get that. We'll probably cover that on the midday show as well.
Yeah, I was reading last night about the next gen Pixel Buds Pro, and it was only going to have active noise canceling, which basically any headphones have at this point. So from what I saw, there wasn't a lot of changes that were being made from the 8 to the 9. So we'll see. Maybe they announce a few things today. Worth noting. There is now a, 99, if you add these two together, 99% chance of cut coming up in September, including almost a 50% shot, 47.5% shot at 50 basis points coming off, guys.
Ooh, so you're saying it's a lock. Okay, fair enough.
Lock.
I mean, that's
a lock.
We've been coming into these decisions usually that it's a lock, that nothing is going to happen. So, it's exciting that there's going to be something. I remember a lot of times it can be more exciting if there's at least some kind of a chance of a surprise, but that's a long time ago. They do a really good job. I suppose that's what they're supposed to do, a really good job telegraphing things. But just quickly on that Google or Alphabet note, Alphabet's one of the, I don't want to say few names, but one of the names that hasn't gotten back above where we were holding last week. And when it attempted to do so yesterday, it was right at the open and it popped. It got to the prior Monday high, and that we'll call it the relief rally to end all relief rallies, at least the best one in a couple of years. And you popped into 164.5, failed it. Yesterday, it got to 165 almost on a dime and couldn't break out. So, you draw that red line in the sand, although this one's blue, at 165. I see so many things flying around here right now. The NASDAQ just won 1%. As we said, Nvidia already starting to go. You're getting a decent move up, but if Google doesn't get past 165, they got an event that everyone knows what's going to happen. I think you got a good reversal level here on Alphabet. And then if it trends above, kind of an easy join with plenty of room. I like this level at 165 on Alphabet today. We'll let it glide toward it. I mean, it's not really moving a lot. It's not doing, I mean, compared to like Nvidia's volume or most of the other things I'm looking at, like Apple pre-market, Tesla pre-market, very light volume on Alphabet, but that 165 very much in play for resistance the last now full week.
All right, so I think everybody knows the only phone that anybody really is going to care about is regarding this stock. And, you know, if Apple continues this move here again, it's just going, I mean, what a day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or something. Straight up days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry, 6 or 7. Straight up days, they're now breaking back above that 215, holding the 50 period, moving average, man. I mean, we really, I really like the stock again here today. I mean, up 0.5. Obviously, it's not as much as the market here today, but that was a really nice shot up for on the PPI, 2.2 versus 2.3. So coming in a little cooler than expected, which is obviously nice for the market because the mind's already made up. We talked about those Fed rate cuts coming through. So I think Apple right here trying to break above this 220 area looks very, very interesting to me. Pullbacks into VWAP, which isn't too far away now of 218.50. I'd rather play Nvidia. We're going to watch out for that one. But I think Apple, again, just trade the names that you know a direction is picked for you already. And I think Apple, the long is sort of there. So we'll continue to look at that spot for Apple. And yeah, we'll look at some Google. You know, I think I have to go back and look, but I think it is going to be close to my number one holding. So we'd like to see that start to go up. And I think a fold is a good idea. So we'll see if that does anything. But yeah, you know, the Pixel Buds, I have them a couple of years ago, maybe 1 or 2 years old. Actually, they're in my car still. And, you know, I use them, but I don't think they're the greatest. I don't think they're revolutionary. And if these ones aren't doing anything other than noise canceling, as Brendan said, I think that's already.
Which everything's got to have.
So, all right. Yeah. Anyways, I like Apple here better than Google just because I feel like direction's already played for us. So I'll be following Apple more than Google today.
We'll talk about this Huawei note with Nvidia coming up here, but I just saw Nvidia moving around a little bit this morning, active as it always is. 4.8% here for Rumble. Meanwhile, first off, nice move after the close yesterday. Not a lot of volume behind this morning. It's trying to hold $6 right now, which could be key to maintaining some of this gain. I mean, we were just hanging off camera there a little bit. It seemed like there was so much momentum and hype around Rumble going back to last summer and fall. Going into the new year, and then it kind of just died off, hasn't really materialized.
It's tough to beat Yahoo or Yahoo. Where am I? Like
anything, yeah, YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. Sorry, guys, I'll get it right. Q2 revenue for Rumble did quite well, though. $22.5 million, exceeding analyst expectations. They posted better EPS than the estimates. They're also continuing to grow their user base, about 53 million global users. Really, it's more news-related sites. But as you mentioned, I mean, it's really tough to beat the incumbent. I really feel this is more for a specific segment of the population. Really hasn't spread everywhere else. That's kind of my feeling there. There's Daily Motion as well, which also hasn't been able to overtake YouTube.
I mean, you said it. The competition is so tough to even get a footing in at this point. But if you zoom out a little bit here, guys, $6 key level here for Rumble.
People use Daily Motion much? Yeah? Okay. No, I'm just curious.
I don't even know what it is.
No, I know them because it's a video site. It's not. It's like the little kind of YouTube, but not.
What do we use it for?
You watch this video hosting. Yeah, it's really posting other videos that just go on Daily Motion. I know it. I haven't used it in a long time. I didn't realize until Shreve said that that's actually still a bit of a thing. Rumble. I mean, when you do 50,000 shares in the pre-market when things are moving around here, it doesn't really get you excited. And I think, obviously it would have been nice if this had gone up. What's that short float? 20%? 20% short float. It's up 5 points, which is pretty much not even moving at all for a stock like this. I don't wonder if there won't be a better chance if you're looking at something in this cohort, like look at the chart, after earnings, you get a spike and then it's right back to where it was before. You look at something like maybe DJT, at least this gives you a stock that's moving outside of a range or trending, right? So you want things that are, giving you a direction or giving you a new price area that we're gravitating towards. Like DJT, pretty much all-time low is coming into play here since conversion. It's like $22. Maybe you get some kind of a bounce support off DJT, but it's in a clear downtrend that maybe you can pop some fades or something along those lines. I just don't see much of any excitement with the Rumble. It's not doing anything. So you've got to have something that's going to move for you. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be it today, at least not with that early reaction.
I was going to look here, made me think about GameStop a little bit. You know what? This doesn't really want to end, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, I think fortunately. We keep on looking at this $20 level here. So, I don't think that you're obviously waiting for catalysts and everything like that. But we could pop through here. The last couple, this is just a daily chart, but it seems like we're holding this $20, $21 area. We can get something going through there. It's only 50,000 shares. It's not huge, but the 20-minute chart as well gives you that level yesterday afternoon of 2150 that we sort of held. So maybe there's something there if you can get a little bit of, and this is just to watch for today, get a little bit of a dip into 2150 there, see if it can hold that level. So we bounced off of it, went down about $1, right? Broke it, went up about 70 cents. So I think there could be something there, or this 2050 area, looking at something. So, there could be a little bit of something there. And then AMC, just trying to flip back and forth here. Rumble, decent short flow. We'll go to AMC and go to GameStop as well. AMC doesn't look like, well, now that I see what it did yesterday, that's not super exciting sitting in this 5-cent range. So yeah, AMC to me, not as many ranges here. And the problem with AMC is that when you lose a level, you could drop down that 10 or 15%. I just don't see GameStop making that kind of a move. So I would just wait for AMC to get back into 450. For me, it was that GameStop that just looks a little bit better. If I can, for some reason, my page back is not working. So hold on a second.
Go, Jimmy.
Right there. Yeah, this 2150 just looks nicer to me. You have the 200 period right there at 21. So I think GameStop in and around here is something if you're looking for some fun this morning.
There was, it's worth noting, some cannabis action this morning as well. We talked about a few going into the weekend. Raheem was here on Thursday. We were discussing some weed names, but it's Organogram. OGI was up on a beat this morning. This is a $1.50 name once again. Just reading through some of the details, but OGI, for anybody wondering, was a decent report here. MSOS was pretty active last week. Hasn't really done too much so far this week, pulling back to $7 here.
Yeah, this OGI seems to be interesting. Not a company that I had eyes on, Brendo, but they did quite well. Gross revenue increased $63.5 million from $48.5 million. Good look there. Profit, $3.5 million loss versus the, $4.9 million loss last year. So they're able to narrow their balance sheet a little bit here, but also relying on other areas other than marijuana to generate capital. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Tesla holding here just below $200. A few people were mentioning, Twitter and Tesla obviously very separate. Or X, I guess, not Twitter. If there's any kind of technical fallout from what happened with that interview last night, but it's not going to affect this stock, or shouldn't at all. $200 though, key level here. It's forming a nice little wedge going into that area for Tesla.
Yeah, it was interesting yesterday as well with the rear-wheel drive cancellation of the Cybertruck. So I read a little bit more on that. So demand now for the Cybertruck in question. So in the States, not in Canada, but in the States, if you want to get your hands on a Cybertruck right now, you're able to. That isn't the case on this side of the border, and that wasn't the case prior to that. So a lot of speculation here about them trying to shore up costs by removing the least sold product from their Cybertruck lineup, which is the rear-wheel drive. Randy and I talking off camera yesterday about what the percentage, Brendo, of actually of
orders,
trucks are that are rear-wheel drive as opposed to front-wheel drive, and it's like a very
I
small
think it was
percentage.
important from a marketing standpoint for them to get it off the ground and get it out there under 100,000.
Sure.
And now quietly they make the 100 or the under the 100,000 version go away. So, I mean, we'll see. Tesla not terribly active so far, guys.
Yeah, it isn't, and I think you made a very good point there, Brendan, about get it out there, get the press, you can get it done, you can get production, and then just slide it by the wayside a little bit and reduce. But yeah, the 200 level, I think it's turned into what the 04 was last week. I think the way the market was going yesterday kind of felt as if the 04 was going to get tested, and then Tesla just never found any strength of its own. So unfortunately, you're putting in a little bit of a lower high on Tesla. I think that puts any breakout above 204 on the back burner, at least temporarily, because you could get a 200 break that takes you to 204 today. I think that would be more reasonable, that you get to 204 its resistance instead of a breakout, or at least before a breakout. But ever since that flush that we had last week, the thought has been most of these stocks that put in the higher lows, I want to play that break because there's just so much room to rally. Like, if you just fill in the first portion of the gap, if Tesla were to break that 04, you're talking about $220. And only because every time we talk Tesla, it's an opportunity to mention maybe another EV name that we wouldn't normally get to, and that would just be Rivian here. It's bouncing after a couple of really bad opens for Rivian. So right off the open, it's been dropping. Like, it dropped $1 right off the open on Friday, more or less. I mean, it kind of took a little bit longer to get there, but then it dropped right off the open again yesterday, just completely falling apart. So 1330 is setting up as a flat bottom break here on Rivian. Not many things, I said this in the aftermarket show, there aren't many things which are right down around those Monday lows. So Rivian breaks 1330, looking for the flat bottom break.
On today's sticky note, we have Tesla here as one of the short ideas for today, 203. I feel like this is a definite level that you're going to want to look at for Tesla. We just sort of mentioned it right there. Until we get above, then I don't see any reason why we would think about going long this name, period. I don't care really at any level, really. I mean, if it flushes into the 180s, different story. But, for right now, I would just say watch out for this 203. Pretty simple trade, man. It doesn't require too much thought, really. You short that until it breaks. When it does, you can have an easy out, and then you could consider whatever the market's doing, and then maybe possibly ride this thing back into that 220 or so area. So I would really be shorting into 203.50. The stock's been really beat up, obviously, and it's still, in the penalty box, still under this 210 area. I'm shorting Tesla here at 203. It's a big idea here on the sticky note. What's up, Adara?
Dell kicking off the upgrade side of things today, getting this upgrade from Barclays. The note's a little bit interesting. You can read more about this in our watch list, but Barclays excited about Dell's AI prospects, but a little bit concerned about other aspects of the business. We have Alliant Energy here getting an upgrade from Ladenburg Thalmann. We have Moody's here getting an upgrade from Wells Fargo. And Artiva with an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. On the downgrade side, we have recent earnings missed from last week. Warner Brothers Discovery, they're down about 0.2% here with this downgrade from Bernstein. Daiwa Securities downgrading Zoom Info. We've got Centerpoint Energy with a downgrade here from Wells Fargo. And last but not least, Goldman Sachs downgrading Cytokinetics. Bit of an interesting board here today, guys.
Now at least we know that they're watching the show. I mean, yesterday I mentioned Dell, and I said how I like Dell down at this area. I related it to the SMCI. I said this is a name that I think is at a great level, had a huge run and a massive pullback. So if the AI story is still intact, we talked about going long Nvidia, which is the #1 trade idea today. And then yesterday we stamped Dell. So, I mean, we're pretty, we're pretty on with some of these calls right now. Let's see if it can continue to go higher here, breaking through that 105, the 200 period moving average. I like Dell. Good job on the upgrade.
I wanted to break 100. I mean, it's just, you have a sort of obvious level. Like last week, we basically rallied on that Monday, and some stocks broke out, some stocks didn't. Dell went right to $100 pretty much on a dime, which was also the previous Friday low. So just needs to break out the $100 level in there. Like yesterday for me, in the chip space, Nvidia is going to be the first place to go to because it was that initial short off the 109, which was last week's resistance, and then it was a reversal when it broke out the 109, and that move took you all the way to 111. I'm just looking continuation on Nvidia. Just kind of go back to where the bread was buttered. That was the big breakout yesterday. And clearly, you can see it's continuing to follow this gap to the upside, and it's got a wide one. I mean, 120 does look like a pretty solid resistance zone. You cross that bridge when you get there. But Dell 100, that's the key one. I mean, it's an obvious level because everyone looks at a level like a 100 one, but if it breaks, it could easily rally. It's just not nearly as strong as NVIDIA.
Switzerland. ONON, shoemaker, reporting this morning as well. It was downside initially. The company is based in Switzerland, so the earnings call was actually 8 o'clock this morning. I don't see anything significant on this, but it just did that. Huge move with the overall market back above $40, trying to hold positive here now for ON.
Yeah, this company keeps surprising me here, Brendo, because they're not cheap. They're expensive, but they keep doing better in an environment where we don't expect the more expensive brands to outperform. But here's a look. They exceeded analyst expectations with respect to revenue. They printed higher with respect to EPS, higher percentage of full price sales. These people would really rather not sell you a shoe than have to cut the price. They'd rather really maintain the full price there. They also maintained their guidance for the full year, maintaining onto net sales growth about 30% year over year. And they're outpacing Nike now, Brendo, in terms of taking new shelf space with these retailers. So interesting look.
And Roger Federer still involved with ON as well. I was just noting September of 2021. I remember sitting here when that came to market. September of 2021.
What did you think about it at the time, though?
I mean, we had no idea, but it's just crazy. It was that long ago.
Yeah, time flies. I mean, that's how it works. But ON, this is actually, I'm surprised Sharif didn't mention the level here on the daily chart for ON. This 36 level, like resistance going all the way back to early in the year. You got March in here, resistance, it broke it out, then support. So the fact that the buyer stepped in after the report at that price and really supported it supported buying it, it's continuing to go higher. That would have been the level, but I mean, it already did the move. So what are you going to do? Like, you're not getting a trade-off. I mean, if you get a trade-off 36 at this point, like that is a drastic change as to what's happened in this market. So again, there's your move. Again, surprised Sharif didn't mention that because he was all over it. I'm looking at Nike, however. Nike is attempting to find that post-earnings bottom. It just last week did that liquidity grab. So rounded bottom on Nike, bit of a triple top here at $75.50 that it's looking to break that out. So, once, twice, whatever it does today, you get like a third top in there. And Nike kind of poised to break out this 75.5. It's just been grinding into this level. And I like the liquidity grab under 71, right? Like you dump some people out there when it makes a fresh low, then you go steady right into that high. Possible you get another consolidation day before it happens, but when it does, I want to be looking at that. ON's, it's already gone 10% off that 36 level. There's not much to do with it.
All right, so ON, obviously not as bad as stocks like Intel and things like that, but you talk about where it IPO'd. If you held this name for the last 3 years, you made absolutely nothing. So ON, again, great shoe, great company, but absolutely nothing for shareholders. So that's it. This is since its IPO, so there we go. And there we are right now. So pretty bad stock right there to hold it, but is it doing better than Nike? The thing is, its PE is 87. Nike's PE is 21. They are very, very brand niche specific to the running community, right? So I just feel like in any economic downturn, these kind of niche stocks are a little bit more in trouble. But at the same time, I mean, I guess up 3% here today, a name that won't be traded on the show, it's ON.
Crazy expensive for those things too. All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here this morning to get going on a Tuesday. Let's have a look at the market.
Funny enough, I didn't have to move the horizontal trend line that shows the closing price. We closed at exactly the same level, 56.70-ish, 56.69. We're well above that right now. 53, sorry, 53.69, guys. I'm sorry about that. 5,400. We're at that level right now. We got there. We got above there on the PPI spike, 59.04. So let's see if we're able to hold 5,400. If we're able to hold 5,400 as a level as support, we're looking at 5,450 as resistance.
All right, I have free stuff for you. If you haven't done so yet, go down to the description in this video. Right now, there's a link to the watch list. Hit that link, enter your email address, and then you get that every single morning for absolutely nothing. Comes right to your inbox for free from us. If you were wondering what on earth is going on with Chipotle and Starbucks, Starbucks stealing Chipotle's CEO. So basically, as you were saying, kind of mirroring each other on the chart. Starbucks to the upside, CMG downside, pretty big way here.
Yeah, so here it is. CEO Laxman Nara Isamhan. I'm sorry if I obviously butchered that. Going to be replaced by Brian Nickel. That's the outgoing CEO of Chipotle. Obviously, Chipotle's done very, very well during the time where Starbucks hasn't done as well. Starbucks has struggled with weak sales in the U.S., about a 21% decline this year already, Brendo, in the stock price.
I mean, it's trying to bounce, but this is not really a great bounce so far, guys, for CMG.
Relative to what's going on with Starbucks, I'd say it's actually a pretty solid bounce. Because Starbucks, if you think of it as doing reverse moves, right, then Starbucks pulls back. There was some buying in CMG, and then Starbucks bounces off VWAP, and then CMG continues to bounce. I mean, I wager to say that with Starbucks, it has had more of the issues going on, and obviously there's been some criticisms of their leadership as well. So it's probably better news for Starbucks than it is bad for CMG in some ways. And it's going to be, you're not going to open up 10% down or anything on CMG. It's already made that bounce, but $49.50 is support. If you go back on and look past earnings, this is not going to be split adjusted, that daily chart, but it was already 49.5 support on earnings. Then you had that dump off. That's exactly where it bounced in here today. So I do like a bounce off the 50 area if it's even going to get to that price. I don't think it makes any sense that it reclaims the entire move here. So if we get back into prior resistance, or I should say support levels, we'd look for resistance on CMG. But no SSR bounce. And I said the first thing that came out of my mouth is, wow, this could be 10% down, in which case CMG would be a great opportunity to trade if it goes more than 10% to the downside. But you can see it's recovering pretty nicely here. And Starbucks is just holding on trend right now. So I think this could be a nice one getting into that 90 level, which is a bit of resistance on the daily chart. I think it'll have trouble getting through that 90.
All right, so here we go. Starbucks. Those of us that bought that dip, well treated today. It took a minute, right? I mean, we were actually doing pretty good up here already. We had looked. We're long 74 and change. That was a good play. I feel like we had played it off some of these levels here again. And if you zoom back out, I actually had a weekly chart up there because I just had ON on as well. We had liked some of these bottoms here in and around $70. We had seen it before. So we just took a shot in the dark. Everywhere I go, it's Starbucks all the time, everywhere. Same as McDonald's. I was thinking about making a play there as well. But there it is. It's all the way back up to the upside. I think it's at a spot where maybe you want to sell a little bit of this just because you're at the 200 period moving average. Reward yourself now for about 20% in the money. I think it's a great story there for Starbucks on the turnaround, right? And I actually think it's a horrible news for Chipotle. So for me, I would be staying as far away from this name as possible until you get a lot higher than where we are right now. They just lost unexpectedly the leader of their company. That's not good, man. So I don't like this stock at all. It's a nice rebound right there. Let's hear what the consumer has to say, though. We're going to have Walmart come through this week. Obviously, Home Depot. We'll get to those stories as well. But for me right now, I think Chipotle is a short at this level. Let's just wait to see what happens, though, off the open. I actually got to find out the short float on CMG as well. I can find it right here.
That'll be nothing.
With the Benzinga Pro platform right now. So we got 2.5 there on Trade Ideas. Probably the same thing here as well. As we'll go, that's down into here. Where is short ratio? I'll find it in a minute. Anyways, Neil mentioned 2.5 right there. Market cap, Anyways, this is what CMG is doing right now. You could still see a forward PE of 54, so that's not great either in this space when you have McDonald's, Starbucks. Look at these PEs, 20. I mean, this is why I'm buying these companies. We're not just a pretty face because we're not that. McDonald's, Starbucks, right? I mean, these are names that have decent PEs where we're talking about it. That's why we go over to ON, and we look at what their PE is, right? But there it is. It's Chipotle. I still think they have a lot of work to do here today. So we'll see. Oh, there it is. Short flow right there. Yeah, 2.5. So good call on that one. Chipotle for me is a short, and I think this is pretty bad news. So.
All right, quickly, DJT downside here. There was decent volume early on. It's kind of dried up here a little bit, but negative to the tune of about 2.8% this morning coming off this interview last night. It was too late for my world once it actually got going. I tried, but I mean, there were some technical issues to get going for Trump and Elon last night.
Yeah, so with respect to the report, the net loss of $16.5 million for the second quarter. Revenue in the quarter declined a bit here. $837,000 was the revenue decline, so 30% year-over-year decrease. As Brendo mentioned, there were issues getting into the stream yesterday. I personally tried multiple times. It would kick me out. And then once I got in, I just heard music, so I didn't actually get to hear the entire interview. Elon Musk tweeting separately after that they were subject to a DDoS attack. Obviously, no confirmation there, just reiterating what he said.
Yeah, it might be a nothing kind of event as far as the stock is concerned today, but worth a note here and maybe keep an eye on, guys.
Yeah, I mean, set the alert for when this thing gets to that low at 22. 22, let me see the actual, I won't bother. It's like 22.40 on DJT. So if you get to that and it loses that, then maybe look for like some kind of a big continuation short, or the next big time it does a pop, look for a fade, something along those lines. Or it's in a slight downward trend. So unless you're leaning on this with a swing trade short, there's really not much that you're doing with it until it gets to that bottom or some kind of volume spike happens. So, it is what it is. If it makes that break today, we'll look at it. If it gets down there next week, maybe. But for today, I don't see a heck of a lot going on with the DJT. It's just like Rumble. There's nothing wrong with a squeeze name when it starts to go. You want to be on it. You saw Beyond Meat last week. It was insane when it finally just started to go. But this one, not going to be much of a thing here unless we do get a test of that 22. And it's not doing enough volume to indicate that it wants to get there today.
Yeah, I mean, I just called it up right here as well. I mean, unfortunately, we had told this story so many times, and it's getting a little sour, man. I mean, we already talked about where this name was eventually going back to. I think it's going sub $10. So, that was the SPAC price. It's not worth anything. Now you have Kamala Harris as the pretty heavy favorite now to win. So it's just, this is not going anywhere. Like, imagine if Donald Trump, who's, again, not the favorite to win, loses. He's now 80, or he is 79, I don't know what, 78 maybe now. He's not running again. And, yeah, so where does this leave the stock? So, I don't know. I'm not in love with this name, needless to say. So I would say if you're still in it, sorry about that. But it was an easy out when they were having the debate and all that kind of stuff. And we got some nice pumps up on there. And I believe this was the attempted assassination day probably, where it came in that morning and it was rocking. And then it faded all day. So it's like that's that. Is that right? July 15th? Maybe that might have been when it was. But, huge move to the downside ever since then. Can't get off the mat. So unfortunately, we are down, reminding me of Cleveland Cliffs right now at 52-week highs, one of the largest producers of iron ore pellets in North America, as Cleveland Cliffs just getting absolutely killed again to the down.
I thought you were going to say falling off the cliff.
No, I don't play like that. I do sometimes, but yeah, it's an easy one. But there it goes, man. Just continuous falling off a cliff. Right there, breaking through 14 and going lower. Just another $500 million note offering right now for Cleveland Cliffs. So, we talk about copper and all that kind of stuff.
It's like Albemarle.
Going through Albemarle. Yeah, Albemarle.
They're pretty bad too.
They're all, a lot of these iron The one that I was in, I still have a little bit of it, was Nucor, and this is a name that I've liked, for a while. We've been raising cash and selling some of these names. This isn't anything recently. I don't even remember the last time I traded this, but this was a name that I was in as well. This is downside. I would like to buy best of breed all the time, and I feel like if you're looking at, this is why I was calling this up again, is coming right into this area again for Nucor could be something. There was Make America Great Again. We're trying to build out all this infrastructure and stuff like that. So I think there has to be a little bit of work done for some of this stuff. So we'll see here about Nucor coming through. And then, of course, we had talked about U.S. Steel with Nippon and things like that.
Steel.
So anyways, all right, that's a little bit of talk there on some metals. So from DJT to Cleveland Cliffs to Nucor to Brendan Wickens.
And Nvidia up better part of 4% here, 3.8% already this morning after a huge move out of the gate yesterday. Held most of that to 110. Yeah, reporting, Wall Street Journal reporting this morning that Huawei's new AI-specific chip going to get some testing done, I guess, around it to see how it adds up against Nvidia. But that chart tends to say it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't. Not yet, Brendo. 20% was spoken about as the percentage of Nvidia's revenue that was going to China. Obviously, that's up in the air after the sanctions. But they were able to make new chips to get into the China market, specifically that H20 and the upcoming B20. That's the chip that's going to compete against the new Ascend 910. Apparently, it's doing quite well, and they were able to make it circumventing some of these export embargoes, specifically with some of the lithography machines. We'll have to see how this one does, but it could be released later this year, Brendo, and they want to make about 1.3 to 1.4 million of them by the end of next year.
Yeah, so as I said, I mean, we're back to, what is that, Wednesday or Thursday of last week when this move started. There was a slight pause, Thursday, I guess it was, at 105, guys, but straight higher ever since.
Yeah, it's been, with the exception of when it was, that Wednesday pullback, it's either a consolidation day or a breakout day, and even the consolidation days has been tradable. So you got to move the target a little bit. I mean, obviously yesterday, with it breaking that 109 for reverse and then kind of holding that area and closing exactly at 109, that set it up to be a consolidation dip buy at the 109 level. Now we've broken it out on the number. You don't know which way the number is going to go, but now that it did go higher, yesterday's top. So support to resistance, and if you play the trend and you don't have a previous support level, then 111 was yesterday's high. Dips into 111 is the first look for me on NVDA. There is another name, which we haven't mentioned. Well, there was a couple times maybe last week when we talked about ARM, but I can't remember the last time we were really, really excited that ARM was going to do something. It was a bit range bound, but ARM has, I just typed AMD when I meant to go ARM. But ARM has this 122 level, which it's now setting up for. So, you notice NVIDIA's already broken out that top from last week. ARM's got a double top here at 122, and we talk about things that have a gap. This could break. If it breaks the 122, you got a gap to about 130 in here that it's got room for. So only up a couple of points here today, but this one popped up on the radar when it made that double top yesterday. So NVIDIA back to that 111, yesterday's highs, want to play resistance turning into support, and I like this ARM 122. Nice consolidation around here. It's like the third day in a row. It might be able to test this. Looking for the break, though.
All right, what's up to everybody here? Thanks already over our 3,000 views right now to the sticky note here, and some nice comments on there as well. Yeah, look, we have NVIDIA right here right now, man. 108 if we dip. That's not happening. This was all written pre-PPI, as you note there. So I said, let's play VWAP off the open, and at the time we wrote this was 110.50. You need to stay long this name. Yesterday, we wanted to see what it was doing, and it showed us exactly what it wanted to do. It just wanted to keep going up, right? It did fade at the end of the day, which, by the way, we had this short as well in the NASDAQ there to end the day off that level. But now we've broken above this 110.50. So that's kind of why we liked it. It was, sorry to zoom back that out a little bit. That was where VWAP was at the time. But here's 110.50 right here. So, we really loved this pullback level. I still do, and I think we could wait for it. But now VWAP's at 112. So, 20 minutes, 15 minutes now before the open. Not going to sit here, but if this just bounces around a little bit off the open and we're able to get something around 112, that's a trigger spot for me. So we'll be going long on Nvidia there today. I'm not even going to look, probably won't look anywhere else unless something happens. I'm going to look at other stocks, but it's Nvidia for the chip space for me. Shorting Intel is basically free money, so you could do that if you wanted to as well. That's all the way down to 1950. And then we'll look to see AMD. If something goes awry with Nvidia, we'll look to AMD. But I want to trade the strength. We know what we're doing within.
AMD needs to break 140.
Nvidia's been a top stock for me for a while. So I think, yeah, AMD will, little different story there.
All right, we'll mention this real quick. AIFF coming to the NASDAQ today, brand new listing. Firefly Neurosciences focused on AI innovation to help certain brain disorders, coming to the NASDAQ today via reverse merger and listing on the NASDAQ. So watch out for that. AIFF, we're going to have Chairman David Johnson on the show coming up on Thursday this week to talk a little bit about what they're doing at Firefly. So that'll be good. So watch out for that again. AIFF coming to the NASDAQ today. ONON, we touched on it briefly there early on this morning. Nice pop back to positive territory and then some, still holding nicely above $40 here.
Yeah, Brendo, again, just kind of reiterate what we talked about earlier, exceeding analysts' expectations on top and bottom line. The demand for their apparel and their shoes very strong, despite the fact that they're a premium brand. A high percentage of their sales are at full price. They're not discounting their products. They maintained their annual net sales guidance, so it was a little bewildering why they sold off. But supply chain here, interesting enough, has been an issue. We haven't been hearing that with other companies since the pandemic, since we got out of the pandemic, I should say. They're still having trouble with that for whatever reason.
Thoughts here, guys, on opportunities today for this one?
Sort of as we were mentioning, I don't know that 36 is going to come back into play on ONON. Feels relatively unlikely. I was just going to go over Bitcoin because I wanted to get a chance to do it. But if you pull out the daily chart, the thing we mentioned, this was a big level on the daily. So when it was holding just above on the earnings, it looked like that was going to be an opportunity. Then the number hits and you've already broken. It's gone now $5 from the 36 level. That's like, I said 10% earlier, that's now 14% away from that support. So I don't know how much I'm going to be looking at the stock. It's always a chance it breaks it out and there's some big trend up that gets to double digits that you can join a little bit later on. I think Nike 75.50 looks interesting for a breakout. That would be a local break like this on Nike if it wants to go through a double top. So I have that on the radar. I did want to, it's only 917, and did we even mention Bitcoin can't seem to get past 60,000 or hold above 60,000? Either way, the market holding highs right now for the time being, almost up a full percentage point. And when you pull up this 15-minute of Bitcoin, you still have these wicks where you're rejecting 60 and then rejecting 60 and then underneath. So you are trending back in. And that brings me to Mara, which was not a good day for Mara yesterday. Bitcoin wasn't doing much, and Mara was doing a lot of work to the downside. So Mara went down 10% from previous close, double bottomed at $15. So it's going to be short sell restricted today. And then you've got 15 I should say. Then you've got 15 on the bid right now. So a bit of a double bottom there yesterday with a flat bottom break, 15.5. You were able to get shorts there, shorting 47s and 48s in the afternoon. It goes all the way down to 15. 15 breaks. I think it's got a bit of a gap fill underneath that level when you pop the daily chart up of Mara. The big support's at $14. And it's been significant support at that price level. But as long as Bitcoin's not screaming past that 60 and in that downward channel, Mara's going to be under some pressure. So the 15 kind of the Alamo. If it holds a level, you don't have to fight it. If it starts failing underneath it, you look for the breakdown on MARA. Just remember, it was down 10%, so it is short sell restricted. On any failure through that level, you need an uptick to go short.
Yeah, we talked about Mara yesterday with some Michael Noss there on the show, on the recap show. That was fun. He's starting to look at it as well because of the short float that they have over there on Mara. But I think Coinbase tells the story here right now. I mean, you can see we're really much in a zone now. You know, we haven't broke through that 200 level there yet. So I don't really want to do anything until that happens. I'd like to short it if we do get a pop up there, but I don't really want to stand in the way of Bitcoin. It's just right now, like I said, with economic data coming out today, being a little bit better than expected with the cooler PPI number at 2.2 versus 2.3, that's not enough to really move crypto or anything like that. I don't really know what the next catalyst is going to be for that. Maybe, political unrest. We talked about the election coming up as well. That could maybe rally Bitcoin a little bit. Gold has been super strong. As of late. So you can see GLD. This could be a great opportunity to sort of diversify a little bit here as gold looks to break out again. And we were just doing this last week before we went on vacation. We had talked about gold being at the 50-period moving average, and then there's the bump up again for GLD, and it looks like it wants to break higher. So although crypto is holding out okay, gold is holding out much better than okay, making all-time highs right now, 228. So we're right here, right now. This is, of course, just the ETF, but an easy way to get a piece of that would be to go through this, or GDX, the gold miners as well. So I'm just here to give a couple different ideas and different plays to diversify the portfolio. So GDX as well, trying to get, it's going to take a second to load up here. I like Barrick Gold. I'm actually in Barrick Gold, GOLD. But this is a name here, GDX, you get them all above the 50 period, above the 200 period, and again, trying to break out. Not at the highs, but I think this one can run as well. So I think GDX and GLD better than crypto at the moment.
Market pulling in a little bit here for the S&P anyways. NASDAQ back to highs, better part of 1%. Here's Home Depot, 1.4%. In the red after it did go positive there ever so briefly, back below 350 now and coming back in. Yeah, they raised their full year 2024 sales guidance, but not enough to get this thing back to the upside this morning.
Yeah, and even though they beat on the top and bottom line, Brando, it's now 7 consecutive quarters with negative comparable sales. So they're basically looking at the same store. How did this store do last year? The ones that were open last year, and they haven't been doing well 7 quarters, as I mentioned. Consumers are saying what they're adopting a deferential mindset due to the higher interest rates and the tighter economic conditions. They are expecting a tailwind, though, if we do get the rate cuts, as a lot of what it's bought at their stores is financed over time. So we'll see.
Nice look on a higher time frame, guys, but trying to hold on to 340 here for Home Depot.
Yeah, it already bounced a little bit, but I think what I'll be looking at for Home Depot today, it's not really something that we'll trade, but you care how the market reacts to bellwether stock earnings. So when you have that same sort of sales poor guide there, okay, are they selling this one off? How bad do we think it's going to be? Well, the 200-period moving average is going to be that line for me. It's been pretty well respected outside of like a month here, like that May to June move. Ever since then, you close back above it, and it's been holding on pretty well. So you did fail it, obviously, on these earnings just now. That's 345. If it's able to close above that 345, it's probably finding some sellers here in the pre-market. I think that would be a good sign for them. And then some of the other retailers. I think Home Depot, good bellwether. Walmart, also a bit of a bellwether. And from a trading standpoint, kind of already went over Nike and that thing. But you can go over to Amazon, which still hasn't made that breakout. Got to get rid of that wick at some point. Still has not made that breakout, going all the way back to last week. I know Obi had mentioned like 169, 169, 169, 169, and then you had this 170 level. It's just primed for a break. But the thing about a breakout is you can sit there for like multiple days. Oh, I'm going to put a stop order if this breaks through the high. 170 breaks, we're going long. Well, if it never breaks, then you just have to be patient and wait another day. Because if it's just going to coil like this, eventually, if you do get the breakout that you're looking for, you just want to be involved in it. So another day where Amazon isn't busting through this top doesn't mean it's never going to happen. It just means it's requiring a little bit of patience with this retail name.
All right, I was looking at Walmart. Walmart's coming in a couple days, but I still do like Home Depot, obviously, as we look to trade up a little bit in the retail space, right? So this is going to be a well-class name for sure. Just looking at its PE right now, 23 versus industry average 24. So it's right there. Lowe's, again, a little cheaper than Home Depot. But down 1.25%. I'd rather wait to pull the trigger on any of these names. Let's wait for Walmart. Let's wait for Costco. Let's see Target, see what some of these names are doing, just to make sure that the sector is pretty strong. I mean, you're coming through, again, seasonality. I don't know what the next quarter is going to bring, the fall quarter into the winter months. Obviously, we'd like to see spring being a little bit bigger with some of the renovations going through. But yeah, for right now, 325. High mortgage rates should be helping Home Depot a little bit as people are unable to trade up into their house. So instead, they'll renovate their current spot, spend a little bit of money outside on decks and whatnot, fencing, so on and so forth. Home Depot, I mean, I don't need to explain to you what the company does. Their online presence is pretty strong. So I like Home Depot. Every time I go there, it seems to be pretty busy. I went there and bought a $3 light bulb recently. So I did my part there for Home Depot. So
doing God's
there we go. I'm trying. I'm trying. I do not own the
Someone
stock.
has to. I mean, if nobody does it, I mean,
Yeah. I mean, that's the point, though. It's like, you need a light bulb, I go to Home Depot. You probably get a nice light bulb from Walmart. I've actually bought light bulbs.
Of course you. Oh yeah.
As well. So
Yeah.
I need to be in the light bulb business. How about you, Sharif?
Hey, all right, guys. Today we're continuing with
Shares
our
unavailable
earnings
from-
lessons. We're going to talk about earnings whispers and leaks today on the Midday How to Trade show. So if you're into that kind of thing, catch that with Jared and I at 11.
So I'm just securing my Mara because we here at Real Trading, sometimes it's easy to borrow, sometimes it's hard to borrow. But today, it looks like we have to pay for locates of Mara. So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
All right, well, the
That's one of the
imbalances
benefits
just
here.
came out.
Oh, we have the balances out?
Let's just see what
Okay,
happens.
Let's see what
right
happens.
Here. There's Starbucks. I mean, yeah, hello.
Yeah, that's the thing.
$90 right now for Starbucks. Oh my God. I mean, we tweeted this out as soon as I saw this story. I was getting a coffee. I came on my phone. I tweeted it out. I thought it was huge news. We actually talked about this and possibly, what this means for Starbucks. And then Chipotle was $52, and I was saying that this is probably a bad story for them. Down to 51 right now. 52 was the high. That's when we were sort of talking about it. So we'll see if this can fade out a little bit there for Chipotle. But for me, man, Starbucks,
Still on the go.
I did not sell any, but I think this is a sell level. All right, there's Mara with a big sell coming through as well as Neil's trying to get those shares, which may not be available maybe. So we'll have to wait to see if it does come available. But look at Starbucks, everybody. It is a chicken dinner winner. They have like little chicken sandwiches for lunch and things like that. But Chipotle right now is licking their wounds. They lose their leader, and it goes right into Starbucks' pocket. And shareholders right there, pay Brian Nickel whatever he wants. You just gained 17, 18% there for basically handing the keys over. There it goes, man. Huge move to the upside. I always think you fade these plays. I don't think you fade it like as in day trading right now. Let's wait to see where it stops. But this, day one news seems to be a little excited here. Let's see some interviews. Let's figure out the plan of action moving forward and what this does mean for Starbucks. But hell yeah, this was my pick a couple weeks ago, Starbucks. And we get it, right? We had, look, I mean, we talked about buying it because it was at key levels. We talked about buying this name because of activism. Yeah, not Activision, activism. And that's been happening. Starboard in there as well. We got that story yesterday. Good day for Starbucks shareholders today. Congratulations. Nvidia dropping into 112. I like a lot, but let's make sure that the market wants to go with it because the market's ripping here to up over 1% right now, which is fantastic. And Nvidia turning itself on its head a little bit now back in. So be patient. I do not have any bids right now. Apple as well. That's continuing the momentum in the market. We said this yesterday. Apple and Nvidia are the two names that I definitely want to be long today. They're ideas number 1 and number 2 on the note. And then also Tesla, my number 1 short idea. And yeah, I mean, that's been paying off for the short. But right now, not at that 200 level, which I think is worth a look. So we wrote down 200. We don't want to go. 203 is not like the level we're waiting for. That's just the level that until we break above that level, I feel like you want to do the short. And then a name that we didn't talk about, and I'll give it over to Neil for some ideas, was Palantir here. It already broke through 30. Oh, you're going to do that too? Yeah, no, it's fine. No, you can talk about it. I was just going to look at it at 30. That's all. I mean, it was a problem yesterday.
Yeah. No, I'm only laughing because what are the odds? Like I was just pulling up Palantir.
Those are the only 4 names I have. So I just went over all 4.
No, it happens, man. Like Palantir, I don't want to say it has to be on watch, but after the reversal at that $30 level yesterday on that break, we thought maybe 29 to be a bounce, but here's afternoon resistance at 29.90, which means if we regain 30, let it fly. So, you wait for your pitch in the zone. I like it when previous resistance turns into support, but I'd like to see that come back in. I did just get shorts on Mara. We had to just ask for less. Sometimes that's how it works, but it is what it is. And you already mentioned Apple. I like Apple for a long as well. And then ARM is the one that, okay, maybe it gets there, maybe it doesn't. It's at 120, the 122 breakout. Not really doing a heck of a lot, but sometimes ARM moves really, really quickly. We're likely to be on Nvidia early, but if you see ARM pop up, then know that it's made some kind of a gigantic move into the upside and breaking that 122. So Nvidia oddly is dipping here as the market's about to open in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Adara.
All right, so we are now open. We'll watch out for Apple. Looks like Apple is taking almost immediately this 220 area. Just ripped up to 219 and change. Nvidia is pulling back a little bit here as well. We'll watch out for Apple because Apple's at this 220 area as we speak. So something definitely to have a quick little look at now. I'll try to buy a little bit of Nvidia maybe. There we go. Down here. So, oops, sorry, that's Apple. My bad. Oh, nope. There. Why am I not clicking over? There's Nvidia. So we are long now. Nvidia 212. 20s. Let's get a little bit more here if we can. Okay, so nice little move up for Nvidia. We just bought off that 112 VWAP area. So Apple just broke through. Okay.
No. Apple's at 220.
At 220, yeah.
At
so
220.
That's a big level
it hasn't
right
actually
here.
broken.
We're long Nvidia and really killing this one so far. So here goes again, another winner to start the day with Nvidia. 80 cents in the money so far on NVDA.
Yeah, so Apple's at 219.70, just got to like 80s. Looks like it wants to hunt for that 220 level. If we get to $50, I'll let you know on Chipotle. That would be where I'm looking SSR bounce potential there. So we're locked and loaded. Mara did just break. Okay, it broke 15, but it's, as I said, it's short sell restricted. So we have to be a little bit careful with that one. Short sell restricted, we might not be able to get the fill on that. Apple just broke 220.
We took it.
So I got that one long here through 220. Got 220.10. Let's see how far we're going to go.
All right, here we go, guys. Big time trade alert. Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. We have Apple long right now. It's a big one. Let's see how far we can go to the upside right now. Come on, Apple. Push it, baby. Nice trade right here as we've got this stock on board right now. And you know what we're trying to do right here. We're trying to hit more shares. And Neil, guess what? More shares. So here we go. Nice little upside move there for Apple. Nice trade here. As you know, Neil and I both indicated that move was happening. So we'll go do deuces right now today so far with Nvidia 40 cents in the money, Apple right now with both 40 cents in the money. I don't know what price you got. I crossed up and got
I got 10s.
Oh, I got 19s right there. So on more shares, 9 cents is going to hurt, but we're not hurting at all because here we go. It's a beautiful move up there for Apple. Bang, ring the register one more time. We did it yesterday. We're doing it again here today, Neil. It's a nice move. It's $1 in the money for Nvidia as well, starting to pump upside right now. So Apple having a little breather at 221. And there it is, man. Yo, I'm coming back to London. Book my plane ticket.
Let's go, Apple. I love that one. Already up to 221 on a dime. So I took my 2 scalp legs out there. Obviously, Mara, as I said, this one's going to be short sell restricted. It broke 15, went all the way to 14.75. It was a very quick move down there. You're able to get like a couple of points, but I didn't get picked up until the way back in. So we had to sit on the offer, look to get a fill on this one. It was pretty much an easy break if you got a fill. But short sell restricted means you can't hit that bid without an uptick. So I catch it on the way back in. Good luck to anybody if you manage to grab that one early. Do like some Nvidia. I'm going to go back over to ARM for a quick second. But CMG just got to that $50 level. It's $50. It's short sell restricted. It's down over 10%. This would be the only place where I'm looking for a bounce because it's that even dollar level here on CMG.
Randy, we're doing it again, man. And again, and again. And one more. All right. All right, here we go. It's Apple, it's Nvidia. Any more of those bananas hanging around? All right, go see if you don't mind. If you, you can welcome to stay. You're welcome to stay. I mean, well, you know. All right, fine, banana first. All right, fine, banana first. Banana first, talk later. All right, so Apple's actually, I mean, we're super happy with it. I mean, those are great outs over there, Neil, and it's back up to 220.50 right now, and it's not really moving around as much as I had hoped for right now. So we'll wait now in the 80s, see if we do get that last little bump up, but unfortunately, we only have 20% left of our Apple trade as we get right back into highs. But like I said, man, we're Machine Gun Kelly on that one. Like, we get filled and we just blast it out because P&L is P&L, and that one was a big one. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on CXAI here. This is CX app. They reported earnings yesterday after the close, missed across the board, but they did announce this multi-year agreement with Google Cloud for an AI partnership. So nice look here for CXAI, $22.5 million market cap, about 7.9 million share float, and about 2.8% of that float is shorted. So CXAI, former runner as well on watch here, guys.
The deal with Google is usually going to be a bit of a good thing. CMG came right back through that 50 level. Said that would be next. We got 50 10s. So both fills have been at the 10 level on an even dollar break. So we're able to get that 50-10. It tries to get into VWAP at 50-60 for that move. It is SSR. That's the impetus for the trade because the short sell restricted. If we get to 51, we're going to get out of that one. No reloads on this. It's either bounce and go or don't go at all. So we're going to be back over. Apple's holding now above 221.
Yes,
so that one's looking pretty clean on a breakout. Nvidia still waiting for the 119. That's the zone I wanted for a dip buy. If we don't get that, trend would be just holding on to VWAP in there. And I promised I would look at ARM. But with Nvidia coming down, you might be shocked to see that ARM has not broken $122. So no breakout trade for me on ARM. Again, breakouts have to actually happen for you to take that trade. Nike did make the 750 break as we were on other stocks. So didn't have a stop order for the breakout on Nike. You'll have to look for a dip buy back into that previous break level.
All right, there we go, guys. It's Dollar Club member, obviously there with Apple as we go. And we're still in Nvidia, so let's wait to see because this name is falling down. Oh, thank you, Randy. Randy brings the bananas and hit and run on the banana right there. All right, so yeah, 111 or so coming down in for Nvidia. That could be an issue for us. We're long at 112, but we've been sort of pumping it out. Like that just fell in there. We talked about getting that VWAP in and around 112. Should have paid a little bit more attention to it. But like I had mentioned before, this is the show. And welcome to it because, it's Apple and it is fan-damn-tastic. Man, do we like some Apple up here right now. Let's get some more out at 221 and change. It's funny because I'd mentioned to Mr. B. Wickens before about, wow, like how some of these stocks, this is before I left. And we had sort of mentioned, like, maybe some of these stocks have had their day, including Apple was up in that 225 area. And then, like, what a move down. Forget about what happened last week, but this fell into 215, 216. It was like, are we getting back up here? And then today, again, the number one idea. So P&L number one we don't have to keep talking about this every day, but it's Nvidia and Apple. The two trades that I have on board right now has blasted me right now to almost the level we were at yesterday, and it's 937. And yesterday was a good day, as we had mentioned. So here we go. Another 40 cents there, Sharif, on Nvidia as that goes up again. So there we go. We're long at 112. We just got out at 112.50 for Nvidia. We're long Apple right now at 220.40. It's at 221. It is your sticky note trades of the day. Both long, both the top two names on this board. So that's how we trade. We take the notes that we make. We talk about them live on the show. We put our money where our mouth is. And that's the end of that one. So let's put it on the board right there, Neil. Great morning here today. Deuces for deuces. And we're ready to go. We're ready to go. We're ready to go every day.
Every single day, and that's what you got to be ready to do. And if you like the show, here at Real Trading, you can trade anything you want. There's everything out there for you. But sometimes it's just as simple as the two biggest companies in the world. Check that. I haven't double checked to see where Microsoft is lately, so maybe it isn't. I have no idea. We'll see what we get over here in that NVDA. CMG, I told you, there's no reload on a play like this. It is an SSR bounce. It bounces. It either holds VWAP or it doesn't. It didn't hold VWAP, you get out flat. So it's still heading in down. It's 11%. So next even dollar level, we'll try the same thing. Apple is still continuing its hold of the 221. Whether we can dip buy or not, we'll have to see about that. Not looking like it's going to be in play. I don't know if you've mentioned Starbucks here yet, but Starbucks holding trend, but just did this rejection candle or whatever you want to call it. That's usually a bit of a reversal. Got to $94. We're going to have an eyeball on this for a mean reversion play at some point, but not just yet. Got to let Starbucks calm down. Looking like it's going to be a nasty one. I did like Rivian, but I don't think we're going to get a flat bottom break on Rivian. Rivian's starting to break higher, so I have to be patient. If it's either under support or resistance or breaking this low here, everything else is not something I want to touch with a 10-foot pole. Not going to fight the trend on something this early in the day.
I remember about 30 minutes ago when he came over to me and we were talking about Chipotle, and I said this is horrible news for Chipotle, and I expected it to be lower than it was right there. There's Chipotle right there. I mean, that's a call. Let's go with that. I mean, we said that this is, not going to be great. Therefore, Chipotle. Obviously, we put the damage on the other board there with both Nvidia and Apple. But I mean, that right there, honestly, down 11%. Bye-bye, Chipotle. Glad we had not that we had not gone long. I wish we had gone short on Chipotle there. Lots of money to be made everywhere right now. But there's another one. There's Starbucks right now. We're $20 in the money on our recent buy here on Starbucks. I mean, what a move up, man. And there, we knew that. As soon as this story came across, it was an instant retweet for me. Knew this was going to be a big day there for Starbucks, and it continues to go higher. You just bounced off of 94 a couple times. Could be a short coming through in and around that 94 area as we keep bouncing off there. I don't know if this is a 21% story, though, or not here for Starbucks. So I think we'll try a little bit of a short right now into this. I'll try to build it up if we can get into 93.50. This is not what we've been doing recently, so I don't want to go too insane with what we're trying to do here. But I'll try it. Little bit of a short here, counter playing on Starbucks. Just watching out for this 94. Obviously, it is the high. If it breaks it, it breaks it. We're not going to put a bunch of risk in on this name at all. So we'll watch out for that. Apple is pulling back a little bit here. Okay, here goes Starbucks. Looks like it's going. See, it's going to take it. So we're already punching out at 94. So there was a try that didn't work out for us right there. But hey, man, in order to make money, you got to try to risk a little bit there. And right there, Starbucks taking out day's high, it looks like anyways. And we're out, almost. We're out of it when it breaks 94, which apparently is now. There it goes. Bye-bye, Starbucks, 294. Wow, what a great stock that is to wake up to today. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on microcloud hologram, HOLO. This one is now a penny stock trading around 30 cents. It was running semi-frequently earlier, if you go back to February, and this one currently getting quite a bit of social media attention. Yesterday after the close, HOLO announced that they received a minimum bid price notice from the NASDAQ. We've got a short float of about 5.9%, so keep an eye on HOLO getting that minimum bid price notice and lots of social media attention, guys.
All right.
Holo. So we didn't get any bounce play on Nike at the previous breakout price of $75.50. So unfortunately, that breakout got away from us. You're usually going to hit one break at a time or one trade in that moment. And this happened right away, just catching that bid. So VWAP's going to sit up here at 76. Going to go for a dip buy off the 76 level here on Nike. We'll see if we get it. But I want to play with the trend. You can see it's going up. There was that when we were talking about ON multiple times this morning for reasons. Nike just set up nicely on a breakout that I liked a little bit better. So I like Apple here if we can hold on to VWAP. I don't love the way that it rejected 221, but if we can catch a bounce off it, I am going to like it. This market is trying to give back a little bit, and when we start going down, I always want to double check. If you like it, if a stock is usually trending to the downside, what's available? I went over to look at Intel, and Intel's screaming to the upside. Well, for Intel, this is screaming. 3% up, $20 is just sitting here as resistance. I'll be patient, let it get there, and see what happens. And I said myself, too, in addition, I know you're in it, but I said this is going to be a mean reversion type play on Starbucks at some point. It just double tapped 94 and pulled back. So those are a couple of aggressive wicks. I think this is going to be a short back to VWAP.
All right. Yeah, good. I mean, we're in this right now. I'm going to put a little bit of a bid there. Let's start capturing some of this. Let's go right now, Starbucks. All right. So we did get stopped out at 94. We talked about that, but we got right back in there. Now let's see if we can get it out here at 92.50. I just put a bid there. Yes, it goes down, down, down right now for Starbucks. Good little play there on that move back up. I like that call right there. So we are in that. Yep, good one. Let's see what happens now. All right. And then guess what? We did this. we're reloaded right there for Apple. So we buy some 220s, baby, and get a little bit more out here into the 30s. But the market is still hanging out, and Apple's kind of falling back in. So not in love right now with that call, but we'll have to wait for it. We're going to get out if it breaks through 220, give it a little bit of room. But in and around that level is a pause for concern for me. So we'll wait for that. Nvidia, I did think about reloading this one. I don't really have a target to get out of this. I mean, I think if you're going to play it, that's that 111.50 right there. Could be a level. So if that comes in, we will look to play off of that 111.50 area. I do have a bid down there at 112.01. for some reason. And we do have an offer up at 113 to see if that will come out right now. Okay, Starbucks now pushing back up to the upside. So some of those reloads were good to get out of, but right now back in trouble just a little bit here for SBUX. We'll take a little bit more shares, few more shares right there and then try to bid them back out. So we just reloaded that stock up there at 30.
It's liquidity grabbing this level.
And yeah, man, it's definitely liquidity grabbing
there was
something here.
Sebastian asked about this when I say that a liquidity grab means it's breaking a key price level, doing a lot of volume above it in this case, or below it, it could also be, before immediately rejecting it. So I'm talking about like between 93 and 94, it's breaking the level, getting up into the 25, 30s in here, and then flushing right back into the downside. So Apple just bounced. Nike just dipped into 76. So we got the Nike long. Let's go over to
Nvidia.
Another small cap on watch here is going to be Mawson Infrastructure Group, MIGI. This one has a catalyst from yesterday morning, actually, signing this co-location agreement with regards to its AI and HPC business. So in the computing space, this agreement has the revenue potential of $285 million over a 6-year period. So nice look for MIGI, looking for this day 2 move. Also worth noting here, I'm seeing Elliott Investment coming out here now after this Starbucks announcement, saying that they are, quote, expressing confidence in Starbucks following the news that former Chipotle CEO Brian Niccol is being appointed the new CEO of Starbucks. They're saying this is a, quote, transformational step forward, and they are pledging continued engagement with the Starbucks board. So note coming out here from activist investor in SBUX, Elliott Investment, guys.
All right, there goes Nvidia right now through 113. We talked about waiting for 113. Let's go right now. It is a face slapper of a day. One more time here for us, guys. The only stock that will have a red mark on, and that is temporary, is Starbucks. We're trying to go 3 for 3. There goes Apple again on the reload.
Another one.
That's what it is right now. Well, props it up, man. That's big trades today, big trade alert on Apple and on Nvidia. Nvidia is now $1.05 in the money. Apple was really, I mean, I know we have a banana here. You know, maybe I should have asked for an apple, but at the same time, man, that was an absolutely fantastic play and a motivating play there through 220. Not only that, we also get the move back on Apple through 220. So I feel like that is worth a chomp of the banana.
Yes, sir. And they're still doing it on SBUX. Quick change of plan, though, and that's play the scalp range. So if it's going to do this grab, 93 to 93.5, and then underneath, 93 to 92.5, take some out in front of the half, get some out when it goes to that 92.5. Instead of looking for just a clean VWAP retracement, going to look for better fill price in the $0.50 range up here, and then try to grab it out in front of 92. So gonna go scalping on that name. Nike was the new position for me with it bouncing off of VWAP here. So respecting VWAP right now on Nike. Broke out highs. Now you're holding VWAP into a 96 half zone. We'll go reloading in front of that $96 level on this retail name, going higher and higher. You gotta quickly go over to Mr. ARM, because it's about to break out the top. So here we go. Double top, check that, maybe triple top if you include the open. 120.5 ARM about to break those highs.
All right. Yeah, we almost just got some more out there on Starbucks in the O2s area here. Let's put a bid. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, Starbucks. Okay, Starbucks. Let's go, man. I mean, yeah, this is what happens. Hopefully, get down now. Immediately, Starbucks. What a good. Okay, we're loaded up, man. We, like I said, if we're in something, we're in it to make money. Let's go, Starbucks. I mean, we all are. Let's go to the downside right now. 93 and change. I am bidding 92 and change there. Wow, what a big move there for Starbucks. We are now green on that Starbucks name, so that is another one right there. Let's start ringing some registers upside here on some of these other names, though. Nvidia, I'm going to let this one roll. We only have 10% left. Apple, we have a little more left, but still looking for that play as well there on Apple. So, yeah, so far so good there. Nice little out. We'll see if it can bounce off that 220. We have VWAP here at 219 and change for Apple. Apple's not trading the way, although it's going to be my P&L number one today pretty easily. I am a little bit nervous about this breaking, so we're going to wait and not get too many more shares here, on AAPL. So let's just let this one settle down a little bit. Hopefully we can get back upside. We're waiting at 220.50 for Apple, and I think we might as well put a little bit. We're short at 94 here on Starbucks. We'll probably get a little bit more out here if we can at 93.50, and then think about reloading a little bit of this to the top side there for Starbucks and looking to get out of some. Come on, Apple, just a couple more pennies, and we are out of. Oh, that's us. Yes, 50s. Sir. That was us right there at 50 on Apple. So props that one up.
Yeah, I took 48. So there was actually a seller at 48 that I just took on the offer. So it's breaking higher. You're still going to go higher. ARM did make that break at the local high. 122 is a resistance spot here. If it breaks that, it almost looks like an ad zone to me. So you had a double top breakout. If it breaks 122, I'm going to get out of this long and look to enter either a dip buy off 122 or a breakout past 122. So ARM joining the party up 3%. AMD, just double checking if it's broken 140. It has not broken 140 yet. Nvidia is trying to break this high. It did just take the high a second ago and pulling back a little bit here. So if we do get a dip, I didn't get 111s. That's a bad wick. It never actually happened, but we're not going to get to that price anymore because I'm going to have to look for VWAP. And thank you so much for the super chat. Willis Addison there, the puts on Chipotle to the downside. It's still looking rather nasty. I still like every single obvious SSR level, but until it gets to 45, 50 was the one. It was the first one that came into play. Went about 1% before making another move into the downside. Adara, what do you have for us?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
All right. Thank you, Benzinga Pro. Thank you, Adara. And I mean, thank you so much for that super chat. We actually talked about that when this was at $52, and we were definitely a Redsville there on Chipotle. So I hope you took some of that and were able to make a decent amount on that, which you clearly, I don't know if you did or not. Thank you for the super chat. There's that video right now. That's $1 in the money. We just had $1 on Starbucks, did not take it. Let's wait to see where Starbucks wants to go from here. I hope lower. And then here's Tesla. I did miss it. It did go all the way up to that 203 level. But we're in it right now. We're going to put a bid here on Tesla. We're short right now at 40s. If we can get something out at 203, we'll take 40 cents right there out of 20%. There it comes. Did we get it? We're at 01s, I believe. Oh, no, we did get it, didn't we? Yes, we did. So there's the move down there for 203. So nice little 40-cent trade right there. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. We're trying to go 4 for 4 to start with you guys today. There it goes. Yes, let's go. Another one, another hot dog cannon happening right now. Can we make $1 here on this Tesla call? Will it pull back into 202? I think it will. Let's go 202. Let's go 202.20 and see if we get a little greedy with that one. But Neil, it's another one on right now. There's another short for Tesla. Another 50 cents in the money on that. 50 cents on Starbucks. $1.30 on Nvidia and 20 cents on Apple. How goes it over there?
High of day on Nike here, so we got to reload on Nike at 76. It's not 75 half, but you can take one breakout or maybe two at the same time. We said ON might not be a trade. I haven't looked at it. It's entirely possible when ON is doing something. But when you get this breakout on Nike finally making an earnings bottom, the Olympics are done. I think 77 is a logical spot that it can get to next. All right, Apple's pulling back in another time here, so on from one to the other. The 220 level is also VWAP. So 220, VWAP, reloading 220, but it's putting in lower highs. I don't love that, but as long as it holds 220, I think Apple should be good to go. ARM, we got another leg out when it couldn't break that 121 a second time. So still looking for that long to work out here to the upside on ARM. As mostly everything's going, I feel like we missed something, and it might have been a little bit of Palantir. But no, it's a holding VWAP, but not really doing too much. Never mind. I didn't zoom out far enough. Palantir is gone.
Boom. I like that. And look what else is gone
30
right there.
break. Oh, my goodness.
There's another one, another dollar winner for everybody there on Tesla. I'm sure when I was gone, there was tons of dollars, tons of winners, but we're back and there's more now because we just put on $4 winners here today. We had Apple was a dollar winner, Nvidia was a dollar winner, Starbucks was a dollar winner, and Tesla as well. And there we go, Starbucks reloaded on this one. Let's see how far we want to go to the downside now on Starbucks. We just got 94s right there. Let's get some out of the 80s. Let's get some out in the 60s. And then if we drop lower than that, then fine. But Starbucks could still come out as it's breaking out through the highs right now. There goes 94 again. We're going to give this one to 94.50. We did reload this, but again, it's been a pretty good name for us. Nothing wrong with it. We just shorted that first pop through 94, which was wrong. But since then, it's been right. Oh, man, there's another fade. We are at day's high right now and absolutely rocking here. Look at Tesla with that. I said 220 incoming for Tesla. Sharif, it's another dollar right there for that play as we continue to make things happen here live at Trader TV. So, boom, there it is again, Neil. It's another move down for Tesla. Tesla now $1.50 in the money, my guy. We're starting to get going right now, man. It's a big one again. It's a big one. It's a big one. We bring hopefully the good vibes and hopefully the good trades, but they're right here, right now. It's Tesla and it's Starbucks. We love this job. I don't know if you could tell.
Yeah, absolutely. Starbucks is just still doing the same thing. 94, 94, reject underneath it. But until we get underneath 93, it's not a go zone. For myself, I'm looking for under 93 back into 91, 92. I heard Tesla. I went over to I like Rivian short. We already talked about this one. And it did get close to that 14 level, but it's not there yet. When we get to 14, that's where I want to have that curl. ARM is pulling back in, so the breakout on ARM might not get to that 122. Here's a dip. I'm not at VWAP just yet. I want to see VWAP try to hold here on ARM. That'll be $120, so no reloads for me on this until it holds VWAP or gives me a higher low. The breakout trade's come and gone on ARM. Now I'm looking for that dip buy action if we can grab it. So SBox just got to 93. I got a bid down here, 92, 20-something.
What a trade.
If we get another push back into the downside. So Apple looking okay. Nike, we still want to go dip buy hunting at VWAP, which is about to pull right back in here for us. That's been a good one trend to the downside. Upside, I should say.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Yeah. Hope you're enjoying the show. We're at the highest spot we're at all day today so far. Yesterday was big day. Today's bigger. It's 9:56. Starbucks. We're trying to get some bids down here. I mean, we've reloaded it numerous times and been getting out numerous times. So that's going to be a good trade. Our Tesla, ho-hum, I mean, this one really worked out for us. I actually made a keystroke error there. I went short instead of bidding. So that's why my price is slightly worse than this 203.50 area that we had initially. But let's just see if that one wants to keep going to the downside right now. And then Starbucks, I don't know. I was bidding 15s here. Did I get those? No, I did not. Why don't we just, Nvidia right now is really rocking. Again, trade idea number one today. So the top two P&L names here on the show today are going to be Nvidia and Apple, right? And those are the top two names here on the sticky note. So it just goes, stick with your plan, whether or not it's your plan's Mara, Chipotle, whatever your plan is, stick with it, do the research, and have that confidence in your plays to put on shares, to trade it, and to see what winds up happening. And that's exactly what we did here today. Apple right now, 70 cents in the money off 220 reload as well. Nvidia, I mean, if we're not confident we don't have these reload, it's not even like this is multiple fills at the same time. You know, these are different times. Like Apple comes in 10 minutes later back into that area. But we like the stock. We like that play. You know, Tesla here, this one's starting to get upside. If this breaks 04s, we can get out of this name. This is not even a problem as it, well, you know what, let's take a little more short. We've already emptied out a little bit of this. Oopsies, let me make sure we get some shares first. All right, we'll take some 65s. Now 70s, okay. So now we're in Tesla. If it breaks 204, guess what? It's hands off because my break level is
breaking
there.
204?
It's trying to. I mean, that's the high of the day right there. But we are now short Tesla right now at 50s. So let's wait to see. Here it comes right back up to the upside. Getting a little bit nervous for sure about it because we are trying to trend a little bit higher. We thought that 203 was going to be a spot.
Apple high day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, man. Apple dollar in the money right now at the high of the day. And oh, yeah. Nvidia. $2 in the money right now for NVDA. So needless to say, we don't need to keep tooting this, but this is trading. And you guys want winners. You guys want people to prove to you that day traders can make money. I mean, this is what we're doing. This is why I'm talking to you guys about what we're putting up and some of these numbers. You can see them all live here. All my trades documented, and right here you can ask me about any one of them. And there goes Tesla right now to the south side. Let's see if we get some bids. We're in the money on this one, but this is only 15 cents.
Yeah, as we said, I mean, if Tesla's breaking those highs and Rivian can't get to those highs, then this is going to be a head and shoulders short for me or a VWAP break. So I thought we'd be at 14 if Tesla went higher. Unfortunately, Rivian doesn't want to get up to resistance, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it. Before we go to happening now, I'm looking VWAP break, or we get that short off that high of the day. Going to hold through the high on Apple, see if we can get to that 222 zone over there. Let's go over to happening now with Adara.
Both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are up on the day quite nicely in what's been a pretty exciting morning for the markets. NASDAQ slightly stronger here than the S&P 500, up over 1% right now. We did get some PPI data coming lower than expected across the board here and lower than the previous print. So nice look here for PPI for the month of July. Stay tuned for tomorrow when we'll get CPI, which is the more closely watched print. So lots going on here for these markets today to start what's going to be a pretty interesting week with regards to inflation and a few earnings on watch. Be as well aware here, one of the bigger stories coming out this morning is the story with SBUX, Starbucks, and Chipotle CMG. Chipotle here down almost 13%. Its CEO and chairman Brian Niccol now named as the new Starbucks CEO and chairman here as of September 9th. So interesting look here for CMG and XBUX, both of those on watch. Google on watch here as well, heading into later today around 1 p.m. They're expected to have their Made by Google event for their Pixel 9. So watch out for GOOGL and Alphabet. Last but not least, we have On Holding, ONON. This one chopping around a little bit right now, slightly positive on the day after their earnings report. Beating on sales here, but slightly missing on adjusted earnings per share, guys.
ONON. I said at one point I was going to look at that stock, and then we just never did. But looks like we can't get VWAP. On a related note, can't seem to get VWAP again on Nike here, as it's holding 76. It's holding and riding VWAP. At least a couple of times we were able to get it. This time we're not getting that 76.10, it looks like, is turning into VWAP. All right. So if Tesla wants to continue this, it's now breaking. Tesla's breaking the high of the day. And Rivian is not moving at all. So I thought we'd be shorting tops here. That was the plan of action, would be shorting Rivian in sympathy to Tesla. No break of VWAP. We'll just got to be patient, man. I got to let it try to get to this high again before looking for that fade play here in Rivian. It's up 3%, but I like the fact that it's a lower high for this while Tesla is clearly breaking out to the upside. And I'm not saying that they're the same thing, but adjacent. And if there's relative weakness in one, then I want to be shorting that one if we get the opportunity here in TSLA. So Nike's still working. I do want to go back over to ARM, as ARM did hold VWAP with a couple of wicks, but the sellers still pretty engaged. You got the futures trying to pull off highs. I'm going to be patient with it, not necessarily jump right back in. You did have that break work. Initially, Starbucks does not hold on to 94, so unfortunately, I'm going to put some red tape on Starbucks, as we had some scalp trades. scalp it in, breaks the high, get out. Breaks the high, fades it, scalps some, but I told you I was holding for VWAP in there, so I had like a third of it out, and then it breaks a fresh high one more time. So we did have it off of this high, but it's still trending in. Just have to be patient. It's going to be a very, very steep move up, obviously, but a lot of that was done when the news came out. It is grinding in a very, very tight range, relatively speaking. So going to look for a trend break here on Starbucks. There you go. Going to look for a trend break at some point. Just sort of connect the dots and see when it reverses. But got to pick your spot. Got to be willing to take it out at that high if it does fly.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're waiting for that 94.50 high there. All right, so guys, just real quick. This is what real trading's about, right? I mean, this is why we do this. Play off VWAP. We talk about playing off VWAP for Nvidia, right? So right now, Nvidia is $2 in the money, and guess what we played off of? VWAP. So there's the call, exactly as we had sort of thought. We could get that VWAP play. We were there. It was the very first fill that we got today. And then we just supported that level. Now up through 114. Giddy up goes Nvidia. But there's a nice, I was going to say, if we break that level, we want to get out of it. So we'll have to watch out. Tesla, still a very positive name for us, but it did break higher there. We'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, Starbucks trying to break, and it's Nvidia, sorry, where I need to put that order on. What about just breaking through 113.78? Our stop didn't even trigger there, so hold on a second. 113.74 break, and we will get out of Nvidia. Starbucks just pushed 94.50 right there. So we'll see. We did get out of that trade. Looks like it wants to grab 95s right now to the upside. So we'll put on a little bit more. Well, I mean, that's let's go, man. Got to get that Raider Trader guy back on here. I mean, we talked about this $74 on Starbucks for days, weeks, months. And there it goes. So that was a nice little trade there for us. Lucky, obviously. We didn't think that they would get that, but we knew what they needed, and they knew what they needed as well and got it there with the change.
Dell went too.
And yeah, Dell was upgraded by Katina Capital yesterday. And right now today, so yesterday Dell upgraded, and now today up 5%. So there it is. There is, thank you for bringing that up, Neil. There is another one.
That was a super chat.
Yeah, and you're welcome, super chat. There it goes, man. Dell, again, from yesterday and from this morning. A name I like, Dell, continues its move higher, guys.
So with that plan, I said I was going to hold Apple through that high of the day break, and when it did, for a second there, it did do a lit grab above. I threw my trail into the previous high. 222 was a target zone, so it tags 221.75-ish. This is 222 in here. You got to go all the way back to like the 2nd of August, the last time you're at that level. So when it tagged that and pulled back underneath the previous high, I got out. If we get VWAP, great, but I mean, that's feeling a little bit unlikely the where the market's going. So we're just in Nike at this moment. And let me go back over quickly. Tesla is now out and about, but still, Rivian is not budging. So I thought this would be like Tesla's going to run and we're going to short this off the high of the day, but it can't seem to get past this 1380. So if I want to get this one short, might just have to look at this lower high. Those are real wicks. It's kind of just wicking this 1380 lower high level. If it does it again, I'll look for a liquidity grab somewhere in this range to grab like 78s or 79s, break 80s, fail back underneath, and I want to be short. So Nike's the only thing we're left in temporarily, but still want to be dip buying the next opportunity in Apple. I don't think it's going to be VWAP, so we'll have to look for something on trend.
All right, we're short Starbucks. We just took some out there at O's, was it? Did we get that 04 print there? Yes, we did. We got 94.04. So a nice little 50 cents there on Starbucks. We'll wait to see now if we can really fade back into the 50-period moving average or so there on SBUX. Tesla's trying to slow down a little bit, but not doing a great job of it. 205 right now. Wow, monster move up there for Tesla. We didn't say look at 203. I mean, that came in. We're up. I mean, we're up on Tesla. Tesla will be a top stock today, even though we got stopped out right there because we took a lot of profit when it came back in. I think that's the name of the game. There is to take profits on trades. Our Nvidia did come out womp womp. That sucks. That broke that 113.80 area, and we did get out. So we have to. That's kind of sucky there. We missed out on 50 cents on that play, but that's okay. We'll continue to look for other plays coming in right now as well Mara trying to be stronger. And again, we already stamped, man. We stamped Chipotle as the short. Wow. As that keeps going, we should have just stuck with our guns on the Chipotle short and less worried about the Starbucks long is fine, but yeah, that Chipotle short was definitely the call there. So we definitely missed that one, but there it goes through $48. I don't want to buy this name anytime soon. Chipotle in big time trouble, in my opinion, here as they lose their leader, and it just floats right over to Starbucks. So Starbucks right now, 94.50. That was the key level there. There it goes through 95. This name is just going, gone. We will also be red on this name because it looks like, here it goes, charging through 95 right now. It's not going to stop. So our stop order is already there to get out once it breaks through 95. There goes Starbucks up and away. So we'll be red on it, but wow, really happy with what this means for the long term, but not happy for this day trade. As there it goes, it's going to break through 95 momentarily. So watch out now as Starboard, everybody's stamping the approval. There it goes. The approval.
Lid
did
grab.
It go?
Wait a minute, no stickies, my bad.
Right there, my stop order did not trigger there. So oops, I'll have to get over to that and figure out why that didn't trigger. But I think, did it break there? I don't even know.
I have it breaking and getting to 95.14 and then slamming right back underneath. Sorry guys, my chart's on Palantir because I was just going to mention Palantir and then Starbucks got to $95. So you move over to execute, but I don't have it on the chart for you guys, unfortunately, because I was just going to talk about Palantir. So I got at this 94 level. It just lit grabbed above 95 to 95.14. When it came back underneath, I re-engaged with a stop at the local high. So I got 88s with a stop at above 15s. That'll be about 30 cents worth of risk depending on what the slippage ends up being. If it shows some more weakness, I might find a place to be able to add to it. So we're in the Starbucks, but that's still been churning to the upside. I'm looking mean reversion on this play, but I want that false breakout to be the reason that we get into it. Talking about Palantir, you're not going to catch every single trade. We're able to eventually get Nike after missing the breakout right at the open. Palantir, well, that 30 level, you had your chance. That was a while ago. It's now testing that 31. So you always have to ask yourself, what is the next opportunity on Palantir? It would be breaking last week's high at 31.20. Or just joining trend, maybe dipping into like a VWAP or something like that. So Palantir has come and gone. It was, it's been a good one since earnings, but I speak for myself. I mean, miss that 30 level here on Palantir is a pretty clean breakout. Nike continues to churn higher, kind of looking at that 77 zone as the next line in the sand. Didn't get VWAP, as now it's a little bit allergic to VWAP on those dips and making a fresh high. So higher highs and higher lows. If we lose this trend, I'm just going to jump out of this with a trailing stop. Chill Vibe says Google is weak. Well, we did say this has been telling you that it's been weak relative to a lot of other names because Alphabet can't break 165. It just can't do it. I mean, I'm not saying it'll never will, but eventually it's going to. But it can't seem to do it again today. Wicks that 165 level. Short the wrong stock. Google was the one at that 165, and it looks like you could have got it there, 164.75.
Yeah, I remember we talked about trying to play the names that were long that already gave us the ideas, right? Which is why Apple will be a huge stock for us today. And we were actually talking about that when we were mentioning Google. And I was like, I'm not going to stay with it because it was a weaker name and we didn't necessarily love it. A name that just pulled back pretty decently, first of all, hopefully is Starbucks, which were in that name. Oops, not AMD, was AMZN. That was Amazon. So we'll have to look at Amazon now. This name is underneath VWAP, underneath the 50-period moving average, underneath the 200-period moving average, looking lower rate. Okay, come on, Starbucks. Looking lower rate now. I might take some 70s here, boom, if we can get it. All right, let's go Starbucks. Let's get to the downside right now. We're bidding 50s as well right here. We can make another 50 cents on Starbucks. We'll do that right now and try to get it back. We are red on Starbucks, but that's hopefully temporary, and we'll see. If it keeps going higher, though, then we will be in trouble. But here we go. It just got to 56 there and stopped. We're at 52. But come on, get back lower now, Starbucks. Let's get into this zone right here, and we'll take some bids out there into the 50s. We're watching out for Starbucks right now. Apple still Come on, man, give it up for Apple. Apple's still $1 in the money right there. Our Nvidia, we should still be in, but we're not. Tesla up to 205 right now, starting to go. But right now, man, we're trading here. We're trying to trade some decent amount of shares here on Starbucks as we go. So here we go. Let's see what happens now with Starbucks. Hopefully we get that 50 print. It just keeps on bouncing there off of 50. So we need it to break at least one time, give it a test, back down there into 94. That's kind of, okay, don't stop again at this exact same level. We're bidding 52s and trying to be a little stubborn about it right now. It doesn't really matter with the amount of shares. We could just bid whatever we want and get out, hopefully. But right there, I'm thinking like 94 should get a pullback. I mean, that's 93.10 right there on the 50 period. But again, trading stock with news is a little different. You don't necessarily need to look at all these levels. It's more about momentum and stuff like that. So let's see what happens now with Starbucks. I may change this bid, but when I do, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's now the trend bottom on Starbucks would be right around 94. I'm talking about since the open, not since the news came out. This is since the open, support at 92, and then there is your trend line. It's going to be hard zooming in and out of this one, but you guys get the idea. If we break 94s,
there we go.
I think you can get down and back into that 92 where the morning support was on this bad boy. So Apple, just quickly going to go over to Apple because Apple's finding support. Finding a resistance level at that 221.5. We're just talking about Starbucks support. But trying to get to VWAP again is Apple. So I got out of this one when it failed the high of the day, although failure is probably an exaggeration. Shouldn't say it. When it turned at the high of the day, it's up 1.5%. So looking for that VWAP retrace. 220 was the level before. Now I want to look for a VWAP retracement and bounce here to get back into Apple on that long. We got out of it altogether, looking for that reload. Nike still looking pretty solid up there. And we'll just have to play it by ear. I don't know that we're going to get to VWAP on Apple. That's just the line on the chart where it bounced before. So if it pulls into like 220.5, you go sideways, consolidate. Maybe that's where the long is. I'm just looking for the next long. It could be VWAP, could be 220.50. I just want to see it give you a bottom, hold the bottom, and then try to get in back to this trend. I think Apple's looking pretty strong here, along with the whole market. And if you like stocks going up and finding those longs, then hit that like, hit that subscribe. You got questions for us in the chat, make sure you hit the subscribe because it's a subscribers only chat. So if you want to engage with us, ask us questions, let us know how your day is going, jump in there and fire away. We got a great community going and hopefully it just continues to grow and grow.
All right, so we're lucky enough to get that Starbucks there at 94.60s, 94.50s. We told you we could change our price up a little bit right there for that because, our stop is right around this area anyways. So if it continues to march a little bit higher, and we'll have to get out there at the high of the day. So a little bit of a reload there. And then just now, like we mentioned, just scalping it out. Like we just took some 89s there. And we'll see if we can get back out into the 50s if that happens one more time. And there it is. So we'll take 15 cents and see if it can go lower now. Come on, Starbucks. I would make a little bit of this money back. Maybe we'll get a matcha latte at some point. Get to the downside now. But what a day for Starbucks. I can't wipe that smile off my face. That is for sure on that name. So again, Amazon, weaker for sure. I'm trying to stick with what I'm trying to do here, and that is to buy the names that are stronger. We talked about Apple dipping in there into some VWAP. So let's try it right now. We'll buy some 70s and see if it holds in and around this 220.50 area. If it does not, then we can get out. We've already made a lot of money on Apple today, so let's just not throw it after each other and throw bad after good and so on and so forth here. As there goes Starbucks back there to the upside. So I'm just going to clean up my Apple trade, but there it is. There's the reload on Apple. Let's see if we get something. Okay, there it is. Let's go see if we get something out in the high 80s. We just got mid 80s, but Starbucks will be red today. We'll have one red name. It'll be SBUX, and it just took out 95 again. I think it's going to fall at some point. It's just a matter of when that point is exactly, and it doesn't seem to be anytime soon. So we'll wait to see on this, but there we go. We actually got back in and took another 20 cents. Here it comes back to the downside. Look, I mean, I'm feeling kind of ways by taking in and outs here all the time, but we still are getting stopped out every time it goes. We're lucky enough to sit here and be able. I've traded thousands of shares of this name already here today. So, and just to let you know, 40 plus fills on Starbucks already. So you trade more shares, you can take more out at certain levels. So there you go. And that's what's happening right now with Starbucks. And then Apple's trying to fade out again right now through that 220.50. So this was an area that we did look for some concern back down into 220 right now. Watch out for these futures.
Yeah, when the futures are giving a little bit of a topping tail candle at 1890. In addition to Apple, I mean, Palantir's trying to pull back into VWAP, so maybe that one's going to come in. That was, like we said, you're not going to be able to catch every single trade. Apple getting to VWAP first, but I want to have eyeballs on Palantir. Palantir just trends to that high of 3120. I feel the same way I did about it last week, where the plan on Palantir last week going into 30 was not to just be long the breakout at 30. It was to try to find the long into the high. That way, when you take the break, if you take the break, you're already in the money and up on the stock. And if the break fails, it's not that bad, because that's how Palantir has tended to go sometimes. So I do want to find my way into a long. That way, if it gets to 31 and 25 on Palantir, I'm able to have a profitable trade going in. Just got to be patient. VWAP took a while to come back in here on Apple, but it's holding out this entire way. So a strong looking stock as far as I'm concerned, even with the futures pulling back. And as long as it holds VWAP, Apple's going to start to look good one more time. So as I said on Palantir, not down here yet into the quarters. Just want to see where the bid tries to pick back up, and then we'll engage. If it flushes right through, no need to jump on a bid if it's just a falling knife here on PLTR, but that's a new one for us. Haven't actually made a trade in it just yet. Nike, okay, so it's making a second attempt at this high close to that 77 level. If it fails at 77, I'm jumping out. It was a 75.50 break into 76 on VWAP, and just looking for a trend break to get back out. I'm just going to put a trailing stop, join the trend line, put a trailing stop underneath the trend here on Nike.
All right, we're putting more damage on Apple as well. We're long right now at 220.30 right now for Apple. So there it goes, man. It's a nice move back there to the upside. And oh, yeah, we got Starbucks now, baby. Let's see if we get this to the downside. We're short 95s. A little bit of a retracement would be nice, 93.70. Oh, thank you so much, Randy. I was actually going to get up and get one right there. Thank you, Randy. Well, you know, it's hard to leave the desk.
Thanks, Randy.
Right now. You know what I mean? Thank you, Randy.
Oh, wow.
Much appreciated. You've done
yeoman's work
with this coffee.
Thanks.
Yeah, man. Starbucks is all about it. Look at that stock. We had bought this, and it is smoking right now to Starbucks. Shout out to my wife. This goes back to the buy whatever we spend lots of money on, and that would be Starbucks. So you and I were talking about Tesla. No, not at all. Brian Nickel, Chipotle, definitely. I mean, I'm definitely helping. That is for sure, but not that much. All right, there goes Starbucks now, 50 cents in the money. Apple, 50 cents in the money, and Adara at the desk.
Yeah, that's you.
The IWM definitely not seeing the same strength that we've got there in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ this morning. Right now, a little bit stuck in between that 205 and 205.50 area. Both of those levels were intraday support and resistance. So this could be a bit of a level to watch out for on that Russell 2000. In terms of small cap names to watch out for, we have CXApp. This is CXAI. It's the ticker for this one. Still up here, almost 80%. They had earnings, missed on earnings per share and sales. However, they did announce a multi-year agreement with Google Cloud for AI infrastructure. So nice look there for CXAI. This one's run in the past as well. We also have here another former runner, TPST. This is Tempest Therapeutics. You might recall this one as that name that ran up more than 3,000% in one day in September. Not seeing any news on Tempest, but they do have a short float of around 9.1%. So TPST definitely on watch here. Last but not least, Zapata Computing, ZPTA. This is actually a penny stock under $1 right now, up more than 20%, announcing a cooperative research agreement with U.S. Special Operations Command. After that announcement, they received an overweight rating and a $1.75 price target from Cantor Fitzgerald. So ZPTA also on watch here. Quite a few interesting names here, guys.
Yes, sir. Tempest, we know that can be a bit of a temperamental stock every now and then, as we talked about. 221 here on Apple, starting to find a little bit of resistance. All right, I've moved my trail up on Nike, just tagged 97, 76, 97. So it's failing at that actual, not failing. It's topping at that high, so my trail's now underneath the 80 level, going to hold it through that breakout. Maybe we'll get another shot to dip in here off VWAP. I had another bid, a little bit tighter to VWAP. We didn't get it. We'll see what happens on Apple. Don't want this failing 221 without catching a bit of an out. And just want to go back over to one name that I think we mentioned with regards to retail, and it's looking weak. I mean, Google's looking weak as well. We talked about this on the Mag 7. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so another day, another no break of 170 on Amazon. So it is what it is. One day it breaks 170 and we'll be long Amazon. Until that happens, we're just, no trade. But it's getting back into VWAP here. And it would be nice little rounded bottom if it can break out. But if this fails VWAP, this might just be a short the VWAP situation on AMZ. And I did prefer Google, I think, for a short idea, but it's not really setting up great entries on Alphabet at all. So we'll just have to be patient with that. Nike holding above 77 now, so that's the buck in the money. And Apple, this 50 cents. Palantir, still no entries for me on PLTR. It is now getting a little bit closer to VWAP.
There it is. I mean, look, we'll just keep hitting the dollar club because we're taking them. But I mean, I don't know how far Starbucks is going to go down right now. We are short 95. It's at 94.10. There it is. There's your official dollar club as it's trying to break through $94. We'll see 93.85. We just took that bid there at 05s or something, 06s there on Starbucks. We do have a new position alert though. It's Google. We're long Google right now. We're long at 22s. It's at 30s, so I don't know. It's kind of just bouncing around. And again, this is the benefit of using more shares. You can scalp it out if you want to, or hold on for big, huge wins. And there it is. Yes, sir. Spin it. There's Google, man. We just talked about that one. It's going and trying to go back up. They're up to the upside. Let's see if it wants to go right now. And we're just, like I said, man, we're having a good day today. So we'll just keep on stacking a little bit and see if we can get that going for us again there on Google. Apple, that was a great reload. We just stay in the pocket. We stay doing what we do best here, and that is trade. And so there, what did we just get filled on right there? Was that Google trade? Yes, that was. So there it is, man. We like Google. We like that setup right there. You know, normally a name that we don't trade against weakness, but it's still okay. I mean, it's not like it's red or anything yet. Bouncing there off the 200 period moving average. We took it. And so far, so good there on Google. We only have one red name today, and it's going to be Starbucks. And that's fine by me, to be honest with you. But we're still holding out hope that this can get back to the downside and we'll be green on it. 92 coming into play. That's where VWAP is. So let's sit at, I mean, VWAP is really at 91.60. I don't know if that's right. Let me just double check. Another source here. Starbucks. Okay. Analyst rating buy. Okay, that's nice. I did not mean to open up Edge. Yeah, 90. Yeah, so it's still there. Yeah, so that's right. 92 and change.
You could have asked ChatGPT.
Yeah, I don't know why. I must have hit the little button here on the window.
Yeah, there's like a key. There's a key combination that's done it. I have no idea what it is, but I've accidentally opened up Edge myself. But it is what it is.
All right, there it goes, man. It's a chicken dinner winner. We just talked about Google there. I know Neil wasn't loving it. I did. I liked it.
Under 165.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not close to 165.
Oh, no, we're long. Right there. So there it goes, man. 20 cents plus in the money there on Google. We'll wait to see if we're able to capture some more profit on that one. And there it goes, man. There goes Starbucks officially now, that dollar club. So nice little move there for us to make that money back now on Starbucks as it's starting to go down. We just talked about 92 and change. So let's put a bid there. I got to rush to my account because I feel like this is a good out right in and around here to get something out on Starbucks if it does exactly hold up here so I can get out once this show is done in a little bit. I thought it was a great out. I mean, we went long 74, and we were just trying to get that rebuild project going on Starbucks. And that rebuild project is now in full swing. And I thought up here was a good out, $89, $90. But the market is really giving us up to here, 97, 98 right now. So Starbucks, considering where it's come from, it's a great little move today. So I want to be able to celebrate that and get something out of the way there on Starbucks now, $1 in. And Google just fading out just a little bit back in now here. So, yeah, Tesla is really strong, man. That's 205, 206 right now. For TSLA, it's surprising we're still up on this stock, to be honest with you, because we were pretty aggressively shorting this name, able to capture profit before getting out. So that was the key thing there. A couple profit spots in there, and then getting out right at that 204 break. That could have been a long, but 206. I have to do some more research here on Starbucks, on Tesla.
Yeah, the market, let's just hit this key for the market, 1.5% and charging back toward the high. It just did a lit grab underneath 189. 18.9, I should say. 18.9 on the NASDAQ futures. Said if we failed that 221 when the market was making a lower high, I'd look for VWAP again. Just a bit of a head and shoulders on Apple. Whereas Nike's going through highs, so it feels like it's actually just accelerating here. Didn't get any more VWAP retracements, but now you've got this really, really steep slope. So as steep as it gets, the trail just keeps on moving along with it. And I'm going to quickly show you this. On the last break, if it breaks a very steep trend line, that'd be like 77.20. So I just keep doing that and then putting a trail underneath wherever the trend happens to join up. And just been moving my trailing stop the entire way. Like you can set it, hey, if it pulls back 20 cents or if it pulls back a percentage point, I'm just joining trend lines here as it makes a fresh breakout. So Nike absolutely flying. I did say I like that over ON. That said, there was a great failed breakout trade on ON if you happen to be looking at that stock. Still an inside day for ON, while Nike is continuing its breakout to the upside. So I just jumped out of Apple. We'll look back to VWAP to see if we can get it one more time. It's only about 10:30. You still have plenty of time for this market to want to go a little bit higher before we head to the midday. No VWAP on Palantir. The Palantir's up 4 points, broke 30, still looking very strong. 30-40 looks like the support zone more so than VWAP, so I'll try to get something in there if it pulls back for me. You can complain about, hey, we missed Palantir through the $30 level. That's true. 100% true we missed it through 30. We just got to play the next trade. And that's the buy the dip off of support here.
Yeah, exactly. What a good day today it is. Today's a good day to look at your personal account, I would think. Up 1.5%. And I know a lot of you are fans of Palantir. So there we go. So we have Palantir today. You guys know we've been a little dusty there. We've been talking about Palantir for a minute live on the show. And I mean, great to see that reaction today for PLTR, taking out some big levels. And again, we had bought this name on its direct list at $9.20. We had bought some more. We bought some more at $14. We bought some more at $20-something as well. But Palantir up there now, 3.71%, man. This stock has been absolutely fantastic and just ripping since, again, we weren't here last week. Man, only to have been here last week. We had a great week.
Nobody would go. So what happened when Palantir was trending into 30? I remember after the breakout, it's like it made the break,
20,
and then everyone kind of like, you put your stops in because it made the break. Yeah. I went to go I didn't grab my own lunch. I went to go check lunch. Someone got it for me. Not a single person had taken lunch because everyone had been waiting for Palantir at 30. It's like the lunch was, all the food had been there for like a half an hour because no one wanted to get up till Palantir made its move off the 30 level. It was cool to see because remember that, was it Apple? No, it was Nvidia, where everyone just sat there. You had to wait, and no one's getting up from their seats because the breakout was going to be that good. And for those trades, you just got to be patient for it, and you don't want to miss your spot. If you had to go to the bathroom, you sucked it up and waited until it was like an hour churning into that level before it finally made the break.
Yeah, it was, I mean, that would have been great. It was more about just the fact that like how low Palantir got. There, $22, $23 area. That was a good level there. I mean, again, unless like we had talked about that, I wasn't here, but unless you were sitting there, that was hard to get for sure. But nice little move there for PLTR. We'll see what happens to it moving forward now. It's Palantir on my mind. So we'll wait for that one, but we're not in it, so we'll chill out. But what we are in is Starbucks, and right now Starbucks is bouncing off this 93.50 area. So I feel like this is a level of concern for me a little bit here into 93.50. So let's have, again, just a quick little look at this and then figure out where it's going. I just put a bid now at 93.10, hoping that we had broke that 50 level and whooshed down a little bit. The fact that we're kind of stopping out here, I don't know. Who's in your buying Starbucks right now, right? I mean, I think there's a lot of people like myself, maybe like you guys as well, that have already bought lower, and it's like, unless you heeded the advice, which I think some people did, we saw that on the chat about trying to go short CMG. I don't know if maybe I wasn't, and obviously I was not, as excited to go long on Starbucks there. So that seemed to have been the right play, as is the short on Chipotle. So for right now, let's see if Starbucks does want to retrace back a little bit. I might punch out at 94 a little bit there to make $1, to make sure we capture $1, but here it comes. Okay, so we're at 93.10 right now on this name, so a little bit of a push down in should get us to that now, and then we'll grab that fill, and that will be your second $2 winner to match with Nvidia, which we are able to get out there. That did go to 114.50, but the market should be falling down just a little bit, broke through the 50 period moving average, and let's go now $1.70 now in the money on Starbucks. You know what? Let's get greedy. We already are a little bit here. I don't think we're greedy, but let's just make sure we take this out. It's not really going down. I just bid in the 30s right now to see what's going on with that. Google, we've been getting out, man. It went to the 50 period. We actually got right there, 50s out. We have about half of this position as it's trying to fall back in as well. So taking advantage of some of these moves here today is what we do. And that's a good move for Google, but it is fading back. Watch out for 163. That breaks. We don't want any more of this one. Was it a call for Dara?
Was it?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Bit of a pull. Oh, wait a minute. It was?
Hello?
Oh, crypto.
Crypto.
We have not one, but two smaller crypto miners with day one earnings today. First off, we have Hut 8 HUT. This one getting a little bit less volume. They reported earnings before market open today. Much larger than expected loss per share. They also missed on sales. We also have the TerraWolf. They initially were trading a little bit higher after they reported after the close yesterday. Now down about 3% with more volume than what we're seeing on Hut 8. WULF did have a slightly larger than expected loss per share, but they beat on sales. Their Bitcoin mining, though, did drop about 21% year over year. So WULF and HUT both on watch here today in the crypto space with those earnings. We have Bitcoin right now chopping and churning just below that 60,000 level, slightly down in the day, but more or less same kind of trading range that we saw yesterday on that BTC when we look at it on the daily chart. Bitcoin down about 1%. We've got Ethereum down here almost 2%, but holding on nicely to that 2,600 level. The rest of these names are also going to be down on the day. Some weakness here in Solana down about 2%. Toncoin down about 4%. Doge and Cardano both down about just over 1%. So a little bit of slight weakness today in the cryptocurrency space across the board, guys.
Slight weakness. I mean, every time you look at Bitcoin, it's at 59 even. So it's not really... I mean, it's probably moving adjacent to that up back and forth, but not crazy moves until we get back above that 60 level, I think, or at least retest it or pop and fade or something would look more interesting. So the trend's continuing here on Nike. It's kind of going parabolic since this break. So as I said, my trailing stop just kind of moves up. Each time it bounces off this level, it goes to the next. So if it gets under 77.40, then we'll trail out. So I'm just essentially going to hold this until it breaks the trend back in. When you look at the daily chart on Nike, it is a ridiculous gap that's in here. It's not filling in the entire gap in one day. The 50 period does sit at like $81, and then you have like an $80 level of resistance. If it sees 80, that's an easy out, but it's more of a trend for me. So hold the trend, see how far it does want to go in here. And Apple's trying to bounce off VWAP one more time. So here is Apple trying to make that hold off of VWAP. We're going to go for the reload again on AAPL.
Okay, guys, we actually did, and I like that call on Apple as well. We're in that one now, 30 cents in the money on Apple. But look at this one, man. There goes Google. We can't do it. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. I mean, no better than that right there as Google just rips up. Wow, we're really getting these, eh? Okay. Okay, 47s again as the bull goes, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now on that little reload there. And by the way, giddy up, man. That $2 is now official on Starbucks as it prints 93s to the downside for SBUX. Cannot honestly wipe this smile off my face again. We've been back for 2 days, and they've been 2 really good days. Like I said, I knew last week we were missing some action there, with it being possibly the best week in years. But, we're back here this week, although it's been really slow. Today, nice upside trend, right? Yesterday, again, we had a decent day. We had to fight that into the afternoon. We had a great Shopify short. We had a great TQ short. We haven't even looked at the futures today, which we probably should be, but there was a lot of action here, and we just traded the names that we wanted to trade today. Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, and then, of course, Starbucks came through with some of the greatest news I've heard in a very long time for that company. Right now, they can see clearly now the CEO is gone. So there we go. Nice move there for Brian Nickel and Starbucks. So whenever you're ready, Neil, you let me know. Because,
no, absolutely.
All right, let's go.
What's interesting is we always talk about IPOs and like new listings in that regard, IPOs, SPACs, all that kind of good stuff. But there are other opportunities out there. So this Firefly Neurosciences, they closed a merger agreement and trading today under the NASDAQ for the first time under AIFF here. So that's a new one. 3.5 million private placement was also closed. And just when you see these types of these opportunities, it opens, retests. I like trends. There's no question about it. VWAP is just a line on a chart. I just want to show you what's happened on this since it held VWAP and now trending back in. This is about 650 that it held bottoms, breaking out above 7, holding on to VWAP, trending back in. Some selling at that $9 level. So Firefly looking really good. AIFF, A lot of times we talk about these new listings into the market. This one, just another one that is trying to go to the upside here. First day here, Firefly Neurosciences. Good look for them. And hopefully it can hold on to that trend into the upside. Speaking of trends, though, the trend on Apple has been to hold VWAP. The only bad thing about Apple is, well, there hasn't really been a bad thing yet. So the only thing that's happening is it's at VWAP when the market's retesting the highs. I don't know that I want to call that a bad thing, but it is worth note. Like, we're at VWAP, the market's trying to hold tops, and Apple's not quite getting there just yet. So I do not want this losing VWAP, and then suddenly it's a quote-unquote weak stock because it's underneath that VWAP line. Rivian, that's my lot in life, so this joined Starbucks. Obviously, I'm not taking a big hit on Rivian, but when it broke that top, I'm thinking $14. Like, that was the plan of action, was short Rivian at the even dollar. Okay, flat bottom break was the first part, and then short it at the even dollar. Well, it never got to the even dollar. So it is what it is. So I was short underneath it with a tight stop, looking for it to break the high and go to 14, but it is under VWAP. And sometimes you have to make the next trade. And it's relatively weak as far as I'm concerned underneath VWAP. I'll take some kind of a consolidation short to me here on RIVN. I do want to be southbound on this name. Like, you can't tell me Rivian's losing VWAP while Tesla was storming to the upside. You know, I know which name I'd rather take a shot at short at this point in the day. Nike just continues to go higher. It's about to break $78 as that one is absolutely flying to the upside. And Nike, hey, we said it would be better than ON. And I have nothing against well, I don't know, whatever we want to call it, ON here. Actually a good move up for ON, but it still has yet to break its high. So unless you were magically dip buying this one at 39, just never really saw a good trading opportunity there.
And I'd mention again at about 8:30 or so that we probably would not have an ON trade on, but that's a great Nike trade. And we are also very, very, very happy with that Nike. So we bought some depressed assets recently, including Nike. And we had talked, so it was Nike at 72 and it was Starbucks at 74. We did not buy some McDonald's, but that was another play that I think can be had as well. So yeah, Nike really battling back there. Oh wow, McDonald's is now all the way to 260. So this was another opportunity there as the golden arches formation on the daily chart formed out, man, down to 245, now up to 270. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm not in it, but I like it. So that's McDonald's coming through there one more time as well. The worst dip buy opportunity that I'm pretty sure every single person did was CrowdStrike. I got to find out where I'm in on this name right now, but it's definitely not down
it had
here
a great bottom last
at
week.
200. Yeah, 220-ish. Yeah, so 222 right there from last week, as Neil was mentioning there on CrowdStrike. But a nice little bounce back again. I feel like I bought in here, but it wouldn't have been the very first day, but it probably would have been. I'm going to go find out for you. I'll find out for you on the second show there tonight, this afternoon, where we're long. Not that it matters where I'm long, but I think it's in and around here. But a nice dip down. This has been a horrendous trade buying these names. I don't think that that's worth it ever. I'm just going to be buying high-quality names moving forward, but I still do like CrowdStrike, but they got to get through it. I mean, they're a high-quality name in the cybersecurity space. That is for sure.
It's a crowded offer when it gets to 250.
Yeah, it definitely is. You got to crowdsource that trade for sure. But then when you come up here, Pan W has been a name that we've been in for 20 plus years. So or how long it's been around. Palo Alto, huge move. And I mean, a lot of people rag on Kramer and all that stuff, but there's reasons why, we're long Nvidia. We talked about, I actually showed Fabian the other day what our percentage was up there on Nvidia. And I mean, a lot of you have the same trades. It's just buying the best stocks for the average cost on Apple, the average cost on Google, some of these Meta even. I mean, we had posted up, and shout out to Adam DeLuz as well, and to Sharif over here too, because we were pounding the table over and over again when Facebook and Meta got below or near that $100 mark. And I was like, this is not a 15 or 14 PE name. There's too much cash. There's too much everything. Now they have one of the best AIs out there. Their sales is through the damn roof, and Meta is now a $500 name. You have to sort of get in there and make plays when you think some stocks are a little depressed. And Nike, I felt like that. Starbucks, I feel like it was a nice win today. Not that it was expected, but sometimes when you roll the dice, it turns up for you. Google, nice little play there too. I think Google might be worth a buy at some of these levels for the long term, but bias on that. All right, where's the Dara? She's over there, so let's go.
She's ready.
Generally, a lot of these sectors up on the day, so we'll start with the two that are a little bit weaker. One of them is going to be retail trade. We have Amazon to the upside, but Walmart and Costco notably a little bit red here. Walmart, keep an eye on this one. It does report Thursday morning. Home Depot HD, which reported this morning, is trading relatively flat. The other weaker sector we have to talk about here is energy minerals. All of these names to the downside, with OXY, Occidental, notably weak here. There is a new secondary public offering announced yesterday after the close. Also, the pricing of a secondary offering. So keep an eye on OXY with that in mind. We have a little bit of strength here to talk about in both of these tech-related sectors. Nvidia and the chips notably strong here in electronic technology, and technology services pretty strong here across the board as well. We have GOOGL on watch as they head into their Made by Google event this afternoon. Also worth noting, we just had CrowdStrike discussed. Both PANW and Snowflake in the cybersecurity space are set to report next week, so keep an eye on those two. One other sector we have to talk about today is going to be consumer services, of course. Starbucks sharply to the upside and CMG Chipotle sharply to the downside after the announcement of the CEO of Chipotle now taking over as the CEO at Starbucks. So keep an eye on this sector. Could be an interesting one, guys.
I was just saying, like, if PanW, maybe it's a bit too early for this, and maybe we're talking about next quarter, not this report, but if they show any kind of attributable bounce from CrowdStrike losing business, I think that one could absolutely fly. Now, full disclosure, man, I own both. I'm the same way. I bought some CrowdStrike on that dip, but I do like PanW better. I just thought there was a value to be had in CrowdStrike, and I do like it. So VWAP bouncing here on Apple. You can see it's holding VWAP. You hear us say VWAP a lot, and it's not to say that if a stock gets to VWAP and it's trending up, it's going to bounce. However, the way I look at it, if a stock is trending up and bouncing off VWAP, then until it stops doing that, try to make as many trades as you can and see if it can't hold the trend forever. We'll see if that continues to happen there on Nike. There was a question in the chat there about Disney, and it was addressed, when is Disney a buy? So let me load it up here. Disney down today, down on the daily chart. I mean, you can see this. I just always look for that rounded bottom. So what Disney did is it made this liquidity grab bottom. I mean, everything dying, making some fresh lows at some point last week. Higher low. As a trade, see this bottom right here? Wipe out bottom to 86.5, 86.5, 86.5, 86.5. For a trade, 86.5 break on Disney. In terms of long term, I want this thing getting back. I think I said this already last week. I want this getting back above that 88 zone, make that rounded bottom, hold 88, break back out through 90, and then it can be worth taking a look at it. Show me some signs of a trend break, make a low, and get back through prior support. And hopefully it's not going to be resistance again during Disney. That's what I'm looking for to get back in. So we'll see what happens on Disney. Down into an up market is not usually the way that you want things to go. Oh, Boeing.
By the way, guys, we just did it again. I mean, there's Google again on the reload. So, I mean, Apple by far, Apple's probably set. Apple is, I'll tell you, Apple is 3.5 times the best P&L name today. So Apple just continues to be great. I'm debating reloading this right now. I don't know. I'm more on a Google tip right now for some reason. We've just been reloading this one over and over again, and I've just been scalping it out. This name will not be going against me anytime soon, I hope. Let's see if we get back into the 40s now for that. But Apple could also be a good reload down there. It's not, this one's actually not performing the way I sort of thought it would, right? I mean, dip down in, look at the futures, days high right now for the futures. Apple just Google. Apple just kind of hanging out right there. And just to address this Starbucks trade, we're already out here at 93. We have probably about 10% left or so of this name. So I still like the stock, but again, not really in it to win it right now. We're just going to see how far we can go up to the upside. We have 4 times the shares right now in Google. So we'll wait to see what's happening right now with Google. I might just take another piece out. But the market's trying to fly higher here.
Trying?
So we'll be trying, yeah, exactly. It's trying to break the high right now.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, it's trying to go. And like I said, man, I mean, this is what we're here for. This is real trading. Here today. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, Nvidia right there off of our posted note. buy VWAP off the open is right now $2.50 in the money. Apple's our number one trade idea and the number one P&L name on the show. The number two P&L name on the show is Nvidia. The number three P&L name is Google. As we keep on going, then we have Tesla as well. And we wrote down Tesla here, and honestly, I'm here to tell you, we wrote down the short on Tesla, but it is a positive name. So Tesla's a positive name for us today. It's not huge, but it's there. We made about a third on Tesla what we did on Nvidia, and about 8%, a little higher than that, about 12 or 15% of what we made on Apple right there. So far, so good here today. As we continue to go, we're long on Tesla, we're long on Apple, Google. Neil's got a great trade there with Nike.
And there was no news on Nike. There was just a question. There's no specific news on Nike.
No. I mean, we upgraded it weeks ago, so that should have reacted that. But right now, nice. Oh, yeah. Let's check out Dell as well to the upside. And again, Nike's there. I mean, wow. Fire that one off. We just talked about this yesterday, Dell. Up 6% today as it's going higher and higher and higher there for Dell. So the news on Nike is Starbucks. Okay, that's what it is. So, I mean, obviously, if Starbucks gets a new management change, trying to reshuffle things around right there, hoping that the same probably could be true there for Nike as they're both embattled retailers. So we'll see what happens there. And plus ON obviously helping Nike out as well today. So a lot of flow through for that. That's a good trade. But like I said, man, we'll end the day here at our highest spot with our only loser is going to be Nike right now, is Starbucks today. But it was such a great recovery. So, we'll be barely down on this one, but we will have a red name. We'll be pretty good, though, today. Again, right where we need to be. So glad to be back.
Yeah, glad to be back. And look, I'm still just moving this trend line on Nike. It's going to fly the way it's going here. And there's no obvious levels. And as I said, there's no specific news to Nike. You have a technical breakout because Starbucks happened to go up and they were down for some similar reasons. So there's your technical break. It was just a triple top that got taken out. It's filling in a bit of a gap since earnings. I don't know if it gets to $80, but the second it breaks this trend line, I shouldn't say the second it fails underneath the trend that I keep redrawing here, there you go. So broke the high. There's your next consolidation. There is the trend. If it breaks it, I'm out. So I just keep that up. And I'm adjusting. Apple bouncing off VWAP, so that one's still continuing. Although, as Sean and both of us have said, the market's breaking fresh highs, and Apple is trying to make some lower highs in here. So it's good, but not as good as it was early when it broke 220 the first time. Let's go to Adara for Money Talks.
Oh, what are we even doing?
Third straight red candle on the daily chart forming here for the DXY. As you can tell, we're basically trading at low of days here right now for the US dollar. It'll be interesting. We're continuing this downtrend, but getting near that previous support area a little bit around that 102.70 area. Let's see what the DXY does from here. We did have this PPI data coming out this morning. Market reacting positively. Looks like the DXY is reacting negatively. Every print came in lower than expected. PPI month over month for July plus 0.1% versus the estimate of positive 0.2%. Year over year core CPI or core PPI quite a bit lower than expected, 2.4% versus 2.7%. PPI month over month actually flat on a core basis here versus estimates of 0.2%. And PPI year over year for July coming in at 2.2% versus estimates here of 2.3%. So all of these prints not only lower than expected, but also lower than the prints for the month of June. This will be interesting also looking ahead to tomorrow's data at 8:30 a.m., the more carefully watched CPI, consumer price inflation. So keep an eye on the consumer price index as we head into tomorrow. Also worth noting, we do have Fed's Bostic speaking at 1:15 p.m. So keep an eye on those comments as well, guys.
Bostic. We're getting out of Google right now just because it's a big winner for us there. So this is starting to climb upside. This just did take out Nvidia for number 2 P&L spot here. So it's really starting to go. We just took another piece out there at 63, 64. So that was a great couple reloads. And we always say it's never too late to trade when you're seeing good positions and good levels. And we didn't even start to get involved with this until 10:20. So a couple reloads and 3, in fact, as we get going there on this name. So yeah, man, a good trade here for me on Google, and we'll just start taking some more pieces out. I'm now waiting for 65. I don't know if we'll reload this. I just put out there on Twitter that we're going to start to get out of this position because we do have that Pixelverse event. So as that starts coming through there this PM, it's not really, worth staying in this. I remember losing money when Meta had
Meta's was a crazy move.
Metaverse thing, or whatever
the heck
it was,
they
with
called
the
it.
Oculus event there, which is, my kids are loving the Oculus. But anyways, so once they released that was a different style. So, all right, here we go. 163.65. We just said we're going to wait for another fill up there. If we can get it, great. We won't cry over spilt milk if we do not. We are lighter and lighter on Google. So all of these positions right now are pretty light. I mean, the Apple trade is a face slapper. We talked about this one being the number one P&L name, and it is. It's not even close. Apple ripping to the high side right there today. My number one trade idea was Nvidia, followed by Apple, followed by the Tesla short. So 3 for 3 on that one. And then we said, watch out for Palantir at 30. But, that name, as we've well documented, has come and gone. But, let's go, man. Google might give us that 65, Phil.
Yeah, that 30 break on Palantir, it's an unfortunate one, but it happened so early that if it wasn't, that you'll have your trade ideas, and then you'll have the things that you call up at 9:30 in the morning that you're going to get into in the first 30 seconds, and there's only so many of those that you're going to be able to do. And you remember last Monday when everything was at that bottom? That's the perfect example of that scenario. You maybe had a shot at like one or two things at the open that morning, and that was just about it. So Nike briefly broke that trend. That's enough for me to get out. I'm not shorting Nike here, but we're out when it failed the trend line. It got to 78.34. I'm out at 78.10 when it broke the trend. So Nike continuing to fly and 5% up. Just keep in mind, like it's just day one of this making the rounded bottom here on Nike. So I think some kind of consolidation, dip support, like all that good stuff. I do like Nike in here. I'm not in it in my personal account. I was kind of waiting for it to maybe do this move and then settle down. I wanted it making a bottom and breaking out a top and showing you that rounded bottom. So we're just in Apple off of VWAP at this point with only about 5 minutes to go till we sign you guys over to the midday. Look at it just hold. Since it broke 220, all it's done is hold VWAP, hold VWAP, hold VWAP, hold VWAP over and over again. James Choi says Boeing 170 close. I mean, not really, but I'm cheering for Boeing. I have all the moral support in the world for Boeing, but and one day it's going to actually start being good again. But until that day, you got to be patient for Boeing. Yeah, 170 could break sometime this week. I'm going to venture to predict it's not going to be today, but I'm always cheering for you, Boeing, at the lows of the day as we speak.
Yeah, I own Boeing. I took Boeing twice. It was a nice flight, good everything we like.
You were on a Boeing plane?
Of course.
No, a lot of Canadian carriers don't. They have Airbus, not Boeing. So depending on what you flew.
Air Canada.
No, just a lot of Canadian carriers. Mostly, like I've only been on Airbus, but I think that's like to Halifax and then to Florida. So it's probably different when you're going across the pond. That's my guess because I haven't been on a Boeing plane in a while.
Yeah,
and it's a coincidence. I'm not saying anything about it. It's just I've only been to, like my most recent was going to Florida, was going out east.
Yep.
I don't remember when we flew to Paris last year, but
probably Boeing.
Check. It probably was.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. I'm just asking ChatGPT what percentage are Boeing in Canada. Okay, so here we go. They don't significant role. Yeah. Okay. Blah blah blah. I would say it's probably over 90.
The last 737 MAX issue, it affected none. That was, remember, the headline.
Yeah.
It was
okay. Anyways, all right. So Boeing again, not a great stock. I mean, dropped off that $90 level, not good, man. That straight to the downside. Trying to find a spot. It's too bad. Not a big investment, but we do have some Boeing, that's for sure. All right. So we got out of that Apple. Let's go. The face slapper. The face slapper of the day, actually. It's Apple. And there it goes, man. I mean, like we said, this is when you have, we talk about this, Adara sort of coined the Seanfidence thing. It's not bad. The thing is like you gotta have that. You gotta be able to say, this is why we stick our neck out every single day with these trades and actually put them on for you and actually use size. Is because like, these are the trades that I'm trying to do. If they don't work, they don't work. We talk about that. You try to minimize the damage when they don't work. And it's that strategy of playing off support and resistance, just trusting the names that you've already done the work on. That's really been paying dividends here. We talked about kind of a rough month last month, but we had a great month just following our rules, not jumping around from stock to stock. And again, this month, similar thing happening right now, although we've only traded 3 or 4 days this month. It's been really good. And, we'll continue that pressure on the market here, start applying some of our ideas to the stocks that we like. And look what just happened right there. Please go follow if you're not following right now at Trader TV Sean. Not only am I putting these up for free every single day, but we're also commenting on new trades that we put on, including Google here, including talking about the trades that we had on. We talk about Nvidia. You good, Adara, there? We have some Apple right there. We have some Nvidia, and then we have some Google on. And then not only that, we've also been making the rounds on Starbucks. So again, good little levels there, coming back in 93, trying to break lower here for Starbucks. So again, we'll finish the day at our highest spot. It's been an absolutely fantastic day. And it's a good one, and nothing really to complain about here today as we go. So it's been a good one. And actually here, we talk about this all the time, and I'm proud to say this again, because I always talk about it the other way. In the office today, there is less than 3 red traders, and that is absolutely fantastic right now then today. So congratulations to everybody in the office behind us. It's been a good day, and I guess it's been a lot of levels being hit right now on here. So congratulations to everybody there trading today. It's been another good one. I hope you guys are having a good time there watching. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe. We're going for a walk, but we'll be back at 2 o'clock and we'll see what happens then. But hey, man, great morning, great day. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the watch. And really glad to be here and be back trading. So you want to blow the cow, Ozan? You got to blow that cow right there. We had our cash cow hat on yesterday. It worked. Today we got the Blue Jays hat on as well. It's working. So far, so good there. You're welcome, Ozan, SMCI. I haven't looked at that pretty much ever, but
look, last week, and thank you to everybody for following the show. With only about 30 seconds to go, briefly on SMCI, that 550 level is holding out like an absolute champion. So this is what we were mentioning yesterday. The pivot point at 550, the resistance on that SSR day on SMCI, it is breaking out. Maybe it fills in the gap into 600. That seems like an obvious area. But we'll see what happens. It's up 8%, but the market's up, Nvidia's up. Most of the chips are looking very, very strong. The only thing I'm still in is going to be this Apple VWAP, and until it stops this trend of bouncing off VWAP, I'm going to give it to that high. 222 was a target. It wicked it. We got completely out and waited for it to get back into VWAP. So I'm going to wait for that high of the day again here on AAPL. It's just taking the stairs to the upside. A little bit slower this time, but it's still climbing. Let's get on over to the midday. We've got Sharif. We've got Adara. We've got Learn to Trade. We'll be back at 2. Take it easy, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other side there, Adara, because why do I have somebody yapping in my ear? I don't like people yapping in my ear, Adara. I don't like that at all. There we go. Now we got the OG Darwin joining us again today. What's up, my man? We got Mr. Jonathan Easy Trader, Vic Yan Novak, as well as Cesar Sandoval. I didn't do it this time. Blind Leader. We got Matt Easy. I like that name. Sounds like he's an easygoing guy. Ponzi, Fonzie. What's up, Lambo Traded Extraordinaire, Big Asian, as well as Alaric B. We got Arc Gamer, Chill Vibes, Mr. Longshorts. Let's go, he says. What up, says MB3, my main man, Adam DeLuce, what's going on? We got Stock Up, we got Jimmy J, we got 1320. Oh, we got Gorav Anurag, that's what she said, is in the house as well. Sixto V, Mike Walter, Matthew Booth, Pillsbury. We got Vin Doe, Michael Lewis, TH Silvera, World Traveler. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Ralph Woodward, Randy B, RB Sniper 22 and Royal Youth. Hey Davis joining us today, Adara, and Ron Swanson. Many different others. Couldn't get to everybody. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Also, Ron Swanson, I like your name. Shout out to Parks and Recreation. I'm guessing that's a reference to that. How are you doing this fine morning, Sharif?
Fantastic. Weather is really nice out there. The morning walk was nice and breezy. Everything is going good. The market's pamping up, up, up. It goes 1.6 on the NQ. What are you looking at?
I just got filled in on. Why did I like on? Also, because I know Sean said it's unlikely anyone would be trading on the show. But I did like on here at 41.20s. Why did I like on at 41.20s? I'll stop calling it that. Basically, I like this one. I mean, to be fair, that is its ticker. But I like this one here because look at this little area of resistance we had a little bit here in the pre. Then it turns to support. I was watching the book. It is like a skosh spready, but I mean, I traded a little yesterday, so like I can't really complain. I liked it, and I think we can start piecing things out here as we get to above 50. So I'm going to set my first exunt here for 41.51s with half of the position. I'm also willing to add as we go, but like I want to secure a little bit of the bag. Also, you might be like, Adara, where would you leave though? Well, I'm risking 25 pennies, looking to make 30 pennies for the first part of this position. It's like a slightly a skew risk to reward ratio, but the reward outweighs the risk, so I can live with it. I've said this before. I feel like for me, the risk to reward ratios are always going to be a little bit tailor-made. When I scalp, it's literally like, what do I see in the book and the tape? That's kind of what it guides me a little bit on. But regardless, I'm risking here into 90s, 40.90s. Why am I risking to 40.90s? Okay, A, look at this little we had here, right? Look at that support. B, look at where we wicked into. And this is on multiple time frames. We have that nice little area. So I do like this for the time being. We shall see. We are a cool 6 pennies in low money. So let's see if on can put on those running shoes and sprint a little bit higher here. On.
Oh.
On. I'm going to stop saying this now. How are you doing?
All right. I'm shorting Apple at 221 over here. This is a previous area of resistance. We're going to give this one the old community college try. We'll look to wet our beak possibly at 82 for that 80 level. I'm going to give this to about above 20, 221.20. I need to give it above this area crest over here. If I don't, then I'm not really trading it right. In fact, I'd like to have it above 40 personally to deal with this crest over here. But we'll look. I was possibly looking at a head and shoulders pattern on Apple that didn't really kind of manifest. This is the 5-minute look. And the reason I say it didn't manifest, well, it came up and basically back into that area of key resistance again. It's supposed to break down from the neckline, then come back and retest the neckline. So we'll take the short at, we're in the short at 221. I'll give this around the fifth of a dollar. I also have a different trade I got stopped out on. I want to talk about that. It's a small cap gapper. It goes by the ticker HUYA. The reason I got long here and here was to defend an previous area of resistance, what I was assuming would be a current area of support. That's at 5.25, generally 5.25. There's no exact level because they're not all the same area resistance levels, but it broke through that level quite aggressively. I gave it to below this area consolidation, but once it broke 18 pennies, I had to get out of Dodge. So that's no longer on the book for me. It is still, though, above VWAP, HUYA, up 15 some odd percent. Volume's not bad. It's not the biggest small cap gapper du jour, nor do I think there's enough eyes on it. Hence why possibly no continuation. Trading around 515 right now. Volume weighted average price is at 508. So technically, I mean, it's still tradable as a possible breakout long, but it's really not doing a whole lot. So I'm in Apple. I'm about 6 pennies, 5 pennies out of the money at the moment. This breaks to 21.20. That's going to be the end of the trade. So we're going to have to risk about 20 pennies over here. But it looks like Apple really wants to go to the high side. We'll figure that out, but we're not going to delay the lesson any longer. So let's get right to it. There's no real specific trading strategies today, guys. We're talking about what really happens during these earnings plays. I kind of want to give you guys a behind-the-scenes look. Possibly some of you already know this, some of you don't, but let's get right to it. We're talking about earnings all week this week, just as we did last week. Today, we're talking about earnings whispers and leaks. Yes, it's not just a website. That website is named after an actual thing, which is the leaking of earnings, hence earnings whispers. So let's get right to it. The financial world is a complex ecosystem where information is power. Haven't heard that before. Understanding the role of earnings whispers and leaks can certainly provide you valuable insights into how the market moves and the market dynamics. So let's get right to it. Understanding what an earnings whisper is. Essentially, what is it, right? So it's essentially unofficial statements of a company's earnings, like earnings per share, revenue, blah, 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 that circulates amongst investors and analysts before the official release. So leaks. These estimates often originate from anonymous sources within the company or the industry in general. And its impact is quite, widespread. Whispers can significantly influence stock prices, especially when they diverge sharply from official analyst estimates. So this is the important thing. It's the operative phrase here. What we're looking at is when we get these whispers or leaks of earnings, the first thing to do is to compare them to the analyst estimate to see whether they jive or whether there's a clear deviation, because it's the comparison to the analyst estimates. It's in comparison to the previous guide given by the company that's going to cause the stock to react or not react. So for example, company XYZ, I don't want to name anybody by name here, but I will in a second. Company XYZ, where an unverified whisper of a significant earnings beat led to pre-earnings rally, only to be followed up by a sharp decline when the actual results fall short of those expectations. Case in dang point. Facebook. So I'm going to get stopped out of Apple here because it's on the way up into 222. So I should be getting stopped out here. Why am I not getting stopped out? What is happening? How come I'm a short? This is very unusual. What's happening over here? All right. Well, I'm just going to flatten out. Okay. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah. All right. So Facebook, Q2 for Facebook. Yes, it wasn't called Meta at this point. It was still Q2 2018. Facebook example. This is a very interesting one. So before the Q2 2018 earnings report, there was significant anticipation of the company's financial performance. Analysts were all, in agreement. There was a consensus estimate predicting strong revenue growth with a focus on user growth to be impacted. However, there were whispers and leaks suggesting that Facebook's earnings might not meet these expectations, with actually some hints with potential issues of user growth and engagement. And that's exactly what happened. When they officially released their Q2 2018 earnings, the company reported revenue and user growth figures that were way lower than the consensus estimate. The market reacted sharply. Facebook tanked 20% at the time. That was the biggest move down. But go back and have a look at 2022, and then we'll talk about that. It wiped out more than $120 billion in that one day back in 2018. It was one of the largest single-day losses in market history. And here, at the time. And then we saw worse than that in 2022, Adair. But this is the headline over there. Facebook plunges on more than 24% on revenue miss and projected slowdown. This was kind of the story that everybody always points to when they talk about these earnings whispers and the big deviation from what analysts were looking for to what actually was being whispered amongst market participants. So first of all, how do we use these earnings whispers, right? First of all, you got to treat them with skepticism, right? While whispers can offer potential trading opportunities, it's crucial to approach them with caution. Not all whispers are accurate. That probably goes without saying. Cross-verification here, super important as well. Compare whispers, again, to the analyst estimates, again, to the company guide. What was the company guiding? What were analysts looking for? Kind of to gauge their credibility. And risk management. If you're going to trade on any of these, you really need to consider your position sizing, and you need to employ stop losses in case things really take a turn for the worse. Whispers, though, are a little bit different than leaks. This is a problem now. Now we're going to talk about this. Now we're talking about, possible insider trading territory here, and this is why I want to mention. So what is a leak? An earnings leak occurs when confidential financial information is prematurely disclosed to individuals outside the company. And there's really legal consequences for this, right? You can deal with insider trading. Individuals who trade on leaked information could face criminal charges. Example, company XYZ CEO shares confidential information with a friend, and that friend trades on it. Could be some trouble. There's also corporate liability that specific company can face, right? So the company doing the leaking, they may be liable for the actions of their employees if they're acting as agents of the company. Great example of this is Raj Rajaratnam and the Galleon Group. Who remembers this? This was back, I believe, in 2008. He was the founder of Galleon Group, a hedge fund. It was one of the largest hedge funds in the world at its peak. It was known for very aggressive trading strategies. And Raj was really the center of that whole thing. And then in October of 2009, he was arrested, later convicted. One of the key pieces of evidence against him was he received non-public inside information about several companies' quarterly financial results ahead of their earnings. One notable example of that was his boy, Rajat Gupta at Goldman Sachs, who hooked him up with some of that. With Goldman's quarterly results, to which Raj used to trade on. And then obviously we know the rest is history. So there's umpteen examples about using insider information, about using earnings whispers, and I thought just to mention that to you guys. And here is the lovely individual and the story about him and the demise of Galleon Group as well as himself. Now, let's talk about the role of social media in propagating these earnings whispers or earnings leaks. Certainly there's an amplification of the whispers and leaks vis-a-vis social media, which have accelerated the spread of earnings-related information, both accurate and inaccurate. And then there's also sentiment analysis that we can use social media for. I know my platform has a social media sentiment score. It goes on X, it goes on all the different platforms, kind of uses AI to gauge what is being said, or not, I guess not said, possibly, about a company, and then combines or quantifies that into a sentiment score that can help provide insights into market expectations. And basically, one of the filters that I use at times. And then there's also social media as now the focus of the regulators. Regulatory scrutiny is starting to take place on social media, where they're increasingly focusing on this platforms as a source of potential market manipulation. I didn't want to, cite Catman or anything because he hasn't been indicted of anything, nor do I really think he should be. But there is another way, obviously, that we propagate that information. We do it through social media. So I just wanted to kind of mention all the different earnings-related components to these type of things because we often hear about them, but we don't speak too much about them. Apple's going here, and it is really inching into high day. You get it, Katina, man. 221.71 HOD. We're at that 50 penny level right now, about 2 pennies away from that $0.50. I'm going to be all eyes and ears to see what we do, Adara, at the $0.75.
Yeah, I am. So on, I'm very happy with right now. I just added a little bit to this position. I want to talk about why I added a little bit to this position because on, quite frankly, is just on. I did get my fill there at 41.50. In retrospect, I arguably should have added to the position there instead of taking out some there, but it's okay. I just added back in again at 75 because that was an area we held pretty decently. I would like to see what we do at 42s. I looked at the daily chart for on as well to kind of see if there's, because we're basically near high of days. For profit-taking purposes, where should I be keeping my eyes out, right? Where should I be looking? So for on, if the daily chart will load for me again, because there were some levels I liked, we're actually kind of near the top of range. On's, but I want to turn to Sharif for calling that 36 level on the daily this morning. Really nice support, but also a little bit resistance here at 42s. So if we get above into like 42.25s, I'd probably take out another piece of the position here. I was comfortable adding. I know like 50 cents of the money, kind of an odd place to add, but I liked it because it was holding up. And I was like, you know what, Adara, we're in this uptrend. We're basically kind of at a pretty key area of resistance turn support. I don't want to say flat top break, but that breaking above the 41.50 was a pretty pivotal area in my opinion. With that in mind, I know I initially said I was, going to be like leaving here as a stop if we got out. If we got below 41, I have to change that. If right now, if we get below 41.50, that's where I'll have to get out. So basically, I'm okay with being about flat on the average position. Happy I added in. I'm trying to get a little bit more aggressive. What I've realized too, and this is why I'm really happy, is I feel like the trading in terms of processes has improved since I hit the P&L is because now I'm making decisions based on, do I like this trade? Is this good for me to learn? Is this a strategy I want to continue practicing and building on rather than, am I going to be profitable on it? You know what I mean? Like if I hadn't taken those Lily trades yesterday, quite honestly, I would have been up on the day, but I'm very happy I took them because A, I stand by both of them and B, I would have regretted not taking them. With that in mind, I want to talk about Tesla. So Tesla, I actually am happy generally with what I did here. I got long, and I talked about this. I trade Tesla. Most stocks, I mostly trade off the 5-minute and then higher time frames. Tesla, I still look at the 5 and higher, but I always look at the 1 minute in Tesla because I find for scalping purposes, there's things that you can see in the 1 minute, little sentiment changes that you cannot see on other time frames. Tesla, we had, I'm going to estimate here a cool, 10 to 15 red 1 minute candles. Then we get a little bullish engulfing on the 1 minute. So I know bullish engulfing of the 1 minute kind of means nothing, but if you look at how much this engulfed compared to all that downside with those topping tail candles, I was like, I watched the book. That 205.40 held support just gorgeously. I was risking less than 10 pennies on this initially. I said, if we get below 205.30, I'm out. We didn't. We pop up. I actually add in. I average up here at 205.50s, which I was pretty happy with. Average up. Then we push higher, take some out here at 205.70s. I was looking to get out at 206s. Then we even moved down in the market. Unfortunately, I was not able to get out where I wanted to because I didn't realize I still had an order out here, so it wouldn't let me sell right away. So due to some technical difficulties caused by my own negligence here, got out a little bit lower than I wanted to, but still happy with the general trade other than the fat fingering. But that's the whole point. You know, if you don't make mistakes, you can't learn from them. So just make sure you've cleared up all your orders there, Dara, before you try to punch out a Tesla. All good, though. Generally happy with the processes and happy I tried something that wasn't a pure scalp on Tesla because I generally only scalp on Tesla. But yeah, again, with Tesla, it's not just going to be the 5 minute for me. It's also the 1 minute. On right now, getting near the area at which I will have to be running out. But right now we're just still watching that. But also if there's any tickers you guys are watching, get in that chat and vote. Exclamation point. Join. Space, $, whatever ticker you're interested in, please let us know, because if you don't vote, then we don't have any tickers for Sean and Neil to look at. And that's not very fun. So if you want to see the Neilage and the confidence being shed on these tickers, get in that chat. Please let us know. That segment is brought to you by our lovely sponsors there at Real Trading. So please check out that segment. Yes, on, bounce, on. Yay, on. How are you doing?
Love it. I'm in 2 trades right now. One in Apple, trying to take a 221 dip to defend that previous area of support. Let's see if it acts as, resistance. Let's see if it acts as support. So that's the first one. The other one, I'm just cruising for a bruising on this HUYA. I'm going to go 0 for 3 on it. Well, 0 for 2. I did add twice, though, initially. I'm trying to take a VWAP dip on HUYA. There's nothing holding this thing up, man. If we drop one more penny, that's going to be the end of that, and we'll lose another 6 pennies on this one, HUYA. No support for this monster. It just makes a big move through 5. And I guess maybe the support level is 5 because it's certainly not VWAP because it's breaking through there. So not a good look right now. Going to pack my patience with this Apple trade. I didn't get the best price. I tried to get into the single digits on the dead one. 221 single digits. It wouldn't let me in. It was quite volatile at that level. So I'm not really happy with my entry, but we're already in it. So looking for the first peak weather in and around 40s. We'll see if it can work its way up into another higher high. It wasn't able to print another higher high above here. So this is a little concerning for me, the fact that this is a lower high relative to the high of the day, because, well, if we reject off here, it could be a bit of a deeper rejection. So we'll see what we get. We won't get upset. I'm looking to wet my beak around the mid-30s. Okay, Huya's back. We're break even on this one again, but it's definitely not doing anything of substance in the sense that it's not printing me or anything. But we are back from that 504, almost stopped out, back 511. I could flatten out here for break even, but what's the sense in that, right? Well, I'd rather get stopped out and give this an opportunity to print. All right, back to Apple over here. We got into the high 20s, still nothing really doing, so packing my patience there. Let's bring in the side chart and talk about some of these small cap gappers du jour. As you'll notice, obviously, some of them are not small cap gappers. Yes, Starbucks, Dell, on. I'm talking to you. You do not belong on this chart, but you're moving nice, so we're going to put you on today. Yeah, they're all.
Put them on.
Oh, I like it, Adara. Yeah, of course. Well, that was a little on the nose. I should have been.
It was very on the nose.
Oh.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll be doing this all day.
S-Bucks looks fantastic up here. A bit consolidative, though, since that 930 print. A little zag. Dell breaking a 10 exponential now. Let's see if Dell finds some support around 100. I'll be all eyes on that. And on. We've seen Adara printing up on that. 42 seems to be a bit of a tough level from which to break, so we'll keep eyes on those. But there goes CXAI, baby. New high a day as it blows through 304 HOD, now up 104%. Zagging and zagging with 3, a little above, a little below. We're going to keep eyes on that one. We're going to have to put some respect on this one's name by putting it on a trading screen. It's still not on said trading screen. Go, dead one. Let's see if we can print up. Of course, I yelled its name and it retraced it there. That's just kind of how it goes. All right, so still waiting at HUY here. HUYA, sorry, we're at 511. I'm waiting for this one to do something for me, but it's still not doing it yet. So packing my patience on all these trades. Oh, we have a super chat. Dang, son. I don't know how to say your name, but it sounds like, I don't know. What is that? M1N Kiat 3. 50. Jeez, Euro super chat. I'm dropping dollars, but if I had a Euros animation, I'd drop that too. Please, analysis on AAPL on the weekly. Thank you. You want to take that one?
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing your thing with the mic. Okay, no worries. Yeah, we can take over for that. Let's have a look and bring in the trusty side chart over here on ADAP. Here's the weekly. Oh, that's a tough looking weekly, my man. You really want me to do this analysis? Well, you have a pandemic. What is this? Pandemic. This is 2016. Okay, so it's had good moments, but as you can see, the overall trend is down and to the right. So what does this company do? They're a clinical stage biopharma company focused on providing therapies to people with cancer. Obviously, very noble goal. But with these biotech companies, it's a bit of a hit and miss. So not much to say, sadly, other than it's a downtrend. You are at historical lows here, with the real lows coming November of last year when we got into that 30, 40 penny territory. You're above a buck. You're above a buck organically, might I add. No reverse split here. You're below the 200 moving average. Sometimes you're above the 50. Sometimes you're below it. There's really no discernible trend here on ADAP with respect to how it deals with the 50. This is a tough look, brother. I mean, I need to see higher highs and higher lows before I get excited, and you're still not seeing that. You're seeing some higher lows, but very, very few in the way of higher highs. Yeah, I hope you print on this one, but it's a bit of a tougher look for now. So, yeah, ADAP, not a company that I have too much information on. They do have an earnings release, or they did have an earnings release yesterday before the market. How did they do? I don't have any. Oh, the call transcripts. Okay, they report results for the third quarter and in June earnings summary. Let's see if that can load over here. I don't know how they did. Oh, let's see how they did. Revenue rose 2,400%. Wow. Okay, that's why you're asking about this. Interesting. Okay, so revenue rose 2,400% over here. EPS for the quarter was 24 cents. Doesn't say what the street was looking for. So a little unsure over here, brother. Let me know how it goes. But yeah, not much I can say other than just regurgitate the earnings report to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for going over that super chat, Sharif. Thank you very much for the super chat, Mini Cat 3. Also, thank you to 580 Iron Worker for gifting a live Trading by Trader TV live membership. Thank you very much for that. I did actually add into on, but before we get back into that, I would love to thank our sponsors there, Benzinga Pro. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. You can get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Shout out to Benzinga Pro. Shout out to Ryan Faluna. I don't know why I added a B there. Shout out to Ryan Faluna there. But also speaking of Brian, actually, I want to shout out Brian Nickel. I'm going to look at CMG and Starbucks. So Brian Nickel, you may remember as the man who lives in my mind rent-free because of that really odd video that he did about portion sizing at Chipotle when people were like, hey, Brian, why are the portion sizes what they are? And he's like, well, if you want more, you just have to go to the person making your burrito and go, you know what I mean? So really just give them a... So, like, that man is very interesting. Now we'll have to see. Will this now be the strategy for Starbucks? If you want more espresso, just go... But no, all jokes aside, congrats to Brian. I'm sure he and his family are pleased as punch or pleased as like caramel macchiato with that move there. Definitely a good look there for him, especially being like scouted. Like the way Sharif put it, he's like, he got headhunted, which is true. And he got taken from, yanked out of Chipotle there. No burritos for him, so I'm sure he's getting some nice guacamole from that Starbucks look. I like Chipotle here. I want to see what we do at 50-25s because that was, to me, a pretty clear area of support here on that 10-minute chart. If we flip, you guys know I love support resistance flips. That's one of the first things that I learned here on this desk. It's something I find really helpful in my trading. On, every time I'm like, hey, are you going to break below 41.50 and I'll have to leave? On's like, no, I can bounce. I'm like, okay, thank you. I respect you for that. I did add to this around 65. So that was a while ago. That was, I think, the second or 2 or 3 times ago with this 4150 bounce. We've bounced off of it quite a few times. I'm also not really seeing lower highs. I'm just seeing an odd little consolidation range between like 4150 and 4175. Like I said, I am not leaving on until we break below that 4150 in terms of a stop loss. That's basically not even just because it's break even where I entered. It's just because this area was such a clear level of resistance and it's holding to be such a clear area of support. That being said, I will be de-risking half the position at just below 4180s because this is an area, as Sharif said, on does not want 42s. And to be clear, I'm still confident in this trade. I want to make that very clear. I still like this at level, but I think I owe it to myself to take some profit if we're going to have a little bit, instead of a run right now, on's kind of jogging. It's a little bit, I don't even want to say it's speed walking because I think speed walking is a little bit brisker than this. It's kind of trotting in pace, a nice little gait
you would
here.
Know.
Well, I used to speed walk competitively a little bit, so I do. I don't know why I tossed the hair there.
I know, I was about to say,
I was like, yeah,
a
little bit much there. But yeah, ON, I like how we're bouncing off this 90 MA. We're bouncing off that 4150 like beautifully on the book. So I have no reason to leave, but I do, in my opinion, have a little bit of reason to de-risk, especially because I've added into this position. So if we come back here, I'll get out. I'm still willing to add if we keep bouncing off 4150, but I do want to have that position be a little bit smaller. What else is happening here? Starbies. So I mentioned, CMG. I mentioned Chipotle with regards to the Brian Nickel move, but I didn't mention Starbucks there. Starbucks coming head first there into VWAP. Starbucks might need a little bit of caffeine. If we come back off this 93 area and reject, I will take this short into VWAP. I might even save a piece for the dream. I don't think I'll have the opportunity to get back in here, but I like this look. Tesla also interesting, very rangy off the 1 minute here from 204.80 to 205.20. I have said I'm not really interested in trading Tesla till we get to that 205.40 because that was that level that was just beautiful in the book and that was my impetus for getting involved in that long. So we'll see here. Yes, okay, didn't mean to clap there, sorry. Yes, on running into that 180 level. Other stocks I'm looking at right now include Intel, which I kind of liked as a short off 20s, but now it's bouncing. Palantir as well, around that 30, 50s. I don't dislike either, but right now, on Tesla and Starbucks, the main things I have levels on. But there is a super chat here that is, I don't know, it's happening.
I love it. I had to point it out to Neil. I think the chat loves it too. I'm going to read this. Adara, I'm going to read it with the vigor that it deserves for $5. We're going to read Big Kyle's next too as well. Day Trader Cut, thank you very much, Day Trader Cut, for the $5 super chat. Hey, Sharif, I'm trying to get my wife into swing trading, but she doesn't want to be a swinger. ... How can I get her into being a swinger? I want to know why I'm being asked this question. Like, where in my reputation do you think that I would know the answer to this?
You do swing trade. You swing trade.
Yes, I know. But there's a whole lot of innuendo in this.
Oh, there's so much innuendo. There's so much. It's literally bathed in innuendo.
I'm gonna have to clap that. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Clap that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Clap for that.
Clap that.
Clap for that. But yeah, thank you very much for the super chat. Let's go on to Big Smile Burdette. $5 super chat as well. Give me, let me just read this real quick over here. Give me 2 pumps, Burrito Boy, building put positions into SPX, I should say, here and 540 on the SPY. Shout out to you, Big Smile. Let me know how that all goes. I think that's a good entry for you. And yeah, you definitely had some great trades the other day. So we're going to shout out to Big Smile Burdette. I'm still involved in this Apple trade. I've been waiting for either 221 to break to the downside or to bounce off. We're really whiffling and waffling here with really no discernible trend. I'm sorry for the wicks that came in there on AAPL. I'll fix that in a second. Let's go back into HUYA because it's the other trade I'm in. Also, absolutely dead flat on this one. Nothing doing here on either trade, nor out of the money, nor in the money on either. So packing my patience. Let's see what we get because I really don't have a whole lot to update you on because neither one is breaking. Here comes 221 again on Apple. It seems like there is a bit of a buyer at that level, but it feels like it's going to give way here because we're rejecting 18,976 and dropping a little bit. So here we break the whole dollar level on Apple. So I think if my stop's at 97, so it looks like I will. Well, if we dip below 97, I will get stopped out. But as you can see, zigging and zagging at this 221 level on AAPL. Nothing doing on HUYA as well. I'm not looking at anything other than these two trades that I'm in. So if you want me to look at anything for you, throw it up in the chat. Right now we're seeing, let's look at the Mag 7 because we didn't analyze the Mag 7 for the chat today. So Tesla at the 20 or coming into the 20 exponential. It's been respecting the 10 the majority of the day. Same thing with Nvidia. Like Apple, it's at the 10 exponential right now and trying to hold around there, but it looks like it is breaking down and rejecting 115 on, at least for now, right now, is Nvidia. We'll see if it holds up at the 20 exponential, which is exactly what it did last time at around 1030 when it dipped. It holds exactly at the 20 exponential, excuse me, and puts it in a hammer candle followed by a good gnarly green candle there that pushed this one back up. So I did get stopped out of Apple there as it did dip below 220.97. So if this one reclaims 221, I'll get back into it. But for the moment, I'm going to have to steer clear of the dead one Apple because it's retracing, it looks like possibly into the volume weighted average price. So yeah, gonna go, oh, no, did I have a good trade on Apple earlier? No, I'm 0-for-2 on Apple today. So we're gonna look to exact revenge on this one, hopefully as the day goes on, Adair.
Yeah, I have to talk about what truly has to be one of the most mind-boggling trades I have made in quite some time. I feel like I went back to kindergarten with this trade from a trading standpoint. To be clear, I like the short here I have now in Tesla, but my Tesla long at 205.40 deserves some discussion. So you might be like, Adara, why was that a choice? Can you please explain this choice? Why did you do that? Well, I did that because, quite honestly, I said I loved that level we had there in Tesla at the 205.40. I loved it on the book. I said if we reclaim that, I want it long. We reclaim it beautifully. We come back, we hold it. I get in, and I honestly don't think I had prepared my risk well enough on this. I was like, we'll see what we do here. Before I can even react, this thing quadruples under me. I'm like, are you kidding me? You spent so long breaking this level. You break above it beautifully, and now you just drop. So I'm not going to lie. I just kind of watched this thing like I was like traumatized. It was, like I said, literally one of the most questionable decisions being made there. I'm not even going to lie about it. I ended up getting out around 205, so lost like 40, 50 pennies on that Tesla long. Gross. But then I was like, Adara, you clearly should have been looking at the actual range on Tesla, which was not that 205.40. Like that maybe flipped from support to resistance, whatever. Ignore that. Look at the actual range bottom here, which is clearly that, in my opinion anyway, 204.70. So I said we break below 70, get short. I started a position at 204.69, a smaller position. Then I noticed we're having a really hard time breaking below 204.50. So I said, Adara, you break below 204.50s, you add to this position here. Add it to Tesla when we broke below 204.50s. Got out about 40% of the position at 204.30s because that was, to me, was some clear support resistance flips. I want to see what we do here if we get back to 204.50s. Right now, though, I'm riding with this position, and I have to say, sometimes, as 50 Cent and Kanye and others have said, go ahead, switch the style up. If they hate, let them hate. Watch the money pile up. To be clear, I would not say money is piling up in Tesla, and I am deeply disgusted by the trading I did in that long. I literally do not know what that was about. I was very disappointed. Tesla pointed on myself. But you know what? When you're Tesla pointed, you have to think, why didn't that work? Just go harder. Why didn't it work? It's because I didn't really have a plan. I liked the level, and I went into that level, eyes closed, clear hearts, whatever. Shout out to Friday Night Lights. But instead, I was a deer staring in the headlights. In that trade, so then I had to get back in, or I didn't have to. I chose to get back in the short. Happy with how this is going. On. Please just punch. I don't know what that face was. I did get out half the position there and on. As I was having a mental breakdown in Tesla, on was like, I'll help you. I'll alleviate some of your stress. We broke above 42. I still have half this position in. I ended up getting out halves there at 41.78. Like I said, I wanted to alleviate some of the stress here. If we go back to 41.80s and bounce, I will add. If we break below 41.75s, I'm outie. And that's just because of levels I like as support and resistance. We're back at 204.50s on Tesla, so I'm going to have to assess what we do here because that was a level, like I said, I found kind of interesting. I don't know if I'll add necessarily to Tesla right now, but I like that we're in this downtrend. I think if we break below 204.30s decisively, like we broke into it, which is how I got that that out there. But if we break below 204.30s decisively, I want to see what we do here. I am willing to add if we break back below that resistance level. And again, to clarify, this Tesla trade is less of a scalp and more of a looking for key areas of support and resistance that I'm seeing on the book and playing around those. So I've got Tesla, I've got on. I am pretty happy. If there's $1 made for every pun, then ellipses, says Bonxilla. I would love to have $1 made for every pun, but right now I'm just punning for fun, and we're hopefully going to get those dollars made. But like I said, I'm trying to trade less P&L and more the process and the learning. And I would say this Tesla trade, although it started as a bit of a messla, right now I feel pretty blessed. Get in that chat also if there's any stocks you're looking at that you want to pun about that you've made dollars or cents on. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Please let us know. What is other people looking at here? Can't stop the Nvidia train, apparently. Let's take a look at NVDA here. Let's see how this is going. Tom Shepard wants me to say hi to him. Hi, Tom. How are you doing? So let's see what's happening there. Now we're kind of seeing a bit of a bounce here in Tesla. I'm going to have to get out of this Tesla for now, but I will be willing to re-enter should things get spicy here again. Wow, Nvidia, nice look. I think if we break above that 114.80s, that's going to be a really beautiful look on NVDA. I am out of Tesla for the time being, but if we break back below the 50s and 30s area, I'll get back in. Go on. We're at 42.24s now, so we're doing pretty nicely here in that on.
Nice.
Please just punch. Wish I had a few more shares, but you're always going to be upset as a trader.
Oh, yeah. Took Apple again, did a little bit better on it this time. I was able to take about 20 pennies or so. Not the greatest trade. It's very consolidative at this 221 level. The reason I got back in is because I saw bottoming tail kind of like not inverse, but kind of a candle of indecision. It was this candle here. Now, like the subsequent one is also a candle of indecision. Guys, chart. Where respect to this one over here into 220. So I'll keep an eye to see if we can start curling up a little bit over here, but was able to de-risk a little bit. I'm just going to hold on to the rest of the position. HUYA was able to move up into 14s off the 11s that we're in. It's printing 13s right now. But this, I'm still waiting at like 20s, but it's not really moving up. It's holding VWAP, but not doing a whole lot. So I feel like I've chosen the ones that are not moving right now. So anyway, profitable on this one, not profitable yet on Apple, still red on this one, but just got out of a little bit of trouble with this last trade. Sorry, I can't seem to fix the wick on this because the wick has disappeared on the screen. So I can no longer even locate the wick to fix the distortion. So I'm sorry, we're gonna have to trade with this distorted chart for now on Apple, but maybe we'll be out of the trade and we won't need to be looking at it. Thank you very much, Kyle Burdett, for the $5 super chat. It looks like your message was deleted there, so can't read it out. Ahmad, thank you very much for the $17.99 AED. BA, Adara, BA. He's yelling at you. He's telling you to look at Boeing. Let's have a look at Boeing right now, and then we'll throw it to Adara because she's trading at the moment. So let's look at BA over here and see what this one is up to. I saw Neil talking about this one this morning. Oh, BA is having itself a decent day right now. So let's load it up on the side chart. For whatever reason, it doesn't want to show me percentage up 1.88%. A couple of candles of indecision at around 167.50. Let's zoom out and see if this 167.50 is an important level. Some interactions with it here back on the 9th. Not a whole lot. I'd say, maybe look for resistance around 169. There does seem to be some resistance in and around there. But yeah, your guess is as good as mine at the moment. Good day for Boeing, though. We'll have to see if they can continue to do a little bit better. Apple coming into that 20 penny area where I wet my beak last time. We're long 03s. I'm just going to hold this and see if we can curl at least into that area crest at around 50. But Apple seems quite indecisive or undecisive at the moment. Thank you very much for that, Neil. Neil letting me know what the deal is with Boeing. Boeing delivered 218 airplanes year to date through to July, including 166 MAXs. The report includes 43 commercial jet deliveries in July, which is not bad because we know that they usually produce about 38 per month, so 43 would be a bit above average, matching last year's numbers with that 43 delivery. They also delivered 31 737 MAXs, 228 gross aircraft orders through July. So hopefully things pick up for that company. I can't say that I want to see them fail. Again, it's a company that I really kind of grew up with and have a lot of fond feelings for, with my uncle obviously being a pilot for Egypt Air and always telling me about that kind of stuff.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and he would always go to Seattle every year a day to learn on the new equipment, depending on where the airline moved him. If he was flying the 747 or back then, I believe it was, 737s back then, but just obviously a different model. Anyway, keeping my eye on AAPL over here to see if we can hold 221 and keep my eye on HUYA. I'm going to give HUYA another few minutes. If it breaks this 506 level, which is actually a little bit above where I have my stop, I'm going to get out. But it's lulling me to sleep. And the thing is, I mean, even though it's lulling me to sleep, that's not a reason to get out of the trade. What is a reason to get out of the trade is when the volume drops off, because that can create liquidity issues. And so sometimes they're hand in hand. When it lulls you to sleep, usually it is dropping off a little bit in volume. So I'm going to keep my patience with this one until it hits that level, and then I'm going to be gone. Zeno, we are very close to 19,000 on the day. Oh, baby, we're reclaiming 19,000. I was just telling Brendo this morning, I thought it was so interesting because we were almost at 22,000 on the future. And now the way we dropped from almost 21,000 plus into that 17 low, it feels like it's taking forever just to get back to 19,000 from the depths of, wherever we were.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so 18,986, so very close right now to that 1,000 point level, Adair.
Ooh, yeah, things get a little spicy here. I am still only an on. I said I would be kind of interested in that Tesla short if we kept breaking there below that 204.70. Given that Tesla is now back above 205, obviously that is a moot point. I added into on though. So I added here at 42s. I know I said I was interested in adding at 41.80s if I added. The reason I added at 42s, though, is because at the time we were bouncing beautifully. 41.80s, 41.75s, that area is still going to be where I have to leave if we break below that. That being said, right now we're getting a little bit weaker here at 42s. I don't love these topping tail candles, but when we get above 42s, we do get those nice wicks up. So I do have an order ready here to get out of 40% of this current position if we do have that nice little wick up here into 42s on the sneakered one. So let's see if we can get these sneakers running there to the upside. Palantir, I've had on my side chart since last week. I've realized that Palantir is one of those ones that kind of generally, I would say almost every day is going to give you some kind of something. We had a lot around Palantir with that 30 break. As Neil said, that was a wild look. Palantir right now breaking below or trying to break below VWAP in a way that I actually find really spicy here. So if we break below VWAP on Palantir, I'd be really intrigued and I would risk it into 30.50s. I want to wait to see what we do here though. Intel, really happy I didn't go short below 20s because now Intel is back above 2010. I mean, to be clear, only like a 10-cent move, but for Intel, if you take that with size, that can get you a little bit chip-chopped there. So Intel, great uptrend here on a day where is a little bit rocky for some stocks. Intel's like, what do you mean? I'm just going to keep pushing higher. So good look there for Intel. What else is happening here? We've got IWM. I liked IWM earlier today, but it has done a heck of a lot of nothing since the start of the midday, and I'll show you what I mean. If you look at a 5-minute chart, look at what IWM is doing. Okay, this 206 area, we're above it. Cool, nice job, IWM. Look at these. Come on, load. Look at these 5-minute candles. It looks a little bull flaggish to me, mind you. I like that we're bouncing off the 90 MA, but it's just pretty flat in terms of like my trading purposes. I don't really have a nice look on this right now. On trying to break back above 42s, which would have me, please just punch if it is able to do this. But also, if there's any stocks you're looking at that you want reads on, go into that chat and go exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever your ticker you're looking at, and let us know what you are looking at. So that way, we have stocks that the big kahunas, Sean and Neil themselves, can look at and tell you what their thoughts are, if they traded it, how they would have traded it. Also, IWM, as I spoke of it, I guess got embarrassed and was like, I can move Adara, I can run. So IWM trying to push up a little bit here. If we get that bounce off 206.10s, any level I can kind of play on the book and the chart here, I'd be very tempted to take a long, even 206.15, not actually a bad level for me here. So let's see what IWM has going on for it. I like that bull flag. I like that gorgeous support at 205.20. This is not like the entry point of anyone's dreams, but I'd be willing to take it here into 206.40s if this is, in fact, a bounce. And I'd probably take it with more size because this would be a bit more of a scalp. Let's go, EWM. I like you. I'll risk you into 206s. I'm trying to make minimum 30 cents here. So I think trying to get in here, risking 15 is something I can live with. I'm not in the stock yet. But let's see if the Russell would like me to rustle with it along to the upside. C-Poop says live trading by Trader TV Live. I guess a reference to when that ticker graced us with his presence due to Sharif calling
What is it up to, actually?
I wonder.
Good question.
We had Tempest. Remember Tempest, that one that was up 3,000%?
Oh, yeah.
One day, that was actually moving around a little bit today on no news. So
That's
a bit
shame.
interesting.
Yeah, so C-Poop's been doing exactly as we described it since that time, Adara. I'm sorry to get graphic. 250 was the high of that day. Now we've been putting in lower lows and lower highs. Barely holding on to that dollar. Hold on to your hats, C-Poop. You might get an email from the exchange telling you get your act in order. All right, took 25 pennies there on Apple as it popped up. This was lulling me to sleep. So look, it's curling. It's curling, so I think that there's a potential upside to it, possibly at that $0.50, but I took it out at 25s, printing 24s right now. Decent trade, still red on Apple though. There goes 30s. Now it's really moving, obviously. Now looking at HUYA, it's printing 14s, is putting in higher lows. I'm sitting here at 18s, waiting to get filled on this one. This one also a very slow mover. We are again very close to coming in to that 19,000 level on the NQ September contract, which has some of these bad boys moving up. I'm talking about Apple, Goggles also just got a bit of a pump there. Softy bouncing off the 10 exponential, same with Meta. They both had quick touches at the 10 exponential and bounced off. If I could make an observation here, Amazon, very dead money today. Very zig, very zag. You had that IB high print right at the open. And since that time, we've been locked in to what feels like less than $1 range. It looks like 167.5, basically 2/3 to the downside. And then at most here, 168 1/3. So very tight range for the better part of the morning right now on AMZN. That isn't not the case with most of its counterparts. You see Meta directional, Softy directional, so is Apple, so is Nvidia and Tesla. The other one that I could kind of make the case for, which is a little more directional than Amazon, is Google. What's their event called again, Adara?
Made by Google.
Made by Google.
It's a very on the nose.
It is, which is even more pathetic that I forgot it, but that's all good there.
I didn't mean it like that.
No, but I'm saying it. Anyway, we're working into that 164. We initially touched 164, then came back into the volume weighted average price and bounced off there. When did it starts at noon or what's it?
Starts at, I was seeing 1 p.m.
Our time,
yeah, 1
right?
p.m. our time.
Good.
Live in 71 minutes. I'm on the website. Bless you to whomever yawned. Made by Google 2024 keynote.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, well, obviously at 1 o'clock, we'll be covering that for you. And I'm assuming Google is a little bit tighter on range, even though it's up 1% as a result of the market, I should say, really waiting to see if there's something special being released at that time. I was looking at some of the products this morning. Obviously, we're going to get a new watch, multiple different phones, the variations of the phones, foldable phones, new whatever they call those, their headsets, whatever. What do they call those? Google ear thing, the headsets, like the AirPods. Buds. Thank you, Katina Man. Yeah, the Buds, the Pixel Buds. So we'll see whether or not they get. Like we're still waiting for any AI related headset products. Like I'd like to be able to talk to my AI through my headset. I'm just speaking for myself here. I don't really want to always have to go into my phone, type, dictate. So I'm waiting for anything related to these wearables. Dude, that was like a zillion years ago. I returned them. Well, here's the thing, Katina, man. You weren't here when I showed this story, so I'm going to say it right now. I went to a club with my friend who had the Meta glasses on. And I don't know if you know, Katina, man, but when they're recording, there's a light that comes on. He didn't cover the light as we were walking around the nightclub, and I felt like the absolute cringiest person in the history of cringy people. I told him he should have, no, they weren't sunglasses. They're clear. Yeah, they're clear. I told him he should have covered those lights because I don't want to be, anyway. Well, it wasn't me, Katina, man. Yeah. Don't hang with him. Yeah, I'm just going to drop my friends, Neil. Forget about my friends. Let me just drop my friends. Anyway, 508, Neil, come on. They're my friends, man. 508, we're dipping down on HUYA, guys. This doesn't look like it's going to bounce off VWAP, so I'm going to move up my stop into 505. It drops there. I'm gone to there.
Yeah, I mentioned that I liked Palantir and the VWAP breakdown. This is the entry point I don't love. I got involved at 3040s, risking into 3045s. I don't want to add until I get a little piece of this out. So we'll see. We're kind of dancing here. We're waving at 30.45s, but every time we get there so far, we've been selling off. I'll be taking out a third of the position if we get to 30.31s, because that was that previous area of support there. I would like more here. I have a decently sized position, but I do want a little bit more for Palantir, just given the way it moves. Doing a heck of a lot of nothing right now. As Shreve said, sometimes, you know, when stocks lull you to sleep, it's not a reason to leave, but it's a reason to kind of reassess. To be fair, we do have higher lows in the book. We've not gotten anywhere near my danger zone area of like 41.80, so I'm cool chilling in this for the time being here. Also, you know how I was like, oh, I like IWM there as we were like maybe having a bull flag breakout? IWM did not let me get filled. I should have gotten filled the second I mentioned it. If we come back to the top of this little resistance area, what is this? Like we're basically there now, 206.20s and bounce. I'd vaguely tempt it, but I'm already in 2 trades, so I don't really want to get involved in the third till I get out of one of them. As on gets to that 41.80s area, I might be leaving on. So if that goes off, that might be the time to get involved in IWM. There are times when I'm comfortable managing 3 trades, but right now I'm not like in a super comfy position with any of my current 2 positions, so I don't really want to add a third member to this party right now. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, Mr. Russell, you're gonna have to stand at the door. I'll let you in when the club clears out a little bit right now, a little bit packed in this club. Not a dollar club, mind you, but just a club of trading. Right now, shout out to the Dollar Trade Club. I'm not in there now. Hopefully, you know, no hopium, but if there's some trades that work out here, we'll have to see what happens here. On, it could have been you, but alas, it was not meant to be. What else is happening here? Anyone shorting S-Bucks at 93, says Eric Barkhurst. I love that 93 level actually is a Starbucks short. Sean is short 94.50 on Starbucks, so he's sipping on some of that profit there. I don't know if I mentioned this in a while. I briefly mentioned liking that 93 short on Starbucks, and that's because A, we're below the 90 MA. B, it was, to me, a pretty decent area of support earlier, so I like the support resistance flip. That's always going to be a level that piques my interest. And I do also like these topping tail candles. That being said, sometimes when you have these topping tail candles in tandem with that clear support and we push higher into that previous area of resistance, in this case, it's going to be Confluence, shout out to Obi, with both the 90 MA and that support. I actually think this could be a long here. So I would, not that I would take, mind you, but I think the way we're shaping, I've seen this pattern before, and sometimes it looks like it should be short and it fakes you out. So I would wait to see us break above 93 and fail it before I got involved if I was looking for a 93 short on SPUX here. I'm so proud of you, pushing higher back into 42s. I would love to see this go a little bit higher here. I actually, you know what? I was waiting for like 42.20s, but I honestly think at this point with on, beggars cannot be choosers. Not that I'm a beggar. I still like this position, but I think that I don't know how realistic my beautiful breakout theory I had is anymore. So I'm going to be getting out 40% here if we get to 41.99s. I'm not going to add any more to this position unless things really change. Palantir, near my first peak quarter here at 30. That was rinsed. That was the wrong button. Winner at 30.32. So nice look. Tesla coming back into my area too. Shreve, isn't it so fun when there's like so many stocks you don't know which one to look at?
Yeah, I guess. All right, let's look at HUYA, which is the one I'm still in, still break even there. Just got into Nvidia as it dipped into this area over here. I want to see if it holds up at this 114.20. It had issues with this 114.20 earlier. I know it's coming off a little bit of its top at the moment, but I did like this level over here, and it's been strong on the day. So we'll give it the old community college try, see if we can weasel a couple of trades out of this bad boy. I was looking at defending initially that 114 area. It did a 20 exponential breach and then came right back on top into that area. So I was like, okay, we'll give this one the try here because it didn't come into that 114 level. So packing my patience. Seems like there's a bit of a seller right now at this level. So we'll look to take out some here. Here it goes. Here's at 40. Let's see if it can work its way up possibly into 60. 40, there it is. Let's just pack our patience a little bit more. Let's look at HUYA. It's doing absolutely nothing. I just think I should flatten out here. Flat on the trade because it feels like the bottom could drop off at any time here. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And if I end up missing a trade, I end up missing a trade. That's fine. I get out flat 511. But the worry about this one is this one doesn't act like a regular name. The bottom could drop off at any time as someone could liquidate a large position and literally take out every single level on that level too. So if that's the case, I don't want to be there for that. So my line in the sand with NVDA is going to be that generally 114.20 something. It's this area that I'm looking to defend. If that area doesn't hold, then my trade is no longer accurate. Here comes 19,000 on the future. We're about 6 points away from that level. 18,994. Great day right now for the NQ September contract. Here goes 995. This thing's really moving. And there goes Nvidia to the high side. We get into that $0.50. I'm taking it on Nvidia. There was a seller at 40. He just got taken out. 997's now on the future. Future's pamping up here. Good look right now. Let's wet our beak on a little bit more here on Nvidia if we can work our way possibly into the $0.50, 997.5. The future keeps printing higher highs, and it's really, who is it that's pushing up the future right now? It's Meta. Meta's the one that's looking into high a day. Meta and Apple are very much near the high a day right now. Everything else is not really on the future. So keeping an eye, knowing full well that 19,000 could bring the future down. So I'm a little concerned possibly being at this level and in the Nvidia trade. That's why I wet my beak there at that level. But I'm looking for a 50 penny touch. We're still holding at the 20 exponential, but my line in the sand is going to be this 114.20 as an area defend. If it breaks 114.20, that's where I'm gonzo. But I'd like to see a break through 19,000, knowing full well that possibly an initial rejection could come off that level. So trying to account for whatever the situation here is, Adair.
Yeah, so right now, actually, I'm very happy to say we did get that fill in at 30.31s and Palantir added at 30.38. We got into 40s, then we came back to drop a little bit here. If we get to 30.31s, I'm going to take some out here again and continue to add. It's going to be a rinse and repeat. A few more shares here in this Palantir. We're almost at the position size that I had yesterday in Intel, which, as I said, the Intel trade I had yesterday, that was up in terms of the size, the largest position I've had since going live. Okay, Palantir, let's go. I've been watching the book for my levels of entry. If we get to 36s here, I'm going to add a little. You know what? We're actually going to add a little bit more here if we get to 36s. No, we'll do 36, 38. We'll spread out the love here. If we get above 40s, I'll get out. But I'm really happy. Sometimes you have to have that confidence, whatever you want to call it, or confidera. Shout out to Darwin for that. You have to be willing to get involved and add. Someone in the chat was saying that Palantir, they didn't see Palantir as a short here, and I want to explain why I like Palantir as a short. I waited until we got to VWAP. I also really like that 30.50 area. As I sat down here for the midday, I was like, oh, I like this 30.50. We had that wick down, and I was going to get filled, and it was like, dare I get coffee first? Then it jumps a cool 30 pennies. So that long at 30.50 was a great level. So when we started breaking below it, that's when I started looking for a short because we gave up that level that was really clear support earlier, right? So we break lower, decisively below VWAP. That's why I started to have this position because basically since we properly began the midday here, since that candle at 11.05, in my opinion, we've been in a downtrend. I want to clarify that was the thesis for Palantir. And even though I know it's very strong, there's a lot of buying interest. That's why I was comfortable entering. I don't know if we're going to get any of these high 30s entries, so we're going to wait here. Also, I am off of on for now, and I'm happy about it. Like I said, instead of waiting to get out 40% here of the position at 42.20s, I got out 40% at 42s because we took so long to break above 42s, but I said, Adara, you have no reason to leave. Breathe, pack that patience. I want to shout out to Sharif for giving me a lot of packing patience lessons. You also just said as well, there's no reason to leave a trade if it's boring. No. That's not a reason to leave. So I said, Adara, breathe, stay calm, and just get out some earlier if you want. So I got out some earlier at 42s. Then I was like, you know, we're above 42s, but there's been some clear resistance at 42.25. So just get the rest out at 42.24s. Breathe easily and be able to look at some other opportunities. Got out on about $1 above where I entered the position. Though it wasn't a dollar club because I was averaging in and out, but I'm really proud of this chart, how it looks. Please just punch about that. I may tweet about it on my Twitter account. Trader TV Live Adara, shameless self-plug there. I do have a trade Twitter, so good times there. Palantir, I want to add to you, but I have no reason to add to you at our current levels. I'm willing to be clear, I'm willing to average down. I already did, but I don't want to average down at a place that doesn't make any sense. You know what? I don't mind 30s. 30s I did like when we broke below that 30s, so I'm willing to add a little bit here if we get to 30s. I think Palantir will continue pressing lower. Happy with what happened here. Happy with how this trade went. It's lunchtime, says Chill Vibes with a smiley face. Yeah, hopefully you're munching on these profits here with us. Nvidia is an interesting look here, I think, as well. I know you were involved in that, so I'm not going to have any comments here. I'm also happy I waited on that IWM long.
Not?
Pardon?
Why not?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I want to hear what your
I printed on it both ways.
Oh, nice.
So it's like
it's long and the short. Well, I wasn't sure. Yeah, I was like, I wanted to wait to hear you speak
talk
on
about it, girl.
But yeah, I like this look. Nvidia is so interesting to me here because we have higher highs and higher lows, but we have a roundy top. So I want to shout you out for printing both ways because it's been a short and a long here. Shout out to Sharif. I'm going to let you talk about this now because I'm so excited to hear about that. And shout out to you. You don't have to say hope you print because I know you printed. But also we've got IWM here around that 206.20s. Dripped a little bit lower, came right back. Still looking at that as a potential long, but right now waiting for Palantir to drip a little bit lower, about 20 pennies in the money on P to the L to the T to the R. I want to hear about your Nvidia though.
Yeah, so Nvidia I was initially looking short because it's doing the rounded top. Then it came into that 20 exponential. I was able to scalp off it super quick. Stopped out for the rest. Bounced into 114, scalped about 20 pennies. Down, stopped out for the rest. So it's been an interesting look initially on NVDA. It does seem like it's coming down. It's right now, if it breaks below the 114 area, I don't have levels on it until the volume weighted average price at around 133.50. There is this also price action support there, which could justify that dip into the $0.50. There is this area that we dipped into, consolidated, and then we made the new high of day right in front of that 115. And exactly 115 is the high of the day. So we'll keep looking on Nvidia here. I was very short bias on it first, and I said to myself, Sharif, you're a trend trader. Don't take it short when it's up. Well, at the time it was like 4 3/4. Now it's down to about 4.5. I think that would have been the right thing to do on it. Definitely take it short, especially that roundy top. I'm keeping my eye on that. Apple's also back at 221. For whatever reason, 221 has been an interesting. What's going on here? Yeah, 221. I'm sorry, guys. My chart is distorted. Let's bring in the side chart over here. 221 has been an interesting level on Apple. You really haven't been able to break below 221. And when we did break below 221, it was a bottoming tail candle, and we made a higher high. So for whatever reason, we're getting these incrementally higher lows and higher highs on Apple. It's dipping below 221 again. Here we go. I'll possibly be looking if 221 gives up the ghost at the volume weighted average price of around 200 2/3, 200 3/4. But I definitely want to let this one resolve because if you gave it last time, if you let it resolve, at 221 and then carried it, you got about 60 pennies there. I was able to take about 25 pennies. Definitely didn't get that 60 penny pop from the bottom to the top, but ooh, all right. But I'm gonna wait to see what 221 does at this level. It's about noon hour right now, so I was looking for a possible 19,000 break, but the volume does typically drop off at around these times. So packing my patience, looking to see what Apple does at 221. I don't have to be quick into the trade. I've got my levels on it. Everything else, really, I have mixed feelings about. The other one that I'm possibly looking at here, I've traded Nvidia and I've traded Apple. The other one that I'm looking at is Meta. Meta is also quite directional, and if you were wise enough, I guess, to take something off the 10 exponential here, it really gave you multiple opportunities. Initially, it was definitely bouncing off the 20 exponential with all the closing prints north of that level. Then the aggression to the high side came in a little bit more at around that 11 o'clock time slot, and then we never really looked at the 20 exponential until that time. So you can see this hammer candle right now just dipped into the 20 exponential or to the 10 exponential, and then bounced right back possibly into that 526 1/3 again. So good movement here. That was just like 60 pennies that you got right there if you were able to get filled at the $0.50 because it's right above the whole dollar. So Meta, obviously a $500 name, you're going to have to give this one a little bit of room, but not a bad look. Nvidia still doing the dance with 114 and Apple still doing the dance with 221. Neither has given up. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Again, knowing full well that 19,000 is possibly around the corner, and we could get an area rejection. We don't have to reject at 19,000. There's no requirement. I'm just saying, the chances are that we at least, bounce off it initially. If that's the case, then we retrace on some of the Mag 7, and so I'll be looking to somehow take advantage of that. But it is now time for Neil's lesson of the day.
Got another lesson of the day here for you, and inspired by a question we got this morning. And the question in the early chat, at least one of the questions that we got was, what do you mean when you say a liquidity grab? And so I was thinking about it. I gave an answer to the question and didn't really talk about it enough in trading terms or how it might apply to a trade. And then I also didn't differentiate between that and what you might just call running stops. So first things first, I think we're all pretty comfortable with the notion of what it looks like to run a stop. Like that would be a situation where you break a level, just say an obvious even dollar, or maybe it's support and resistance, and you get just enough above the price to maybe trigger some obvious stop orders, have those be the fills that go off and maybe take the stock higher for a little bit or take it lower for a little bit, and then an immediate snap back. Like to me, that's when you get wicked in or out, when they just run stops. I'm gonna use an example here of what, to me, that looks like. So Chipotle, right at the open, it was right about here at $51. You can see it's doing a lot of movement on that Starbucks news. Then you get this little wick breaking 51, gets up to 51.30 and instantly flushes. So this is a situation where you definitely run some stops. Maybe anybody that was short got wicked out on that break. Maybe you trapped some quick breakout longs, but it's really just a quick wick and very different to me than a liquidity grab, because there's not a lot of time for anybody to be building into any breakout long position there on Chipotle. So yeah, you're gonna get a quick wick, but when I think of something as liquidity grab, I wanna look at sometimes a higher time frame, because you look at this bottom here, and this is a rather large volume candle relative to the time of day. You'll see everything taper off, and then you have the opening range doing steady volume. It goes to the downside. Then on this break of the low, down into 48, you get a huge volume candle, and you get that consolidated face on the other side. Now, to me, why this is a liquidity grab underneath that low is go to the higher time frame. And a lot of times liquidity grab, I'm thinking about when you break a level, do heavy volume underneath that level, even maybe consolidate underneath that level, then shoot to the upside. It's different from just wicking somebody out of a stop and then it immediately comes back in. It's trickier for a lot of day traders to try to capture, but when you look at this on a 15-minute, it's a bit easier to see. Huge move to the downside, bit of a recovery. Then look at this candle on the 15. The previous low at 48.5, you get a heavy wick into 48, immediate recovery, and then it's an explosive move to the upside. So that was a liquidity grab underneath 48.5 because it was doing volume underneath that level. There were plenty of time for it to break a low a day and people to start shorting underneath that low and building a position. So grabbing liquidity, running that stop, and someone's actually probably building along on the other side of it. It looks like it's making fresh lows. That's the trickiness of that whole be careful when you short at bottoms or go long off of tops, because it can do the consolidation underneath looking very good, but the snapback can be very violent. So that's a bit of a difference between a wick out that you saw at 9:30 on CMG, but when you pop to the 15-minute, the way that it broke that 48.5 was just distinctly different in terms of how long it took, in terms of how it looks on a higher time frame chart. And because I never want to leave, I don't want to have only one example of what that can look like, I wanted to pull up CrowdStrike because I thought about this one as well in yesterday's trade. So if you look at the trend in CrowdStrike, nice upward trend, consolidating. We said it's having trouble getting through 250. That's obviously true. 2 days ago, on Friday, well, 2 sessions ago, you had this 239 support level. So you can see it end off the week, pulling back in, bouncing off 239. Strong move on the week to try to close off highs, failed a bit of a breakout. So it was an upward trend that looks like it reversed. Couldn't get through that high, and it's making a reversal. Pull up that old 15-minute chart. It's not one little wick out. It breaks this at the open, doesn't turn till about 10 o'clock. But underneath that 239, that's the idea of a liquidity grab. Much more difficult in this particular case to catch because of how long it spent down there, how quickly it went up. But look what happens after that liquidity grab. Looks like a flat bottom break. Plenty of people would be short thinking it's going to fill in the gap. When it reclaims the level, back to support, pressure relieved, and then it goes to the upside. So a liquidity grab is more along the lines of a higher time frame reversal pattern. It's not, oh, stock broke $100, goes to 110 cents, and then flushes back in. No, this would be a case where it breaks 100, goes to 101, maybe tests 101.5, hangs out there for 25, 30 minutes, then slams back in and trends back underneath that 100 level. It's grabbing liquidity and allowing people to build positions on that next leg up or down, then pulling the reverse. Usually when you get one of those the right way, you're looking for a bigger move, even a trend move for a couple of days, if that happens to be the case. So that was a question we got this morning. I wanted to make sure that we differentiate between what I say a liquidity grab and on that little wick in, wick out, or running stops, there can be a big difference. And for me, when you put it up on the 15-minute, it's going to mean a different type of trade and a longer time frame trade than when you just see that wick on your 1 minute or 3 minutes. So hope that helps. Great example of it there on Chipotle underneath 48.5, and then a good one yesterday on CrowdStrike underneath 239 even. As always, good luck in your trading. We're here to learn every single day. There's your lesson of the day.
I'm not. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. We call that around these parts. Neilage. Who's that in the chat again that called it Neilage?
It was someone named Richard, I think, in a super chat. It was a while ago, but shout out to Neilage there.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Neilage. I am in this Amazon trade. I was trying to get the VWAP bounce while the market broke 19,000. I'm 2 pennies out of the money at the moment on this one. We'll see if VWAP can hold. Here we go, right back into that 19,000. Technically on the day, 19,002 is a high of the day. We're not really giving up that level, nor are we clearing it. So we'll pack our patience on this one. 114 on Nvidia was just absolute money. That was a paper-handed trade on my part. Had the right idea, poor execution. This one's on its way back into that 2/3 of a dollar, blowing through that $0.50. So good strength there. Also, Apple, sorry, I know the chart is a little distorted. Absolutely still holding on that 221 level. So for whatever reason today, 114 and 221 are in play on Apple and Nvidia. See how we can take advantage of these. Apple doing a double bottom off that 221, but you're not really getting that mid or that early day propulsion during the midday. You're going to have to play these ranges. Nothing really breakout-esque right now happening on either of these bad boys. So keeping an eye on these two, Adair.
Yeah, we have maybe the most bullish engulfing candle I have ever seen here on Palantir. And you might be like, Adara, why are you still short? Well, because I have no reason to leave yet. I'm trying to follow plans more on non-scalps. And so for me, like I said with Palantir, if we get above that initially said 30.40, I moved it down to 30.38, which you can kind of see here, a little bit of support resistance flip here on the chart, but I also liked it on the book. That being said, I will be de-risking here about a fifth of the position if we get to 30.30s. 30.30s, I know that's like slightly below my average here, but it was a bit of a chop and churn area. I did add to this position as well. At the time, we were still below the area, so I stood by it. I like believe me, I don't see this bullish engulfing candle and I'm like, yay, great times. But I don't want to leave because A, I'm seeing the S&P 500 stagnate a little bit at these levels. And B, like I said, I don't want to not follow my plan. My plan was to see what we do at 30.38s. We got to 30.37s and ran away like a scared baby deer all the way back to 30.31s. So with that in mind, I am going to honor my plan on Palantir. Shout out though to the person in the chat who said Palantir might not be as short. Clearly we had a great bounce there. Still very happy I tried the trade, to be very clear, to be very Palin clear, because I still like the levels and I traded it the way I planned the trade. I was not prepared though for this beautiful bounce here off of that 30-20-ish area on PLTR. So what else is going on here? DJT, some people mentioning. So let's take a look at Donald John Pump or Donald John Dump, depending on the day. This morning it was certainly Donald John Dump. We did have that situation going on with the X interview with him and Mr. Musk. And, they're actually recovering nicely here. I don't want to say it's not really pumping. It's pumping off the lows, that's for sure. Whoa. Still down in the day, but great bounce here off that 23-20-ish area. Higher highs, higher lows, nice little VWAP consolidation and bounce. I do like this look here on the Trump one, that's for sure. Palantir getting into 30-38, so I'm going to have eyes on this. But I see you've got your goggles on Google.
Yes, I do. We're flat on it right now as we're zigging and zagging at that 60 penny level. I'm going to give this one to the break of 50. There was a buyer at 50. So if it breaches 50, which is a 10x, where the 50 exponential, funny enough, I'm just going to get out. I'm sorry for all my charts being distorted. I can't fix any of them. It's not showing me where the wick is that needs to be fixed. So we're going to have to trade with these distorted charts today. I do apologize about that, but looking for a move up into that around 80 area. Obviously, the local area crest on Google that we put in at around 5 to noon, about 11:55, is around that 164 area. So that's about $1 from where we are now. We'll see if we can get back up there. We're still zigging and zagging at 19,000. We haven't cleared 19,000. So this is kind of like an area of indecision on these markets. Sure, we're doing well on the Mag 7. All of them are in the green. But, you know, we're not blowing through 19,000. So I don't know exactly what to do here to take these long positions. It looks like, you know, we're definitely going to hold. I mean, here's the NQ September contract. Sure, we're not breaking through 19,000 with that vigor that we'd all like to see, but we're still holding the 10 exponential on the future. So I'm not that I'm trying to base a trade off it, but it's showing you that it's not making any lower lows, right? In fact, they're all higher lows and higher highs. Here we go, above 19,000 again. Let's see if we can work our way up. Beanie, $5 super chat. Beanie, I thought you tagged me a little bit earlier there. Sharif, could you please check out AILE? Sure, absolutely. That's very polite of you, and I will absolutely do that. Let's load up AILE. Let's bring in the side chart over here and give this one the analysis it deserves. Oh, we still have sea poop on there, Dara.
Oh, yes, he doesn't deserve that spot.
So,
Sorry, I'm joking.
I know, it's all good. So this one is an obvious SPAC, previously a SPAC. We can discern that by looking at that price action that hugged $10 for it looks like years here. It looks like the D-SPAC came somewhere around here. I mean, you have zigs and zags, but D-SPAC looked like it D-SPAC'd in spring of this year. Since that time, it looks as if we've been making lower lows and lower highs. We did defend 3 there the other day. This is the daily chart on it. That's why I'm just going through that. Let's look at the 5-minute now. So locally, it's been a bit of a sell. There was an aggressive sell yesterday in the open. Right at the open there, we sold all the way from 380 down into the lows of around 265. We were able to recover a little bit to close above $3. Today, we're above 3 and we're having trouble with 4. So interesting. It looks like there is a bit of a resistance. In fact, there certainly is resistance at this $4 area, because even on the IB pop right there, right as the market opened, we rejected $4. All the closing prints today south of 4. But with multiple wicks through that level. What's operative here, I think, is lows. Is there Q2 loss? So these guys reported here after the company reported better than expected loss, but better. Good or bad earnings, better or worse. Interesting, but you know, obviously not base something off 4 or base something off 3. Now we are at 19,011, so we're clearing that 19,000 area. Google wouldn't know it though, because we're only about 6 pennies above where I got it.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's any like things that you guys are looking at.
Mike, guys, everybody's yelling Mike.
Say you're looking at Google, for example, here, as we head into that meeting, and you're like, hey, I wonder what Sean and Neil would have to say here. Well, you know, you can make sure to subscribe, because you could not be in the chat if you do not subscribe. And if you subscribe, you get to join this awesome community, which is great. And you also get to participate in this little segment here brought to you by Real Trading, where you can see what Sean, you could put your ticker in there. You can see what Sean and Neil might have done with that ticker, or if they did trade that ticker, what their thoughts are. All you have to do is go into the chat, !join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. But again, you cannot get into that chat unless you are a subscriber. So make sure to hit that subscribe button to be a part of this fabulous community. Also, I am still in Palantir. I'm happy I didn't panic sell here because, like I said, I wanted to see what we did here at that 30.38. We never got above 30.38s. We went into 30.37s. We could not get anywhere near 30.38s. I am pleased as punch. I'm not willing to add into this yet. I want us to see it continue to trickle a little bit lower. If I did add here, it'd be probably around this 30.29 level. But I have a decently sizable position as is. I just wanted to get a little bit out of that 30.30s to alleviate a little bit of the madness of what, again, has to be the most bullish engulfing candle I have ever seen. But I am proud of myself, because the Adara of yore, and I say yore even like 2 weeks ago, would have freaked out at that bullish engulfing candle. Instead, I was like, Adara, breathe. You have no reason to leave the trade yet. Your parameters for exiting this trade have not yet occurred. Take a breath in. and just act accordingly. So happy with how I manage that. Let's see, though, like I said, I don't want to add into Palantir until we've cleared a little bit lower on this stock. That is for sure, because this 30-30 level, that was some resistance earlier, or resistance support flip earlier, which is why I got out some of the position there. Clearly trying to pick a direction here, so I don't want to get involved until I know what directions it's picked. Samuel Benjamin saying, please, is Nike. So let's take a look at NKE here. I was involved in on, and on basically at the area at which I got out at that 42.20. So happy with that exit point, because we really have not gotten more than 10 cents higher. Wow, Nike. Okay, on, I had fun with you, but I'm the new side chart that's going to be on. My side chart there is Nike, because look at that Nike 78.60 bounce. We get here, resistance, make a lower low, come right back up, whiffle, we waffle, we wick into it, and we push higher. Great look there for Nike. It's Nike's own Olympics over here. That one is trying to get a gold medal if you're long. Is that the pun of anyone's life? No, but I said it. So good look there for NKE. It's honestly even having a little bit of a gap up on the 3-minute chart here. Ow. So nice little bounce there for NKE. Wow. And after we push above here, bounce off 78, that whole dollar level, we have not had a red candle since. So great look there. Okay, as Palantir breaks lower, I am going to add a little bit here at 30s. So if we can get that, I'd be happy with that. IWM too, I mentioned, I kind of like that long above 206. Wow, I should have had better eyes on this. To be clear, happy with the trades I've taken. Happy with where I've put my attention, but I totally missed this IWM bounce, because once we clear that 206.40 resistance area, we have not looked back since. I need to have better eyes in IWM, because there are usually some opportunities in that stock in one way or another. So keeping an eye on that. CMG, I don't know if I want to short this right away, because I've had some run-ins with shorting these SSR stocks. Sometimes it works out. Other times it gets you a little bit chipped and chopped, particularly if those names are Spread Eat, Novo Nordisk. But I like what we're kind of doing here around 50, 70s. If this forms a support, because this was a bit of a spicy, pun intended, area for Chipotle earlier, I would like to see if we can clear higher. And I'd want to make more than a Brian nickel on this trade. I'd want to make maybe closer to a quarter or higher. So I'm joking. Bad pun aside, let's see what we do here in CMG. Palantir, keep going, Palantir. I'm happy with you. How are you doing?
Good. So that 50 defend on Google ended up working out. We did well on this one. We took it all the way up to 80, so happy with that trade. I have top wick for now. We'll wait to see if Google can come back into 164 and reject. So I'd like to do that obviously before the Google event, which starts at 164 on the day, has been an obvious resistance level. So we'll see what Goggles does, but it's a bit more. Look, I was saying Google was more directional than Amazon. I stand corrected now, because Amazon's a bit more directional, breaking through these local highs, still well below the IB high at 169.16. But Google is about about $1, I should say, off its highs. So good luck for both of them right now. Call me crazy, but I don't know, man. I've been looking short on Nvidia, and I don't know why. Yeah, I know, Ram, but there's this area over here. It's 164.60. It was an area of obvious resistance, and then we used it as support. Then we waffled. Now we're kind of consolidating at 114.60, and the future's putting in a bit of a topping tail. I don't want to take it short when it's doing this, but I can, and then I can basically give it a little bit of room over here, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to take Nvidia short, 114. Let's go around there, and then we'll look to cover 114. Yeah, it should be around, not bad. All right, so where are we at here? So let's see. Well, there's a buyer at 44s for whatever reason. Not really sure what that was there. Let's just put some else. We got a bit of a topping tail, 19,013 or thereabouts on the future. 19,026 is the high. Obviously, we're not really gonna, base it off one candle, but I'm taking this and I'm gonna give it to about mid 60s or so to see if we can get this short in and around here. I know this is a bit of a counter trend trade, but I'm just going to give this a try. Let me just look at these candles to make sure that I'm placing my stop in the right area. Yeah, so I don't want another candle to make a new high. So if we make a new high above the previous 5-minute candle, that's where I'm going to get out there. So that's the look. Let's look at some of these other Mag 7 names. So Tesla, okay, Tesla, you've been in love with 205 today, but what I see is you're starting to put in incrementally higher lows, not necessarily the aggression of the higher highs with that $0.50 acting as a resistance, 205 $0.50, but incrementally rounding here, maybe trying to weasel in to that 206, maybe that 206.59 high a day that it had previously put in. So interesting look on Tesla. It's not the most directional at the moment, but definitely showing you support at the 20 exponential and holding generally 205 area. Meta also has been very strong on the day. Who is the strongest? It's definitely Nvidia, up over 5%. Second place goes to Meta, 1.97. Third is TSLA, obviously. Sorry, Tesla's third, 3.94, and then Meta third at about 2%, and then about Apple or so in and around that area. So continue to watch these ones. Lower high right now on what's it called, Nvidia, and that's what I'm trying to take advantage of. But the future still very strong at these levels. I'm just going to send it to you for a sec while I set up for unless you're in a trade that's important.
Yeah, Palantir's just like chilling and doing his thing, so I don't mind talking there. I did add to Palantir. I'm waiting for my second ad. Like I said, being a little bit more aggressive with this.
Oh,
Palantir here, we did, okay, nice. We got both our additions here. So as we've kind of retested 20s, I've been adding back into this. Like I said, I'm okay with DCAing down because I like the position. And like, you know, we're generally in the money right now. I think we might be slightly flat in it. But like I said, as long as we're still below those, I'm going to switch my areas here to kind of like 35s, 36s to kind of see what we do here. But we're going to be getting out some at 16s because, again, this is a decently sized position. We're going to take out a third of this position if we get back into 30-16s. So basically what I've been doing is I've been kind of ranging it, but staying in the trade. So adding some as we get up, getting some out. This is by far, not by far, it's larger than the Intel position yesterday. This is the largest position I've had since going live. I'm managing it appropriately because the thing is when you have confidence and when you have confidence, you owe it to yourself to address that with size and to reflect that in the size of the trades that you are taking. I want to start out with Sean for saying something to that effect earlier today. I really agree. One thing I want to work on is where I'm adding here because some of these Palantir ads could be a little bit more effectively placed. Some of these entries, I even said my initial entry here, I got involved initially at 30-40s. I arguably should have waited for 30-45s, but that's what aggressive journaling's for. That's what reflection is all about. Do I love this bullish engulfing candle? No, but or not this bullish engulfing, this bottoming tail candle. I do not, but to be clear, Palantir also already gave you, like I said, one of the most bullish engulfing candles I've ever seen. We engulfed 2.5 5-minute candles here, okay? And we still came right back down. So as long as we stay below that 90 MA and below that mid to high 30s area, I'm cool staying in this trade. Now, with regards to Tesla, I like that you mentioned Tesla there, Sharif, because I also have had lots of thoughts on the Cybertruck one. And you guys know what level I liked. It was that 205.40s. We're back above there now. But every time we get above there, this level's been really deceptive. I took initially a long off there, got profit out in 40% of the position, lost on the remaining 60%. But then I tried to go long that level again when it hit and immediately quit doing. So I find this Tesla at 204.40s to be kind of deceptive. It's not where I'd be entering a trade now. I would probably use it as support if it continues to hold. But what I'm trying to say here is on the book, and you can see it a bit on the chart as well, this Tesla 205.40 area, when it gives up, it gives you to 70. So I'm actually going to enter a short now here that we're decently below. It's going to be a smaller position. I'm taking it more on just practicing the trade. If we get above 45s nicely, I'll be getting out. It looks like Tesla's trying to push me out of that Cybertruck violently as we speak. But we'll see how that goes. The point is, if you have confidence and if you've looked at a trade for long enough, you owe it to yourself to attempt because you'll never learn if you don't try. But you know what? You also won't learn if you don't learn. So with that really messy transition out of the way, thank you very much to Sharif for giving us this lesson, which is going to be about earnings.
You use a lot of puns, but you don't use a lot of tautologies. That is true. The first tautology you've ever used.
I use very few tautologies because I think the puns are just already kind of overwhelming.
I like it. Well, the puns are where you're good, so do what you're good at. All right, guys, let's talk about some more earnings. We're talking about earnings all week. We talked about it last week. Today, what's up?
Oh.
Third of her? Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So Palantir here. Sorry about that, guys. Palantir bouncing a little. Okay, nice. Go, go, go. Palantir, like I said, we keep getting these bullish engulfing candles. And I'm trying, operative word, trying not to get spooked out by them because we have the bullish engulfing and then we come to have a bit of a lower high. Now, to be clear, I don't love where I've added necessarily into all of these positions, especially on the 10-minute. You are seeing a few bottoming wick candles. But like I said, I have no reason to leave till we get into those, like I said, 30s, 37, 36 area. I'm trying to move down my stop incrementally each time. So initially 30, 40s. Now we're doing the 30s, 36s. And as I speak, we come back down a little bit lower here in Palantir. You know what? Given the size I have, we're going to take out some more here if we get to 21s. But I am still saving my big, nice little beak wetter here. If we get to 3016s, that's an area I know we can wick into. Now, Palantir could be having a bit of a rounding bottom and curling. I'll be aware of that, but I don't want to panic out of this trade. And you also don't want to panic about earnings. So we're going to help you trade these earnings a little bit better. Yes, Tesla. Okay, so I'm like 30 cents of the money in Tesla there. So I'm happy. You got to have that confidence, got to have that confidence. I'm getting out of some of Tesla here. How are you doing, Sharif?
All right, good. I'm doing well on Nvidia, but I'm just letting that work. All right, guys, we're talking about earnings all week long. Today, we're going to specifically talk about earnings whispers and earnings leaks. So let's get right to it. So the financial world is absolutely a complex ecosystem where information is power. Understanding, though, the role of earnings whispers and leaks can provide us with valuable insights into these market dynamics. So let's get right to it and talk about what these earnings whispers are. What exactly are they? So earnings whispers are essentially unofficial estimates of a company's earnings per share, their revenue, and any other important metric that's circulated amongst those investors and analysts before the actual earnings release. These estimates typically originate from anonymous sources within the company or within the industry, and basically that in of itself is a little shiesty. The impact, though, whispers can significantly influence stock prices, especially when they diverge sharply from the official analyst estimates. So what you're doing is you're comparing them to the estimates given by analysts, or the consensus estimate, that is, and as well comparing them to the guide given by the company around the first time around, the last earnings date. So for instance, company XYZ, where an unverified whisper of significant earnings beat led to pre-earnings rally, only to be followed up, obviously, by a sharp decline when the actual results fell short. And so that is what we're going to talk about right now. So there was a case back in 2018 when Facebook, as it was known at the time, reported their Q2 results. So what ended up happening was, before they reported, there was significant anticipation in regard to the company's financial performance. Analysts had good consensus estimates. They're predicting strong revenue growth, as well as user growth as well. However, there were whispers that were leaking essentially from company insiders that said earnings might not meet expectations, with some hints of potential issues with user growth and engagement. The information, while not official, started to circulate with traders and investors. And then when officially Facebook reported in the Q2 2018 earnings, the company basically showed lower than consensus estimate, and the market reacted quite sharply, plunging over 20% in one day and wiping out about $120 billion in market value. It was one of the largest single-day losses in the company's history there. Obviously, 2022 ended up being a bit worse, 2 times in 2022, might I add. Okay, so that was the issue, and that is kind of the headline that I was able to eke out there. You'll see Q2 of 2018. It was not a good time for Facebook, as it was known at the time. So how do you use these earnings whispers? Well, I personally treat them with a fair degree of skepticism. While whispers can offer potential trading opportunities, it's crucial to approach them with caution, and not all whispers are accurate by any means. And make sure you're cross-verifying that with the guidance, with the estimates. Are they diverging from what the consensus estimate is? Is it diverging from what the market felt it was, or what the guidance was by the company? And you also, if you're going to trade this, goes without saying, you need to be implementing strict stop losses and position sizing that jives with this type of trade. But that's not the only thing. Let me just make sure that my Nvidia trade here. So I was able to wet my beak on some profits there, but Nvidia is coming up a little bit. I want to move my, actually, I'm going to cancel this particular stop. I need to change how much I get out. So I have to pause the lesson for a second. Just allow me. No, it's fine. Just allow me a second over here. So I'm going to change my out to 114. Let's go ahead and put this, and then we'll look to get everything out around there. So that stop is in place. Good. Let's let that one cook and see what it does. All right, let's get back to the lesson. So earnings leaks as well, very important. They're a little bit different than whispers. So earnings leak is a risky game, let me tell you. So what is it? An earnings leak occurs when confidential financial information is prematurely disclosed to individuals outside the company. There are plenty of legal consequences that could result from that. First one is insider trading, obviously. This is when individuals who trade on leaked information, which is non-public, you can face criminal charges if that was the case. Also, corporate liability is an issue here. The company that actually had the earnings leak could get in trouble, as even if they didn't intend to do it and there was one of their individuals, one of their employees, they could be found liable vis-a-vis the agency principle, okay? And there is a very well-known issue or case of this. It was by the individual Rajaratnam of the Galleon Group. Essentially, he was the founder of Galleon, a hedge fund that was one of the largest at the time. They were really known for their aggressive trading strategies. But in October of 2009, he was arrested and convicted later for insider trading. One of the key pieces of evidence against him was that he had received non-public inside information about several companies' quarterly financial results ahead of their earnings announcements. He obviously acted upon that in his favor. And one of the more notable issues or notable leaks that he was receiving was from his boy at Goldman Sachs. This was back in 2008. His buddy there was on the board of directors of Goldman, went by the name Rajat Gupta. And he was giving him information about the company's earnings announcements or ahead of the announcement, which was going to report a loss. The company, which was the contrary to the market expectations. Market at the time, the consensus was Goldman's was going to beat on the top and bottom line. That didn't happen. He was given information about that, and he ended up getting charged. So what I'm assuming is happening a little bit differently now is that there's it's a lot easier to audit trades than it was in 2008. You're hearing a lot about the FBI using AI to kind of search the blockchain for different transactions that they perceive to be illegal, perhaps between organized crime. And so what I was reading was that kind of same AI crawler that's crawling the blockchain now possibly we're going to be one of those methods that the FTC or Department of Justice uses to catch insider trading. We'll have to see how that ends up working out with the use of AI. And yeah, that was the individual right there. And this was back, as you can see, in 2012 when he got the conviction. But the actual inside trading date was during that great financial crisis in 2008. Yeah.
So I'm sure that he was not having that smile on his face when he was convicted.
He was not. I don't know. I don't know where he's coming out of court, but he's probably not a happy guy at the moment.
Maybe he's not. In retrospect, maybe he's not smiling in that photo. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
tough,
just
tough look for him. Yeah.
Be aware.
Yeah, be aware, exactly. The role of social media here is also really important. Amplification of these leaks, of these whispers, usually comes vis-a-vis social media, which they've accelerated the spread of this information, both accurate and inaccurate. So that's one thing we need to be aware of when we use social media posts to guide our trading. Also, sentiment analysis. Social media can be used for sentiment analysis. I mentioned this at the top of the show. I have a specific feature in my platform that crawls social media posts and gives me a sentiment score. Are people speaking poorly or favorably about a particular name on the day? And you can have multiple windows, the day window, the week window, the month, the year, whatever, and it gauges social media sentiment based upon that, which is interesting. But you're also getting a fair degree of regulatory scrutiny now about what's being posted on social media. I didn't include this in the case study, but what's his name? Keith Gill. It's, the Catman or whatever, we're Roaring Kitty. He is interesting because it's a great case study. Now, I personally don't think he's doing anything wrong. Yeah, I said Keith Gill. I personally, that's just my opinion. I don't think he's doing anything wrong. I think he's expressing an opinion in the way that anybody else can express an opinion, but the regulator may have a different view based upon, his followings and his influence and whatever else. So regulatory scrutiny now really focusing on social media because it is the main way that this information is propagated, at least most of the time. So keep in mind that. Again, no real trading lessons today. Just thought I'd give you guys insight into some of the issues that we have to deal with earnings, and that is leaked earnings, which are also important.
Yeah, be aware of earnings leaks. Just always very cautious of this information. I will say, this one thing I've realized as well, like all of the slippery slopes around earnings as someone who does, I'm the market recap and giving you guys these earnings numbers, right? So it's like, it's definitely, it's intense. It's certainly something you want to be very careful about. Also, I want to shout out Sharif for all that research they're done for that lesson. Shout out to you. Thank you very much for delivering that. Palantir, I was out of Palantir here. I actually had, by the end there, the largest position I've ever had. I managed it appropriately. Though we got above those mid-30s. I got out. Now I'm actually looking for longs in Palantir because we got nicely above VWAP. If we bounce off 40s, I'm willing to get in. I'm risking to 35. Smaller position, much like what I did. Because this initial position was not large. I built into it. Really happy with what I did here. Happy I tried it. Happy I followed my plan. Obviously, lost out in the end, but you don't learn unless you try things like that. And I never would have thought I would have attempted size like that. So happy with what I did here. But there's another thing I have an eye on. Like right now, I'm only looking long. Unless, Tesla's nicely above that 206. Shout out to Sharif for calling that. The Tesla short that I was so excited about, I ended up getting out flat because I wasn't able to get out below 205s. I didn't like the slow creeping to the upside. Guess that was the right decision there. But the SPY, you guys know I like these whole dollar breaks in the SPY. We broke above the SPY. If we come back to 204, 5, this number, 540.01s, I will be taking a SPY position here and I'll get out at 90s. I saw what we were doing in the book up here. I know I'm getting involved at high of day, but I shorted SPY at high of day yesterday at SPY of day. I have no issue getting involved in a name high of day or low of day as long as A, I have levels, and B, I've watched the book extensively. In that case, I have both. I'm going to cancel my order on Palantir because I'm definitely not going to get filled here. We'll see what we do at 50s. I'm okay with buying a dip on Palantir. Really happy I tried the short because, again, you really are never going to learn unless you attempt, unless you take these big swings and you manage them appropriately. Coin and Tesla, my largest position says IK, so I bet you're pleased as punch with Tesla back above that 206. Right now, it's actually just below 206, but okay, SPY, I'm going to cancel that order because I'm not going to get filled here. Let's take a look at Coinbase because we did have, I mentioned, two smaller miners reporting day one earnings. We had TeraWulf yesterday, and we had Hut 8 this morning. Hut 8, weirdly, not a lot of volume on that one. I generally thought, wow, Coinbase. That one, I was talking about this one in the low 190s last week. That 195 VWAP pulled beautiful today. We have lower highs kind of too. Then we just have that beautiful bounce off VWAP and the 9 EMA to the upside. Great look. Shout out to you there. Breakouts on so many of these names. So guys, I don't have any positions on right now and I don't have anything that I'm desperately trying to enter. That being said, I mentioned this earlier. I started to Eric Barkhurst. I'm sure you were pleased as punch up with that short there at Starbucks at 93. Now, Starbucks can still be a range at 93. I love range trades. I would have zero qualms about ranging it. However, we have that VWAP bounce. And like I said earlier, I'm always a bit curious when we have these names kind of run, when they're strong on the day and they run into a little bit of temporary resistance support flips. I would love to see Starbucks get above that 93 level. Tesla's well above 93. If we see Starbucks get above 93 and hold it, I would actually take it long, which I know is kind of a weird look. We have all these topping tail candles. I would be very patient here, but I think Starbucks could recover nicely. We had that move down below VWAP, below 92, and we recovered it just gorgeously. So I think Starbucks could be a play in either direction. You could certainly make money either direction there.
I just have to interrupt for a second.
Please do.
Amazon is doing something here. I'm not really sure. I don't have anything on it either, guys, but it just spiked up aggressively. I've been watching it for a few minutes. There was that 168.80, I know, but the aggression with which Amazon is moving up is quite interesting over here. Still nothing on my blotter to really justify this move up, but yeah, usually when it's something this solid and uninterrupted to the high side, there's something, but there doesn't have to be. And besides, it was rounding bottom, so there was the possibility that it could spike. I just didn't anticipate this spike. So high a day right now on Amazon as it spikes up aggressively through 169. Here comes the $0.50 on AMZN. Now it's up 1.56, and it's single-handedly pushed up the future on its own. Well, not on its own. Obviously, there's others that are moving as well. The real one that really isn't moving aggressively is Nvidia. And maybe I shouldn't have said that because I'm in the short and now. Watch, I'll get stopped out. I'm only about 10 pennies out of the money. I'm only holding a little bit of it. I got wet my beak already a little bit on the downside, but We are moving higher on the future, and Nvidia is a little stagnant here, but I don't want to overstay my welcome on NVDAs. It could spike up anytime, so I've lowered my stop on this one for the out. Now, Amazon is still going here, guys. There we go. 1 2/3 now on Amazon. We could see 170 quite soon. I was looking to see what we did at the half dollar. It looks like we printed above the half dollar at 53s. So let's see if this is. Actually, to be honest with you, I was initially looking at the 20 penny area. Why? Because that was the IB high. At 9:35, the high of the day was at around 169.15, 169.20, but we didn't even hold up around there. So I was like, all right, I'm not trying to take a mean reversion short over here and get wiped out as this thing moves up. So AMZN, awfully strong at these levels. Not sure what to account for it. Nothing on my blotter, my news blotter that is, to account for this yet. And it could be nothing. It could just be regular midday price action. We're going to keep an eye on AMZN, but it's printing at high day. So is Meta, though. So great strength. And I didn't mean to
no, yeah, it's okay. Definitely
it was just
sense.
moving, so I really wanted to mention it.
There's there's a little bit of social media attention on it, though, but nothing crazy on AMZN. Is there anything else you're looking at right now?
I'm still in the NVDA shorted there, and I apologize for the distorted charts over here, but I'm like, I can see the wick. Nice, so I can fix it. I'm still waiting at around 114. Look, I mean, we've been basing out with a top at around 114, 70, 60. Generally, that area, it's a lower high than the previous area top, which is exactly 115. So I've moved down my stop on this one to take advantage of, or not take advantage, or to account, for the move up on the market vis-a-vis Meta and Amazon. But this one, it seems a little bit weaker. I don't want to say that because, it's Nvidia and it's the monster and it could absolutely blow the roof off. So we're going to pack our patience. This one breaches 70. That's going to be the end of my trade. But I was already able to de-risk off it on the downside at, I believe, 35. So we'll see if we can get some more to the downside. But right now, if I had to choose, I think it's probably gonna pop up. If it comes into my area, I'll debate getting out flat there or there.
Yeah, so I'm in 2 trades right now, and I'm actually, I thought that I was eyeing a third, but no, I don't think I am. So I'm still eyeing Starbucks 93s, but I know I said I wasn't gonna get any shorts right now, and then I noticed Nike. So Nike, I was already kind of considering as a short at 78.60. Look how long we paused here. 78.60 was also not exactly at resistance, but a little bit near that resistance area here we had earlier, which I liked. If we get decisively above 78.80s here, which basically is the area we're at, I'll be getting out. But why I like that 78.80s area as rejections, because that's where we wicked into it and failed. Basically, I liked that we were kind of at that 90 MA, a little bit stagnant. I liked the look. I'm willing to attempt it. Palantir, I am about 5 pennies in the money now on a long. You got to flip the style up sometimes. If we get nicely above 50s, I'll add at 50s, much like I did with the last Palantir position. Nike also, I'm planning on adding in as we go here. But so Palantir, I'll be adding if we get to 50s. I'll be trying to probably take some pieces out as we get into 60s. I like the bottoming tail candles. Initially, I said I wanted to get in at 30, 40s and risk into 30, 35s because that was an area I liked. Obviously didn't get it at 30, 40, so I'll now be risking into 30, 40s. I still like that area as a level of support and resistance off of which to play. Today, I feel like I've been trying lately in my trading to broaden my horizons a little bit. And by that, I mean taking some different types of trades, trading names I don't always trade, trying to take a little bit more size in ways that make sense that I'm comfortable with. And I feel like, it's definitely been a bit of an exciting time because you don't want to necessarily trade the same ways every single time. We had someone yesterday in the chat asking how do you find stuff to trade? Does it make sense, take the trades on the show? And it's like, you definitely want to be able, and I think one of the best parts of this community is people trade so many different types of names. And I think through trying and finding your one specific style, then you can branch out and use elements of that style in other ways. So I like to think that I use my scalping and range trading, or I'd like to think that anyway, for some of these other types of plays, because it's like if you see things on the book, if I see things that I know are levels, which is what I'd be looking for if I were to scalp it, then I know what to look for when I'm trying to get in and out, right? When I'm trying to add or subtract. So I think that's really key. As we get nicely above 80s here, I will be extracting myself from Nike. I'll be running out of that one. Happy I tried it. I liked it as a short for the time being. If we get back decisively below 60s, I will be getting in. Palantir, meanwhile, nicely above 50. So we're going to be adding if we retest that 50 level just a little bit. What do I have here? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't think I'll necessarily be able to add here just because we're like we kind of got near 55s, but to get back to 50s, I shall be adding Nike touching the gap, says the incredible Mr. Lib. Yeah, that short I knew was going to be a little bit dicey, but I like the look at it, and I waited pretty patiently for it as well. I've been eyeing it for a while before I got in, so you have to try, you have to make attempts, and you have to try new things. That is the whole point. What else happening here? ARM 124 says stacks. Yeah, hopefully you are making some stacks on ARM or whatever name you're trading, and whatever you guys are trading, make sure to get in that chat and let us know. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy, that's what matters. And also, in case you're like, hey, how do I join? How do I get involved? Get in that you have to, in order to get in the chat, you actually have to be a subscriber. So please hit that like, hit that subscribe. See us, wet our beaks, laugh, have a good time, have the confidence, have the knowledge, whatever it is, every single day. ARM clearing 124 beautifully, bouncing off on a wick basis. Shout out to you, stacks. Hopefully you are an ARM and you are making some stacks there. Well, 121 did something for ARM here. Look at that area. We pushed above it as resistance, high or low. Boop. Come back to bounce at 120, 150s. Wow, and that was all she wrote there. Great look for A to the R to the M. Also, I did get added in Palantir there at 30.50s, so happy I got that wick into that one. Also, Google, just to remind you guys, we do have that made by Google, which I will be watching once that begins at 1 p.m. So we're going to have to see if this name pushes higher or is torn asunder, Pichai. But we're going to have to wait and find out there. I know I use that one a lot, but I really like it. That one 63.60 area is kind of interesting here. We had some pushes into VWAP, pop higher, bounce. So I like that 136.60 in confluence with the VWAP. Let's see what's going on here. Palantir, after trying to push into 30.55s, now back at 30.50s. Some things I have eyes on here. Happy I got out a Nike short, as I did as well, because that one's pushing higher. What a fun day, I think, in these markets. It really does show, I think you have to, the only way you can learn is really if you try, if you get involved. And today is giving you so many opportunities to do that. That is for darn sure, Sharif.
Hey, yes, Sadira. Tesla's at an interesting level here. This is the area crest that we put in at 1045. So this is a kind of an important area for possible short. Let's have a look at TSLA. So this level over 206.75 RAM is the level that I'm looking at over here. And this takes us back to that 1045 top. We're blowing through it right now, but I'm going to look to see if we can make a new candle to make a new low. Not going to jump into this trade, obviously, any quicker than I previously would have. But TSLA, interesting look at these levels. I'm looking for a 170 touch here on AMZN, but there is possibly a big seller. There's about 300 lots or so at 90. Here it is, guys. Good look there for possible shorts, but let's see if we're able to eat through that size. All right, some of that size just dropped off there. We'll see if we can continue to move up. Looking for a possible 170 touch and drop there on AMZN. If it breaks 80s, I'm going to be out of this one. Just trying to take a quick scalp to see if we can get that continuity into that whole dollar level. There is also very interesting resistance right now on Apple at around 221 2/3. Generally, that area, look how long we've been kind of consolidating with this area top over here. It kind of coincides with pivot level 2s. That's how strong Apple is on the day. It's essentially 221.5, even though you're breaking above that at times, going into the 2/3. Most of the closing prints coming back into that $0.50. Looks like Amazon doesn't want to print above 90s yet. That seller trying to front run the size is taking everybody out at that level and pushing this one right back down. So it's pushing down into 82s right now. The future coming off a little bit of the highs. I was thinking we at least get a 170 touch and reject on AMZ, and we'll pack our patience to see if we can get anything in and around there. But I'm very interested on this level on Tesla Adair.
Tesla's a nice look here. Palantir, I was just like, oh, what are you going to do? Bounces off 30.45s pretty nicely. So still in this long, wow, this Tesla is great, guys. I have that 1 minute on my side chart in Tesla too, and the bottoming tails on that thing. This is a really interesting look here on T to the S, the L to the A. I'm still watching Google though, because Google, you guys know sometimes when maybe you don't, but when J-Pow speaks, sometimes during the midday in interviews, what I like to do is usually I find the second he starts talking, the market will pick a direction. It'll go in that direction violently. And when they ask him the next question, when he stops talking, it stops. I don't necessarily think that Google will do that. That being said, will I be scalping if there's opportunities to do so during this keynote? Oh yeah, Google, watch out. I will not be taking it with like massive size because it's Google. It's not necessarily going to be like a Tesla or anything you want to do with that size, but I do have eyes on that. every time I'm like, hey, Starbucks, maybe a long at 93, Starbucks is like, Adara, how many times have I showed you I'm a short? I'm like, okay, Starbucks, I understand. I respect you. I apologize. I still, again, don't dislike the idea of Starbucks as a range, but it's not like a super clean, Sharif used to call them Adara Panera ranges. I like a nice, clean range. I like a range that just works in a nice little way. This range a little bit more of like a sloppy Joe than a Panera bread here. We have that move back into like 92.20s. I would rather just be clean to like 92.50s, 93s. If that were the case, I would be a lot more comfy taking this long. In the meantime, here, if Palantir breaks below 30.45s, I will decisively, I'm going to have to get out. I know I'm risking a little bit less, but I did add into the position. And I think if we can't hold this 30.45s, I don't want to risk it into 30.40s because that would be nicely there below the 90 MA. Not adding to this until I get any out. I have a position size that I like. And like I said, I'm okay trying to risk a little bit more if you feel good about the trade, if you like it. I love that short going into it. Obviously, ended up going against me with some of it, but I would have regretted not going in with size. That is the same with this Palantir, which is why I was willing to add into it. Right now, though, I have more than enough size, willing to take some pieces out. What else? Google next. Yeah, I think Renshu. I think we'll have to see what Google does. We're at that 164 level, so hold our level, bit of a top of the range. I'd love to see what happens here when we have that event. Does Amazon go higher, says the Piper? I mean, I hope for your and Sharif's sake that it does, because you guys are
on it, yeah.
Oh, shout out to Sharif there, printing on that Jeff Bezos.
It broke through 90, so there was a seller at 90 Adara, but it got broken through, so now we're looking for a 170 touch. We're moving right back into the high on the future. 19,067. Let's see if we can get that 170 touch on AMZN 1.87. I was disrespecting this stock on the day earlier because, well, it was super rangy. It was doing nothing. It was really kind of the prototypical, if you wanted to put a textbook version of an intraday range, this kind of would be it with the outlier over here on the IB high and the IB low. Then after we settled down, it really kind of stuck within a range, 167.50, 167 and 2/3 low of the day, or well, bottom end of the range, excuse me. And then essentially a 168 and 1/3 top end. That all changed once we broke through that at 12.15, and it really changed on this candle over here at 12.40. That was about 17 minutes ago. Good strength on AMZN since that time. So packing my patience there. See if I can print a little bit higher on it. We've got 87s, wetter beak a little bit there at 95s. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more. My stop stays in the exact same place. Nothing changes about this one. Trying to pack my patience on it. Tesla, though. So it did give you a short-term short. And so if you were waiting at that level for a possible touch at that 206, let's call it 3/4, let's call it 70s, and you got the resting order super quick, well, you were able to wet your beak on 30, 40 pennies. But look what happened after that. This candle over here has made, a higher low. What it hasn't done is a higher high. So this candle could be a candle of bamboozlement if we print above that 7.2 area. What's the high of this candle? The high of this candle is 7.2, so it is essentially the high of day. If we continue to print above this, well, this candle will be definitely a bamboozler, but it doesn't mean that you couldn't have printed off it. So Tesla, interesting look right now. There we go. We got the 1.7 touch on AMZN. Not going to take it out here. What could reject? I don't care. Let's see exactly what it does. If we continue to move up, I want to be a part of this. So I'm not going to just take it out because it touched 1.70. Even if I go out of the money, that's fine. Or we're going to let the trade manifest, and if it doesn't manifest the way that you anticipated, well, then that's a lesson learned. New high a day on the future, as I was talking about that. The NQ continues to move higher into 19,073, so possible 19.1 incoming. It's kind of hard to tell at these levels because, well, we had a big move down. So there's going to be multiple areas of support and resistance to chart. Let's go to the hourly, though, and figure out where we could encounter that next level of resistance. We obviously know 19,100, the 100-point levels are important. Well, let's look over here. There's not really a whole lot of resistance, at least on a multi-day basis, until we get into about 19.3.5. You'll be able to see that on the 25th, as well as the 29th and 30th, we danced with 19.3.5, 19.3 2/3. But, normal for me is to look at resistance at every 100-point level until, they prove that that they're not important. We're continuing to move up here on the future, though. So fantastic look, 19,075. Meta is absolutely flying. It's not Amazon now. They're taking turns about who's pimping the future right now. 530 coming in on Meta, 529.98. That's a high day. Let's just call that 530 because it's off by 2 pennies. Great look on Meta. Let's do some charting to see where we could encounter resistance. Well, we might encounter resistance at, let's see over here. What do we got on this day? What time was that? That's 8:30. That's not going to cut it. This level over here, 540, let's say. Well, I could have told you that, $10 level. So no real resistance from 530 right until that 540 area, unless you base it on the, was that an IB high there? That's 830. So that's a pre-market print. Yeah, so I'm unlikely to want to base it on that. But anyway, Meta breaking through 530 now. The high of day is 530.11. Amazon, though, we're about 3 pennies out of the money as that one does touch 170 and reject. I'm not going to take it out because the candles are not putting lower highs, but I'm packing my patience to see if we can break through 170 on a closing basis today. So far, we've just touched it and then dropped back down. Tesla, 2 candles of indecision now at this level. So we were talking about this candle possibly making a higher high above this candle of indecision. So 2 candles of indecision right now. One barely red, one barely green. How does this one end up unfolding? This one did make a lower low. Okay, so we were talking about...
Google events also starting. For some reason, they're playing a Jay-Z remix. There's nothing to say there, but it's just they're starting the opening images.
Is there
and scalping it because it's moving down.
Oh,
they haven't done anything yet. They're just showing like a little opening video. But yeah, right now it looks like we're having a little bit of a sell the news.
Very nice.
Yeah,
all right, so we're very excited about that as it presents us with intraday volatility. Who doesn't want that as a day trader? So anyway, this candle I was talking about here, this candle did end up making a newer low. So we were talking about it being the candle bamboozling because it could make a higher high and a higher low. That isn't the case at the moment. So we're going to keep tabs on TSLA as it is at that key area of possible resistance here at 206 and change it here. Wow, Meta's really going. Meta just blew through 530. So all sorts of strength right now on Meta.
Yeah, I just sent the Google event link there in the chat. Again, right now they're just playing allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Hove. Okay, also they dedicated the event to Susan Wojcicki, who is like the former YouTube CEO who recently passed away. So not market events, but just that's all that's happened so far. We have Rick Osterloh. He just took the stage here. And yeah, he's like, watch from YouTube. He's wearing a blue shirt. I did put the link there in the chat so you guys can follow this. Right now, they're just kind of on the stage there. It's Google colored. He's showing the screen. Market not reacting too much. I got it on my Google scalp short because we got above 30s, which was an area I was kind of watching anyways. But keep an eye on GOOGL here. He's saying they literally have on the screen right now making AI more helpful for everyone. So there should be some AI announcements with regards to this phone. I know Sharif was just talking about, wouldn't it be great if headphones had AI in them for the Google? So I think that would be a really interesting look there. We'll have to see if Rick tells us anything. Also, I just noticed on my side chart, not at all related to the Google event here, but this AMD, I made that face because this VWAP bounce is the thing of dreams. This is like a textbook bounce here. Wow. Higher lows slightly as well. Bounce, bounce. Great look. I think if we can pop the top off here, break the lid of this 140.50, pop that champagne bottle, I think that'd be a great look here for AMD. I just saw that in my side chart, wanted to address that. Right now, though, Google, for me, what I've seen since the event began is a waffle between 164.20 and 164.30. That is not a super exciting range. It's pretty minimal, so I want to wait and see what happens here. I wonder if this, remember when MetaConnect sold the news?
I remember that.
Aggressively, and we were both long that? Oof. That was fun. So yeah, so I think this could be really interesting to see what Google does here. I don't know if it'll necessarily have a MetaConnect moment, but I think there could be something of note here as we hear our keynote. But right now he's talking about what they're doing across their tech stack. Also, the thing interesting with this meeting too is every time he says anything, the screen changes. So they put a lot of work into this presentation. I want to shout that out. He's talking about if they're going to address every layer of the stack. I'm not going to give an entire play-by-play though, because a lot of this is just the intro. I'm going to keep eyes on that and on GOOGL while we get into our final lesson of the day, because it is 1 p.m. Time flies, Sharif, when you're having fun in these markets.
Honestly.
Is there anything you're looking at ahead of the...
I got stopped out for the remaining amount that I had on AMZN, broke 73, and it is curling back down a little bit. I'm looking at 169.25, possibly 169.5 as a possible dip area. That's where the 10 exponential is.
Also, he's talking about their TPUs, just so you guys know. He's saying,
That's
our
so
technology allows our TPUs to be built for you. So I heard him say the word TPU, and I was
So
like, I have to
important.
interrupt. Again, I'll be reading the subtitles and listening to Mr. Osterloh as I do this lesson here. So let's get going here with this lesson, though. So let's be talking about some earnings whispers and leaks. Sometimes the earnings will give you whispers, and sometimes there are leaks, and it's important to understand the implications of those. Also, we have Google dripping into, speaking of leaking, Google's leaking down into that 164 area as he talks about Gemini 1.5 Pro. So just worth noting that as well. So let's talk about understanding earnings whispers. So earnings whispers are basically unofficial estimates of a company's earnings per share, their EPS, and they're circulated among investors and analysts before the official release. Hence the name of that website, Earnings Whispers. And so these estimates will often originate from anonymous sources within the company or within the industry, and they can impact stock prices, especially if they diverge sharply from official analyst estimates. So if you've got, for example, fake corporation, their XYZ Corp, let's say this corporation or Bamboozlement Inc., I don't know, let's see that they have an unverified whisper of a significant earnings beat, which led to a pre-market or pre-earnings rally, but then the report comes out and it turns out those whispers were actually misheard. It was like playing a game of telephone. You didn't hear those whispers right, and the stock quadunks, and that can be a little bit, some rumors of manipulation. So let's use an example from Facebook in 2018. So Facebook's Q2 2018 earnings report, I showed it to FB, its old ticker before it became Meta. There was some significant anticipation regarding its company's financial report performance, with analysts having consensus estimates predicting a really strong growth in revenue, actually focusing on how there could be some impact on its user growth. And there were some whispers and leaks suggesting that those earnings might actually not meet expectations, with some hints actually showing potential issues with user growth and engagement. So, of course, that would be of concern if we've got analysts being like, user growth, engagement. And then now here's some whispers saying, maybe that's not the case. The market did react pretty sharply, and Facebook's stock actually plunged over 20% in a single day. At the time, this was one of the largest single-day losses of market value in U.S. stock market history, 120 billion lost in one day. Let's talk. Here's one example, and I want to shout it again, Sharif, for putting together this awesome little lesson here with headlines. So good look there. You can see a global active daily users. You talked about user growth, right? That missed expectations. 1.47 billion versus estimates here of 1.49 billion. So big yikes, and thanks again to Sharif for putting those details here. Also, he's talking right now, Rick's talking about stacking layers on cloud devices. There's not much to say here. Just keep you guys updated. I am still watching this Google event and the GOOGL chart. But how do you use earnings whispers? Well, you want to treat them with skepticism, of course, because whispers can offer some potential trading opportunities, but you have to make sure to approach them with caution because not all whispers are accurate. Also, one thing as well to note, this is not a whisper nor is it a leak, but it's something I've noticed with reports. If you have a company announcing what should be a positive catalyst the day of or the day before their earnings, I might watch out, because we had that with Lumen announcing, we have like $5 billion worth of deals. Disney being like, I have, what was the announcement with Disney? Disney raising its prices for its subscription models. Netflix with its WWE partnership. All of those announcements, the day of or the day before earnings, all of those stocks missed on some portion of their earnings, or they disappointed Wall Street in some way. So be aware of these announcements that you get from companies before earnings. That could be an earnings whisper of its own. Again, I'm not trying to say this always is accurate, but I've seen it happen 3 out of 3 times now. So just be aware sometimes of some things companies say here. With regards to whispers, to get back to this, you want to make sure you're cross-verifying and comparing whispers with analyst estimates and other available information to make sure that it is as credible, or you're getting as much of verification as credibility as you possibly can, because you're never 100% sure. You also want to make sure to be very careful with the risk here, especially with something that is as inherently risky as relying on an earnings whisper. Make sure you're implementing stop loss orders and position sizing to make sure that you're mitigating any potential losses. Earnings leaks are a bit of a riskier game. So what are these? They can occur when you've got confidential financial info being prematurely disclosed to individuals outside of the company, otherwise known as insider trading. There can be legal consequences here because you're trading on non-public information. Also, the company leaking the non-public information. That is also not a great look. We also have a new man hitting the stage here in Google. He's wearing a blue polo. His name is Samir Samat, and he's talking right now. And there's even more things across the screen. So insider trading, just get back to this lesson here. That's what happens when you've got individuals trading on leaked information. They can face little consequences, and there's also some corporate liability because the companies from which the information is leaked can also be held liable for said leaks, especially if there's a failure to implement adequate safeguards to keep this info safe. So let's talk about Raj here and the Galleon Group. So he was the founder of the Galleon Group, which is a hedge fund that was one of the largest in the world, or when it was at its peak. And the firm was also known for some aggressive trading strategies. But in October 2009, which as Sharif mentioned was near the height of that financial crisis, he was arrested and later convicted for insider trading, which one of the key pieces that was used against him being that he had received non-public insider info about some companies' quarterly financial results ahead of their earnings reports announcements. And this info was provided by insiders at those companies. One notable instance actually involved info from Rajat Gupta of Goldman Sachs. He was a board member of Goldman Sachs, and it was actually involving the financial results for GS, with Gupta telling Raj ahead of time that they were going to actually report a loss. This was contrary to market expectations. So, of course, that gave, especially when it was contrary to market info, giving some insider info. And keep in mind, insider trades, this is multiple trades. So here's Raj, did end up getting used against him, and he uses information to make trades millions of dollars in illegal profits. So be very careful with earnings leaks, because that information, you want to be cautious how you're using it, and maybe don't, of course, use it, because we're not down for insider trading around these parts. The role of social media here is really worth noting too, because social media can amplify whispers and leaks. So if we hear, like, for example, you see things like, oh, this company reported, you always want to make sure, because there can be a lot of whispers without a lot of facts. So always make sure, because you can see the acceleration of these leaks and of these early reports and earning information, both accurate and inaccurate. So always make sure to do your fact checking. Sentiment analysis is also a really interesting way to use social media with regards to earnings, because monitoring the sentiment can provide additional insights into market expectations. However, it's essential to filter out noise and misinformation. It's also worth noting, I want to use Tesla as an example here, because there are a lot of Tesla bulls. I've talked a lot about following Tesla bulls on social media. Sometimes they'll have biases with regards to earnings whispers and what people are expecting for earnings, right? So make sure that you're looking at different sources and looking at the balance of the evidence.
Bang.
Before you make your assumption with regards to earnings. I'm not trying to signal out Tesla there. I'm just saying that is one where you do have a lot of bulls on social media stirring things around there. So just one example that came off the top of my head. Regulatory scrutiny is also worth noting here, because financial regulators are really looking at social media as a source of potential market manipulation, whether that's accurate or not. We do have Keith Gill being looked at here as well, but there was also one example in the flip of that, because I don't want to be bullying the cat man. We have Andrew Left, the lemon man of Citrus Research. He's been singled out there for some market manipulation on social media. So be aware of what you read on social media, and also be aware of what you post on social media, because earnings whispers and leaks can offer potential opportunities, but it's very easy to tiptoe over that slippery line. That line's not VWAP. That line is between what is legal and what is not. One more for good measure. So yeah, with that out of the way, thank you very much to Sharif for preparing that really interesting lesson that I think is a little bit of a different take here.
Completely different. I mean, we didn't talk about earnings. We didn't talk about trades. We talked just about some market facts, so we can kind of know. I mean, always newer traders coming in. I know I educated myself on this lesson as well, because there was some information there I didn't know. So thank you for going over that, Adara. All right, guys, we're breaking out here on Tesla. Tesla's blowing through 208, and the future is at 19,083. I'm looking at Softy because it's coming off that 414-ish area and coming into the 10 exponential. And it's been a very good directional day today for the future. So we're going to pack our patience, try to take a trade here on the soft one. Let's see if we can defend 413, since we're awfully close into that area as well. So we'll look to possibly profit off this bad boy a little bit over here. Where are we at in terms of, all right. So let's wait up here. Let's see if we can get something in around there. Come on, soft one. Here we go. We're showing 36s here on the ask. Now 35s. Let's see if the bid can cross up. Not yet. So zigging and zagging a little bit over here, trying to pack my patience as the future catches a bit of a downside move. But already put the beak wetter and the profit target. Let's look at this Tesla move over here. What a strong day for Tesla. Now, it's a back and forth competition right now between Nvidia and Tesla as to who wants to be the biggest and the baddest of the Mag 7 names on the day. 5.93 for Nvidia, 5.5 for TSLA. Oh, baby. 50 million shares traded for Tesla, 187 million. I'm willing to bet you most of those for Nvidia, one of the 187 million, are probably options based. I hear that it's become the options king now, while Tesla, used to be the options king. 208.5 right now. HOD on TSLA. Wow, what a move up. I'm in softy. I'm waiting to get printed. It feels like forever here at 33s, despite the fact that it's crossed, and there we go. Now we get the print, guys. Let's see if we can move up possibly into that $0.50. We got, what do we have long? 20s, 21s, or whatever it is. Let's see if we can work our way up to 50s. We just printed the high of the day on the future, 19,086.75. You're at high a day on Apple. You're at high a day on Tesla. You're at high a day on Nvidia. Get it, Katina, man. You're not on high a day on Amazon, even though we just printed on that. We printed that 170 on AMZN. Comes back into the level again on Softy. So happy that I de-risked, but I'm still waiting to see if that 10 exponential on MSFT wants to act as a local area of support. What I'll be waiting to see is if we can make a 5-minute candle to make a new high. That will help me confirm the trend. So what am I looking at here? So we're obviously in a downtrend. That green line is the 10 exponential, hence why I got in there, because we have been really respecting it, as you can see on the day.
Oh my God, Google's having some demo issues here. This guy cannot get the demo started. You keep saying, let's say if the demo gods are with us.
And it tanked?
Yeah, just tanked here. The first time it didn't work, it was fine. Then he said, let's see if the demo gods are with us, and then he tanked. I was trying to get in that short a little bit earlier, like when it first started not working. This man is really struggling with his demo. He looks like he's kind of freaking out here. Sorry to him, but congrats to anybody in that short there, because wow, did that thing drop there.
No. That's more important, Adair. You're covering contemporaneous stuff, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be the good stuff there. Contemporaneous means like
stuff that's happening right now.
Yeah. Oh, right.
The demo worked and everybody clapped and cheered. It's the loudest this crowd has been all day.
They were worried about their shares.
Yeah,
that's why they're like, no, don't dump. Was it live when Elon crashed or broke the window on the Cybertruck? Was it live? It wasn't live. All right. Well, anyway, Softy's in at the 10 exponential again. So decisions for me to be made around here. I'm going to pack my patience. I already have my out through 414. I'm going to be all eyes and ears and everything else at 414 as well. Even though I got in on the 10 exponential, doesn't mean 414 is not an important level. So if we hold 414 here, we do have some, a little bit of zig and zag into that 414 level, showing that there was some buying and selling around there. So I'll be very interested at 414 if we do work our way down. Now we're breaching, so now I'm out of the money by about 3 pennies here on the soft one. Decisions to be made. I'm seeing that big red candle on Google and even Meta coming off a little bit, so a little bit of a pullback here, Adara, as we inch into that 19.1 on the futures. Not quite there yet. 19,087 still the high of day on the NQ September contract. 2 1/3. Oh, baby, the NQ is just outperforming everything else today. ES, 1.4. The Dow, 0.79. Even the Russell, rotation, question mark, 1 1/4. The NQ absolutely killing it today, above 19,000, looking to go 19.2 Adair.
Yeah, the demo people look really nervous, so I'm going to stay in my Google short. I actually added to my Google short. We just got part of it out there at 80s. If we stay below 164, I'm staying in. If we get above 164, I'll get out. I also want to talk about the other short I'm in, which is Nike. Someone was mentioning, oh, no one's talking about Nike. And I was like, yeah, like I did forget about Nike. I had Nike up. I liked that 78.65 failure. The short didn't work out. We made a new high a day, but I wanted to keep an eye on it because if you've noticed here, Nike has really been struggling with 79. We get up into 79, we get up nicely, we get up kind of violently, and then Nike's like, oh, what am I supposed to do? Continue to run? I'd rather not. And it comes back down. Now, could this be a range? Yes. I'm still risking same level. I actually think before I was like around 85, I'm risking to 80s here. Let's see what we can do. We got back below the 90 EMA with a nice little topping tail candle, so I decided to get involved there in that short. Google here, these demo people look so nervous. Like the way that guy, you could tell like the fear was slowly like seeping into his bones. And then he made a Sabrina Carpenter reference because he was like, oh, like, let's see, like Google, like, let's see if we can get Sabrina Carpenter tickets. And it wouldn't work. And then, yeah, I was like thinking he probably wants a Me Espresso. And then he was panicking because he's like, oh, because we mentioned Sabrina Carpenter. Let's see if we can get Google to add espresso to our cart. And you could tell he was like really worried. And then it worked. So I was like, shout out to you. Kind of scared looking man, but Google's still below 194. It looks, or sorry, 164. It's below 194, but 164 was the level to which I was referring. Still below that level here. Like I said, I'm kind of trying to see what we do here. I'm a little bit disappointed I wasn't able to get that big move down in the demo because the second I think the first time he missed the demo, I was like, this will be a short. And then I was never able to strike. Had that go doom. Shout out to anyone who's involved in that. I am sorry to any of the longs involved in that name though, because I feel badly for him too. It's always unfortunate when those demos don't work out. I am very sad I was not here for the era of the Cybertruck smashing because that sounds like that was quite the
I think it's on
the affair.
YouTube for sure.
I'll have to find that. Yeah. But anyways, I always really enjoy like the opportunity to get to cover events like these live on the midday show because they're not always going to do anything, but sometimes they do. We've had at least 5 people on the stage right now. This is such a multi-person event. Now we've got Jenny on again in her pink shirt and maroon leather jacket. I don't know why so many people are required, but apparently they are. But yeah, this Google event still happening here, guys. Swear I'm mostly just talking about Google because that event is going on. But also I'm not even in Palantir. Nike still below my level. Please does punch. If there's any things you guys are looking at, though, get in that chat and let us know. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. We did get a nice little pop here above 164 on GOOGL. So I'm going to have to get out here. Happy I tried that trade, but whatever stock you're looking at in this segment brought to you by Real Trading, let us know. But again, if you guys are like, how do I get in that chat? You have to subscribe.
Yeah.
And if you subscribe, you're part of a great community. So why wouldn't you want to?
I know.
You hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, get in that chat, let us know, and let's be a part of things. We've got a little, I don't want to say topping tail, but slightly lower high here forming in the SPY in the 5-minute. Nike nicely below that level. We've got Google heading back to 164. This day is, I know I keep saying it, but this day has been one of the most interesting in the market. And now Starbucks gives me my 93 bounce. Really? I wish I had more eyes than I had, Sharif. There's so many stocks to look at here. Yeah, also, there's going to be another live demo here, guys. So watch out if you're in Google.
I like it. I think people were talking about their headsets and how they could be AI connected. So that's pretty cool. I think somebody put that in the chat not long ago. I think that would be super interesting to have. You know, you're on there and you don't really always want to pull up your phone. I just want to be able to touch my ear and, I don't know, feel like I'm in Star Trek or something. But
I like that.
Yeah, why not?
That's a good goal to have.
Yeah, whatever. It's okay. Here's what I'm watching. How? Ram says technically you can do that. Yeah, really? Well, Siri, okay, that's great. But Ram, Siri still sucks. So once Siri gets the upgrade, I think that'll be a little bit better. And we're expecting a really good upgrade for Siri. So hopefully we'll get it. And it's not just, words. All right, so I'm still in Microsoft long at 21s. We just printed 40s. I'm waiting for something around the $0.50. Looks like we are defending 414, but I suck as a trader, so I didn't add at 414. I think we dipped into 10s or high single digits. Yeah, it looks like we dipped into 5s or 7s. I didn't have a sitting order there. I thought we would work our way down into 114 to possibly get the ad there. So we're not getting much in the way of this trade, but it's not breaking down either. So keeping an eye on that. Tesla, though, looks like it's a possible mean reversion here. And the reason I say that is because it's extended off the 10 on the 5. So 207.17, we're printing 208s right now. Maybe we could come in and defend possibly either 207 or that area top here, but Tesla's very strong. 5 1/3. Nvidia and it, like I mentioned, are fighting back and forth. 5 3/4 right now for Nvidia, 5 1/3 for TSLA. And that's really all that I see. We're again on Amazon. We're still kind of whiffling and waffling in the high 169s. We touched 170 earlier. I was able to profit on this one. Tried to take it back short, got stopped out for a little bit there. So I'm zigging and zagging on it as well. I want to see if it can move through 170, because if it can, then we can use 170 as a local area of support. Obviously, previous resistance. I like the fact that these candles are all putting in higher lows. This is the 5-minute look right now on AMZN. Even though we haven't worked our way back into 170, the buyers here are buying it at higher levels on every single increment down. So we'll see if that can get a nice print. That's the look there. No real other trade for me except this Microsoft, which I already took a bit of profit on, but I'm really waiting for that $0.50 to come in if it does come in. We're still holding the 10 exponential on the 5. I'm unsure exactly how to think of this trade at the moment. The future coming down off that 19,087. It's at 69, still above the 10 exponential though on the future. So we'll keep tabs on that. Adara is listening to the Google event. And as we can see, Google still kind of, it's up 1%, but it's definitely underperforming the market. The market's up 2 1/3. Google up 1.1, not even 1 1/3. It's trying to hold 164. This is an interesting area on Google. Even though you had that huge move down while that man was having technical difficulties, this 164 area was an obvious area crest earlier. Which we did. We came into 164, but look how quickly we got bought up into 164. So that could be interesting. If we get a bullish look here on Google, 164 could be an area of support. You're only 9 pennies above it right now. So you'd risk 10 or 9 pennies to get in at this level. So we'll keep tabs on all these names. Microsoft's boring me to death. It's not breaking up. It's not breaking down. I'm flat on it at the moment. 3 pennies in the money. This isn't the trade that I thought it would be. Microsoft, show yourself. Move up into $0.50 a day.
Show yourself, Microsoft. Google, this event, now there's, I can't tell if this is a musical interlude or it ended. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. But basically, yeah, so I put this in the chat because this was really funny. This lady was like talking, Jenny, in her beautiful little purple coat there. She was talking to Gemini. She was like, like, give me an example. I think of like an experiment to do with a kid or something. And what the AI was like, you could do like invisible ink or something. It looks super cool and trippy. That was a real response that the AI said. Neo Roberts in the chat saying, too bad it didn't say rad. Yeah, it was pretty funny. But anyways, that notwithstanding, Google, as Sharif said, really, really stagnant right now. I've been watching the book on this. We're between 164 and 164.15. Also stagnant is my Nike short. This one is a little bit on the treadmill, but it's not speed walking. It's literally walking in place here. We're still below 80s. I'm still in this trade, but man, I would love to see this move lower. I'll add to this if we get to that 50s area, if we get nicely below 50s. There's another man. His name is Brian Rakowski. We've had at least 5 or 6 people here today, guys. There are so many people involved in this Google demo, and they're all wearing jackets, even though they're in California. So, right?
Good point.
Pardon?
Good point.
Right? So love to see what happens here with this man. Sunder has not hit the stage, by the way. It's a lot of other people. I would also, I do feel really badly for that guy with that demo issue, but man, I'm also feel very badly for any longs during that demo issue for Google. So big look there. We're going to have to wait and see what happens in Google. Palantir breaking back down. Upset I missed that 38 break because I saw that and I was like, you liked 38s earlier, Dara. I didn't get in. It's all good. You cannot trade every single name, try as I might. No, all jokes aside, though, I have been trying to try some new things. So I think that's always, you want to be trying different stuff for sure. Palantir, though, definitely a bit of an interesting one. Nike, I'm still in that short, but look what else is maybe flipping from support to resistance. On. I was clearly good out of this long too early. Happy to go to where I did, though, because we were really stagnant around that 42s before pushing up higher. We actually got up at 43s. Now, though, we're below the 90 MA. Look at that wick into 4280s. I would rather see us get below 4250s. If we get below 4250s, I risk into that 70s, 80s area, and I think you could take at least 42s on this. So on, I know I took you off my side chart, but you got to go back on because you have to go back on because I do like that rejection here of 4280s. Nike's certainly moving up here, and some people were like, is this an on sympathy play? On initially gapped down before coming back up here, so I'm really not sure, but good look for Nike there. Although it is a little bit stagnant, good look for on currently up about 8% in the day. Another earnings name with a reversal was SE. This is C Limited. This company, they have the Shopee. So good look here for SE. This one also traded a little bit lower, now currently up about, wow. Woo. SE, I don't need to add any other names to my side chart, but I like that support resistance here at 74.50s. And as I continue to revisit old earnings names from this morning, we've got HD, Home Depot. It certainly looked like it had a little bit of improvement, home improvement, if I might say, from what we saw earlier today on that HD.
Like that.
We did have a little bit of resistance here at the 3480, support at VWAP at 345. We broke above that, popped up beautifully. Higher highs, higher lows generally. A little bit of being stagnant, though, here at this 90 MA around that 351. Spread of about 50 cents, though, which for a $350 name, I don't love. I'm okay with the larger spread on Lily because Lily is like $900. This spread on HD, I think that spread needs to be a little bit like, home improved. I want to see the Property Brothers getting some work done on that. On that spread on Home Depot, because I am not a fan. Basically, flat on Nike right now. Have a lot of things on my mind. I definitely am excited to aggressively journal tonight because I'm happy I was trying to take some different trades take some more trades than I'm used to, but I want to make sure you're always zeroing in on the best opportunities, because every day there's not going to be a million A+ opportunities. You just have to zone in on the ones that are A+ for you. As we continue to see Brian chat, we see some more images. No updates on Google right now, but I'm still looking at that one for sure. How are you doing over here with
Just
Meta?
took 20 pennies there. Not on Meta. I'm in Microsoft.
Oh, sorry, I don't know why that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
My
all
bad.
good. Because
I
we
thought
both
that said
start with M, that's why. This one is really having trouble breaking through the $0.50, so I said to myself, just take the profits here. I like the look right now on Tesla, because we were talking about this one mean reverting back possibly into the 10 exponential. It's exactly what it did. Didn't take the trade. Should have been putting on that trade. 207.20. I was sitting at 15s waiting to defend 207. It didn't dip down. Worst it could do was that $0.25. Now we're at about the $0.50, the 2/3 of a dollar. So 3 red candles here for TSLA, but it just does, generally defend that 207, or sorry, not the 207 level, the 10 exponential on the 5, which it has been for the most part respecting all day. Mostly, it's either been the 10 or the 20. The more trending times, the retracements come into the 10. The consolidative time over here, midday, it really did respect that 20. So Tesla has been giving you opportunities, whether or not we took them, entirely different story. And I feel so silly having taken that out on Microsoft, because I waited and I waited and I waited. And yeah, you can show the chart. This is kind of why I'm upset. Because I was waiting and waiting for this one to curl into that 60, 50 penny level. And the second I take it out, it just goes. So that's a lesson in context. Pack your patience. If you like your level, just hold on to it and wait to either trigger your beak wetter or trigger your stop. Maybe don't stare at it as much. Just talking to myself. Amazon, right back into 170. I like this one. I don't want to take a breakout through 170. I'm also looking at Meta because it's also at the 10 exponential, and it's been very respectful of that level today, META. You're going to have to give it a bit of room, though, because there are some times where it does dip into that 20 exponential super quick to get everybody out. So good look on all these Mag 7 names, saving except for Tesla, but Tesla still at the 20, or the 10 exponential. So it could bounce off this level for sure if it gets going over here. So let's load up that set Cybertruck and see what it's doing at these levels. Yeah, so it's whiffling and waffling at 207 and a third. I'm not going to just jump in here because it could dip down a little bit more. It's 4 red candles in a row on Tesla. Now, you don't have to be first. I think I can participate with this one if I wait for the first green candle to make a new high. But the one that's kind of been under most people's radars today, I don't know. I mean, I didn't trade it all that much. I had a couple of trades on it. Look at Apple. So working its way slowly into triple twos, 222. It's at 22189 now. It's been very incremental. It's how it's made its way up. It's definitely not the volume leader or the actual percentage up on the day leader, but it's working its way through these levels. So we'll keep tabs on that. Yeah, Tesla does look like it's defending the 10 exponential, at least for the moment, as some of its counterparts make higher highs. I'm talking about Amazon. I'm talking about Apple. Which other one over here? Yeah, I guess that's really the only two that made newer highs right now. Good look for both of them. Keeping my eye on TSLA. I really like it possibly at this 10 exponential. So we'll pack our patience there. Let's look at some of the small cap gappers, see what is involved in these. CXAI has been in play all day. Off the 376 high a day. Does look like it defended that 330 area. That's interesting. Flip from resistance to support. You get about a triple top there or so at around 3 1/3. We go 3 3/4, dip down into 3 1/3, defend it. Now we're at 3 1/2. Love these kind of stair step patterns on some of the small cap gappers. You see them often. So good look there for CXAI. Some of the other names, Starbucks looking to curl off VWAP. So this has been hugging VWAP all day with a couple of breaches over here. Now we're starting to break above this area resistance, which was at 93 1/4 and a third. Now we just got to the $0.50. So rounding a little bit there off VWAP. There's umpteen amount of buyers to keep this close to VWAP. So people really liking the headline today, removing the year-and-a-half CEO and putting in this Chipotle guy. Forget his name. What's Nickel?
Brian Nickel.
So moving up there, let's see if it can get into 94. is SBUCs. I like CXAI as well. Let's flip back, see what these monsters are doing. Here comes Tesla. Here, top right into 207. So breaking through the 10 exponential. The other area I'll be looking at if 207 gives way is 206.50. But you're seeing topping tails now on a bunch of them. And this is why I didn't want to get into Meta. Right there at the 10 exponential. Look at that. It broke it aggressively. Now it's coming possibly into 528. Let's see if the 20 exponential holds up here on Meta. Apple, topping tail candle through 22189. That's not a good look. And you're seeing that same ugly inverse topping tail, inverse hammer, topping tail candle right now on the soft one. So this is not a good look for these Mag 7s right now as they look to curl back down. Obviously a healthy pullback on the day. No question about that. You're seeing that as well on Amazon. We're right back below 170 with a topping tail through 170.16. We'll have to see if these topping tails become operative or they're just one candle and then we continue to move up again. So I'm going to send it to you while I set up some orders.
Yeah, and I think one thing too, where my brain. Yeah, that I had something I wanted to say. I just want to shout you out because I was going to shout you about something specific and I don't remember what that was. But shout out to Sharif there. And also best of luck with those trades there.
Hopefully.
And also, yeah, a lot of people there were talking about Tesla as well in the chat. So Tesla pretty interesting here. IWM, I got in a short in the lower high. Happy with that. Took out profit like 20 cents in the money. Then I added because we were nicely below that 207s there. One thing I want to work at is not necessarily adding. I think it's good to be adding. And it's not like I'm averaging when it's against me. I'm averaging when I'm in the money, but I want to work on this side where I'm adding because I could have arguably waited for 206.50s. Sorry, no, 206.95s instead of adding here at 206.91s. That being said, we're in the money here. I will be getting out another half of this position of the new average position here at 206.70s because that was a previous area of support resistance. And that's the same reason I got out of part of this where I did here because that was where we had a little bit of resistance earlier. So I was like, if we can break below that, then it makes sense to add. But until we break below that, it makes sense to piece out a little bit there. So let's get ready for some 72s. Take out half this position there. Should it reach that level? Also, in terms of where I will be stopping out initially, when I first got in here, I was like, oh, well, I got in. One thing that Sharif said that I think is huge, I think this is what I meant to shout him out on, was that when we have these low, if you're going to get in on a lower high, whatever you use as your basis to getting in the trade, sometimes you want to use that as your basis for leaving the trade. So if I'm getting in a lower high, if we make a higher high, that's where I'd have to leave. So if we break above that 207.30, that's where I would have to go. We broke below that. I basically got in. I think the highest it wicked in while I was in it was just below 20s. Then we continued lower. Right now, though, that 207 area, just the way we broke below that and the way we haven't been able to decisively break back above that, if we get above 207s, I'm out for the time being. And as this trade moves lower, especially with me adding into it, right, as we see the trade change, the winds of change occur in this trade, I might be, being swept by the wind into different directions for this trade. So interesting look there. You're going to have to keep eyes on that. Sharif has said sometimes, earlier today as well about like these trades kind of lulling you to sleep. Nike is doing that. Am I out of the money in Nike? No. Am I in the money in Nike? I'm slightly out of the money in Nike, a couple cents here. Am I in the money in Nike? When I am, it's like by 5 cents. I still love all of these topping tail candles. I think if this area of support breaks, I think it will break beautifully. I think there's some clear resistance at 79. I just don't know if this breakdown will happen while I am in the midday show, and that's kind of what the issue is here for NKE. I figured out what I meant to shout you out on, by the way.
What?
It was what you had to say earlier about like trades lulling you to sleep, because Nike, although it is an Olympian, right now is kind of napping on the finish line there. It's definitely not putting in the caliber performance that the Australian breakdancer did, okay? Because she kept you entertained, she was exciting, and she had energy, and she was really happy to be there. Nike, this chart right now is giving me none of that. Though these topping tail candles are keeping me a little fed. IWM back here into 207, so I might have to leave here. We've got yet another man here wearing yet another jacket. He kind of looks like the guy that wasn't Jacob Elordi in the kissing booth. So if anyone in the chat watches the kissing booth, you'll know what I mean. But this man here he has a bit of a Hollywood look. He's wearing a blue jacket and a maroon shirt. So we'll see what happens there. Also, Palantir, wow, I should have gotten back in that short at 30.20, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. I have like 8 side charts now. Now I'm wondering if that's too many side charts, if I should be streamlining my view a little bit, because you don't want to get stimulation overload or sensory overload. That's one thing that I will have to aggressively journaling about. Just as I'm excited about Nike moving to the downside, we are back to flat. Nike, pick a lane. Sincerely, pick what lane you're going to run in, and just let me know.
I like it. Amazon is absolutely flying, Adair, and there's good strength coming into the zone right now. 107 and a third, real good strength here on Amazon as it really blows through that 1.7 area. Where's the Amazonian when you need him? Come on, Ob, where you at? So look, yeah. Bit of a tougher look there. I just got stopped at a Tesla as it broke in 207. I had a really tight stop there because I didn't know exactly what the Cybertruck was going to do. But everything moving up here except Tesla, so a bit of a tougher choose for me. I was trying to get in but into the meta train, but we all know how that is. It's awfully spready there. So we'll keep tabs on Tesla. I still like Tesla possibly at 207. Sorry for the distorted charts as it really reclaims that level again super quick. So we'll see if this 207 level on the day wants to hold or what the deal is. I don't want to get cut up too many times on this name, but it's at a critical area, this 207
Keke Palmer just walked on stage at the Google event for reasons I do not understand.
Altman?
Keke Palmer. Keke Palmer to promote her book. She's an actress. What is this Google event? Keke Palmer is in this amazing pink outfit that I want for myself. Oh my God, I love this outfit. Shout out to Keke Palmer here. I don't know if we can show this, but look at this outfit here. Keke Palmer shouting out her book for some reason at this Google event. She was a child actress. She was Aquila and the Bee. She was also in the Jordan Peele movie Nope in like 2021. She's quite well known. She's hosted SNL and now she's off the stage. So what is this Google event? I am so shocked. This has been one of the most fun events to be covering, by the way. Didn't mean to cut you off there, but Keke Palmer cut off the event, so I had to address that.
Yeah, as long as you're excited there, because I have no idea who she is. So 207 still involved in this one, keeping an eye on it. 206.50 will be an interesting area for me as well, although I think it'll be a little different if Tesla comes into that 206.50 because its counterparts are not. And it will also be a definite give of the 207 area. So I'm not sure how I feel about that 207 area on TSLA, or sorry, 206.50, I should say, on TSLA. But I'm very interested on Amazon right now. For whatever reason, Amazon is really catching a bid here, and I still have nothing to explain the strength in Amazon on the day, but I guess you don't really need it because, well, it's just moving up. Where's my Amazon screen? Well, allow me a minute, guys. Can't really find my zone screen at the moment. Let's pull it up, AMZN.
Screen's not in the zone?
No, it's not, all right? And it doesn't trade on the Amex either, Adara. You know, it's lost in the jungle. Yes, Ram.
Thank you. She says you're welcome. Thank you, Ram.
Yeah, so 170.50 now, 53, 54, 55. This was going here. AMZN getting the squeeze. I wonder if this is like the inverse Google or something right now because I have no explanation why AMZN is moving up. I'm still looking to see if there's anything related that could possibly be a sympathy play for Amazon. But yeah, great look right now on AMZN. I'm still looking at that 207 on Tesla as it won't give way. But yeah, AMZN, I guess, really has my attention here. I just don't like punching in at highs. You guys know how it is. I need to come in to a key area of technical resistance and take the bounce off there. I just won't chase it at these levels. I also want to mention that Apple broke the 10 exponential and is now below the 20 exponential. So Apple selling off aggressively here after it reached, not aggressively, it's about 50 pennies off the high, breaching the 10 and the 20, still above that 221 level that it was defending all dang afternoon, essentially from, when did it reclaim 221? At around, let's say, 11 o'clock, right at the top of the show. It was able to get above 221 after failing it earlier on. So we'll see if 221 features possibly here as another or as a level on AAPL. Man, Amazon is headed up. Here comes 65s. This thing is just going. Everybody's piling. Everybody and their mother's third cousin's dog is piling into this one, baby. It looks like we are really squeezing up here. It looks like the whole dollar incoming momentarily, Adair.
Yeah, guys, you only have a few minutes left here, 7 minutes left to get into that chat and vote for the ticker of your choice. Exclamation point, join, space, dollar sign. Maybe it's AMD, maybe it's NKE, maybe it's MSFT, maybe it's ONON, maybe it's Starbucks. We've had so many crazy names today. Maybe it's Google with this event. Whatever it is, guys, get into that chat and let us know. And you can only get into that chat if you subscribe. So please hit that subscribe button if you want to be part of this amazing community. I'm so happy to be here every single day, especially when we get stuff like this happening today with this Google event. You guys, I don't know if you know this, but this is Strafe knows. I actually love listening to the Fed speak. And when we have events like this during the day, I find it so entertaining. I'm literally excited about our new Fed speaker, Beth Hammock, okay? I've been hyping Beth for a while here. So I love when we get stuff like this, and I'm so happy to be able to cover it on this desk with all of you. I don't know why Kiki Palmer was there, but shout out to Kiki.
Get it,
Love
Kiki.
Get it, Kiki. And thank you, Ramin, for validating me by knowing who Kiki Palmer is. I appreciate that.
I don't mean to. I didn't mean anything.
No, I know.
I just don't know who she is. Yeah.
She's been a thing for like years. That's why I didn't.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's why I didn't know. But anyways, yeah. Shout out there, and yeah, she has quite the career as well. So good look there. I don't know why she's there promoting her book. We've introduced now 2 more people. Shanaz and Kenny have now also entered the stage because there have not been enough people here at this Google event so far. Get it, Kenny. Get it, Shanaz. Great look there. But yeah, Nike again back to flat. Just to get back to the one trade I'm involved in. We're still here. We're still having these higher wicks. To be clear, I'm staying in this because, as Sharif kind of said earlier, something I really agree with. Being kind of lulled to death by a trade is not a reason to leave the trade. Because if I had left that on for that reason, I would have missed out of a trade that worked out, right? So make sure you're not getting out of trades just because you're bored. I say this as someone who once, and this was in the sim, but I still don't like this. I left the Meta trade because I was just like, oh, it's not really happening. I leave and it would have worked like $2, right? And Meta is one of those ones you have to wait for. So it's like, if you're leaving a trade solely because it's not making the move you want to happen in an instant, that is not the reason. Now, sometimes if you're looking at a book, for example, SPY or Tesla, and it's holding support or resistance really weirdly for a while, that can sometimes be a sign of something in the water. That can sometimes be a sign of the calm before the storm, just as somebody's noticed that.
Bang.
But in other cases, if you're looking at like a Nike or an ON and other aspects of the chart are still showing what you need to see, that's not a reason to leave. That's a reason to breathe and to pack that patience a little bit tighter in that Samsonite bag. Maybe you're like, oh, hey, the airline's letting me bring another carry-on. Let's get another bag. Maybe that's what you need. That's fine. Maybe you need to pack a little bit more patience, but it's not a reason to leave the trade unless it is. I got out of IWM flat here. Like I said, I wanted to see what we did at 207s. We got above 207s. I got out. I think that 207 bounce. It was fun being in this trade, but I think we could be bouncing at 207s here. So I do not want to be getting back in the short. If anything, I think that we could use that 207 support as a long. But like I said, I think my biggest issue today was I had way too many heads on a platter here. I don't like that analogy. I was trading way too many names, had my eyes on way too many things. To be clear, I don't think it's always necessarily a bad thing. There weren't trades that I took that I deeply disliked. Market tank here. I'm going to be keeping an eye on what happened here in this market. What are you seeing here? What are you looking at?
Oh, everything just dropped off a dang cliff. What's going on over here? Apple just broke VWAP. Wow, it's almost a more than $1 move on Amazon. Meta flushing, Microsoft, everything's dropping off. I have no idea what happened. I'm looking. Some
of it's recovering pretty quickly, though, here, too.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the algos start buying right away. So, I don't see a whole lot on the Mag 7. Maybe other stocks are recovering. Not sure what's going on. If you see anything geopolitical, which is sometimes what, we get these midday moves. I don't think it's the Google event that could cause this drop, but big drop there midday. Fed Bostic, here it comes. I see this. If economy evolves as I expect, there would be a rate cut by the end of the year. That can't tank the market. What economies? Okay, here. Fed Bostic says economy's balance of risks returning to level. Rate of posture is restrictive, but not intended to be permanent. All right, that's not market moving stuff right there. I'm looking to see if there's anything else coming in. I'm not seeing anything yet. If you guys see anything, let me know, obviously. And then we will scan that and let everybody know. So I did well on my Tesla trade, but I got stopped out for the remaining amount, obviously, as the market tanked. So we took 30 pennies on Tesla because it was zigging. It was zagging with that 207. And I was able to get in 207.07, take it out exactly 37s. But I think the winds of change may have come on these markets unless we get bought up here. So we're all eyes and ears to see exactly what the sitch is. Let's bring in some of the side charts to see what the recoveries or lack thereof look like. So Apple back at VWAP looks like Amazon defended the 10 exponential moving average. Meta defended 527. For whatever reason, Softy defended the 50. Goggles defended VWAP. So kind of interesting here where some of these bad boys decided to hold up. As well as 19,000. Looks like the futures defended 19,000 with that 07s being the low on that particular 06s, being the low on that particular candle. So it looks like it's getting bought up. You have anything?
Yeah, I was going to say it's getting bought up here. Yeah, shout out there. Thank you to DayTrader Credit. Sorry, you guys, for missing that news there. The next comment we had, though, from him is pretty interesting. They're basically saying it'd be bad if we cut rates and had to raise them again. True. So thank you for letting us know that. Also, though, it's worth noting that, Darwin, some of the people in the chat saying this could just be a technical drop. S&P 500, I was trying to short that pop because generally those pops are pretty shortable. It recovered pretty quickly. A lot of these names are recovering pretty quickly here. We also have yet another person joining this Google stream. Now it's this guy named Jimmy Butler. It's this basketball player. So Google continuing to bring out some famous people on this stream. We're getting to see a nice little recovery here as we get this pop here on the S&P 500. Little 540 bounce here from what I'm seeing. We dropped it and retested it. IWM bouncing. Some of these larger market participants bouncing. Also, in case you were wondering if Nike dropped during that drop, no, it didn't. It did not. We have more geopolitical stuff happening.
Well,
I'm
there
still trying to look here, guys.
Okay,
Sorry.
so there is. I mean, I don't know the when this message came out, but I just I love how you said this some guy Jimmy Butler. Because to me, Jimmy Butler is like, and I have no idea who that.
He's
less it in context.
Yeah.
No. Like in terms of popularity, Jimmy Butler to me, I just know so much about Jimmy Butler.
Oh.
And I didn't know.
And I was very excited about
exactly
Kiki.
right. So that's your superstar. That was mine.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
So here it is, Adara. Lithuania's defense minister says Russia is moving troops from Kaliningrad, to the Kursk region. Lithuanian defense minister said on Tuesday Russia was moving troops from its Baltic enclave of Kaliningrad to the southern Kursk region, the location of an unprecedented Ukrainian cross-border incursion. We saw that yesterday. We don't like to mention political stuff, but when it jives with the market or possibly is market moving, we'll mention it to you. We're not going to offer an opinion either way, but that is what I'm seeing. I'm not sure that that's the reason things are moving. I'm just reading to you what's coming in latest on my blotter there. The market has not recovered. Meta still down. On the way to 527, it's continuing to move down. The soft one did bounce off 413, but look at that. It didn't make a new candle, make a new high. It's still coming down. Likewise with Amazon, obviously 107, 171.04 is the high, but it's continuing to move down, not recovering off its candle there, off the red candle that dropped it. So you're getting that consistency with these names. Obviously still very positive on the day is the Mag 7, the NQ, still above 2%. So it's not tanking these markets as aggressively possibly as maybe the initial move may have indicated, but definitely something to be aware of here. I just wonder if this changes the move for the afternoon. Are we now looking negative? Are we looking short on these names rather than possibly looking for a 19-1 touch? So that, I think, maybe fundamentally changes the picture. We're going to have to wait to see how this unfolds in the next few minutes or so. Let's see what the chat is up to over here. Anything interesting? Yeah, I see what you're saying, Christopher. Yeah, they don't really care about that kind of stuff. Sometimes they do, though. Sometimes they do. I don't think the world is looking for conflict. It's not bullish, obviously. So, yeah, that's the look there. DayTrader Cut goes on to say, Fed's Bostic contacts don't tell me there are many layoffs. If that continues, we'll be in a good place. Obviously, you want to see strength in the job market. No question about that. We all saw what happened when the NFPs came in later than expected. We got the mother of all sell-offs that that basically we're still dealing with. Here's some other stuff. Ram. Fed's Bostic says housing inflation has decreased significantly in recent months. That's really good because we know shelter inflation was one of the reasons we were still up. Rate cut expected by year end if economy evolves as predicted. He goes on to say, Fed's Bostic says recent inflation data gives confidence we can return to 2%, waiting for more data to ensure the trend is real, willing to wait for first rate cut, but expecting it by year end if economy evolves as expected, concerned about cutting rates too soon, and then raising them again, current inflation levels not sustainable. I don't know, man. I like, Canada is plus or minus 2%. So like 3 or 1. The Fed refuses to do that. It's 2 or nothing for them.
They're very set in their ways. I think with Jackson Hole coming up next week, I'm really excited to cover Jackson Hole. You guys know I like hearing these events. Jackson Hole, I think, should be really, really spicy with that in mind because we do have that next Wednesday to Friday.
And he tanked the market off that in August of 2022.
Inflation is not transitory.
Yeah, no, that was November 2021.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's all good. That was testifying in front of Congress. He said that, but he also tanked the market again in August of 2022. 2022 was a hell of a year for the shorts. I think we bounced once after the war. Yeah, Neil says a little bit. I think we bounced once after the war in either March or April, and then we got a bounce, I think, in June, and we didn't move up again, I think, until the end of the year. So a bit of a tougher look there. A few more minutes until I weasel on up to the green screen, Adair. Anything you're thinking about or looking at?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm still in Nike. I am still flat on Nike. Man, that was the least interesting trade of the day. It sat there and it did nothing. And I'm in it because I had to stay in it. I'm not like upset about it. Obviously, I have no reason to be. Sometimes trades will be interesting and other times they will be Nike. Nice. And that's how it goes. Also, shout out again to DayTrader for putting those in there. I was not able to see those Fed comments right away, though I was, had my eyes on it looking for it. Also, though, I want to contextualize because some people were saying this could have just been a general drop in the market. I have the SPY up here, and we actually didn't get that much volume on the SPY on the move down. So if you see here, we had less than like 1 million shares traded on that move down in this volume candle. If you look at it, it's not even our largest volume candle of the day. It might be like in the top 5, top 10 on the 5-minute chart here, but it's not. I sort of contextualize that volume a little bit because we did have that volume, but it wasn't super significant. A lot of those names here continuing in a over trajectory, they were continuing in. We had the IWM, which sold off, I would honestly say, much more significantly. We had a huge volume spike to the downside on the IWM comparatively when we had that move down. And we're already right all the way back up above 207s, and that one was hit a little bit harder, right? So I think contextualizing volume is a little bit interesting here for that move to the downside. Again, I would love to tell you all, Nike had a big volume move down when the market moved. It moved no more than 10 cents. So that was a little, it happened. But you know what? You're not always going to get the trade of the day. You're going to get a trade that works for you. So leave it to Goolsby, says Bonzilla. Yeah, generally Bostic is not known for moving the markets down. That was usually Loretta Mester, who is now, shout out to her, she's retired. We're going to get Beth Hammock replacing herself to
get it, Loretta.
Yeah, Loretta was great for the shorts. I know Big Spile said he would miss her. We also had Goolsby, as Bonzilla was alluding to, usually one that takes the market a little bit more. So we'll have to wait and see. There was another one that does quite a lot. Neil Kashkari. Kashkari is the other one. We called him Crash Kari. Sometimes because he does bring down that market there. But I haven't heard from Kashkari in many moons. So hopefully that Neil is doing all right. But yeah, Nike, I don't have much more to say on that. I can't believe this today went by so quickly, and I see you're trying to see if Apple 221 will do something for you.
I wet my beak.
I'm very happy to hear it.
It was a VWAP dip. It's holding above VWAP, so I've already placed my stop below the low of this crest over here. We'll see if we can hold up above it. I don't really have a whole bunch of positive feelings about this market, quite frankly. Amazon is still strong, though. We'll see if VWAP can hold on Apple. That's why I was de-risking it to 221. I don't think, we'll see if we can move back up. Fantastic. If we don't, we don't. We'll see exactly what we get, and we will not get upset. I'm going to set up a possible beak wetter here on Apple. I already have my stop in place, but I want to set up a beak wetter possibly at the $0.25 if it is to move up into that area. So we'll just put it there, and then we're going to say goodbye to everybody, and I'll see everybody very soon on the green screen. Tomorrow, we continue with that earnings lesson today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Industry, for putting together the lesson, for being here every single day. Appreciate you. And also, I'm very happy that 221s did something for you there on Apple. So good luck there. This market honestly looks, we're kind of recovering nicely, like above areas we were trading at. I'm using the IWM and the SPY because they are two, kind of larger indices that we will see get a little bit more volume perhaps. But yeah, we had that slight pop there, or I guess that volume pop when we had that drop. But again, SPY, interesting. It wasn't even really that much comparative volume when you look at it on the 5 minutes. So interesting stuff there. What else do we have going on here? Fed should stay in their office cube, says Finstein. Yeah, it's interesting too. I know we generally like the quiet periods there for the Feds, but I think next week should be very interesting with regards to Fed because we have FOMC minutes coming out on Wednesday, the same day that we get the Jackson Hole Symposium starting. And the theme of the Jackson Hole Symposium, I'm going to get the exact name here, but it has to do with monetary policy. So I think that'll be really interesting here to see, especially in a year where we do have a lot of interest with the monetary policy. We had quite a few people saying that the Fed should have cut rates in July, that we need an emergency rate cut. Some people have walked back those comments, but I think it has been a really, really interesting time here. So this is the name of the Jackson Hole Symposium for next week, reassessing the effectiveness and transmission of monetary policy. That name is very interesting when you think about, and they all have different names. Last year's was a markedly different name. So it's interesting in this time where monetary policy is on everyone's minds for understandable reason. I think it'll be really interesting to see what we do at this event. I want to look here quickly at AMDL here. Freddie, the friendly guy 2.0, mentioning some of these levered ETFs of, what is this? Is this on the NASDAQ? Yeah, basically we had Freddie the Friendly Guy mentioning some of these levered ETFs of some of these mega cap names. It's always worth remembering that these do exist. You can trade them. When Nvidia was 1,000, I was trading it through some of these levered indicators. I'm not able to pull this up for some reason. I'm gonna have to look into the AMDL and NVDX. NVDX though I'll try because I believe that's either on the Amex or the NASDAQ. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Hope you guys had a great time there today. And thank you so much for everything you do. This chat as well, again, please subscribe if you want to join that chat. Nice little volume pop there as we move down here in the NVDX, but much like the rest of the market, we had that move down, trying to continue to go back where we were before. So interesting look there. Yeah, I like this level here at 1345 on NVDX, Freddie the Friendly Guy. I like that support to or resistance to support flip. But right now, we are going to have to flip on to the rest of the part of the show. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. We're so happy to have you. Thank you for being a part of this community. Okay, sorry. Nike's still not doing anything, but we're going to be doing something over there in the next show. See you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. And we are ready. We're going to see Sharif, not here next to me, but he will be on the green screen. See you guys.
Good. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. What a move up in these markets, but we could be a little bit on the way down. Didn't have an opportunity to put up the futures as we were a little bit pressed for time there, but Tesla, the number one name on the ticker list as decided by you, up 4.5%, well off the highs though, guys. 206, what's a look?
Yo, Tesla.
What's a look? What's good? What's good, homie? All right, hold on.
What's good is coordinating in blue and representing the Blue Jays, despite, I love that.
Vladdy getting the paid now.
Yo, he's just trying to get paid. He's getting paid like the longs today.
Get paid.
But yeah, Tesla, just about
What's his
everything
batting
else.
average now.
Oh, he's got to be up to like 320 or something.
Tell me, what are you asking?
He's on fire.
I thought you might know to the digit there.
I'm not as crazy. Like early in the year when they were competitive,
Vladdy, though.
I'm way better with the stats.
I should ask Aaron.
This season. No, she does love Vladdy.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. She probably knows the stats, man.
Bro, before we go to Tesla,
you're slipping.
I have a sad story to tell. I can't go to the games because I can't get all the way down the steps in the cast. And my wife and daughter were at the game.
Yeah.
And Rebecca said twice there were balls that if I had been there, all I had to do was stand up and do this. Thankfully, the guy behind that caught one time gave to his girlfriend, but then there was another one next to them.
Why didn't Rebecca stand up?
They gave to Aaron. Because Aaron was laying on her at the time.
Laying on her.
I don't know, whatever was happening. But so it's like with the netting at all these diamonds, if you're close, you don't get balls anymore.
No.
So the fact that there were balls that were even that shallow close to me or where I would have been is a little bit depressing. But it's not depressing if you were long Tesla this morning. Although, so obviously really, really strong. But if you looked at what happened since Bostic and some of these highs happened, I think you have a bit of a rollover in some of these names. So there's a head and shoulders happening on TSLA, on Tesla, that could get back into this 04 support. So it was an 04 break, and now it looks like the key level is going to be like an 04 support on the way back, maybe even like this 206. So stair step up, it broke out that 204 level, continued, that's a bad wick. We didn't see any 220 up there, but 209, I think, or like 208 half or 209 is that high. I think pulling back in, previous top 06, and then from there, you've got the 04 level that stands out like a sore thumb on the way back. But whether we're calling it the comments from Bostic or maybe the market just running a little bit out of steam, who's to know? But Tesla was up well over 5%, and now most things are pulling back in here. But VWAP in 204 is still sitting right there. So I still think there's a chance for that. I'm in Rivian short, so that's usually my time. Rivian underneath VWAP. Rivian is here because Rivian's about to go red potentially. I don't want to draw a line. Every time it's gotten under VWAP, I've gotten back into the short. A couple times we had to get out. Looking for the low of the day here, 1340. There's big support on the daily there at 1330 for RIVN. But I'm in that, and I'm in Chipotle, which I guess we're not. Well, I'll talk Chipotle in a bit.
All right.
I thought that would be on the list, but I guess
Chipotle.
Yeah.
Is that still going down? I mean, I can't believe we talked
It
about
got to 52.
Oh, it got back up, all the way back up?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Well, I hit 48.
That would have been, I know, that would have been a great short. 52 for sure again. All right, we had Tesla here as a short at 203. And I mean, you know, obviously it's on the board now, not for a short, but for what it's been doing. We're long Palantir, and we just bought more Google right now at these levels. We could talk about those, or we'll just go over what we're supposed to right now. There's Tesla. So, you know, early on, we're still up on the stock. That's what I kind of want to show you. We let it run all the way up, and we are very, very patient, and to the point where in the chat they were like, Sean, you missed it. And I did miss it because it's a good thing. We probably would have been short first there at 203, but instead we got it on the way back down in, and we shorted 203.50, which was great because we're using 204 as the top, and then we took dollar on it. So that wound up being really good. That was a mistake in and out there. Then we reshorted again at 204 before getting out at 204.25. So that breakup really didn't cost us anything. The reason why I really like Tesla, though, in and that around that 203 area was this top. We hadn't broken in about a week and a bit. And once we did, then it was off to the races. So again, you know, I was just looking short on it. It was the only short idea that we had on the sticky note today. And obviously it broke through that level. So I think when we're going to go counter to what the market is doing and you break a key level, then you just continue with that momentum. So realistically, I feel like the missed trade was not in the fact that, I mean, we're up on it. It's to try to fight the short was a mistake, although we're up. The better trade was watching the market, seeing that PPI print, and simply just being up that 1.5% to start the day. We could have been a little more patient and waited for that Tesla to break 203, and when it did, we could have gone long. So I feel like that was a better trade, just going long there. But instead, we fought the short, and we won. So finally, we win going counter trend. But that's where you got to have stops, because if you don't, then that one goes up, up, and away, just like Elon Musk is up, up, and away. His Starlink is up, up, and away.
Great product.
He's going to be launching. What isn't there? He's not doing that tunnel anymore, is he? Where that super speed between New York and
no boring.
It's boring still there. Company.
Yeah,
that company's too boring. I think.
Yeah. Kind of lame.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's
no,
right.
It's still
they have a little tunnel through Vegas. I saw for the Teslas. Yeah, from the airport right into the hub there. That was really sick. Have you seen that?
Well, something I would clearly know nothing about in Vegas.
No, but maybe you've seen it.
No, I don't. No, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The running joke is I've never been to Vegas.
Yeah, I know.
Still.
On that note, Trader TV Live coming straight to Toronto, Ontario. So, all right, what's up, Sharif?
Palantir, Sean, up 2.45, looking to go 2.5 off the highs right now. They reported last week, great earnings report. We're all looking for that $30 break. We all got that $30 break. Let's see if we can stay above it. But there is this headline today: Surf Air Mobility looking to do a joint venture with Palantir for their AI software, which is good because we're looking for them to diversify their contracts away from government contracts into commercial. About 30% of them now commercial, guys.
Yeah, like that's sort of the thing. Like it almost like doesn't matter. Like, oh, they're getting contracts. They're not government contracts. That's the expansion that they need so that people can stop crying about them not having anything outside of the public sector, right? So well, crying is probably an overstatement. Yeah, it's funny how sometimes you get to the end of the day or late in the day, you start overstating things. Yeah, that's a bit of an exaggeration. No one's crying about the diversification or lack thereof of Palantir's clientele. At least I hope not. But I tried twice at the same level, and I only really liked Palantir. I've come to my 15-minute chart here. I really only like Palantir right back into 30-40. So if you were watching yesterday and then again on Friday, you had Friday's top and then the breakout price where like it was a good break early, and then it's just there was a lack of follow-through, and it just completely flushed. Should have been a reversal, obviously, but that was the level I liked. It down at 30-40, tried it a couple times. Every time it would regain that level, I went long, except for the third time. Yay, I wish I could tell you it was a conscious decision not to try to go long that third time, but we had a meeting. So, you know, I took 2 swipes at that level and lost, but I would have taken 3 if we weren't in a meeting. So, yay meeting.
Yeah, so for me, Palantir, we were pretty patient with it. We waited for it to fall back into this bottom level there, but you're going to be able to see something right here. That's us getting stopped out of this long. So we did take about a 20, maybe 15, 20 so cent hit there. Only not out of all of it. Remember, we talked about 75%, so we did get flushed out. Then we bought a little bit more, and then it just rips right back up. And I'm like, I cannot even believe this. It rips all the way back up there. So we did get longer once it fell back in, and then this happened, and we were able to get more out. And we were actually well up on Palantir, getting some out at the 200 period, just basically buying off $30. Off $30, what was really 30.20, getting some out here in the 50s. Like these were all really good outs, and it was a good stock for us. Then all of a sudden it came back in, and we tried it again right there and dropped it out. So we're going to be flat on Palantir, holding right now along. I'm trying to go long, sort of against this bottom, to be honest with you. We do have a decent amount of shares, but we could let it go. Maybe if we break through 95. Just don't really want to be part of this 85 wick or so. I'll probably use it as our out, but I feel like the same thing could happen to us. I just such a bad taste in the mouth after that one. So we're holding Palantir right now. This is what it looks like. We're buying it underneath the 50 period, see if it has a chance to go. If this market does rebound, we did have a little whoopsie daisy in the market. So let's see if Palantir wants to work. I'm long at 12s. So where's the 30-12? We have Google long, Starbucks short. What's that Starbucks short doing? Now only 75 cents in the money. Okay, we let that one sleep a little bit. Let's see if Palantir can get up. We'll take some out at 15s, and then just because that's just the highest we've gotten. And then we'll see about 20s and so on and so forth. So Palantir, I like the long. We're going to try to hold it against that 30.
What a day for Nvidia today, up almost 6%, 5.91, looking to break through the high of the day. You wouldn't have known that was going to happen if you saw the headline this morning. Huawei looking to compete with Nvidia when it comes to their GPUs. Specifically, Nvidia makes 2 GPUs for export to the Chinese market to circumvent those export bans. The H20 and the B20 overnight. Ascend 910C being announced by Huawei, which was an interesting look because some of the machines they need to build it are supposed to be also banned for export. Nonetheless, they're building them. Doesn't matter to Nvidia though. Almost at the high day, guys.
Nvidia. Wow. I mean, I'm loving Nvidia. It's going to be a big stock for me, and it actually worked out. I'm going to go to the sticky note one more time because it's on there, and it's exactly what we thought would happen to it. We talked about yesterday. I even mentioned writing it down yesterday and making sure that we had sort of caught it if there was a trade there. Going long. I mean, yesterday Nvidia was up 3, 4, 5%, right, and just kept going. It did have a little bit of a pullback into the end of the day, and then today we wrote down right there on that sticky note. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. You're going to see that we talked about dipping into VWAP. That happened immediately. So we just did that trade. First of all, it dipped into the pre-market lows kind of. We had PPI, so that kind of got that spike there. But it dipped into 112, 112.50. We thought, okay, maybe it's going to hold, so we go long there. Take a little bit out, 13s, maybe 30 cents, 40 cents. Then it dips right into VWAP, and we were able to get 112. And it's not only is it a level of dollar, but it was VWAP at the time. So that's why we took it. It wasn't really too concerned. I didn't really have too many outs. This could have got nasty. If it kept going down, we would have been hit, right? We did take some out there, but just left it to ride. And now we got out at 114. So that's $2, our last little piece there. We didn't do the best of it. We got out of that live on the show, and we were talking about it on the show as it was happening. So not the greatest out there. I thought maybe we were going to break back down below. It was only 10.15. Could have held that for sure. And now Nvidia keeps going. Look at this 200 period hold as well. So maybe that's the key right here. 200 period, 114, 114.50. Something to look at for Nvidia. Felt like I traded it fine. It is my number one idea, and it's P&L number 2 for me. So I'll keep it in the pocket and be pretty happy with the way we traded Nvidia today. Just could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a great look on Nvidia. I'll admit, like I had it as a top idea, just not at the price that it even remotely went to. So I was looking for, and again, 8:30 happened. So right note, you don't have the PPI number at that moment. Obviously, Nvidia did not get back to retest the 109 level, which was where we had the breakout yesterday. It was a good break, only got you to 11. Then the dip couldn't even get back into yesterday's highs. So I was sitting looking for the pullback into previous highs to go that kind of resistance turning into support. Did have a chip long in ARM, although this one could have gone better. I did take a breakout on ARM today that failed almost immediately, pulls right back into that 119 zone. Then when it accelerated through 112, where the players happen to dwell, like that was just what we're prepping for our meeting. Room 112 with the players dwell.
Yeah, good.
125 ARM is at. So, obviously could have done a little bit better. Got basically a scalp trade out of what turned out to be a big move on ARM. But I do not want to ignore this one tomorrow. You've just held the 200 period moving average, consolidated above, and now starting a breakout. I'm not saying we're going to get to $150. It's probably a little bit far-fetched. But as long as you continue this trend, ARM has the ability to stair-step $3, $4 at a time, which provides you with day trade. So when it starts going and trending, you just want to get on board as long as it's going to last. Now, I don't think it's going to do what it did to the downside from the 50 to the 200 period moving average, but if it can have even half that kind of a stair step up. I think try to keep it simple, find like afternoon support levels, at least 124 if it can hold on for the day. Obviously the 122 tomorrow is going to come into play. And I'm going to get to Chipotle because it's not on the list. It's at 52. Pretty simple. It rolled over at 52 just before 9 o'clock. Did the SSR bounce? I tried it at 50. It went to like 50 and a half. Pull back in, got out break even. Didn't get it at 48, but if it holds on to 52, I'm short giving it the quarter. If it breaks, I'm out. Do not need this filling the gap all the way back into 53. So basically shorting it off this level in the morning. Took a while to get there, but eventually this got almost all the way back. We'll start.
Raphael Bostic making comments during the midday there, talking about the unemployment rate, saying it remains historically low. The labor market remains strong, but needs careful cooling. Talking about layoffs and not really supported by his contacts, saying no real mass layoffs coming and no recession expected, according to him. But the labor market can slow down without a big economic event. You'll see, as Adair and I were on the midday show, that was the drop there in the market as he was making commentary. Getting bought up though, and the SPY right now up 1.43, underperforming though the leader today on the NQ.
Oh, the SPY
usually lags the NQ. I mean, the thing is, like the NASDAQ is just a little bit more concentrated in some more volatile tech names, so it's perfectly normal in both directions that you're going to have the NASDAQ outpacing. On up days, it'll outpace up, and down days, it's going to outpace down. So I don't think that's anything crazy. What is looming right now on the SPY is a 50 period. So it's been an absolutely unbelievable rally since last Monday. Everyone was panicking, but you still have lower highs. Can we come to my daily? If we come to the daily chart there. Yeah, there we go. You still have this lower high trend to contend with, which is going to coincide, at least in theory, with us getting back to the 50 period on the SPY. So this would be my area of concern this week. Are we just going to come up, have that big move up, and then a hold trend by making a top in around like 45 or maybe just slightly higher, just underneath the 50 level, and then you get a bit of a turn. So that's where, if you got into some good dip buy swing trades, like taking a little bank out of them, not that I pretend that I got a lot of them. I got some Meta, I got some Microsoft, but it might be a decent place to trim when the SPY gets to that 545 area. Just looking at the top of that trend. We haven't even got Nvidia earnings. We have 2 weeks until they report. So there's a lot that can happen in that 2 weeks. And I think ring in the Reggie, if we get to that 50 period on the SPY, will make some sense. We're not getting anywhere close to that level today. As I say that, I mean, we're not going to. I don't need to make some ridiculous comment. We're not going $5 more on the SPY. Are we?
I don't know. I mean, that's the problem when it's so news-based. We have to wait to see if there's anything that drops. I'm trying to debate what we want to do here with Google. Again, a component, obviously, of the S&P 500 as well. But yeah, all right, we'll leave it. All right, let's go talk about crypto. There's a couple interesting plays there today, as we talked about Mara and Coinbase and whatnot. And Bitcoin now above 61 again.
Yeah, interesting report here from Gladstone, which is a blockchain analytics firm, basically saying long-term holders of Bitcoin were using July to accumulate the asset, holding it right now. You see it had a hell of a day today, up over 3.5%. I know that some of the start times for Bitcoin can differ. My platform says 3.5%, but it is, guys, above that $61,000 area.
I have one trade on Mara here, and I said we'd take a flat bottom break on Mara. It's not the same as yesterday, that 1550, but it was 15 even. So, and this is a 3-minute chart, by the way. Maybe I'll put up a 1 minute just so you can see this. Oh, what just happened?
The market's coming.
Okay, well, that was weird. It took a second to load. I'm like, is that going to crash on me? So it broke $15, and I fired a short order. Down to 14.94, something like that. We crossed to, did not get a fill on the way down. I came up to 75. Like, okay, let's leave it in, see if we get picked up. I had to stop at this local high here at 1505. Essentially, I'll risk the 10 cents. But this is the difference. It's SSR. If I catch it on the way down, it's an easy 2-to-1, and then you just kind of hold. But on the way up, it was a different story. It just broke it out. And probably the only trade that I'm upset with was as it started trending higher, and when it broke VWAP, I put this trend line in and then actually didn't take it when it broke the trend. Not that it was super clean, but it was a pretty good trend break in here. And a lot of times, once the stock holds VWAP and starts to go and break out the high, I'll just throw one of these up. And if it does happen to give you like a clean turn like this, like the idea is that you just kind of short it here, and either I would throw a stop here, so you get like a little bit of a win. Maybe you get wicked out and try and jump back into it at that 1585. But yeah, I didn't catch that one. 120. Oh yeah, well, we weren't in the meeting at that time. I thought we'd come out of it by then. But either way, it doesn't matter. It's a good little trend reversal there on Mara as Bitcoin got back underneath that 61.
Yeah, Mara's interesting. And then also we looked at Coinbase earlier today and talking about it getting, and this is what I sort of wanted to mention, is that we were right here, man. We were right at a key level for Coinbase, and that was that $200 level. So we sort of brought that up right into here as we break a little bit higher through 198 and then getting above 200. The interesting thing is that little bottom there before we gapped over the weekend, I guess, over the weekend there, was this 202 area, and that's virtually the top for today for Coinbase. So just wanted to bring this attention sort of to myself as well that, if we can be above this area tomorrow, feel like we're going to start to think about some longs again on Coinbase. So we just did a nice move back up. Can't believe it was 160 on Monday, but there's so many prices that were way off.
It was so ridiculous on Monday.
Like it was days, the good old days.
I don't wonder, and this is 100% hindsight. There's no question about it. But on that Monday, I remember like my process on the Monday was, okay, well, just focus on trying to get one breakout at the open.
Right.
And now I'm looking back at it, and it might have been better to try and get like 2 or 3 fills, just like maybe spread it. Because if you didn't get filled on a breakout on Monday, on that the panic Monday last week, not this Monday, like you had one shot, and that was pretty much it. I just wanted to quickly show iBit did have a reversal off the high. I was in this one for a couple of scalp trades, but then it always going to put that stop at the high of the day. It ran the stop to the high. This would have been iBit, this is 35, but it's like that 61 area. So, it was actually just above the 61 area. So Bitcoin made a local high. I was going to play the mean reversion, had it a couple times. Eventually, it just kept on trending higher, and we got out at that top. So we did have Mara and that as well. Apparently, Uber is going, as I see in the chat, from JP Swade.
What's up, JP?
Great name.
Maybe Swede? Swade?
Is it? Wait a minute. Did I read it wrong?
Swede with E
Swede
at the end?
Oh, that's...
I don't know how you pronounce that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where's Uber going exactly? I took the Uber Clipper there. That was really good. If anybody's there in London,
that's so dope.
I suggest you guys doing that. That was
no
pretty hype, man. You got to buy something. No one says dope anymore. But yeah,
I do.
All right. First of all, right now, Palantir. What saved or not? I mean, we just got long at 3. I mean, look where we're long right now. 03s. We average it in, so it's not like this is a huge trade. But we were waiting for 15s last time. Didn't come in. Able for it to fall right into 30 again. So we'll take pieces out. We're still holding half of this trade for a little bit higher into the 20s. I want to see if we can get back up here. Let's break through and let's see about this. Like I'm actually waiting at 26, which I shouldn't be. I should be at 24. What am I at? 26. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, sometimes I just go up and enter. But right into here, we should be around 24, 25. I like to trade around those quarters. That little bottom there is 20 as well. So let's put 5% there, around 19 or so. See if we can get that fill on 19s. Then we'll see about some 20s, and then hopefully a little bit higher on that one. All right, the other name that we're trying to sort of weasel our way into here is Google, but it's not really doing... So Google all of a sudden, man, I mean, this went up to... Apple's my P&L number 1. Google's now my P&L number 2. And we absolutely, honestly, what we were doing when we left you guys at 10:30, we were just going long off of this 163. We know it's the Google event today. We went long again just before the event as well off of VWAP, which was fantastic. And there it is, boom. I mean, look, these longs are 163.70. These outs are 164.30, 164.40. Good out, then it drips right back into us again. We say thank you very much. Take that long again. But now, we are thankful for that fill, but it's still underneath VWAP right now and just hanging on. So not as excited about our Google trade now as we were when we were above VWAP, but we were lucky enough to get that fill, and we're using it against 40s. We're using it against 40s down here. If that breaks it, then we'll get out of Google. I guess that event is done, and I'm assuming I'm putting on my Michael Noss hat here. I have no idea about anything macro having to do with Google today, whether or not that was a successful launch. I heard Adara talking about that they were having problems with the demonstration. The minute I heard, me and Adara had different ideas. She was going short, thinking that there was a problem with that demonstration there. Maybe it was, but I was doing the opposite. I was buying all of those plays, and that was giving me that 70, 80 cents or so to that upside.
Does it bounce that same spot like multiple times on?
Yeah, just VWAP. Well, I mean, honestly, it was this move that came in right here. This was it right here at 115. And I was Adara. I heard her say they're having a problem with something. And then as soon as that went down, I was like, that's a buying opportunity. So I just sat there and was bought 163.80s and then out there 164.20. It's not like it was a huge trade, but it was pretty good. But right now, we need this to get back up to the upside. I will start to piece some of this out as we go. But right now, it's Palantir that's on my mind. See if we can get upside a little bit here on PLTR. Make that one sing a little bit. Should be okay. Amazon at 170, Rivian millionaire.
Yeah, but the thing about Amazon being at 170s, it did get to 171. So this is a lower high here for Amazon.
Okay, the keynote has
finished. The Google keynote is finished. So, well, whatever. I guess
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I don't know if it's good or bad either. Like it's like the Apple event. Sometimes you get whatever direction it was going. When they finish it, it's going the other way. So who knows if that's going to be the same with Alphabet.
Got hit a little bit there.
But I'm looking at this Amazon kind of putting in those lower highs. If it doesn't hold this current one and break back out this 170 quarter level, I kind of just threw this. It should be at the quarter. It's at like 28, that line, but it doesn't matter. You get the idea. That should be down here somewhere. If it doesn't break this out, this could be a pull right back into like 169.5. So I got the eyeballs on Amazon just for a test of this 170 and a quarter. Rivian's pulling back up here. I might look to short that pop. And then the other thing, so there's that. And then Uber broke out the high, is trending above this flat top break. So there's flat top break, dips right back into support, and then just made a fresh high. That 70.65 was the earlier top on Google. So looking for it to hold that on any kind of a dip. This is a good looking trend stock today. Just up, up, up and away. For some reason wasn't on the radar. Yesterday was last week it was a good continuation play. But when it took out that top, you can see how strongly it's running. So Amazon can't seem to get back to the highs. Google's doing everything it can to get to 71, looks like. I'd like to be long in front of 65, though.
All right. Nike we had earlier. I'm trying to see if there's anything moving around. We can look at that Amazon trade for sure. Apple 221 in change. Where's Tesla? 20 Tesla. What a bounce off the 200 period moving average. Right there for Tesla. 206 in change. Right there. Okay, come on, Palantir. We just took some out more out at 18s. We're waiting for 19s. Got a little impatient. Took 18s there. But there's Tesla right here looking like it wants to go again. So great job on that today, up 5%. I mean, what a good name there, Tesla. Breaking higher. We thought that we had that little bit of a mishap, I guess they were saying on X yesterday with the former President Trump, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the stock by any chance.
Well, to me, if it's so popular that it crashes it, like, isn't that?
Yeah, I don't really know that much about it.
I don't know. I don't know either. I didn't watch the event, but I would think that if it's that popular, it's not necessarily bad news.
We mentioned that Google was off of their, I don't think it's bad news either. Google's event was now over, so we just bounced off 80 there. Let me put an offer for this name around 78. We'll see if it wants to get going right there. Just stopped at 78. So look, I don't think that these wicks are that significant, especially when we're off of some sort of an event like that. But there it is again. It stopped numerous times right here at 78. That time it maybe got 78.5. But it stopped. And sometimes weird when that happens. You'll have somebody there with a hidden order or something where it's trying to blast through and then it just refreshes and you might get one tick higher, but then the offer comes right back in. So we'll have to play a little bit of that game, unfortunately. Actually, no, we don't. Forget it. Let's just cancel that. I'm going to stick to it. We're at 85, so we're trying to get in and around this 50-period moving average. Let's just see it, break that, get up here, and then I feel like a 164. Although we're only long at 75s, that gets us 25 cents, which is good. Remember where our stop was going to be around 40 break, so this level there, which is 48.45. So hopefully we can go at 1-to-1 on this one. Palantir just almost stopped. I don't want to say on a dime, but we have a bunch of outs there. Again, right here at 19s and 20s, we actually talked about those fills. So now it's pulling back in a little bit as Palantir, as we hope that Google can go. And hopefully Palantir can get a little bit of a bid on it. What's up, Adara?
Other comments coming through here from Fed's Bostic with regard to the workforce. He did mention the labor force earlier today, but right now saying that, quote, the supply of workers in the economy is growing, which is a good problem to have. So interesting look here. We'll have to see if the S&P 500 does, but we do have near highs of day here. Some more comments coming through with regards to the economy from Fed's Bostic, guys.
Okay, I mean, for some reason I thought he was done by now, but
Fed's Bostic.
when they release them from their quiet periods, they tend to get a little bit loud. The more you get your name out there, I guess the bigger the payday you get after you've left the Fed. So Amazon here just got 170. Talked about this 170 and a quarter level, lower highs off of it. So I more or less have the 70 price as a fill. When it's 04 is basically the same thing. Just wick that top one more time. If we do get down into those 75, 80s underneath the 170, going to look to grab some out there. I am on the bid of Uber. If we get the dip buy on that trend to the upside, we'll get over there on Uber. There's been a lot of questions. Naresh in the chat has mentioned Square, and I've seen a lot of people throughout the day looking at the fintech names particularly. So when you have a day like this in the NASDAQ, the love gets spread around, and I'm looking at this chart as opposed to the daily chart in Square because there's a very big difference. Look at what happened at VWAP on this. Now, I wasn't really looking at Square at any point today for strength. Sometimes when Bitcoin's strong, this can be strong as well, but it's more of a fintech rally. Holding VWAP, the only problem with Square would be the daily chart, which I hid until now. This looks pretty solid over this 64 level. Like on the daily, it looks to me like liquidity grab in the mid 50s or underneath there, and then higher low, let's try to break it out. The problem with Block or Square, whatever you want to call it, is the last time it did this, hey, good break there. It goes right up to this big resistance at 74 and just dumps. So that's not good at all, but hey, there's room to 74. So I'm looking at this and I'm going to write down Square 64 for Thursday because I have a follow-up with my surgeon tomorrow. So if it does it tomorrow, then I won't be in the trade. Although I suppose if it gets to 74, I could always sell it on my personal account because that's been such a good long-term position for me.
Where?
I kid.
Yeah, no,
It is not.
No, it's not a good long-term position, but it might be back soon. I remember buying Square. During the pandemic, it was $35 or something, but it did rips from there.
It's that lesson of
obviously huge.
You know when you hold on to like that last 10, 15% of something, you're like, oh, I'm going to sell it because everything's coming down and raise some cash. And then you're like, oh, I'll just leave some in there. And then you just leave it, and then you just leave it, and then you just leave it, and you leave it. And then you look back a few years later and like, that was pretty senseless. I say this every single time for a reason, because ultimately it's like every little penny that you do that with is another penny that could go into like just buying more Qs or buying more whatever it is that you're into. So yeah, Block 64 might break. If it does it this afternoon, I probably won't have it. But if it does it maybe in the morning on Thursday, I like that breakout. It looks better on the daily chart. You can't really see it on the 15-minute. But yeah, if it can make this breakout here, looking pretty good. Liquidity grab, holds low on the earnings, trying to break a bit of a trend. It didn't really look at PayPal, just Square. Rivian Millionaire wants to short Hood, huh?
Yeah, really? Does he want to? Okay. I don't think he should do that, but I can look at that in a minute. The only name that we are short right now is Starbucks, and I mean, Starbucks was an absolute dream to trade this morning, honestly. It was really fun to do that. We never wound up getting burned on it, which was thankfully because we could have on this name, that's for sure. But here's Starbucks here. We let it go all the way to the upside. We kept getting stopped out. I mean, we talked about it. We were making money, stopped out, making money. But then eventually we let it go. And I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Fortunately, as Neil mentioned there, we, I wasn't here for this touch, but I don't know if I would have got out anyways. That's 92. So we shorted up here 95. That's where we're short 94, 92s. But the bigger trade was multiple shorts up here at 95. Eventually, thought it was going to come back into the downside. Look at this fill right there. That's a 93.25 fills. That's $1.75. Then we reloaded it at 94.50, and then that out rate here is 93 flat. So that's another $1.50. So Starbucks has been pretty good. We still do have a piece right now. Maybe should have shorted 94. Let's see if it wants to fall down again on Brian Nickel there coming over from Chipotle. And I know Neil was in that Chipotle trade just a couple of seconds ago, right? Or no?
Yeah, all the way. It can't
there it is. So now it's, so that's the trade. So up to 52 again. Now the fall back down 8%.
I thought down that much.
No, I thought it would have been worse. I mean, I've sort of talked about that. So my bad on that one. We were right early, but it battled back. And there's Google. Let's go. Not to say, I mean, this is not necessarily diamond hands. And thankfully, we didn't get out where we said we wanted to get out there. We taken out at 85 there, and 87 is where we're at right now. So hopefully, we can now climb back into this area of 164.20 and say whoosh. Thankfully, hit that trade pretty good there with Google. We were able to get some more out on Palantir as it came back up to 17.18. Not really sure what we want to do with this trade right now with PLTR, but I don't mind holding on for a little bit. A little disappointed because the futures had come back up. I mean, we finally took the 50. We started to go again. And maybe if we break higher, it's all good. But Palantir right now, even though yesterday was sort of a flat day, we did have a little bit of a pullback. And then you could see yesterday's red candle. So for the day, and then now today, we already made that huge move back to 31, and now it doesn't want to go again. So I'm getting a little nervous about Palantir, to be honest with you. Maybe we'll take a little bit more out. It's 11 cents in the money now, 12 cents.
And don't worry, Naresh. I just see you say there in the chat, before I go, don't miss on BABA and PDD. I've seen you mention Alibaba a couple times today. It's got a great looking double top break. If it wasn't the afternoon when Chinese ADRs tend to go to sleep, I'd be telling you, hey, let's look 8140 breakout on Alibaba, because it does look good on the daily. It's already taken out this local high. I mean, it's broken a trend. It's taken out this July high. It just has to break this top off here at 81. Check that, 8150s. So you know what? Whenever I look at a double top on the day like this at 8140, always zoom out, because it's so easy. Remember, I was just looking at this one. Hey, look, 8140 at the open, that's a double top break. And then you go over to the 15-minute chart. Yesterday's high is 8150. Well, you know which long I'd want on a break? Not 8140. That's the answer. It's got to be this top. So when in doubt, zoom out. Because it's not that it doesn't matter that much, but if it breaks 8140, goes like 5 or 6 cents in the money, it looks like it's about to go, you're like, yeah, I got it here, it's starting to run, then fails this high of yesterday's, and you didn't even know that yesterday's high was a thing, then you're wasting time. It needs to clear out this level at 8150 for Alibaba. That's worth putting on the old radar here, just in case it does it before 3 o'clock. Well, that's a fun one after the bell.
Alibaba.
Kit reporting earnings.
Oh yeah, I guess we could look. We could look.
I'm not making this up. I watched, for some reason, these like Knight Rider things were showing up in my YouTube like suggestions, and I was watching videos of Knight Rider on the weekend, and it was completely random. I have no idea why.
It is.
Thank you, Google. Thank you, YouTube.
Yeah, see, it's predicting.
It knows I like.
It's almost like we're predicting stuff here as well. I mean, look at Google right now. Now Google, there's that 164, so bang. That's exactly the trade we're looking for. We actually talked about this. This fill right there is 55.56, so it's a nice move back up to the upside there. Palantir as well, let's go. You guys know that we have been liking this name for a minute. We'll get some more 19s out here as we did, so that was a good trade there. Nice little bump up. You can see here, I mean, if we can go from bottom there basically into the 200, that's always good. That's 28. We said we were waiting at 26s. I'm just going to be stubborn and keep it there. See, actually, no, I'm going to cancel. Let's see if we can really go upside here. Where is that? Let's just put it at the 50 period of 28. Let's not worry about it. I mean, if it goes up there, it goes up there. If not, it doesn't. So we'll just do that and wait to see. It's a good trade. The good trade for me was Google there. All right, so let's just talk about Starbucks. I almost feel like we only have a small piece of this one left, but it was a good little reload there, about a third of that position. And I don't necessarily want this to go against. So we just shorted 94.60s, or what do we have? 94.52s. That fill rate there is 09, so that's 40 cents. That's, wait a minute, 94. That's $1.50. Okay, and right now, I feel like if we can break this 94 area right here, then we'll just get out of the last piece. So we'll get 40 cents, $1.50, and then 40 cents, and cry about it a little bit later, because here we go. So thank you, stock, for that one. And that's the best part about it. Now, all of a sudden, now every time I see these Starbucks things flow through, we know that it's due to, obviously, my family loving Starbucks, and then also we can pay for it with some of the profits. So that was nice. That's probably why, that's part of why I started investing in Rogers and Target when it was here, and Starbucks, and
I still like
all that stuff, Lululemon and back in the day and all that. Nike even right now. That's why I bought some Nike. I'm a maniac like that. Right, 94.11.
Delayed reaction after, like, Nike pops after the Olympics. It's like you're looking for the Olympics bounce. It's like the Olympics finish, and once they're done, the very next session, essentially, Nike starts going. Bit of a delayed reaction, but that was what was anticipated a bit.
So when you're trying to buy Nike, you better just do it.
Right? Whoosh. We stole the whoosh on my university track team. Everyone would line the track at the end of the meets for all the relays and stuff. So you'd be going by in the 400, and when you got to our corner, they did the whole whoosh to motivate you along, which was jokes, because I'm like, oh, you guys didn't do it this time. I'm like, yeah, we did, because you're so focused, you have no idea. But hey, it's cool and it's fun. So as the market just broke the highs, not everything went up there. Amazon held its consolidation and broke down back underneath that 170. So it's trying, but it's just run into this wall of sellers at 170 change, it seems, on Amazon. So for now, it's looking a little bit weak. I mean, relative to everything else, ES breaking highs, NASDAQ breaking highs, is putting in a lower high. Uber still slowly creeping toward a 71 even break. Like I'm looking, we cancel this one because we're not going to get that dip by. So looking local bottom on Uber or simple breakout through 71. So if you're wondering what that like green thing is above 71, that's just simply a limit order if it breaks 71 even, right? Like I'm not bidding above the current price. That's if it breaks 71, how far my limit order is going, because I don't use market orders. What else are you guys looking at? Let me know. Let us know in the chat. If you want to engage in the chat and communicate with us or just communicate within our fantastic community, make sure you hit that subscribe because it's a subs only chat. So if you want to ask us questions, we've been asked about Uber all day long. That's why I brought it up. See the trend? Hey, let's try and participate with it. Alibaba could break 81.5. That's something that got pointed out to our viewers, pointed out by our viewers here. So you're always going to get some good ideas, stocks that are moving. And if you want to participate, hit that like, hit that subscribe right quick, and let us know what you guys are interested in. Tesla would be interesting to have a look. So Uber is about 5 cents from breaking that top. You might see it pop in there for me. Wow, the same consolidation. Like, look at this. I guess everything is consolidating right now. Well, not everything, but some things are consolidating. So when the market breaks highs, I'm always wary of the thing that doesn't want to go with it on Tesla. So let this one break down. If this were to break down $3 to VWAP, all it has to do is break underneath. Maybe you could break in either direction. I almost don't care. Break this, 207.35. Break this, 206, call it 75 underneath the 80, and then just look for a quick trend, and you got $2, or $1.50 this way, $1.50 that way. But while it's inside there, it feels like it's too strong to fade at this point. It's over all of the morning highs, so far away from that 204 level. What a good day there for Uber. But its strength is part of the reason why I like that Rivian, because Rivian's just been, like, it's had its moments, but generally speaking, as long as you try to get back over to it, like it stinks. Like this EV name is under trouble. The only good thing for Rivian is this: 13 quarter is a bit of a bottom. So when it gets to that level, get out of the short, and as long as it can hold 13, it's got some semblance of life.
Wow, that Uber, oh man, missed opportunity there for sure on
Strong.
That crazy day. But there was lots of opportunities that day, of course. All right, so this is an opportunity. It's Google. We pound the alarm when we came on the air. We talked about it here. There's one fill, there's two fills, and there's boom to the upside right there. Google still not overtaking Apple as my number one, but it is climbing up to that upside. So we're pretty happy with trading there today on that name. And then Palantir, yeah, we did it on that as well. It comes all the way up. We get a 24 fill right there ahead of 25. And then we were waiting for, we told you we were getting greedy and we were like, let's go for it. We waited for a bigger fill here at 28s. That did not happen. So we'll take that 24 fill right there. We missed the 28, which kind of, obviously, looking at it now, I would have liked to just take it all out right here and then reload this at the 50-period moving average. Don't necessarily like that it's coming down. I'm going to put an offer here at 16s, see if we can get that check back in on Google quickly. Still above, but let's not be overconfident here on these longs. We did just buy the bottom, and then the market just went right back to day's high again. So we should be rewarding ourselves, which we did do. So far, so good, man. Everything is working today. Some days it doesn't, some days it does. Our Tesla trade would still like to look at this. I still think a long for Tesla. I don't want to fight too much here. If the market decides to give it up, I'd like to see a 19 break down there. I heard Sharif and Adair talking about 19,000, obviously on the midday as well, as we start to break higher there through 11:30. Haven't really there's that one retest there, which I think we bought that. And then since then, we haven't done anything. So we'll wait to see if it does come in there. What was that spike again? Is that more Iran news or something? I don't know.
That was Bostic, I think.
Must have been. Okay, so moved down there into 19. So
I thought I heard Sharif and Adair say something about Bostic.
Okay, so might have been something there. But that's what that is. So, all right, good out on Palantir. We got some out there at 16. You saw me put that order in. Now it's at 13, so that's good. And then Google, we did take another out at 04. Now it's just chilling out. So if there's anything you guys want us to talk about, we could definitely do that. Would like to get long Nvidia, so people may be asking about that. We can.
Yeah, Nvidia. Look, I seen Roku in the chat. We get to that earning board. When do they report?
Roku? I don't know. I got to look to see who's reporting.
Did we miss Roku? Hold on a second. I think they might have reported already. Yeah, they reported at the
Pretty
beginning.
much most have.
Yeah, they reported at the beginning of the month. You know what? Roku made a good bottom in here. Let me just throw up my. I'm going to get to Nvidia in a quick little second, but I saw Roku first, and I wanted to make sure we got this one. It was Holly in the chat asking about Roku and TSM. Like, this was a good liquidity grab for Roku, as bad as the stock has been. So earnings kind of flushed off earnings, held on to this higher low at about 52. You have to go way back to 2023 for levels like this. Now I can zoom in, and it's a bit of a continuation break here, I suppose, on Roku, trying to get through $57 as we speak. I think 60 is a bigger deal because that's above that earnings top there. That 60 level looks good. But this is what we meant when the lesson of the day. Liquidity grabs are generally when you do a bunch of volume at or just underneath a key support level, and then you get the reversal, you tend to be able to trend a little bit better off one of those. So let's see what happens there on Roku. And Nvidia, yeah, that's candles. I guess it was Bostic. But Nvidia just seems to want to climb and climb. Look at it hold that 115. Yeah, 115 to 115.75. It's a long time to hold a tight range in Nvidia. It looks like it just wants to gear up for another run at the top. How far can Nvidia retrace? The answer right now looks like 35 cents, and then it bounces. Bless you.
Yeah, bless you. 170. I know. So we traded Amazon today to flat. So we haven't really done anything on Amazon. We were trying to go short. Short was fine early. We talked about why we like that short again into some of these pre-market levels and into levels that were not breaking yesterday. But then once the machine gets turned on, it gets turned on. I'm really love Amazon above 170. I just don't know about it today above 170 because it's just floating. You get that break up to 171 the very first time it tested it, boom. That's a huge dollar move, but then the fade out and now it's not doing much. So I want to flip long bias on this, but I sort of am thinking you could use these as a top. Like if we could get back to 170.50 or 170.80, something in there, we could just put on our patience hat a little bit and see if that will come in. Then I think that's a decent play there. 170.80, 170.80 up to 171. But for right now, it's kind of just nice consolidation. I would like a breakdown if you're looking short. I know, and some people are asking in the chat, so I said I'd go over some stuff. All right, let's go Google. Google right now is 50 cents in the money and going. Yes, all right. That's a good one, man. The more and more we sit here and trade, the more it's like just trade the names that you're already up on. It's too easy sometimes because you already have the right bias and you're probably doing good on it already. So that's why you're up on it. But okay, so 170. I'm just looking at Amazon. I wish there was a trade there, but I'm not so concerned. Oh, I just read that from Paula. What's up, Paula? Paula, are we concerned about CPI? Yes, very, very concerned. 170.20 down into 169.80. I mean, all right. So I just kind of like tongue in cheek that answer, but when you're going to look to see what happened this morning, we had PPI come out. Nothing was really happening. The market was pretty flat. It was into yesterday's level. Then all of a sudden, PPI came a little bit better. Here it is right here at 8:30. Wait a second, the time 7:30. It's this little spike right here. So there it is right there. We were at 18,750. We're pretty flat. We were up, had a nice move down. This is just going 24 hours, but you're just into some normal ranges. Then PPI came out, and then since then, it's just been straight up. I mean, sure, there's been some consolidation. We had Bostic speaking. We had big Starbucks and Chipotle news. We obviously had Google event happening as well. We have Tesla. We have individual stories happening. Nvidia is really nice too. But at the end of the day, the market is up. So what if CPI comes even cooler than the PPI? PPI was 2.2 versus 2.3. So I'm thinking to myself, this could be a move that we need to respect tomorrow morning. And so, have I made any changes in the personal account? No. I did sell. I should maybe say I got out of some Solana today at 150. We've talked about some of those trades. I last got some out at 190 there on the crypto side of things. And then today at 150, order filled. Let me just check what it's at now. It's probably at 170. That's what happens. All right there. Yeah, so 140. So still the same area. 147 and change. So we got a 149.95 fill. So funny. Even when I trade crypto, I still put like little scalp trades in it. So stupid. But anyways, there it is. So that's a good one. That'll come back in. If anything, I kind of want to rotate everything into Bitcoin. So that could be something eventually, but just trying to raise a little bit of capital here on some of those plays. But I haven't done really anything else as far as CPI preparation. The other name would have been Starbucks. And I didn't actually get out of any of this. So it's in my longer term account. It wasn't in my swing trade account. I wanted to buy this for the longer term. If I did have it in and was thinking about a swing trade, it would have already triggered. Like, I would have thought about getting out around here, 88. We talked about this morning, but there's the nice move up on a new CEO change. Let's see if they can right the ship there for Starbucks. So we bought Starbucks. We checked it this morning. We bought Starbucks 74.40s. We bought Nike 72 and change. Both of them really reacting nicely today. And then you also get I don't know if it's a strong consumer or not. Obviously, Home Depot's going to be a little different than those of us that are wearing Nikes and drinking Starbucks. But right there, a Home Depot up 2%. So that's a nice play there. So
Buyer was early on.
What's up, Joshua Kim?
Home Depot VWAP all morning long, and then when it finally released, it just flew away. Like, there's a reason why traders look at VWAP.
Look at this.
You know, that's easily why. So I'm going to go over to MAR in a quick little second, because I even said there in the chat something about MAR that I want to get to, but I have to go to Amazon first, because Amazon took out that quarter. We short the consolidation. It went like 15 cents in the money. I was looking for the breakdown into here for about 30 pennies, because we're risking about that 15 up to the top, but it just broke out the high. So I'm going to get out of Dodge on this one. It's gliding higher. I'd love to see it hold a consolidation for a run up to 17, but it's certainly catching up, maybe not that much. And I was asked if I still like the flat bottom break on MAR. My answer was yes, but not as much as yesterday. And the difference is, yesterday, MAR was trending down into 1550. When it broke this, you were trending down into the same support level, and weak on the day. There you go. Like, it was a down day, trending lower, underneath VWAP. Whereas today is a reversal day, where like you're just trying to trend break it, but not as much, not as much weakness overall in MAR or in Bitcoin in general as you get to that level. So yeah, I still like it. Take a shot at it. Yesterday, you risk like 2 or 3 cents, and the stock goes like 40. Here, you basically the same thing, just in case it wants to fall apart. But you'll see, very different. Like, that broke down and just immediately held underneath. Today, on a stronger day, it breaks down and immediately gets right back up to that flat bottom break there on MAR. So just want to be cautious with it. Still nothing much happening. Uber just broke 71. So as I was about to say nothing was happening, Uber just took out the highs, broke that 71 even. And Uber is such a strong day, 2.5%. But the host of names that are up over 7 or up a couple of points today is a long one. You can pick and choose. We're talking about Block the other day, or just a couple of minutes ago. That's up like over 3%. So Uber just took out 71. Let's see how far this one does want to go. We've tried to dip by, but never really dipped all that far. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on the chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Yeah, we use Benzinga all the time here, so shout out to Benzinga. I love Joshua there in the chat. He's like, oh, Sean just sitting there on this monster Google trade and just ho-humming it. I mean, look, yeah, basically. It's you guys already know what's good. We talk about this trading. We talk about giving you guys the trades, whether or not we get taken out of them, or for losers or for winners. We're going to show you guys the trades that we're thinking about, and that was one of them. And we had just posted it right there as well over here on something called X, and it was just like, first of all, we put all of our trades, well, not all of the trades, but as much as we can there. There's the buy. This is my nice penmanship. There's the buy. There's the buy. There's the buy. There's the buy. I mean, it is about having that confidence and going back to the well and hitting it, and not being afraid to tell you guys where the money is being made. And it's being made on Google today. It's being made on Apple today. It's being made on Nvidia today. It's just all the same stuff, man. We bought Nvidia off the open, obviously getting out there, but still, those are good trades. Shorting Starbucks has been a great trade today as well. We're waiting for 94 change to come in. So it's just like, this is what it is. This is, sticking in your zone and being comfortable with how you're trading and understanding how you trade allows you to be on, and we talk about being on the podium and stuff like that. That's how you're able to get there every single day, pretty much, is by following your rules and being consistent. Sometimes you'll go through hard spots, that's for sure. But at the same time, you got to try to battle through them and stick with it. And when things are working, they're working. We took a little bit more out there on Palantir. So that's what that is, man. Shopify breakout. Yesterday we shorted Shopify. We can have another look at that one. That was a great trade. That was P&L number one yesterday was Shopify, kind of out of the blue. But yeah, I mean, again, wow, to be able to buy that down there again. Like I said, last week was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this. Come back to see something like this all the time. Like Shopify's valuation last week for some reason was $48. Now it's $70. So there it is, man. Nice move up with and a breakout. So I agree. Shopify is breaking out. Tomorrow, this is a long. You know, let's just get above $70 and then see where we stand. 69.75. I like the stock. It's a good mover there. It's Shopify. And I'm not shorting it today. If anything, I may break this thing out right here through 70 today. Why? I mean, why not? That could be a great long. Who mentioned that there? Was it Hey Davis or you're welcome, Hey Davis, right there. Thank you for another couple great trades. That's what we're here for. We're not red. I mean, what are we red on? We're red on Starbucks, barely. We'll see what's happening with this Palantir trade. And then the monsters of the midway are here. So yeah, man, that's what that is. Just quickly, I don't know who it was, but anyway, someone said something about Shopify there. Oh, there it is right there. Ian. Yeah, I like the odds of that. So shout out to Ian. And make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe and get going on all of that. That's the way you can be in that chat, get reminders of everything that we're doing. There you go. Someone talking about the Google Pro Buds right now.
They do have AI, because that was what Sharif was mentioning. Is like, oh, I wanted to have the AI in the buds. Well, there you go.
There you go.
Which, I mean, come on. You know they're going to do it. Like, that's like low-hanging fruit, I would think.
I don't know what that means, AI in the buds. I don't know. Like Apple, you can
of course,
talk to
you can talk to the AI assistant or whatever with your buds. Just one thing on Shopify. Remember, Shopify did break 70 yesterday. And then it got to like 70. So went 1% up on a 70 break right at the open, and then flushed back in, higher low. So this is looking pretty juicy. And if you remember last week, Shopify was one of those good longs, like I'm talking about like the clean continuation longs last week, and it was a good one. Particularly, you got to go back to, it was Tuesday, I think it was. Was that Tuesday? I don't know, whatever the 8th was, doesn't really matter. Middle of the week. Who cares? It was a dip right into a previous high, and then it just went station to station. It was a dip into 63, and then it was right into that 68 level. 68 then holds as support. Now you're trying to threaten the 70 break. Like Shopify last week, continuation plays on earnings, man. But that's one of the things we were saying last week about Palantir and Uber. Like Uber did the same thing. Broke out, pulled right back, showed you where it wanted to hold, and then it went. Now that was the day that I think we were on Shopify, and then I think it was like Shopify and Palantir for whatever reason, and we just forgot about Uber. Or maybe Obi was in Uber. But I know that I wasn't in it. I was in Shop that day instead of Uber. But it's the same exact thing. Continuation of a trend that shows you the level to trade off of. So when it gives you the breakout above, just take that long. So Uber just broke the 70s. It's trying to get into those teens. You can see it here trading at like 11s and 12s.
Nvidia.
Out at that 10 level. And Nvidia is trying to break out the highs again.
Yeah, 116 again, big trade. I'm going to try to take a little bit of a long. I didn't really cross up that much. I'll have to, there's only about 10 cents here. There it goes. Okay, so we're in right now on that cross up. So there goes NVDA. We did take some more out on Google as well. We'll see how far NVIDIA can fly upside. Oh, do we have a cross market there? I offered out. Where did I get? I thought I got 18s. Oh, no, we get 10s. Okay. Not good. I don't want to take 10 cents on this. Let's keep flying to the high. So we actually get out 10% there for 10 cents. Thought it was 18s. Check my eyes a little bit there. All right, let's go back up there to the upside. Now we're at 116.18. That must have been the key that I hit, but it got filled at 10. So I don't know what happened there, but okay, here we go. We're long right now through 116 on Nvidia. I was just doing a little bit of work there. I feel like 50 cents might be within some kind of a risk spot there because here's the 115. Where's the 114 break? That's what I wanted to find first. There's the 114 break right here. That's basically where we got out. Breaks it, goes 50 cents, comes back in about 50 cents, then goes. Then you have the 115 break, which is right. So bounce, bounce, bounce. There's the break right there. And then there's the go up to 80s or so before it pulls back about 50 cents. So let's wait to see what happens now with NVIDIA. We're long, and we're going to see here, again, what is up with that. So hopefully it can get back up. We are offering 116.18 for some reason, so that's what we're going to do right there, right now. And let's go, man. Also on Palantir, let's go. Spin the money. This is what, I mean, we're here. We're taking some more out. We just got 17s. I wish it was going a little bit higher than that. That's for sure. And then Google, we got something out at 15 there. It's trying to get higher, but right now, all aboard, all attention right now on Nvidia for this long. As let's just play the strong names. This is P&L number 3. Apple, Google, we're already in those. We'll see if Nvidia has the juice now. 240 million shares on the day for Nvidia, and here goes nothing, man. We'll see if we can get about 50 cents back to the 50 period.
Yeah, 50 is also there, but I'm looking at Nvidia 115.75 as a local high. I typically like dip buys on breakouts if you can grab them in the afternoon, depending on the stock. But it made this local high break, checked up in the 16 range. I was looking for that, so that's where I'm sitting. Uber continues to fly to the upside a little bit here, and I wanted to get over to Nike because there was a couple people asking about Nike. Nike's falling asleep from where it was this morning, but it did catch a decent bid. If it can break back out this consolidation, it's looking like it's trying to wake itself up for another leg up. Nike was a pure technical break this morning. 75.50 broke out, and then it took 76 even. I missed the $0.50 break, which would have been right here at the open. Grabbed the 60s, and then it broke. Now it's continuing to run. So I'm looking over here. Uber is chilling out. Like it's making its breakout, but obviously, a 70 break goes. It hasn't really had any kind of a dip. It's not flying around. I got the quarters that I'm going to offer out in front of again. So on that little bit of a push, doesn't even retest that local bottom here just underneath the 71 level. And like you said, be strong. Like go long in a strong stock, go short in a weak stock. And when this is happening, I'm just going to show up UVXY. Like you guys can look at the VIX or whatever you decide to. But this just happened on UVXY as it's, there's the flush back in as we make some fresh lows. Down 10 points. You get the idea, the market retesting some of those highs. So you want to be in some strong stocks if that's going to be the case. Just going to move my order. If I'm a couple of cents off from the top, just going to move it so I can pick up that fill there on an Uber off the current high of the day. So Tesla is trying to go. Remember we said I almost don't care which way it wants to break out. Break it and then take the next leg. So it broke to the upside. There's a retest on the bid, setting up for a bit of a retrace long back into 207. So there's the concept. You break the channel up, you make a new consolidation level, try to catch it off of the previous high. That way I've got an out here at the 07 level, pretty set up for me. And if it just goes stair step, then I'm just going to give it one step to the next. If 50 holds, I want to get long in the quarters, giving it to that 07. But as I said, that fresh low on UVXY, it's trying to bounce a little bit. That's why I took some out on that Uber trade. But finally going to the upside is Tesla and bread and butter. You keep mentioning about Kit. That's an actual stock. We weren't just talking about Knight Rider randomly, but not moving whatsoever, this KITT. I don't mind pulling it up for you, but no volume on this. I guess they report as well aftermarket. Maybe it'll do something for you. I hope so. It's a fun ticker, but no action, I guess, until they actually report.
No. All right, 164.30 here.
Who was earning?
Yeah, good move on Uber. Okay, that's such a great stock. We definitely like that Uber stock. What should we? Now we'll have to wait. 164.40s. That's been the high for this Google. Nvidia's not doing anything. I may take some out. I don't know. I was going to try to maybe trade some Apple as well, but now I'm just kind of stuck. Not stuck, but I want to see what's going to happen there. All right, let's put an offer here. Around 164.35. That's been that high rate there. If we can get that tick, we should just be happy with it. If it continues to go fine. Yesterday about this time, we were thinking short on the market, remember? And I like the long, but you have short areas because you can get out at 19, basically at 19.1. Right, that high of the day there is 19.090, so give yourself 10 handles. You're coming into that rate now. For me, I want the long to work out. I'm long everything. The Starbucks rate here is just a short that we already have our target. Maybe we can adjust. Well, our target's still right here anyway, so it hasn't broke. Remember we put 94.11s? Isn't that what we put? Yeah. So that actually hasn't broke. That came up to like 06s, 07s. We're pretty lucky to not have that broken yet there on Starbucks. So that's going to be the only short that we have. And then Nvidia is just kind of like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take some out here at 97. Watch. Okay, so there it is. Now I'm going to punch longer if we take 116.11 out. So I'm going to actually put that in now. get a little bit longer. Let's just be right? I mean, that's what we're going to try to do, is be right on this trade. So there we go. We'll punch that in there. See if we can get that to go. If we go upside, we'll take a little bit more if we're right. So we're going to take some out there. Again, we're playing with shares, so we're going to try to be a little bit more conservative, but not overly. And then if it goes back up to the upside, so I actually took out 30% of what we had left right there virtually for flat. There is a buyer there of 100,000 shares. That's not big enough to do anything right now, but you can see it. If you come over to the screen, there it is. There's the buyer right down there. Ups, there it is. So there's some sellers here as well. So we'll see what happens here with Nvidia, trying to get through this 116. There is that buyer down there at 115.95, but that is not going to affect the stock because it's already done 240 million shares. Just going to rip right through that if there was indeed need for that. What, there it goes. See ya? As if it didn't even exist. So here comes Nvidia. Looks like we did good by getting some out there on the top. Let's not make one decision ruin everything. Nvidia is still a pretty top stock for us right now. Palantir is trying to go. We did not get that fill on Google. It's 10 cents away for us right now.
Yeah, speaking of 10 cents away, I'm going to, instead of just trailing Uber, Rivian, I'm going to get in off this level. Like a lot of times in the afternoon, I'd put a trailing stop, and if it breaks back above, I'd just get out. But I think in this situation, if it's just going to trend down like this, I want to try to short it at 50. And then if I put a trail at 53, like I'll be adding to it here from when we got it at the 60 level, and then just see what happens. So let's see what happens. I mean, if I get the fill, I get the fill. If it comes up, it'll have to pick me up. But I'm not going to short it down here. It's going to sit on the offer. I already have a stop in here at that price. That's one of the cool things about real trading is the use of stop orders. Like I can have that stop, look, dip buy on Nvidia just came in. I can have that stop order already set, and then I can throw my orders, and then I get the fill. I already know I'm protected. It's actually at 54 there, so I am locked and loaded with that. And we have multiple stop orders that we can use. Like you can, there's one that goes directly to like Edge A and sits like market side on the New York servers, all that kind of good stuff. I guess it's New Jersey, not New York. But Nvidia just came back into those 1575 levels. So this was the previous high. That smells really good. You drinking tea?
Earl Grey.
That Earl Grey is like my favorite tea. Anyways, 1575, this prior high here on Nvidia with this 15.5, which is starting to come in rather heavily. Yeah, I guess we wish we had just shorted instantaneously on Rivian, but let's see if we can't pick this one up, hold it into 115.50 as the market is trying to come back in. Did not get that ad on Rivian, unfortunately.
All right, I mean, we bought more dip in here in Nvidia as per the plan. We have also been getting out a little bit here as we go as well. Good, more outs on Palantir. We're losing a little bit of faith in this stock. We now have about 16 to 18% left of what we had on Palantir, so that's going to be better than nothing. So that's pretty good if it does go upside. I mean, we sniffed this one out. We have about 10% left of Google, maybe even less than that. Bunch of outs here as we got into the high of the day. We were trying to get our last out, as we mentioned, that up here at 36. So sometimes it's like get a little fancy with it and it doesn't work out. So we should have just punched all of it out. But there's the pullback. I want to wait on this. I mean, there's the NASDAQ with that fall down off. And remember what I just said. I mean, just not reloaded, rewind it. I just said you could go short here. It was at 80s. Was at 80s, right? And against these 90s, give it to O's. And then you just drip down about 35, 40 handles there. So not bad if you did take that. I did not do it. I don't want to go short today, but that would have been something for all of you that maybe would have wanted to do that. Again, we're trading our own books here. Different targets. For me, for Nvidia is going to be near that 115 area is where we'll try to give it up. If it does fall back into that level, we'll get rid of it at that point. We just had an opportunity to get out for flat there in the 90s or even better than that. For 10 cents, we did not do that. Maybe we will put an offer upside again. We have one at 87 that did not fill, so I guess it did not get that high. All right, let's see what happens here for Nvidia. We're trading the best stocks here, I feel like, so I'm pretty confident in this position right now.
Yeah, this NASDAQ making another another run at this high. So this is a 60-minute chart. 15 will look a little bit different, but look at this same high. You keep getting to 1909, tag it, and then pull back. So I think the dip buys have worked out. It's like a timing thing. Like you weren't breaking the high when Uber broke the high, but you were at the top of the NASDAQ when Nvidia broke the high. So like when you're at that high looking for the dip, it doesn't mean it's going to work. That's a good thing to look at. Like taking a breakout necessarily when the NASDAQ's at that level that won't go, maybe you want to wait for that little bit of a dip. But as I see this, it was a pretty big volume candle on this break of Uber to go from 01s to essentially 20s, and then that's all you get. So I don't know what's going to happen back at this 71. If we're at 1900 for the NASDAQ and we start to see a bit of a buy step back in there, great. But if this breaks the trend, it's so far disconnected from VWAP, I don't know how much I'm going to like the reload. For Nvidia, in at quarters, going to give it to half, 1-to-1, and then high of the day is going to be the play for me on Nvidia. So as it's trying to crest back up, give it to this level and long it here, and we'll see how far it does want to go. Never really got that fill in Rivian to the south side. Let's see what happens. This market trying to retest some of those highs. Yeah, the VIX, I mean, volatility did catch a little bit of a bounce there, but it didn't actually break the downtrend yet. I'll be watching this. If it breaks that downtrend and starts making some higher lows, then I might back off these longs near the highs.
All right, come on, Nvidia. I'm trying to still get some out at 87s there as well. If we can always get something out for 10 cents, we always talk about that. And now it's trying to fade back out again. So just missed that. I think it went to 85s or 86s there. I was watching it like a hawk thinking, okay, well, at least we'll get this. And then it did not come in. So this is the biggest position right now. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Nvidia here and hopefully get this going the right way, back up through the 80s, through the 90s, and then back up to highs again. So let's see if Nvidia can hold out this little dip down in the market. All right. Yeah, Neil, were you just in Tesla or someone asking that? Here we go. Let's hold on a second. Tesla's not really moving for me, so I would say we just got that bounce again off the 200 period. Okay, Nvidia's coming to the downside, which is fine. We just got some more long. We're long at 78s right now, but again, everybody trading with their own share sizes and things like that. I'm going to take a little bit out if it comes back up into these high 70s again, just to get a little bit out so we don't risk too much here on the downside. We talked about waiting for 50 cents or so. That breakout to the upside there, actually, we got 12s, I think. Yeah, I'll check. I think we got 11s or 12s, or I thought we got 18s. Then we got some out. Remember when we were a little nervous? That seems to be the right play because there's the drop down again. So this is what we're doing right now. Let's just see what winds up happening. Here comes Nvidia again. Waiting for high 70s, get a piece out, take away some pressure now on Nvidia. But so far, so good on a dip buy. Could get sour, so go and see if we can get some out here on Nvidia. Starbucks working, Palantir working, market coming down a bit here. Needs to hold this 19.050, I feel like, guys.
It's trying. I always say keep your losers boring because that's for me. Get in, get out. I'll tell you everything before I get into the trade. And we said Tesla, break this, hold consolidation, long here, stop 07. And so if you see me say that, you know where my stop is going to be. I'm not moving it. I'm not trying to get in down in here and be like, okay, let's go. Nah, if it's the whole thesis is if it's going stair step up, I'm going to take the shot on the stair step break. And again, if Tesla, when you get one of the big breakouts, if it wants to go here to there, great. That's what I'm looking at. So each trade is against what would happen if it works versus what happens when it doesn't work or if it doesn't work, right? So each one you've got a grade on. So if I'm risking 25 cents there, I'm playing it to the high of the day, which we said was about $1.25. Up there, and probably every 50 cents I want to take some out there. Rivian did fill, so we've been in Rivian, and then I said, okay, well, if I'm going to trail it out here anyways, let's just add to the short off of resistance and then leave the trail in on Rivian as it tries to go lower. It might go red on the day. We'll see if it does. I mean, I don't know. It's not moving a lot, but when the market's backing off the highs, this is making fresh lows. I'd love to find, if the market were to flush, I'd love to find something that's like this, which would be at VWAP, but I've been scanning. I don't see anything that's giving that VWAP retrace as the market's at the high of the day. You just have a bunch of stuff that's chilling out at the highs that's on my list. I'd love a VWAP retrace if the market were to give it up at these levels.
All right, we're still doing our usual here. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. Palantir out more there. I'm resting on this Nvidia, but as you can see, this 200 period is kind of what we're thinking about. That's 115.10. So if we're really going to put on a trade of significant value, it's going to have to come down to 115.10. It's going to have to get here. So if it pulls back into that area, then that's when I think we can put on some risk for Nvidia a little more seriously than what we have right now. And we still have, a lot. So let's see what happens here on Nvidia, pulling back in a little bit here. Not obviously not turning red on the name or anything, but Nvidia coming back in, trying to watch out for 115 and change. I just want to make sure I don't have too many more bids in before then, which I do not. So we don't have any bids until that 115.20 area. I'm not just going to put it in right now. I have no bids out. So we'll put something in there, 115.20-ish, into this area, see if we can grab that. We're going to hold out for Nvidia, see if it dips in. We'd sort of talked about a 50 cent or so pullback. That was something that could be possible. We'll buy a little bit now because it's 50 cents. And then we'll wait for a bigger trade down here into the 20s. So, all right, here we go. I'm talking like this and we're out 10 cents on Nvidia. But again, we're trading all with different share sizes. 10 cents means a little more here for me. So we're going to wait to see. Obviously, we're going to risk on this one. 75s back down to 75 cents worth of risk. Count can hold it. It's all good. We want more down there in the 20s, though. Hands off now until 20s hit. So let's see what happens now.
Yeah, and what's happening now is a bit of a dip. We got that last leg out on, not the last leg, but we got that other leg out in front of 20s on Uber, but it just comes right back in, supports the prior low, but that's a pretty hefty move. This guy needs to hold this 70-90 area on the way back in there, which we're risking too. Sometimes that's how it works. You throw a stop at an even dollar level and it bounces right at that even, it's not an even dollar level, even cent level, like that 70-90. It's making it stand. If it can hold on, not bad for a reload. I don't necessarily love when you get that head and shoulders thing going unless you break back out the other shoulder. I'm just going to leave the stop in, leave it at that when it comes to Uber. Rivian just tagged. This is now a double bottom here at 1341. So with that, when I zoom out, don't want to have a bid that's sitting right underneath a triple bottom now on Rivian. If it's going to break that triple bottom, zoom it out a little bit further and say, hey, this is yesterday's low, and just might as well be in front of that instead. So just a bit of an adjustment. If 1340 breaks, it's yesterday's low that I want to be bidding out in front of. So Rivian headed back. It might go red on the day. We'll see. Sebastian asking about ELF. Are they bouncing yet? That's what I want to know. Yeah, it did. Yeah, good day for ELF, sort of. As it made somewhat of a low here. I always say when you have a earnings flush, it's not that you hold a low, it's that you hold a low and break some resistance from prior days, which looks like it would be right around 155 temporarily. So good start for ELF after getting a bit of a dump there on Cosmetics. A lot of retail names not being treated well this earnings season, at least not initially. That's why Home Depot, good recovery on Home Depot, but it's a very, very different ballgame for Home Depot than it is for ELF. Obviously, as you guys know.
All right. All right, so here comes Nvidia right into our area. Sorry, we're still on Palantir. Did we get a 16 there? Did I put a 16 out? I did, but we're also waiting for some 27s. All right, so here comes Nvidia. Again, we bought some 50s there. We talked about that. Now it's coming into those 20s that we like, so we will wait to see what happens now with Nvidia coming in to these levels. So far, so good. But it's pulling back in, so we'll have to wait. If we get that fill, that'd be great, but watch out for our out. We already have that stock triggered to get out if we break. I mean, there's the 200 period right there. Not super excited about that break, of course, but if it does happen, I mean, we'll take that. We'll take the L. We got to take some L's at some point, right? 115.30. Yeah, so I like that. All right, so we're already in 114 or so. Not really sure the exact price that we'll get stopped out at, but we'll put it out there and see. It'll be a break of that 115. We want to give it a little bit of room for sure, so we'll see where that room takes us. So that's what we're doing right now, giving Nvidia some room, but here comes back into the 20s. We are bidding. Am I still on Nvidia? Yeah. Okay, did we just get that? No, we did not. There we go. Now we do. We get those 22s. So now we're loaded. Now it's fine. So I never really know exactly the average price that we're going to have. Now we're long at 55s. So that's pretty cool. If we want to get some out now as it drops to 35, you take a 20-cent hit or so. Let's just see what happens now with Nvidia. Could have been a nice little bounce spot right there. Let's see. We have it. We're long at 55. Let's see if Nvidia wants to work back up to the upside right now. So here we go again. Should be a fun one. Buckle up. It's Nvidia. It's getting spicy right now, baby. So here we go. Let's see what winds up happening for Nvidia. I laugh, but it's more of a frayed laugh as we keep on going. Downside right now, so a good little reload or a good fill up there at the bottom. We're long at 55s here on Nvidia, looking to get some out at 40 just to stop the bleeding a little bit and then see what happens upside from there. It's Nvidia and it's trying to go.
Yeah, like I've seen a couple people in the chat talk about like flash crashes. Yeah, Nvidia popping 40 cents to the downside is not a flash crash. As somebody who was sitting in front of a trading screen during the flash crash, trust me, when you see one, you will know it, and you won't have to ask the question about whether it is or isn't. So 115.50, it did hold for a hot minute. So there, it does not hold here. I really just like this. If it's going to be a bottom, wait for the next big level for a bounce. So risk 25 cents each time. But if it's going to continue to go lower, do not want to fight it. As I said, we'll see what happens if it gets down into that 14.50. That's where the liquidity grab on Bostic was. So if it gets down to that price, that looks pretty solid in there. But I don't know that we'll get there. It's 320 already. Uber's still trying to hold out, but even this is, was at that high, was trying to go back up to that 71 level. There's our blue ocean, which keeps coming up. First thing on our drop down. It just bounced off the 70.90 and then the brick wall at 71. So I wanted it back over 71 for a reload. It gets right to 71 and the sellers decide to sell it. Still have the stop at 70, underneath 70.90. Looking for a consolidation break back up over this 71 level. Leave the stop in there and see if we can't get back into the high. It's about 20 cents to the high if we get 01s again, with the stop still sitting at 91. For Uber, Rivian hasn't broken that 1340 yet. It's still hanging out at that low of the day as we speak. So Uber, looking for it to retake 71. If it never does, I don't get back in or add back into this long. If it does, we try to get 1s and 2s back above here. So that's what we're looking at. I see a few people asking about Lumen. I have not looked at Lumen once today for Juan Alejandro, and everyone's saying, is Lumen a good, what's going on day 2, day 3, or secondary bounce, or whatever I guess we're calling this. This was a big time runner, and when it goes 10 cents, it looks okay on a chart there, but when you factor in what stage of the stock is in, it's not looking very good for it. I still think it's in a bottoming pattern where it's trying to find a bottom. I mean, I can guess and say, hey, this looks good on a chart, but it just held that one today. This is the first time it got to 450, and well, it got to 450 and then closed there, and now you're bouncing off 450 today. So if it holds on to this, maybe you do have a second salvo in Lumen, but it's still very much been trending lower highs on that 15-minute chart. So, want to respect that for LUMN. Don't mind these when they bottom out for a little bit, then they get like a little bit of a bounce play as everyone's forgotten about it. Usually more shallow than the original move.
Watch out for secondary moves and things like that. But what's up to Charlie Taff? Bang, and we'll spend the money for you too. Charlie Taff says, just banked another 250 on my Tesla short. That's a good win for my size account. Hey, look, man, that's what we're talking about. It's a good size for many accounts. So do not worry about what you're, we always talk about trading different accounts here on the show as well. So different styles for different size of accounts, and you're doing it for you, Charlie. So congratulations on that one. 250, you can think about it, if you could just extrapolate 250 a day, times 20 trading days, that's $5,000. So that's a decent, little income there for sure. If that's, based on whatever your living expenses are and stuff like that. Especially, I don't know if you're doing it full time or not, but that's good. So take that 250 and, congratulate yourself, because it's hard to make money. So good job there, Charlie. All right, so Google does fade out. We only have a small piece left of that one, so that's not doing anything. Palantir's not doing anything. Starbucks isn't doing anything. Palantir's okay. We've just been getting some outs here. I'm slowly massaging this trade. Obviously just getting pieces out every time it comes to 17 and 18. I now only have basically 10% left, a little north of 10% left, 10% of Google, and a little bit more of that on Starbucks. So we'll just wait, but our Starbucks has fallen asleep right now, I guess it does need that little injection, I guess, of some sort of caffeine or something. But right there, Starbucks right now, just doing nothing here into the close. We're still giving it to that 94.10 area. Of course, Starbucks was a great stock, just being able to short it and holding for these couple of these bigger moves. But we have stop outs everywhere here. So if you were watching me trade, you can go back and watch it at 9:30, sort of where we started. We started early, but 9:30 was some of those first fills. Then 10 o'clock, we really started to get some levels. Then we broke higher. We do have a stop out there. Then we got back in and started to make it again. So that's what we're working with right now on Starbucks. Great trade early. We're live every single day. Make sure you go double check, triple check that you're subscribed right now. Come on now, Nvidia. Again, this is it. Let's see if we can go. We are long right now at 45. It's at 48s, 47s, 48s, 48s. 49s I'm at. We just got filled a little bit there at 49 as we start to go back up to the upside. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. If you're trading, you're at real trading, you're looking for bigger winners, you're looking to try to put on a position. I told you we're doing it right here for Nvidia. We're taking 5, 10 times the size. So let's see what happens here. I mean, if it falls down, it falls down. We're starting to take a little bit more out. Nvidia is still a positive stock for us, despite getting these out. If it can go, it can go. We're trying to give it that one more chance. Yeah, that's my talk for now. Palantir back up. Good trade there for Palantir as well as that goes back up to the upside right now. Oh, our Starbucks just got filled. So spin the money there. We are now out of Starbucks. It's a good little level. But let's go now. If we can get Nvidia to the upside, this is why we get excited, guys. I mean, I don't know what else to do. Let's see if we can go. Come on, Nvidia. I mean, it didn't breach our levels. We're trying to get this a little bit back up to the upside while still having some kind of a salvation here on the trade. There it goes now. Nice move upside for Nvidia. We're now up more on Nvidia than we were when we started this trade. So that's how we know it's a good one. Take another piece out here at 57. Next offer, 68s for Nvidia. I guess that's maybe where the 50 period was. It's fallen down a little bit. Here we go. All right, nice trade there. Let's go, man. It's going to be a good one. Let's hope for Nvidia.
Let's see if we can get back going into that upside. I did get back into Uber. I said if it broke 71 up, we'd get back in at that 0102. It broke. I got 2s, not 1s. It got up to where it started to roll over a little bit more quickly here at the 10s. Then you have the high at the 20s. So just kind of getting that 1-to-1 back. And then if it breaks at 90, we're going to jump out of it. We got 5 minutes till those imbalances. The early look on the imbalances come through. There was nothing yesterday. And not to say that that's a predictor of what would happen today, but there weren't any big Nvidia sell imbalances or, usually last week, every single day, as I said, we were getting big ones. If you were watching with myself and Obi, the smallest imbalance on Nvidia was like 3 million shares last week. And it was nothing yesterday's trade. But we just got those 10s out. I might decide if we bounce off 71 again, here, there might be one more shot to reload this for a run at the high of the day, but it has to show me the bounce. Otherwise, no reload on the way back in. Rivian, probably just going to rinse and repeat as it gets back up to 1350. So it went 1349 down to 40, and now it's right back to the 50 level. So if it does a little bit of a curl again, then just get on the offer 48s and see if it doesn't work its way back into the low. If it breaks the high, it breaks the high. And you just kind of let it fly. I'm going to get out if it breaks that local high. Had the stop to trail out of that anyways from the VWAP short. We might as well just add to it if it shows us the weakness one more time here. Chris L., when CPI leaks? CPI comes out tomorrow morning. I don't know that they're leaking anything. You can go tinfoil hat if you want to, which sometimes people do, but my guess is reality is we had a not a hot number, we had a light number here. If it was the only thing I'd be surprised at if it was a very hot number, after what we had today, I think the market would be surprised at a hot number. Everything else, I would think it's just going to be as expected because that's usually what we get.
All right. Not much happening today. Nubank. We'll have Brian Shannon on, so that should be.
Did we have the earnings board?
There are. We can. I don't know if we have the earnings board. We can throw it up.
I was just asking. If there's nothing, there's nothing.
I don't know. There is nothing, but we can. I mean, if there's something we can look at, we can look at that. Maybe something tomorrow morning. All right, let's go. Come on, Nvidia. Thank you, JJJ, talking about this is real trading. This is sticking to a plan. This is what we're doing. This is what we're trying to do. Looking for opportunities. We don't trade many stocks. I don't. I tell this to my players, right? And it's like, I only really want you swinging 3 or 4 times per at bat. You know, the first pitch, maybe you miss it. The next pitch, you're not missing it. You're going to crank that thing, take a good swing at it, take a cut at your spot. We sat here for Nvidia, man. We knew we wanted this trade. Came in. We did pretty much exactly what we thought we would do. We did get a little too excited, buying too much, probably at the 50-period moving average, but there it comes right into the 200 and bounces right off of our level, and that gave us this better price that we have right now, and that's what's giving me, the feels for a good trade, and we'll just wait to see if it continues that way. We're out of half of the trade now already, so sometimes you can definitely get in trouble if you over leverage your position, but you guys already know that. So, all right, apparently the infamous earnings board is upon us. Let's go. If I get those 62s out right now on Nvidia, there, give it to me. Oh yeah, there it is right now. Nice little out there on Nvidia. Thank you, Ramin, for that. You know that is near and dear to my heart because that's what trading is all about. All right, new bank there. It's the soft bank of South America, we keep calling
Brazil,
it. That goal, grab your pineapple.
What the heck is that? Copying the McDonald's thing. Arcos
Dorados. That's the Spanish McDonald's.
Okay.
Yep.
The golden arches. Okay, got
I know.
got you. Cool. I can't see what's in your. I can't see what's in. I can't see what's in the top right. Obviously.
Yeah, the top right is blocked. UBS. Bang right now. Let's go, Nvidia. Back to regular scheduled programming, please and thank you. Now we're starting to go, man. Now we're starting to get a little hyped up right now. There goes Nvidia, man. Right up to the top of the ladder. One more time. Bang, bang, bang. There you go, Ozan. That's a great trade on Nvidia. I hope you guys stuck to your plan. There it goes, man. Nice trade. For that nice upside move. Let's get some more out there at 67. We'll do that. Why not? As we are starting to go now on Nvidia. Too bad we didn't have a little bit more patience, but like I said, we had enough to make this trade work. So there it goes. Pretty good move there for Nvidia. Let's see if we can retake 116 and then, oh no, after that, we'll see where we get. My offer right now is in the 80s.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. Know which way you trade. Because for myself, when I'm in Nvidia, like yesterday, it either works right away. I'm in 2 trades in Nvidia that work right away or they don't. And I said that about Mara as well. Mara yesterday works right away or it doesn't. That short worked instantly. Today, didn't. I'm out for forcing it. In each case, graded against the time that you had the similar trade before. So this one, for me, didn't work out. I'm looking for it to hold. I'm looking for it to hold this level. I'm not looking to get it down in here on that one because it's trend away. And again, like to each their own. Like it goes to 75, you got 60 cents worth of risk. You still have room to get up to that high of the day with 330 hitting. Sorry, I promised I would do this, but we'll go there in a quick second. Nothing really here. BK, nothing. Occidental with a bit of a sell. That was moving around. Oxy was moving around today. That could be worth it. Verizon always pairs off. So early looking bounce is pretty much a nothing burger. Although I'm just going to take a quick look to see where Oxy is. Because I know it's underneath that 60 level where there's been support, let's just call it, on the daily. And I'm asking myself if I want to do it a third time, where I buy it in the 50s. My daily chart's not loading. Where I buy it in the mid 50s and then just play it back into like the high 60s, which has worked before. Let's go over to Adara.
Quite a few names, of course, making these sharp upside moves today, and what's been a generally pretty strong day for the markets. But we do have some names with some catalysts to talk about. One of them is actually a larger move to the downside here in the S&P 500, and that's Baxter. BAX, this is a name in the healthcare segment, down more than 6%, set to divest its kidney care segment here to Carlyle for $3.8 billion, trading lower on that news there for BAX. We have Netflix here up over 2%, near 2.5% to the upside, getting a positive analyst note from JP Morgan, which reiterated an overweight rating and a $750 price target, bullish on its ad price hike and its live sports. Last but not least here, another streaming-related name. We have Warner Brothers here, actually up more than 6%. They did get a downgrade here to market before from Bernstein, but they did have this announcement as well with DoorDash that now you have Warner Brothers Discovery Max with ads now included in a Dash Pass membership. So nice look here for WBD with his DASH collaboration here.
Thank you, Adara. And while we were there, we had Palantir ripping again up to these highs. So all the longs starting to really, really come in right now. Yeah, still going, man. Google, we'll wait for Google. I'm going to see if we can get the 50 period. That's 164.10. Let's just put our offer there. Come on now. Let's go Nvidia. We've got 90s right there on Nvidia. All right, what did I say? 64.10 or so here on that. We'll wait to see if we can get that. There's the trade of the afternoon. I mean, there's been a couple of them, I think. We had Google was a monster trade this afternoon. And then I feel like Nvidia for me was the next one. Huge trade there to the upside, as you guys can clearly see that one. And then Palantir, the hold has been good. I don't know where we're going to go from here. All right, so this is why we get some out of Nvidia, right? So we did have a decent position. We still do. I'm going to put one more piece out here at 80. There it is. We'll get one more fill. Now I feel like we can wait. I mean, I'm at 95s now. And then if we can get that break a little bit higher. We wanted more shares down there. We didn't get exactly everything we wanted, but we tried. And then now we'll go back up to the upside there for NVDA. So, yeah. My son has his own stock. Yeah, he will
Baxter.
one day. He got that for sure. Oh, yeah, Baxter.
Well, Baxter is a
yeah,
former
Baxter's there as well. Thank you to JJJ and all that kind of stuff, right? And so, again, you know, do you guys? That was a great trade there. Thanks for the props on the Nvidia trade there, Neil. And, you know, it is what it is. This is what we do. It's a big one. We have banger after banger today. Multiple $2 winners. Nvidia today, Tesla today, Palantir today, Starbucks today. Yeah, it's just, it's going really well, some of these trades. I mean, look at this getting out of Starbucks. You know, another one right there. You know, there'll be, you know, unfortunately, without giving away any names, we'll be hanging around in the 2 spot today. But hold on a second. Somebody else in the building. Right there. So we're doing fine, and we're going to congratulate everybody there behind us for what a great day today it's been at the office. So congratulations to everybody trading there today.
Yeah, it's been a hot start to the month, no questions asked.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the month, and like we said, man, which was needed, right? July, and that's what I'm saying. Be confident. Right, July, I think there was 2 or 3 positive accounts, and it's great to see that reversal here in August, and that's part of it. Stay positive, man. Stay in that grind. Stay doing what you're doing. And that's what's worked for us. Yeah, so there you go.
Pablo, Brendo's usually right behind us. Maybe someone asks, like, where's Brendo? Adara's doing a fantastic job on the news desk in the afternoons. Brendan's always doing some work in here. My daily chart on Oxy, I just wanted to, it loaded up. There you go. So it did make the bounce off 55 and is holding the higher low, which has generally been the entry for myself. The couple of times that I've had this trade, and essentially it made a double bottom here. I don't remember the exact date. It was somewhere in here that I'm pretty sure I picked it up around like $58, and then it went into 68. And again, it's just, you know, solid stock. Every time it bounces off 55, look for it to hold a higher low. So that's what it's doing in this case right now. Like, it just made this 57 bottom. The next step would be holding 57. If it holds on to this, gives another consolidation, I'd probably just go long at some point at 58, but it takes time for that to set itself up. And it's kind of in the early stages of that move for Occidental. And it's just been something that I, a couple of times, put in for a swing trade. It's on the downward churn, so I want to see it hold that higher low. Probably if it closes above 57 at the end of the week, and I can still pick it up at $58 next week, I'd go long that, stop underneath 55, offer it that $10 higher. So, you know, it's worked a couple of times here. It does take some time, but it's Oxy. It's not like it's not super volatile, and that's one of the good things about it. It's not going to run your stop and then gap 10% on you. That's a big deal for me because I'm not much of a swing trader at all. So Uber, we were just able to get a little bit out at that 1-to-1 on the reload, but then it could not hold on to that 90 level. So we're just going to jump out of it. It was a breakout trade through 71. It went 10, it went 20. It then held, it broke back above, it went 10, and then broke down at that 10 level, or 10 cents to the downside. So just going to get out of that trade, looking like it's a bit of a reversal play. I don't mind if it wants to go all the way down in here back into the 60s. There could be a little bit of a late bounce, but it is 337. You're running out of time for something like that. Do want to keep it in the pocket just in case it is there. And we'll see what happens with it. I actually still am going to like Uber for the rest of the week, as long as it's above 60, this is 69 change. So as long as Uber holds on to this prior resistance level on strength, I like this. Like, that's a liquidity grab on Uber. I mean, so many charts look like this, but come on. Like, you break previous support, break down again because everyone was panicking last Monday, and now You're breaking out the top. I feel like this is going to get to that $74 level on Uber. Just want to play the longs until it does.
Yeah, we were actually just talking about that. You asked where Brendan was. Brendan's an executive director at Trader TV. So with Adara taking over some of the news there, Brendan hasn't traded in years for Trader TV Live. So he's just doing stuff in the background and making sure that we continue to grow the show and whatnot. So shout out to Brendan. You guys already knew that. So just giving you guys an update on where Brendan's all about, what he's all about right now. I can't do everything. You got to get some work around here. But there it goes. Thanks, Brendan, for all your hard work. And that's why he's there in the morning giving you guys the goods there. And then we have a host in Sharif on the midday, and then Sharif's gone, and then Adara stays with us all day. So, yeah, that's the team, and that's what we do around here, of course. And then we stay late. Neil and I do the market recap show, which has been a lot of fun, of course. Yeah, we'll continue to do that for sure. So here we go. Today we have Brian Shannon coming through. So join me tonight with Brian. It's always a good time every single time he's on. Okay, so just nice little dip down in Nvidia. We sort of talked about what we had left on that position right now. I think now we have about 20 to 25% left of Nvidia as it's coming back down in again. Remember, we do have our stops. I do want to try it one more time, but this push down in the market, it's happening again. I don't mind rinsing and repeating it. We've already taken enough profit, like we said there on Nvidia, but as it drips down, we're starting to lose on this position again. So, you don't want to count all your chickens before they hatch, but I do want to hatch another profitable trade. So I'm going to put another bid into the 20s again down here right now, and it will be about half of the last time we bid down here. So, and the idea there is to not get run over. You don't want to just keep on bidding the same amount of shares, or you want to be able to say, remember, we had that plan the whole time. We were going to buy those 22. So when it fell in, our stock there, we were long at 55. So it's just kind of like back to where we were. We did get to 90. So we had about a 45 cent fill on that, which is close to 1-to-1 for the risk. So not bad, not bad. Like I said, most of the trades you have to put on are going to be instinct and things like that anyways, right? And so you look to try to make the best decisions that you can at the time. And right there, Nvidia, like I said, look, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, hopefully you guys are able to see this, and that's why we talk about what stocks are where and if we're up or down or whatever on some certain names today. That's why it's pretty easy to tell if we're up or down on stuff. Google right now continues to work, but it's not giving me those fills. It's already 340. Didn't even really. It's
really late in the day, and I wanted to look CPDB. The great question in the chat, and you're actually lucky here because lesson on liquidity grab, please. So you're going to hear traders, not just myself, sometimes Sean, sometimes Adara, and Sharif will do it too. We'll say things that make sense to us in terms of lingo, and maybe it doesn't make sense to you. So when I say something like a liquidity grab, if you go back to the midday show, and after the show is done and after the market recap's done, if you want to, check out the midday show. I came on just after 12 o'clock, maybe a couple of minutes after that, and the lesson of the day was specifically on the difference between a liquidity grab and like when you just have like stops getting run. And it's not a huge difference, but not to completely repeat myself when we only have 19 minutes to go in the day, but if you do check out the midday, I do something every single day. And last week, there was even one day where on Tuesday, I think it was, I was asked a question in the chat specifically about something. I'm like, you know what? Let's just do the lesson of the day on that tomorrow. And then I explained it the following day. So no problems doing that. If you guys have questions, hit that subscribe so that you can even be in the chat because it's a subs only chat here at Trader TV. So hit that subscribe, hit that like, and if you want to communicate with us, great. If you want to ask questions, oh yeah, hit that bell because
I think we should do that. I think we should do Neil's lesson of the day on this show where we have more viewers.
I'm down. Yeah, I don't care when we do it. But I prefer doing stuff that you want to hear. Usually, I'll just see something that happened in the morning. I'm like, oh, I learned something on Palantir last week, or I thought of something on Palantir, and then I'll just make that lesson today because it intrigued me, and I learned something myself. But if you guys want the topic, I'll do. And of course, if I don't know anything about it, I'm not going to sit there and pretend. But if I have knowledge about something you're curious about, or like a setup, or just my thoughts on stop using like running stops, like what is that? How can you avoid it? Like those kinds of things, for sure. We can do it anytime. Doesn't matter to me. We don't have Frank anymore. We could do it in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think we should.
But speaking of stops.
Yeah, go ahead.
So our third reload, okay, technically second reload Our first entry was up here at 65. We reloaded it here a third time at 49s. We just broke the local high, so we risked to this 54 level, broke 53. We got out of this. So I'm now going to be out of Rivian, not going back to this stock. Hopefully it doesn't make this breakdown tomorrow, because it's not in tomorrow. But yeah, that's what's going to happen. Rivian's going to make this flat bottom break tomorrow, because I've been looking to fade this into that eventual potential break. I should not say eventual, because that presumes that Nvidia or that Rivian is going to flush at some point through this 13 level. But when it does, I would like to be short for this gap fill. Not that I want that to happen. I never cheer for a stock to go down, but when support breaks, generally speaking, you want to be short if you can. Just because we're about to get to the end of the day here, quick note on programming, Alibaba didn't break 81.50. So that's still set up for potential breakout. Clearly this late in the day, I did have a stop order to go long on that break. Just like at the Uber break at 71, I had a stop order to go long if it had happened this afternoon. Alibaba, double top, no breakout, no trade. So this could be another one set up for tomorrow. I put that down on my iPad. Although on my iPad, I just wrote BA. I forgot the B, the second B. I do that and I just kind of leave it. I don't know, this iPad's old as dirt. Like, it's like that, I don't know, like when the sensitivity, or I don't know what the word is for that, but like it's harder to type on this stupid thing.
All right. Yeah, you got to have that haptic touch. That Midas touch. All right, so we have that touch on trading. You can join my lesson of the day every single day just by watching me trade. We put some lessons on the board today, man. This Google boom, this Nvidia, I mean, that was a good lesson right there. Look at Palantir. Right there, 40s. We just got 39s right there on Nvidia. So, sorry, on Palantir. Good trading there. Good trading on Nvidia. And I think we will see maybe new highs at close here. We only have 15 minutes now. Let's see if we can push those levels. I mean, getting above 19.1. There goes the I mean, so many times we sit here all the time and we wonder about, oh man, the NASDAQ is just getting cranked the last couple of days. But a lot of the time you can get that recovery, and it seems like it's happening today, and it's happening in the best names. It's always wicked, and we talk about watching out for your plan. It's quite obvious what the plans are. We give them for free every single day. So make sure you double check it. The sticky notes out, as well as our daily watch list. You can find some ideas all over there. And we just trade what how we say we're going to trade. We put the trades on, we use some size, and we go for it every single day. And then we tell you how it worked out for us, or if it did not, or if it did work out for us. And it's been working out. Yeah, Roblox. We like that stock too.
Big day for Roblox.
It is today a big day for Roblox?
No, I meant like it had a big day.
Did it?
Yeah, 4 points today.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we like Starbucks. I like that name.
Well, it was up way more than that, by the way. Roblox.
Yeah, we were excited with Starbucks today.
Oh, I thought you said Roblox.
No, he did. He did the Roblox sound effect.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was like, what happened to Roblox?
No, Roblox broke out, but not quite all the way. Because I had this one.
All right.
Okay, this was another stock that I think we went over last week for liquidity grab. Didn't break out the top. So just very quickly, I don't know why I'm rushing. There's 4 minutes to the imbalances. For some reason, I thought the imbalances were coming out in like 1 minute. And I was going to rush through this and then talk about the imbalances. But no, we're good. So they had the close last Friday. This is a stock that hadn't broken the previous Friday close. Made the liquidity bottom, closed at it was like 39.25. And then today, it finally broke it out. However, lack of continuation. That can be a good thing. The good thing would be hold on to 39 and break it out tomorrow. So consolidate off that previous, whatever you want to call it, like sideways consolidative level. I didn't want to say consolidate off this consolidative level, but that's kind of what I have to say now, because I did. And if you break out that top, plenty of room to the upside. This was a $4 gap that this made on that previous day. So Roblox actually looks really good on a higher time frame to me. Just fail breakout today can always lead to a big breakout if it reclaims a level when everyone forgets about it.
Nvidia's right back to that 116 as we ride that bull continuously up to the upside right now. No positions over there. We got 3 over here: Google, Nvidia, and Palantir. And it's really great to be long on a day like today. We just got that Google out at the 50 period. We'll wait to see if our last bit will get out. Let's just go up here to 2025 and see if something will spin up there and get that out. So again, today, big trades alert, obviously on Google. We talked about that. just buying these dips all day. So that's what Google looks like for me there today. The P&L number 1 is going to be Apple, and it's just early. It's just real early, man. We have this 220 bid. We busted that. I mean, it takes, we talk about it. If you're going to trade, you might as well trade with some shares. So that was a good trade there, breaking through 220. So that was a great one, up to 221.30. You know, that really made the day. And then 3 reloads. All right. Amazon, down on Amazon. We're down on Amazon about 15% of what we're up on Apple, so that's fine. We tried to short, put on a decent position right there, lost it. That goes to the upside. Google, we've just been talking about it. You're not even going to see an out here that's under any of these bids. Bid. So Google's stock of champions today. Nvidia, I mean, let's just give it up for Nvidia. That was the face slapper there of the afternoon. We lost on Occidental. We tried to short. We actually got some decent shorts, got stopped out there, back in, then stopped out. But now Occidental's all the way to the downside, so could have done better on that. We just got a 40 on Palantir. I think we sort of beat that one up a little bit. Starbucks, as the imbalances are now only a minute and a half away. Starbucks, we got in trouble early, shorted it late. We'll be down on Starbucks, but it's a pretty flat name for us. And then Tesla here as well. Up on Tesla, despite being bearish early and then completely wrong and getting out of the way. And as Neil said, that's how you continuously stay near the top. You know, you got to get out when you're wrong, but then also believe in the trades when you're right. And that's what you do. And then as long as you swing better than 50%, which we do, then you are all good. So, all right, now with only 30 seconds to go, or sorry, a minute to go before the imbalances, Nvidia, I'm going to take one more piece out. I feel like that is the prudent thing to do. I mean, it's 60, 70 cent winner as it is right now. So let's take a little bit of risk off of that. Google, I mean, we could fly up here and get that fill. Bang, right there. That's a hot dog cannon for you right there for Google. So Google, Apple, Nvidia, Palantir, man, they're the darling of today. So Tesla pretty good as well. All right, Neil, 30 seconds left. There goes Nvidia, now dollars. Let's see if we can get break that 116.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go. So this is that moment where, like, if you have stops or you want to take profit, good spot for it. With 10 seconds, there was nothing of significance on the early look for the imbalances, unless you care about Verizon and Pfizer, which just popped up there. But the first thing I'll look for is anything in the Mag 7 at 350, which just hit. Nothing immediately. SWN's not a big deal. Nvidia's a buy of 1.1 million. Not huge, but not small. Marvell is a 1.1 million to the sell side. That would be significant for Marvell. It doesn't do nearly as much volume. So if I was looking at one of these things that might make a move off of that, I would think Marvell could be big. Nothing else significant over a million. Open, yeah, whatever. That's now a $1 stock. So 1 million shares there doesn't matter. So Marvell to sell, Nvidia to buy. And Marvell didn't even budge. Yeah, you know what? A second ago, and I was like, yeah, this looks like it could be a short opportunity on Marvell. No, not really, because 1 million to sell, and it just broke highs. And look at the way that this was rallying. I don't think they've reported just yet, but Marvell, I just following the coattails of the rest of the chip names in StockSell.
All right, so we did really well. I mean, although that imbalance doesn't seem to be too much there, Adair gave us NQ 430 to sell, 670 in total for the whole market, so relatively uneventful, but we do take that opportunity to get out. So we got out of Palantir. We just have little baby pieces left right now. We have, I mean, like I said, baby piece as in relation to the shares that we trade. Could be large for some, small for others. There's Nvidia right here, 115.80. Let's just give it a chance to see if it wants to continue to go up. 116 and change, 116.20 is where I'm sitting right now. I'm trying to get a little greedy, see if we can get that top tick there for Nvidia, but nah, just smile about it. We only have a few minutes left. Let's put an offer in the 80s, see if we can make 50 cents again. Palantir, we can get another piece out here if we want at 34. Maybe there we go, we'll just try. Do we get Nvidia there or Palantir? Nvidia's, oh no, that's one, sorry, that's Google. What am I doing? Oh, so Google filled us out there as well, so that was a good fill. Okay, so it was Nvidia. So there's Nvidia there at 83s. All right, now we can really just sit back and relax. We will finish at the highest spot that we were at all day. So pretty good there. What a good trade into the close, right? I mean, Palantir, that was fantastic. We took this right with you guys at 30 bucks. This is right when we went right back on the air at 220. So that was a trade that we took there. I'll just go over the trades that we took for you right now on the show. We took Nvidia long. I mean, that's a face slapper there. We took Palantir long. We took Google long. I mean, this is when we came on, right? There's 2 o'clock, 163.70, 163.50, outs 164.26. That's it. We don't have anything else. We got out of everything else. So that's it, man. We have 3 trades for you. We'll go 3 for 3 this afternoon, which ain't bad at all. So, yeah, good on us. Neil, enjoy your day tomorrow, of course, as you meet.
Well, I probably won't enjoy it. It's like, so what they do is after the surgery on my Achilles, like they have to get the angle different. So like you start out like with like this kind of an angle. So it has to flex down, and then eventually I went to this, and then you're gonna have to force it to a 90-degree angle, then cast it, which is it's not a comfortable experience, and then for a couple of days it's kind of really sore and swells and all that stuff. But then, if all goes well, I'll be in an air cast in 2 weeks from now.
There we go.
That's all I care about, man. Get me on the rehab schedule because I like attacking rehab. I've done it before, but the waiting is the most annoying thing ever. There was a few questions about the imbalances I wanted to get to because I saw a bunch of people. We gave you the total number in there, and here it was. It was like, what size is that? Roughly 500K. So if you look at just any one of these numbers, you want to know how much money that is? Okay, it's a number of shares in the imbalance, and then just multiply it by the actual price for the notional value. That gives you an idea of how many dollars it is. So Nvidia, $2 million to buy is vastly different than Marvell, $1 million, because Nvidia is a more expensive stock, right? So if it's twice as expensive a stock, which it really isn't, and it's got twice as big, it's 3 to 4 times a bigger notional number. That's what matters overall. How big is it relative to the amount of volume it does? How big is it relative to I guess like the market cap of the company, and that's a bigger deal. And then what imbalances? Simply the NASDAQ in New York closing auction imbalances. Published at 350. We get an early look. That's what this number will be, BRKR, on our locator. And then you can see how much open interest is there. It's paired off. And then how it's the size of the imbalance. If they had to close it and do the auction right now, then TLT would have, well, let's do TLT here because it's there, 1.9 million to the sell side. That never moves, by the way. I've looked at it. No matter how big the imbalance, it's just never that big of a move. And SWN, I don't know. Nvidia is now 4.5 million to buy, so that's growing to the upside. That's not usually the case. Usually you pair off a little bit, but 355 is about to hit, so let's just keep it here. A lot of times it's a major pairing event. It started at 1, went to 2, now it's 4 million, and at 355, we'll see if it manages to stay here. Any second, you'll see that update. So it just paired down to 1 million. So there you go, 355, usually a big pairing event, and Nvidia didn't really do much with it. It got up to 16, now it's starting to head back in a little bit. That's why at 55, you'll see traders tighten stops or maybe take profit going into it.
Yeah, we're just still watching. I was waiting for 116.20s or so. Right now on Nvidia, it doesn't seem like it wants to do too much here. 116.50 coming through for Nvidia. But I was just looking back too. We were thinking about Nvidia. Like we had just bought this stock at like 103, 104 before we left. And now it's had a nice move back up, man, like 13, 14% from those bottoms. Obviously, it got a lot lower there. During Monday, we were not here when it went into 94, 95, or whatever that was down there. But wow, what a great opportunity that turned out to have been to buy some of the bottoms in some of these names. I see you, Adam. Thank you again for the meetup there. And yeah, he's seeing a lot of good trades since we've been back from London. That happened last time, man. We went on a little vacation there early July. We came back and put up the best month. And we're going to try to do that again here in August. It doesn't matter the amount of days that you miss as long as you come back feeling pretty good and refreshed, and you can hit any stock you want. So that's what we've been doing today with Nvidia. And again, it's just, honestly, Adam, you and I talked about this. It's quite simple for me. It's do the work, understand your abilities, and go for it. And it's been working. So we just continue to do that. I want to thank everybody for continuously watching the show as we keep talking about it. 357 right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and hit the share button as well. There goes Nvidia. Come on. We're waiting north side of 116. I might even just hold this into the aftermarket. I feel like I can get this, Phil. 116.20. We'll see if we can get that. I might just get out of Palantir here. It's had a nice move, obviously, there to the upside as there it goes. We get out at 34s as it rips through to 35. So good trading there on Palantir. It is another one. So that was a good one there. And we'll not take this call after. We don't have time right now. Kathy, we'll talk about that after. But there goes Nvidia here. Looks like it is going to be $1 to end the day on that one. That's the club that we're trying to join. It's the Dollar Club, and it's been a good day, man. Congratulations, as we said, to Max and some of the guys behind us. Been a good day here today. So 357 and change. Tomorrow's CPI number, I guess I'll be here with Obi. I haven't seen Obi all week, so he's just taking some of that cash and relaxing. So we'll see him later tomorrow. So that should be fun to have some Obi action right there.
Yeah, he's taking a couple days, I guess.
Who knows?
Yeah, which I mean, is what it is. Like you take time here or there. I mean, I'm basically taking all my days when I have doctor stuff, but it is what it is. With only 2 minutes to go, I saw someone in the chat. Even Intel's up 5%. I'm going to make a point about this. When stocks get bled, remember it's easy to put up big percentage gains when a stock has been crushed, right? So yeah, 5% now is early in the year is 2% on Intel. So everything is going to be a little bit more volatile down here on Intel. It's not even breaking out yet. And don't get me wrong, I actually like a potential break here on Intel if it can do it with only 2 minutes to go. And what I mean by that is there's your bottom. It's holding 19. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Look at this trend break. When this broke the support of the 50 and the 200 period at 30, I mean, it is what it is. Now you have this 20 and a half, maybe even 21. If it can take that out, is it getting back to 30? Who cares? I mean, you just have an opportunity for a bit of a break that you can join. So I think that's the case with Intel. It's just catching it's catching a moment. JJJ, Intel is catching meme momentum on Wall Street bets. It'll be the new GME. If that makes Intel go up, great. But I don't think that's necessarily a good thing if you're turning into a meme stock, Intel. I would almost wager that's a bit of a bad thing because that means you can only go up when you're pumped and hyped and you have no other chance of going up otherwise. So I don't necessarily think that's the best thing if Intel. I'm just reading what I saw in the chat there. JJJ, I have no idea if that's actually true. I'll check Wall Street bets maybe after the market closes and see if they actually care about Intel. Because you can always see like the highest chatted symbols. It's always pretty interesting. But if that's why it's bouncing, who cares? If it breaks 21, it's got a bit of a gap fill. 30 seconds to go in here. Again, those markets did pair off a little bit, but you are going to close on those highs up 2.5%. Crazy, crazy moves to the upside. Lots of top breaks in there. Buy and balance on Nvidia after sells all last week. We'll see what happens going into the last 10 seconds of the day. You're running the highs. You're trying to get to the highs. The fresh high would be, 5 cents. It just ticked the high and pulled right back in there on Nvidia. Let's ring it in 2 and 1, Adara. So close. It actually literally ticked the high of the day and a bit of a pullback. I see some sellers in there. 4 o'clock just hit 2.5% for the NASDAQ. ES still holding the highs, almost that 54.6 level, 1.6% up there on the ES. Big time recovery still ongoing for the second week in a row in the overall market. So those dip buys were absolutely fantastic if you were able to get them. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin like we always do at this time on the ones and twos, making us look and sound a little better than we should. And of course, midday, great job with Sharif and Adara giving you those lessons. Always fantastic. And big shout out, of course, to our entire trading community. We love all of you. But you know what? You don't have to go anywhere because you've got not just Adara and Sean at the desk, but yeah, you got Brian Shannon as the guest because it's Tuesday. So you get some VWAP action, some anchored VWAP action, some earnings to get to, although the biggies are going to be a little bit later on the week with Walmart. So get onto the desk. You don't have to go anywhere. Just stick right here, and you're going to be thrown to the aftermarket show with Sean Adara and special guest Brian Shannon.
What's up, everybody? How's it going, Adara?
I'm great. How are you?
The best. All right. I mean, we just nailed it right there. Just ho-humming that trade on Nvidia for $1 at the end of the day. We get that fill. We get that print there right at the end of 116.22s. We were sitting right there and grabbed it. That was your dollar winner at the end of the day. What a day it was for the NASDAQ again. And what a day it was for traders, man. A couple traders positive on the floor today. We're glad to be one of those. Good job today for many of you guys out there as well. It's always nice when the market kind of trends one way. And today it definitely trended to the high side, especially if you trade the right names. You don't need to trade over and over again. Just trade the right names, trade the right spots. And today, SMH up 4%. We just talked about Intel going meme crazy. I think that's great for Intel. I know Neil said that makes sense why you want it to go up based on fundamentals, but we'll take anything right now. I'm not in Intel, but that's a nice move. We'll find out what that's all about. I feel like it's just been beat up so much. I don't think it's going to go meme crazy because 2.2%, but it's always nice to get volume back into this name. So we'll watch out for some Intel. I don't know. You're not in any Intel, are you?
No.
Well, that was that. You're giving a nice little nasty look there at Intel. All right, that's that. Yesterday we talked a little bit about uranium, but today it's energy. Was to the downside. USO, only red sectors today. USO, XLE, OIH, XOP, UNG, silver. So again, in big tech days, we do get pullbacks. Look at UNG today, falling out, right? So there it comes. Nice little 1 minute chart for UNG finishing near its lows of the day. But other than that, there is not too much to worry about. USO, again, we'll go to a daily chart just so you can see sort of how dramatic it was. It's still up here. You get basically 5 straight up days today. Now oil pulling back in just a wee bit, but what a big day it was, man. The NASDAQ, as Neil mentioned there at the end, I thought I heard him say closing near the highs, 2.41%. And I guess we actually called that. We said, let's see if the NASDAQ can finish at the highs. That's why we had that Nvidia print up. And then Palantir, what a day it was for Palantir again. Put up the bangs for that, man. We are super excited about this stock. This has been a good one in our portfolio and a good one to have dip bought as if that day actually happened. Oh, man. Probably just walking around London there, ho-humming it, grabbing some tea, and then boom, right to the upside. Now $30 and change for Palantir. What a good trade that was today. This is what we did on this name today. We bought this down here in the $30 range. Nice move up to the upside there to close where we did. Yeah, thanks. That was a good one. All right, what else do you want to talk about? We had Home Depot battle back today. Nice move for Home Depot closing. I don't know why. I got to zoom out a little bit better on this chart, that's for sure, so we can get a little bit of a better look. So let me just do a 5-minute chart maybe for this. We don't have too many earnings. We have Nubank. Did that come through yet?
No, we were supposed
so we'll wait for
expecting NU at 410.
410.
Yeah.
That was a 4 and then a 1 and a 0?
Yeah, I was trying to write it out.
We're trying to do 1600?
It was something. I was doing something. It is at 410, expected move of 7.1%.
Here we go. We'll wait for new bank coming through. I think it's New Holdings.
New Holdings.
All right, so there it is. Home Depot, though, talking about a little bit of earnings here. We see that there's a strong consumer. Seems like it. Starbucks, of course, a little bit of a rescheduling today with Brian Nickel coming through here, and it is SBUX. We're really happy about this name. I've probably talked to Brian about this many times, but very, very hard to predict a new incoming CEO, especially a CEO of such prominence like Nickel, because, what he did to CMG, minted millionaires over and over.
Yeah.
You see CMG stock. Here's CMG stock. Let me just go over to a daily chart. It's not going to do it justice, of course. So we're going to go over to a monthly chart of Chipotle. So this is $4, Adara, back in 2018. So that's 6 years ago. We went from $4 all the way to $63 there for CMG Chipotle. Nice little pullback though right now, as we do have a little bit of worries there with various issues with the retail sectors. Here's the monthly chart for Starbucks. You could see very, very, not similar, but Starbucks back in 2018 was $50 all the way up to $120, and now back into 70, back to 96. So kind of round tripping back there on the monthly at the 50 period moving average there for Starbucks. So a nice little move there coming in. There's the daily for Starbucks. Nice trigger upside on SBUX. XLK, of course, up 3% today as we go. Let's have a quick look at some of the stocks as well. We'll get.
We got NU just.
Do we have NU? Okay, let me just call it up.
Early.
Yeah, hold on a second, Adara. Let me just look at the stock, see what NU is doing. So this is New Holdings. So a nice move off $10, making its way all the way up. And as I can see, Adara, it looks like it wants to go. So this is on the monthly. It is a relatively new stock. And boom goes a dynamite for New. Right now up 7%. Adara, drop that knowledge.
Yeah, so they reported Q2 revenue here, $2.8 billion. Analysts were looking for $2.92 billion. So slight miss for revenue. They did report Q2 adjusted net profit above expectations. So I had it as an earnings per share basis, but on an adjusted net profit basis, they did beat estimates. $563 million versus the analyst estimate of $472.5 million. That is actually more than doubling here for adjusted profit. So adjusted profit more than doubled for NU. They also reported Q2 return on equity of 28%. If I see any other numbers coming through for them, I will let you guys know.
Wow. Thanks, Dara. I'm sort of saying this because, wow, what a successful little run here for new. I mean, just looking at what this chart looks like here as we zoom in and out, coming to market in and around $8 or $9 there back in 2021, does fall in and gets pretty disastrous down here at 350. But look at the touches down here at 350 before now blowing back upside. Nice trade. I actually own this stock. So good little move there for new holdings back up there to the upside. And I remember Warren Buffett was involved in this in the beginning when this did come out. So, but then of course dropped it off, and now a nice upside move. Another name that has been a piece of you-know-what for me, PaySafe. We've actually talked about this. I actually like this name. PaySafe was involved with a lot of those online casinos and accepting payment on that. They had not had a good day. Well, they had a great day today, up 6%, but PaySafe definitely beat up. We have seen a nice little resurgence in some of the fintech names. So PaySafe with a nice move up here, trying to get going again. This had a reverse split of 1 to 12 recently, so that's a name that's been pretty killed recently as well. PayPal trying to get going. I actually do not mind the stock of PayPal right here. I feel like it's in no man's land right now. We'll see if we can get going. I mean, Brian's going to come on. When you look at a stock like PayPal, I mean, if you drop an anchor at this October bottom, you're right here at $60, $61. So I feel like that's a good hold spot there for PayPal. We also do have Square. You chomping at the bit over there, Dara, for anything?
No, I was going to say Brian posted about PayPal earlier this week.
Oh, did he?
So that's why I mentioned it. Yeah, he compared that one to Celsius Holdings in terms of how they were holding AVWAP. Don't remember the exact tweet, but yeah, I know there was some AVWAP comparison there for YPL. So that's the only reason I just thought of that.
No, great look there. SECEL.
Yeah, he was not a fan of what CELH was doing at AVWAP. Pretty weak.
Yeah, I am. Here's Celsius. Aren't they the drink?
They're the energy drink. They're not bad. They're not bad.
They're not bad. I know. I've never really had any energy drinks. You know, when I was at We1, we used to drop those vodka Red Bulls when we didn't know any better.
Yeah, that's a
man. Those days back in the club, baby. One of our friends, tearing off his shirt, whipping it around. Like, I hang out with a bunch of idiots. Trust me. These are in downtown Toronto clubs.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
I was actually in a little bit of maybe I shouldn't say it, but pretty much was a bar fight. One of my friends got crazy down there by the docks, and it was a lot of fun right now. But
that's such a Toronto story. Like every aspect of the last minute.
Things were thrown into the lake. We'll leave it at that. Yeah, Rebel, that in and around that area. Clubs have changed names all the time.
Yeah,
around here.
And I'm still sure it was. Yeah, I think Fabi is right on that.
I actually want to go to the docks. Actually has a really nice driving range. My brother-in-law is coming. You get the booze on there. It's right on the water. Driving range time.
That's very cool.
My daughter has hockey tonight, so we're going to go see 2 hockey. Yesterday was baseball. Ask us if we won.
Did you win?
12-2.
Okay, so you destroyed them. Nice job.
We're not.
Congrats.
I was getting mad at them actually at the end of the game. They were a little bit of showmanship.
Oh, they got a little.
They were stealing bases. Things were becoming easy for them. Let's leave it at that.
They weren't getting challenged. Okay.
So I did not give a player of the game.
Go coaching.
But it was my daughter's birthday. We had cupcakes. We had lots of that kind of stuff. All right, what's up, Derek Thompson? No, I'm not losing weight, but thanks for asking. Right there, I'm having a flashback. Yeah, save me. Save me. Where's that mind med stuff? Okay. All right, let's go. We're still waiting for Brian Shannon coming through. It's 4:10 right now. All right, let's talk about I hope that you guys are having fun. Hopefully this is what I bring to the show. Again, I hope you missed me last week because I missed you guys last week for sure. Okay, let's do a little recap here and go over to the screen. Let's go over to the screen. All right, here's Apple. Today's market was a monster. Look at this guy right here. It's Nvidia. Tuesday provided another exciting day for the markets with the NASDAQ gaining more than 2% and closing at its highs. The S&P 500 was not too much of a lagger, up more than 1%. The rally really took off at 8:30 with many of the tech names starting to bump up on a strong PPI number, lower than expected 2.2. So cooler number creating this bounce as maybe inflation finally under control. We did get that huge announcement where Chipotle CEO Brian Nichols says, see ya, and goes over to Starbucks. So where is Starbucks on here? I have no idea. We'll find it eventually. Look at Tesla right down there, up 5.24%. That stock started to go as we saw some good strength in the consumer discretionary sector with Tesla, Amazon, Home Depot, also big reports today. So it was a good one, man. Even some of the banks, BAC up 0.7, JP Morgan up 0.85. Brendo gave us the goods early, Adara, as you remember. We are now definitely getting that rate cut in September. Is it going to be half or is it going to be a quarter point? Give me the Adara LePage analysis or opinion on what that cut looks like.
So the Adara LePage take is that we do have some more hawkish Feds. Like, for example, we've got Fed's Bowman, who's generally more hawkish, actually saying that there could be a hike, but that doesn't mean there necessarily will be a hike or that we need a hike. We also had Fed's Bostic, who's generally, I would see him as more hawkish, but I know some people see him as more dovish. He also had some comments that had the market a bit concerned. So I think the Feds are kind of trying to intentionally mask their opinions a little bit. I think I'll have a better sense after the Jackson Hole Summit or Symposium next week. But right now, I would say 25 points until what we see next week. Then I'll have a better read.
And you guys can catch more of that analysis on your review, your weekly review, dropping
the week ahead.
Sundays, isn't it?
Yes, it's drops on Sundays, and I have written the script, and there is going to be a lot of Jackson Hole Symposium focus in that week ahead.
Boom, there we go. Thank you, Miss Adara, for all of that. And yeah, what a good day it was. Let's just check back in on new holdings right now. Oops, I typed it on our little chat, not on the screen. There's new, whoa, okay, Adara, we are still going higher in 1 second. Let's review those numbers one more time as people are looking for new holdings. We'll figure out those numbers. Adara will drop those for you as we're taking out 1375. And as you can see here on the daily, we're over. We are now, that's the breakout. Why didn't I even notice that? Here it is on the daily. We have now broken out brand new 52-week highs. Brand Nubian. You know that band?
Ew.
No, it's all good. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, he's a little bit of hip hop there. 1365 taking out Adara. Let's review those numbers one more time.
Yeah, apparently some people want to see Serve as well. So that's Serve Robotics. We can look at that. But new holdings, they did have a miss here for revenue, $2.8 billion in Q2 net revenue versus estimates of $2.92 billion. However, they did report a Q2 return on equity of 28%, and they also reported stronger than expected net profit, $563 million versus analyst estimates of $472.5 million. That profit actually more than doubled for Q2. Also, let me take a look at Serve here because there were some. Serve as well was interesting because that was one Nvidia invested in recently, so they've been on watch. All I'm seeing right now for Serve is that they announced the results. I'm not seeing what those results. Okay, here we just got those here. I had to cross-reference some platforms. They missed on earnings per share. They lost 27 cents per share. Analysts were looking for a loss of 25 cents per share. Sales, though, did beat $468,000 here versus the estimates of $400,000. So nice little beat here for sales, miss here in terms of earnings per share for SERV.
All right, unfortunately, Serve Robotics, they did have some deals there with Nvidia and things like that, some rumors of buying some shares. Go do your own look up right there. But Serve on the screen right now, flat. So not much happening right there. I see Brian is right now getting ready to get rocking and rolling in the green room. I just want to bring up to him that there's some traders looking for new holdings right now. It just took out its 52-week high today. So we kind of like breakouts. Not super clean. I mean, I like that move up. It's so hard to look at this, and maybe I should just start talking to Brian immediately because it's hard to look at what we saw last Monday. We weren't here, of course. And unless you were sitting there with some of these bids, it's hard to say like, oh man, like that was a great buying opportunity. I mean, I feel like every single stock you're ever going to look at when we look back is going to be that buying opportunity. I mean, Nvidia went down to $92, closing today at $116 and up to $116.50 already as that retraced back up. The one sort of buy opportunity that I feel I would have pulled the trigger on, we were looking for Uber. Uber fell in. We knew we liked some of these levels. That level down there at $55, not that that was significant, but we know we like Uber back up to the upside. And then, of course, one of my favorite stocks, Palantir. And you guys put in the chat right now, what stock do you wish you would have got on a dip that day I guess for more of a longer term hold, because any trade at this point, Adara, is worthy of a swing trade. I mean, if you were able to get filled anywhere a week ago and you wake up now and you're 30% in the money, you're doing pretty good right there. But there's Palantir. The best part about Palantir is, look where it bounces off of. We might not be no chartered market technician, But you could see this right here, 2150. That's a 200 period moving average. And what I know on my simple mind, I like 50 periods, I like 200 periods. And one man who definitely does not have a simple mind, I can ask him. I mean, I think, you know what? You can have a simple mind, but a focused mind.
That's true. Like, you can focus like one track mind.
What? Yeah, you know what? Do you want to have a one track mind?
If you're like really focused.
Is that a New Kids on the Block song? I don't know.
I wasn't meaning it as an insult, but
oh no, neither am I.
Yeah, it's like you like when you've got a goal, you're goal oriented, one track minded.
It's Trader Talk. It's Brian. Hey, Mr. Shannon, how are you doing, my friend? It's been a long time.
It has. How was your vacation, Sean?
Oh, it was such a great vacation. Thank you for asking. And then one thing, have you been to London, England before?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, so the one thing that I didn't realize, I should have, my wife was doing all the planning, everything's so close. So it's like you're at Buckingham Palace, you're turning around, you're at Parliament there, then the next thing you know, you're on Oxford, and then you're on the Thames. It's a gorgeous city. I definitely enjoyed my time there. How about yourself?
Yeah, a lot to do. It is fun. It's a great place to visit.
You know what I was thinking about, and I think you and I have talked about this before, buying things that we actually use. Oh, Canada. Why don't I have my Canada thing here? Is that a golf? Is that golfing? You came up here, hit some links there?
That was a golf tournament here in Denver.
Okay.
I participated in. I just found this shirt the other day and said I got to represent.
Yes. We got a lot of Canada. We got the Maple Leafs hat with the Maple Leaf there in the middle. Sorry, the Blue Jays hat with the Maple Leaf there in the middle. I saw Uber. So what we were doing on the Thames there, they have these little Uber boats that you could just even go on the app, buy your tickets. It drops you off at every port. The ports are like a couple minutes away from each other. It was a great way to experience, all of that. I like that kind of stuff, looking for different opportunities, different business models. I want to talk to you a little bit about Uber. We just said what an opportunity it was to buy some of these names. If we come over to my chart, Uber's been looking bad. I think if we could erase some of this, we might not like the stock as much. But how much of this kind of a rally in names like Uber, names like Palantir, maybe we're getting too stretched off some of those bottoms?
Yeah, we're up, about 27%. And if you put an anchor on the gap up in February, we're right up against that. So here's what I'm talking about on that daily chart is this gap here. And we've had a little bit of trouble with that previously, and we're right up against it after a 27% rally. I think, there's no way I would be a buyer of it here, Sean, but right. If it was to pull back and carve out a higher low and then start to come back up this side, then I think it'd be ready for a push beyond this band of resistance, maybe create a little, inverted head and shoulders pattern in there.
I was actually going to ask you, similar to what you were just mentioning there, what do we look for? And you just said we wouldn't buy it up here. At what levels? Like, I feel like all of these names, we can call up any chart. We talked about Palantir there, Uber, Nvidia, a lot of this. I feel like the market, when you have these blips up and down 2 or 3%, like every single day, it seems like nowadays, and especially off of this move with Nvidia as well, many names look like this. SMCI, it just goes on Tesla, even some of these bottoms being made. The market's not healthy right now, is it? Any opinions on when we get the fever like spiking, then coming back down? I'm not super convinced that we're in basically what section are we in? What phase of distribution are we in? What do you think about this current market right here as we sit on Tuesday?
I think it's tricky, Sean. I mean, it's been tricky for the last week. Yeah, we're in a big uptrend. As I pointed out on a chart on Friday, we had some gigantic pullbacks too. I think this was 3.7% and maybe 4% on that pullback last week into Wednesday. But on this daily time frame, we came right down to the year-to-date anchored VWAP. Get a bang for that. And the volume right now, we saw expanding volume on the downside, biggest volume at the turning point, and diminished volume on the retracement. Now, that's a reason for concern, the diminished volume, because it says, hey, maybe we're just floating up on an absence of supply and some short covering. But you look at the shorter term time frame, we're still rallying higher. So We've got mixed messages. We're at potential area of supply with this prior support in here, the 50-day moving average, the year-to-date anchor, the anchor off the peak, but we're still showing higher highs and higher lows. So if it starts to distribute like this and then decline below that 5-day moving average, then I'll turn bearish again. But right now, I'm more focused on the individual names that are not extended.
Okay, I mean, that's what we were talking about yesterday with Michael Knotts as well, looking for names that are potentially even not participating in some of these market rallies and maybe being held back, and or vice versa. Before we go, I want to give you some credit here again. So I'll give you another bang for what I'm about to show right here. I thought this was pretty funny. This is a tweet that you had back May 6th of 2022, and it's pretty simple here. Goofy. Hey kids, don't buy stocks in downtrends. You nailed this, and you sort of put it down here, 111 for Disney. And then as we come here, so great tweet there. Go follow at Alpha Trends. We definitely like that one. But I think it's happening all over again, right? This kind of looks like that same chart that you tweeted out back in 2020 where we sort of had these highs, then we just kept on falling. Now fast forward 2 years, Brian, and it almost looks the exact same as Disney's falling down. Are we catching knives here at $80, or do I have to start putting some anchors somewhere? Because I feel like we're well under everything right now. And honestly, as a shareholder, I ain't going to Disney anytime soon unless they're giving some kind of refunds, because right now the stock continues to fall.
Sean, you've got to go back to 2009 on a weekly chart.
That's bad.
And we're below that anchor. So, it's just been a dog basically for, quite a long time. Let me pull that weekly chart up and show you what I mean, is that if we go back all the way to 2009, the average long is losing money. So I don't know. I think you just leave Disney alone. There's so many stocks that are in uptrends, entering uptrends. Why not focus on the ones where you have a chance of participating with some institutional support? Stocks like AVTR. Here's one that, look at the weekly chart on this one. It's just entering maybe a stage 2 uptrend. Keep an eye on that one. TMO was that's NO, that's why. TMO is breaking past this is a weekly chart, multi-year level of resistance after it digested this big move. So maybe it's getting ready for another big push. CWAN reported earnings recently, and it's looking like, this is the type of stock that could continue. I'm back in TGTX after the earnings report last week. That one's on its way. So there's still a lot of good stuff out there, but be prepared with potential shorts as well, like GIII. If this one breaks down like this, I'm looking to get short this stock because it's rolling over. It's below a 20, 50, 200-day moving average. It's always about the action in the individual names as much as we talk about the indexes.
There we go. We hit those little calculation things, man. You're just dropping the knowledge down for everybody, giving a lot of different trade opportunities there. Thank you so much. For Mr. Brian Shannon, one last question, then I'm going to throw it over to Adara. You just talked about a stock at Disney that's really looking sick from all the way to 2009. Is this one better or not? Intel. This is 2009. So that's $17, $18 with no dividend really to speak of right now. This stock, I don't know, Brian. I mean, it's a little bit of a comeback here. I don't want to call it a comeback by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe this is a daily chart here, and sure, we're picking at straws now. But when you see something like this, I actually almost think that this is worth a little bit of risk to reward here, because what about a break somewhere around 2050? And I know we can't really put too much view up on this unless we go maybe into a 20-minute or something like that. Give me an idea here. I almost want to go long. I want to make America great again. We know that the foundry is going to be built here. We talked about some of the risk and Nvidia chips going over to China, Huawei, so on and so forth, with President Trump and Kamala Harris looking to be neck and neck on what's going to be an exciting election cycle coming through, I feel like. What about Intel? Am I looking a little crazy here to go long on basically a 21 break, kind of breaking these highs and then using this 19 as a bottom? What does the risk to reward look like on this stock? And maybe what time frame chart would you be looking at to make a long swing play on Intel?
Okay, let's give you a little bit of hope by going back to 1984 when this company came public. So we're talking about a 30-year anchor. And this is the anchor from the IPO right here. And you can see
Oh,
this
my.
stock held it pretty much all the way. Little shakeout there, but here we are right on it right now, Sean. So
Wow.
maybe there's something to that. I don't know. I've never really studied 30-year anchors before. We're back above a rising 5-day moving average. I think if you want to take a shot down here with a stop below these lows, it's, you could do worse, I think.
Hi, Brian. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hey, Darren.
And we also had another Brian on watch today, Brian Nickel, with regards to that Chipotle CMG and Starbucks CEO switch up. Both of those stocks making pretty big moves on that news. Starbucks up more than 20%, CMG at one point down about 10%. Do you have any opinions on either of these after this move and this announcement today?
Yeah, I think Sean owns that for his investment portfolio. He told me a couple weeks ago. But this one's back above the anchored VWAP from the all-time high. The problem with chasing Starbucks here after a 25% move, maybe in the next week or 2 weeks it starts to settle down a little bit. But CMG, on the other hand, has been a real dog since the split, the 51-for-1 split, which came at a price-adjusted share here of about $63 per share. We came down to the anchor from this gap. That's the second time that's been tested. So I would say that, maybe you drift a little bit lower, that 5-day moving average flats out in the next week or so to get long CMG as a counter trend move with a stop below these lows, that maybe this one has the possibility of bouncing. CMG, that is.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for going over that with us. I appreciate it.
We do like that CMG trade. And yeah, Brian, you know that we were talking about it, Starbucks, and thanks for bringing it up one more time. I want to get credit. I'm going to give you credit, for that 30-year anchor. Some people in the chat are like, oh my God, I can't believe we have to go back 30 years to find an anchor on that. But that, you know what? Hey, man, we'll back test it. We'll see. And you know what? That's another point here. We talk about this with you, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. This is your book. You can go find it on Amazon. And you do talk all about that. Look for prices for decision-making around Anchored VWAP and certain technical spots. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's an all-in buy or anything like that. Try to check the action in and around those spots. I'm not sure I read anything about a 30-year in here, Brian, but maybe we can add an amendment or your next book coming out. Any work on anything you're doing right now, Brian?
No, I'm still recovering from that one, Sean. I'm not a natural born writer here.
I could have fooled me. Looks great. Your wife helped you on some of this, if I'm not correct.
She did a tremendous job of helping it become more readable. I would just write certain things. She's like, Brian, people don't understand this. I'm like, well, if you go back 5 pages, I explained it. You have to explain it again. You have to make sure that they reinforce the concept. So it's much more readable because of her.
It sounds like we're both blessed with better halves. So shout out to that every single day. All right. Is there just one more broad question before I let you go? And again, thank you for all those names, including TMO. I really like to look on some of those names today for potential breakouts. Any sector, if we can just sort of maybe go a little broader. I know there's a lot of traders in our chat here that looking for different ETFs that they're trying to buy. Was there anything that sort of interests to you? I'm going to give you one for me. I like XLV right here, still trying to break out in the healthcare sector. Was there anything that you're looking at maybe potentially breaking out or something that we might have missed or doesn't get talked about enough that you're looking at?
Well, I think if something that doesn't get spoken about a lot is XLRE real estate, and this one is clearly breaking higher. It's got room to run. Oh, yeah. I look at some of the components, and they're just they look great. Here's a monthly chart. There's the anchor off of that high. I mean, if you look at where we are right now in the XLRE, and then look at the Qs, for instance, off of this high on a monthly chart. We're basically right here, Sean, where we were in May of 2023 for the NASDAQ is what the XLRE is looking at. The problem is XLRE is a much slower moving. There's a lot of components in there that pay nice, 5-6% dividends. So I think you kind of go through that list. I've got a number of them somewhere around here on my, AGNC, BRX, BXP, Cube, CUZ, KIM, VNO. Those are some of the ones that are, pay pretty decent dividends and have a good yield to them. So maybe look there. And I think that bonds are on their way as well. They are it's time. It's go time for the bonds. They're in a do or die place here. They're back above all the moving averages. I think you've got a pretty quick move, probably up to about 102 on the TLT. So those are some places, more defensive type stuff.
Yeah, we are getting more questions. Thanks for going over some of the bonds and the Treasury there, as you mentioned, because we do get some questions on the show all the time. More recently now on TLT and looking to trade that. So I think that's picking up a little bit of steam. All right, we covered a heck of a lot there. Thank you for the XLRE. We talked about Intel, Uber, Chipotle, Starbucks, many more names. It's Brian Shannon. You can go find him at Alpha Trends. Thank you for the shirt. Thank you for the Canadian love there one more time today. Everybody, please hit the like and the subscribe and go find this gentleman. Really great stuff. And I like what you did there. Dizzy's been a dog and you use Goofy. So I really like that one. It's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much, my friend. Join us next week.
Thank you, Brian.
Bye. Thanks.
Ciao. It's Trader Talk. I mean, always the best. I don't, I don't know what to say. We just ask him what. Look, we talk about Intel. The guy pulls up a 30-year anchor.
He does. He's ready to go. He's ready with like 30
I'm gonna try to find a name for him next week, and we're gonna see what happens. But that Intel was an interesting one. You can throw everything at him. I want to thank Brian again, and we hold viewers. They love Brian Shannon. Go make sure you do pick up his book again. Great help, always on the show, and just giving different perspectives. Sometimes, right?
It's really
and
cool.
Different names that we don't look at.
Yeah.
Different opportunities like that XLRE. It's on the board here. We have it. It's right down here. If you come over to my screen, so it's down at the bottom here, a 0.7. But yeah, some of those things get lost.
Yeah.
You want to ask a guy like that questions like that. I think that's very, very important. But you know what's very, very important as well is we could talk a little bit about the sticky note. And, we have that on the board there today. I think the sticky note is something that I try to do every single day. And it's just a way for me to write down the ideas that I think are the best, or at least names that I want to look at. Can we pick the exact prices all of the time? No. Or do we know if a stock is going to dip into a level or not? I don't know. Do we know Tesla's going to rip today? We don't know anything. But what we try to do is, that's right, pound the alarm, first of all. That means we got to get out of here, but not without showing a little bit of this. And this is what we talked about here today. We had Nvidia long, we had Apple long, we had Tesla short, we had Palantir at a key level of 30. We had Google on our mind. We talked about that in here as well on that Pixelverse event. We looked at that, and then we nailed Starbucks. So all of those plays were definitely on the radar. My top stocks today. Apple P&L number one. Again, we knew we wanted that. Nvidia creeped up there at the end of the day. Interesting to go see my net right now as we get that dollar winner in the aftermarket. So that was really nice. And then Starbucks on the short was good. There's one more name, Nvidia. Google. Google was P&L number one today. Or Apple was, then Google, then Nvidia. So that was a good one. But we still got to do roll call.
We do.
You guys hear that? That was the most epic roll call of all time.
That was different.
When we had Brian on, we sometimes got to turn it up.
Yeah.
We can hear him, but we also turn it up the effects as well. And that roll call one definitely got turned up. Okay, what's up to my good friend there? As you can see right now live on the screen, we have Adam DeLuz. It was a pleasure meeting you as well. And he's coming into Toronto, so you're gonna meet Adam as well.
I am. That's awesome. That's exciting. You guys had a great time there in London.
Yeah, we just had a couple of drinks. It was really fun. We sat on top of Opera House there. We had a drink there, and we had arranged that before, so that was really fun. What's up to Charlie Taff? He had some good trades today. Thank you for the comments as well on the main show there about real trading. Nathan Williams is here as well. Andrew Chow says wave. I wave back at you, Andrew, as well. Mahus Watkins is here as well. JJ. Right now, are we wearing the Submariner? Yes, we are. Right now, he asks, what's up to Daryl as well? Shout out to that. He says, shout out to Daryl and Adara. He says, shout out to you there. Aaron Scott, the Nathan Williams is here. I don't want to repeat it. Adrian Bao is here as well. Adam's there. Neil's here. Nathan Williams. Verisot is here. Our good friend and a big friend of the show. And couldn't do it without him. Bears versus Bulls. So let's give one more shout out to him. Young Fuzz. How come I haven't heard that, man? There's like all this Young Money, Young Gravy, all that kind of stuff. There's Young
Lean,
Fuzz.
yeah.
Yeah. Everyone, man. Young, I don't know.
If you're young, you're probably a rapper name. Yeah, and you're not old.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, you know what I think about? There's always like Little Baby, Little Gunner.
Yeah, now there's La. Now they're done with Lou. Now there's La, like L-U-H. That's the thing now. La Tyler.
There just used to be the Beatles. There used to be like Nirvana.
They've changed the names up a lot for sure in the game.
Yeah, now there's all these apostrophes all over the place. All right, Janek, Derek, Joseph, everybody, Hans. Look, if it was Ramin, we'd stay a little longer. But Fabian already hit that bell, so we got to get out of here. here. For Adara, I'm Sean. Big thank you to Brian one more time here today. And there it is again. We got to get out of here. We're off to like Whole Foods. We got to pick up some sausage for tonight.
Nice.
My daughter has requested that. I get the El Diablo, the spicy stuff.
Your daughter is a much braver woman than I am.
No. She doesn't get. I get.
Oh.
I have to get for them. They get like the Canadian kind, which is like cheddar bacon infused.
Oh, and you get the El Diablo.
I get the El Diablo.
Okay.
You're probably more on the lighter side of that.
I'm probably not on any of those. They're all probably too spicy.
You're on the mild Italian. All right, thank you, sir. Maybe not even. Man, let's even.
I was going to say, like, that even sounds a little dicey for me.
Yeah, Oktoberfest.
Mild to Chipotle is too spicy.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Thank you so much for watching one more time. This is Sean.
I'm Adara.
That's Adara. And tomorrow will be Neil on the show. Oh no, I'm filling in tomorrow.
I was going to say.
Neil's not even here. You might be alone.
Oh, okay, cool. We can do that. We got this.
I'll be
Go
here.
team.
Thank
Go
you
sports.
so much. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao, everybody.
All right.